In the late autumn season, under the cover of darkness and amidst the howling winds, a grayish-white mist enveloped the outskirts of Ishue County. Gusu treaded through the night, navigating the long, silent alleyways alone. As an official of the Demon Exorcism Department of the Great Qi Dynasty, undertaking nocturnal missions to vanquish malevolent spirits was a customary affair for him. Reaching a fork in the alley, he paused, turning the corner, before him materialized several wisps of grayish-white shadows hovering in midair, their semi-translucent forms shimmering with an ethereal glow. Each apparition bore the slender physique and delicate features of a woman, their pallid skin reminiscent of corpses draped in tattered white shrouds, eerily floating in the profound darkness. Yet, their eyes were hollow and devoid of life, resembling bottomless black voids. Upon locking gazes with Gusu, they simultaneously parted their lips, revealing sharp, snow-white fangs. Chime, born of the malevolent energies of mountains and forests, a scourge to humanity, the descriptions from ancient texts surfaced in Guzu's mind. The wraiths before him were the Chime, entities formed from the sinister aura of the woods, lacking intellect, yet capable of siphoning vitality and causing death unseen. "I am aware of your desires for my essence," Gusu remarked, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "But alas, tonight, I am the hunter." With that, he retrieved several talismans from his pocket, casting them gently towards the apparitions. These were his meticulously crafted supreme North Polar demon-slaying talismans, specifically designed to combat these manifestations of dark energy. 5 stars converge, illuminating the netherworld. 1,000 deities and saints, protect my true spirit. He chanted the incantation for exorcising spirits. No sooner had he uttered the final syllable than the talismans ignited into resplendent golden flames, akin to the rising sun, illuminating the entire alley as if it were day. With a crackling sound, the searing gusts surged upwards, and the brilliant flames danced wildly. The Chime, caught unawares, were engulfed by the inferno before they could mount any resistance. They evaporated in an instant. Moments later, the fierce flames subsided, and the alley returned to its former tranquility. As though nothing had occurred, Gusu surveyed the now empty alley. Pondering, it seems the effectiveness of the demon-slaying talismans I recently modified is rather astounding. He had anticipated being able to dispatch only 1 or 2 spirits at most. To his surprise, the Chime had been entirely obliterated in one fell swoop. Was this due to his overwhelming power or the fragility of the spirits? Contemplating this, Gusu withdrew a small notebook from his pocket and swiftly recorded his findings with a charcoal pencil. Experiment date, September 15th, year 23 of the Heavenly Cycle. Experiment focus, damage assessment of the modified Supreme North Polar demon-slaying talismans. Experiment conclusion, due to the low strength of the Chime, they were entirely eradicated within 3 seconds, making it impossible to accurately gauge the power of the new demon-slaying talismans, visually estimated to be at least 5 times more potent than the original. Specific values require further exploration. Remarks, next time, ensure to select a sturdier test subject. Having finished, he tucked away his notes and vanished into the night, eager to return to the Demon Exorcism Department to report the completion of his mission. Eliminating these Chime should yield significant merit, sufficient to exchange for a vial of calm heart elixir from the department. With the calmness pill, his cultivation could advance to a higher level. Currently, he is merely a weak and helpless practitioner at the first realm, capable only of bullying even weaker specters when confronted by more formidable malevolent spirits. He would likely find himself in grave peril. For the sake of survival and to attain longevity, he must diligently cultivate and strive to become stronger. Gusu is a traveler from another realm. 3 months prior, he was an engrossed university student on Earth. One day, he inadvertently opened a game themed around immortal cultivation, initially intending to play casually for relaxation. However, shortly after randomly selecting his talents, he was seized by a sharp pain in his head, followed by darkness as he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar world, transformed into a 17-year-old boy, sharing his name. Unlike the peaceful tranquility of Earth, this realm, known as the Huang, is rife with various monsters and demons. These entities lurk in the shadows, feasting on flesh and blood, devouring souls, and causing countless tragedies that shatter families. In the face of these nearly immortal beings endowed with extraordinary powers, the strength of ordinary people appears insignificant and fragile. Only those of exceptional talent can counter the extraordinary. Only cultivators can stand against these malevolent spirits. This is a lesson learned through the blood of countless battles by humanity. The major sects of cultivation have collectively taken on the responsibility of ridding the world of evil. The Qi dynasty has also established the demon exorcism department dedicated to combating these sinister beings and ensuring the safety of its citizens. Gusu is an inconspicuous clerk within the Qi demon exorcism department. The term inconspicuous is not meant to belittle his position, it merely refers to his rank. In the Qi dynasty, officials belong to a hierarchy of 9 ranks appointed by the court, while clerks are outside this system, appointed by officials. His duties primarily involve exorcising and capturing demons, assisting his superiors in maintaining community harmony and peace. Engaging in this perilous profession, dealing daily with man-eating fiends, he cannot help but feel anxious, often worrying that one day he might embark on a mission and never return. Perhaps due to the haste of his transmigration, he has not acquired the fabled system. The only advantage he possesses is a set of talents randomly bestowed upon him in the game: eidetic memory, spirit summoning body, and fated for misfortune. Eidetic memory is an ordinary yet immensely useful talent, enabling Gusu to possess an almost photographic memory and far superior comprehension abilities. Relying on this gift, he has managed to peruse all the texts within the Demon Exorcism Department of Yishui County in just 3 months. That he has become well-versed in the techniques of various sects, the fatal weaknesses of different demons, and an array of obscure spells. Truly a theoretical cultivator and keyboard expert. Among these, he excels particularly in the art of talismans. In contrast, the spirit summoning body talent brings Gusu far more troubles than benefits. It increases the likelihood of encountering demons. It can be understood as Gusu possessing an exceedingly high charm value in the eyes of these entities, akin to a beacon in the night, unwittingly attracting numerous demons drawn to him. But what good is that? He could never seek a female ghost as his companion. As for the talent of fated genius, Gusu would rather be devoid of it. This gift could enhance Guzu's comprehension, increasing his probability of enlightenment. It could also significantly elevate the efficiency of his cultivation, allowing him to rarely encounter obstacles. Yet, as the old adage states, all gifts of fate have long been secretly priced. Since his transmigration, Gusu, endowed with the talent of fated genius, has suffered from a frail and ailing body. He cannot wield a blade, dance with a sword, and even a gentle jog leaves him breathless and in pain. Mundane medical remedies have proven ineffective against his congenital afflictions. Every doctor he consulted firmly asserted that he would not live beyond the age of 30. This implies that Gusu now has less than 13 years of life remaining. There exists but one method to alter his destiny: cultivation. You are inherently flawed, your foundation lacking. Gusu's direct superior once told him that only by reaching the 7th realm could he shed his mortal form and fundamentally resolve his issues. Is this truly so difficult, my lord? Gusu inquired. In the 4 centuries since the establishment of the Qi dynasty, no one has attained the 7th realm before the age of 30. The absence of predecessors does not imply the absence of successors. As he spoke, Gusu's eyes sparkled with determination, and his smile radiated like the morning sun. I wish to try. You possess notable insight, young man, his superior replied. However, such cultivation ultimately relies on the accumulation of time and resources. Look at the most formidable figures in the Qi dynasty, the emperor, the 5 sages. They are all backed by prominent sects and illustrious families, having practiced for decades. I understand the odds are slim, but I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. After all, if I succeed, it will be a tremendous gain. If I fail, I will incur no loss, correct? With a sigh, his superior looked at Gusu with a gaze full of pity. From that moment on, Gu Su devoted nearly all his time and energy to cultivation. While others dined, he practiced. While they slept, he practiced. And while others ventured out for leisure, he continued his training. Furthermore, he undertook missions to exorcise demons more frequently than his peers, striving to acquire as many merits as possible to exchange for elixirs, magical artifacts, and other resources for cultivation. 13 years felt fleeting, while the seventh realm seemed distant. He had to seize every moment. Dong, dong, dong. The midnight bell tolled serenely. At this hour, the entire Ishui County had succumbed to slumber, save for the night watchman, who, lantern in hand, struck his gong and shouted hoarsely to secure doors and windows, urging all to remain indoors. Gu Su tread upon the uneven flagstone path, advancing through the narrow alley for several paces before turning a few corners to arrive at the broad thoroughfare. This street, known as Jingqi Street, served as a main artery running north to south through Ishui County. On either side stood two solemn edifices, facing each other across the street. To the east lay the county office, where worldly affairs were managed, while to the west stood the exorcism bureau. Outside the county office, two statues of the mythical creature Xieji symbolized integrity and impartiality in law enforcement. In contrast, the exorcism bureau was flanked by two stone lions. More accurately, they should be termed swan innate, representing valor and fearlessness, serving a role in feng shui to ward off evil. Thus, it was evident that the exorcism bureau, composed of cultivators, held a prestigious position within the Deqi dynasty, standing on equal ground with secular institutions. It reported directly to the emperor, with no interference from the six ministries, the cabinet, or the military. Gu Su passed between the two swan and eye statues, ascended the stone steps, and entered the exorcism bureau's doors. Inside, the oil lamps cast a dim glow. A figure hunched over a desk beneath the flickering light. This individual, gaunt of frame, donned a black long robe embroidered with celestial patterns, topped with a black cap, none other than Gu Su's immediate superior, Changsheng, the head of the exorcism bureau in Ishui County. The title of head was a position of the seventh rank, overseeing all matters of demon subjugation within the county, akin to the director of the exorcism bureau's Ishui County branch. The attire worn by Changsheng was the official uniform of the exorcism bureau. In the Grand Qi dynasty, the civil officials adorned their robes with embroidered birds, such as cranes and golden pheasants, symbolizing civilization, whereas the military officials embroidered beasts, like lions and tigers, to signify their might. The uniforms of the demon exorcism department were embellished with the sun, moon, and stars, for many spirits feared the light. Consequently, they were also referred to as the garb of the seven luminaries. Naturally, a low-ranking clerk like Gu Su was unworthy of donning such attire. Despite his position as a leader, Changsheng rarely maintained an air of superiority. To Gu Su, he appeared more as a close yet strict mentor, often imparting knowledge regarding cultivation. Gu Su approached Changsheng's desk and slightly nodded, saying, "Master Chun, I have returned. Have all the spirits been dealt with?" "Indeed," Gu Su replied, as he removed the jade pendant from his waist and placed it upon the desk. He tapped it lightly twice with his index finger, and the pendant radiated brilliantly. The entire process of Gu Su's battle with the spirits was projected before Changsheng. This jade pendant was a specially crafted talisman from the demon exorcism department, assigned to each individual. Its function resembled that of a camera, capable of recording the entirety of a task's execution. These recordings served two purposes. Firstly, to calculate merits and prevent false claims or exaggeration of achievements. Secondly, as vital material for the demon exorcism department's research on spirits. Changsheng's peripheral gaze flickered towards the projection. He continued to hold his brush, unceasing in the review of documents. After a few moments, the projection concluded, yet it seemed Changsheng had not fully grasped its entirety. "Is that all?" he inquired. "Yes," Gu Su replied. "Quite brief. There was no choice. Those spirits were too feeble. I barely exerted 20% of my strength before they were all vanquished. You, young man, are utterly lacking in humility. I am merely stating facts." "Oh, then play it again for me to see." Gu Su tapped the pendant twice once more. This time, Changsheng set down his brush, straightened his posture, and fixated intently on the projection. Initially, his expression remained calm, but then he squinted slightly. "Which rune did you employ?" "The Supreme Polar Demon-Slaying Rune," Gu Su answered. "Master Chen, this is the one you taught me 2 months ago." "Ah, a demon-slaying rune with such formidable power? I certainly did not teach you that. I merely made a few slight modifications based on the initial foundation. Slight modifications? Chen Jixing snorted coldly. Gu Su smiled in silence. In the vast wilderness, runes are reputed as the language of the immortals, serving as a conduit for cultivators to communicate with the celestial principles. They are notoriously difficult to master, known for their complexity and unpredictability, requiring not only a high level of comprehension, but also an astute mind and years of diligent practice. The arduous and tedious process of learning runes has deterred countless practitioners, who assert that a true man should wield a machete and hammer, bravely charging to the front. Only cowards, fearful of death, would dare to hide behind and toss rune papers from a distance. Of course, this is merely an excuse for the failures. The national master of the Qi dynasty was indeed an outstanding master of the rune arts. He once used the heavens and the earth as his canvas, and true essence as his ink, conjuring a prison of 100 miles in circumference with effortless strokes, sealing away a malevolent spirit of formidable power. Yet, no one dared to label him a coward. Due to his frail constitution, Gu Su was incapable of wielding weapons, prompting Chen Jixing to personally instruct him in the art of crafting simple talismans, hoping to equip him with means of self-defense against the sinister apparitions. Remarkably, within a mere 2 months, the young man had surpassed his mentor. After all, Chen Jixing, primarily a swordsman, possessed only a superficial understanding of talismanic arts and could not impart further knowledge. Gu Su's astonishing rate of progress and his boundless creativity often left Chen Jixing in utter amazement. Truly, it seemed that fate conspired against such talent. Every time he witnessed Gu Su's remarkable feats, the thought of the young man's fleeting lifespan filled Chen Jixing with profound sorrow. If only this lad were in better health. Blessed with an additional 30 years, he might very well break through to the 7th realm, ascending to become the future head of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. Perhaps even transcend the tribulations of heaven and earth, achieving immortality and escaping the endless sea of suffering. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. You have vanquished Fortume, which grants you a total of 40 merit points. Gazing at Gu Su's delicate and refined visage, Chen Jixing sighed and continued, as of now, you have accumulated 315 merit points. Is there anything you wish to exchange for? Or shall it be as last time, using 300 points for a vial of calming elixir? Indeed, Gu Su replied. Chen Jixing inscribed the words calming elixir on a slip of paper, elegantly signing his name with flourish before handing it along with a jade pendant to Gu Su. You may retrieve it from the storeroom. Thank you, Lord Chen. Gu Su expressed his gratitude. Furthermore, Gu Su, there is a box of tremella, a basket of eggs, and a packet of goji berries in the cabinet over there. Sent by my relatives recently. I have no use for them. You are in need of nourishment. Take them to bolster your health. Lord Chen, that is unnecessary. I insist you accept them. Chen Jixing interrupted him with an authoritative tone. Gu Su nodded reluctantly, acquiescing to his superior's wishes. On the experience of having a dominant superior, Gu Su, I hardly ever spend my own money on breakfast. I can save a whole copper coin over 2 months. How splendid. Stepping out of the hall and into the inner courtyard, he followed the corridor until he reached the storeroom of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. Outside the storeroom stands a stone tablet, approximately the height of a person, inscribed with a plethora of dense characters. Return to origin technique. A lower-tier cultivation method, exchange price, 500 merit points. Lightning whip, a lower-tier martial art, exchange price, 500 merit points. Dog-breaking staff technique, a lower-tier martial art, exchange price, 500 merit points. Cloud-piercing bow, a lower-tier magical artifact, exchange price, 1,100 merit points. Bone-crushing hammer, a lower-tier magical artifact, exchange price, 1,000 merit points. Spirit-gathering pill, 1, capable of refining true essence and strengthening the spirit. Essential for breaking through from the 1st to the 2nd realm, exchange price, 100 merit points. Tranquil heart pill, 1 bottle, capable of stabilizing the mind and assisting cultivation. Suitable for 1st realm practitioners, exchange price, 300 merit points. In the Demon Exorcism division of Da Qi, one can undertake ghost-slaying tasks, gather intelligence, and perform various logistical duties, all of which yield varying amounts of merit rewards. Certainly, slaying ghosts remains the most efficient means of acquiring merit. With merit, one can exchange for a myriad of items. As a modest county town, the storeroom of the Yishui Demon Exorcism Division contains no extraordinary weapons or unparalleled martial arts. Only some unremarkable yet essential resources for cultivation. Should one seek higher-tier manuals or artifacts, a journey to the nearby metropolis, Qingzhou Prefecture, is necessary for exchange. For instance, a colleague of Gusu once expended 2,000 merit points to acquire a mid-tier cleaver capable of slicing through iron effortlessly in Qingzhou, proudly toting it around and showcasing it to others. It is said that in the treasury of the capital's demon exorcism division, should one possess sufficient merit, one might even exchange for exceedingly rare upper-tier techniques and unparalleled divine weapons. For example, protective talismans personally drawn by the national master, or the Tai sword technique established by the founding emperor, or relics left behind by past descendants. Gusu gazed at the price list for a couple of seconds, and could not help but lament his own impoverishment once again. The old hunchback gentleman on night duty in the storeroom frowned upon seeing Gusu, expressing his impatience. "Why is it always you?" "Because I am a model cultivator actively ridding the world of its evils. My merit naturally exceeds that of others." Gusu replied with a smile, handing the note inscribed with tranquil heart pill to the hunchbacked elder. The elder glanced at the note, then retrieved a white porcelain bottle from the drawer, tossing it to Gusu without raising his head. Gusu deftly caught it. "It's getting late. It's unsafe. Hurry home," the elder urged, beginning to shoo him away. Yet, Gusu remained rooted in place. He opened the porcelain bottle, inhaling its delightful aroma, truly a fragrant pleasure worth 300 merit points, then carefully shook out each pill into his palm, ensuring none were missing before returning them to the bottle. "You little rascal, why aren't you leaving? Don't stand there and hinder my work." The hunchbacked elder waved his hand, his expression stern as he urged him once more. Finally, Gusu turned to depart. A relieved smile crept across the elder's face as he retrieved a hidden book, The Oil Seller and the Flower Courtesan, and began to read with great enjoyment. After obtaining the elixir, Gusu returned to the main hall, bringing along the eggs, silver fungus, and goji berries gifted by Changsheng, before departing from the yamen and making his way home. His residence was merely 2 streets away from the demon exorcism office, a mere 5-minute walk. It was a modest courtyard inherited from the original owner's parents. Although small, it was more than sufficient for Gusu's solitary existence. 8 years prior, the region of Yishui had suffered a widespread assault by malevolent spirits. The original owner had witnessed with horror as a colossal serpent devoured his parents, leaving no trace of their remains. From that moment, the seeds of vengeance were sown deep within his heart. Thus, upon reaching the age of 16, he resolutely joined the demon exorcism office, determined to avenge his parents by eradicating all supernatural entities from this world. Gusu unlocked the door, crossed the threshold, navigated around the screen wall, and proceeded directly into the main house, facing south. The candles within flared to life, casting a warm orange glow across the entire courtyard. "Young master, you have returned," exclaimed a young attendant clad in a gray cloth shirt, bowing slightly at the entrance. "Please pour me a cup of tea. I am about to commence my cultivation." Gusu instructed. "Yes, young master," the attendant replied, as Gusu removed his shoes and changed his attire, settling cross-legged on the bamboo mat. A steaming cup of tea awaited him. Yet, the young attendant had vanished without a trace. To his surprise, a portrait of the attendant appeared on the screen behind him, smiling, resembling the very boy who had just stood at the door. The art of talismans is ever-changing. It can exorcise demons or imbue painted figures with sentience. Regrettably, Gusu's current abilities were limited. The painted attendant could only serve tea. Lifting the teacup, Gusu took a sip before retrieving a small white porcelain vial containing tranquilizing pills. He extracted a round, pale green elixir and swallowed it. Closing his eyes, a sweet flavor began at his throat and swiftly spread throughout his body. The distractions in his mind dissipated instantaneously, bringing a profound calmness as if the myriad of worldly matters could not disturb his tranquility. He silently recited scriptures and practiced his techniques. Unlike the depictions in previous immortal cultivation novels, the land of the great wilderness did not possess the essence of heaven and earth. Instead, it was permeated by the ever-present aura of death. This negative energy served as the source of power for the demons and spirits, yet it was detrimental to humanity. It wasn't until the emergence of cultivation techniques that individuals sought to forcibly channel this dark energy into their meridians, refining it into true essence through relentless hardship. However, this process was fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could lead to a loss of spirit, resulting in one's soul and body being consumed by the negative energy. ultimately transforming them into mindless monsters. Thus, it is often said that cultivation is a journey from death to life. Each step forward is a reckless gamble beneath the watchful gaze of the King of Hell. The initial perception of innate energy, the opening of the body's meridians, and the consolidation of true essence constitute the first realm of cultivation, the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate is the fabled threshold through which souls enter the underworld after death. Advancing into the realm of the Ghost Gate signifies the formal commencement of a perilous path of cultivation, a journey from which one can no longer retreat. Gusu whimsically refers to it as the first step towards self-destruction. The Tranquil Heart Pill serves to stabilize his mind during this process, safeguarding him from the encroaching innate energy. As Gusu softly recites the incantations of his cultivation technique, the sinister energies of the cosmos swiftly coalesce into a swirling vortex. Surging violently into his body, his complexion turns eerily pale, resembling that of a corpse. Whispers, ethereal and elusive, drift into his ears, enticing him to open his heart to the darkness, to embrace a mightier force. Yet, under the protection of the Tranquil Heart Pill, his spirit remains as tranquil as still waters. An hour later, the effects of the Tranquil Heart Pill dissipate. The murky innate energy has been filtered of impurities, transforming into pure true essence, akin to the first thaw of spring snow, flowing through his meridians. He then retrieves another pill and swallows it whole. As the potency of the third pill wanes, dawn breaks. Golden sunlight streams through the window, casting dappled light upon the ground and illuminating the youthful, pale, and refined countenance of the boy. This marks the late stage of the first realm, a testament to Gusu's cultivation thus far. With just a few more days dedicated to solidifying his foundation, he could attempt to breach the second realm. Were it anyone else, such extraordinary progress would incite exuberant celebration. However, Gusu finds no joy in his advancement. With a total of 9 Tranquil Heart Pills in a vial, he has consumed 3 in a single night. This equates to expending 100 merit points in just one evening, necessitating the slaying of 10 spirits to recoup his losses. It appears he must seek out a few fortunate apparitions today, Gusu muses as he rises from the bamboo mat, stretching his limbs, hoping that the spirits he encounters will be somewhat easier to handle. Otherwise, his experiments may remain unfulfilled. With this thought, he dons his azure robe, slips on his shoes, and ties a carefree scarf around his head, brimming with energy as he heads to work at the demon exorcism office. The office imposes no stringent constraints on cultivators. They are free to choose their work hours, indulge in leisure, and can even spend days at home without reporting to the office, as long as they fulfill their monthly baseline tasks without facing repercussions. For Gusu, such a flexible work arrangement merely facilitates his ability to work overtime. As usual, Gusu is the first to arrive at the office. However, he does not rush to claim a task. Instead, he makes his way directly to the second-floor library, seating himself at a desk by the window. From the drawer, he retrieves yellow paper and red ink and begins to draw talismans. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. As a delicate and frail young man, talismans are his most effective means of confronting malevolent spirits. Since talismans are consumables, he must ensure he has a sufficient supply prepared before battle. Should his stock of talismans run out while the spirits remain unvanquished, he risks an untimely encounter with the King of Hell. He grasped the brush tightly, closed his eyes, and recited an incantation. The heavens are round and the earth is square. The laws command 9 verses. I now set my brush, and the myriad spirits lie concealed. Swiftly, as the decree commands. With that, he opened his eyes. At that moment, the brush in his hand shimmered with golden light, resembling solidified rays of sunlight. Imbued with immense power, the brush fell, and the talisman was formed. The golden glow dissipated, returning to its original state. Gusu tucked the completed talisman into his pocket, feeling a surge of confidence. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Hey, Gusu, are we teaming up for a task today? Oh, how did you manage to break through so silently? Gusu turned around to see a petite girl clad in the black uniform of the exorcism division. With an oval face framed by clouds of black hair and bright apricot eyes, she exhibited a carefree smile that revealed 2 pristine little canine teeth, defying the traditional notion of ancient women's modesty. Her name was Shi Shaohan. Though she was of the same age as Gusu, she had already surpassed many seasoned veterans to become an 8th-rank inspector in the exorcism division. On one hand, her skills were indeed formidable. She had dominated the merit board in Ichuan for an entire year, single-handedly vanquishing troublesome spirits such as the mountain demon and the serpent demon, wielding her machete with such prowess that it left various fiends in despair. In contrast, Gu Su, the tireless worker who took on assignments from dawn till dusk, could only claim the second position on the merit board. On the other hand, Shi Shaohan's father held a significant position as a commander in the nearby Liezhou Exorcism Division, a fifth-rank official, making him a figure of great esteem in Ichuan. With both strength and connections, she epitomized a winner in life. Gu Su's modest achievements paled in comparison to the illustrious Shi. He responded with a smile, acknowledging her. Shi Shaohan tilted her chin, graciously accepting the compliment. Recently, she had taken a liking to partnering with Gu Su for tasks, one reason being that he was quite pleasant to look at, with a charming demeanor that always lifted her spirits. Gu Su was equally inclined to accompany her. Why risk life and limb on his own when he could easily ride on her coattails by uttering a few flattering words? Thus, they forged a brief partnership, each serving as a tool for the other. "What new tasks do we have today, Miss Heroine?" Gu Su inquired further. Shi Shaohan crossed her arms and succinctly explained. In the northeastern outskirts of Ichuan, there is a grand residence belonging to a wealthy man named Wang. Recently, he inexplicably died at home. His family suspects it was the work of a malevolent spirit. They believe the spirit that killed Mr. Wang may still be lurking within the estate, and they wish for the Exorcism Division to investigate, eradicate the evil spirit, and avenge the deceased. "Is it dangerous?" Gu Su asked. "With this heroine by your side, what is there to fear?" She replied confidently. "What is the reward?" He pressed on. 240 merits. "We would split it, so each of us would receive 120, she explained. 120 merits is equivalent to slaying 12 malevolent creatures. Are you in? This indeed constitutes a substantial reward for Gu Su, sufficient for him to exchange for a spirit-gathering pill, enabling him to transcend to the second realm. However, an increase in rewards signifies a corresponding rise in task difficulty. Tasks offering rewards exceeding 100 are likely to confront malevolent spirits endowed with intelligence and magical abilities, which are notoriously challenging to vanquish and may even engage in cunning schemes against humans, thus presenting an extraordinary level of peril. Allow me a moment to consult the fates." Gu Su mused, pausing briefly before producing 3 copper coins from his pocket. He employed the coin divination method, casting them 6 times in succession. "What was the outcome?" Shi Shaohan inquired. "Sun above, DY below, yielding the hexagram of wind and water dispersing, which is considered an auspicious sign," Gu Su replied. Dispersing indicates the departure of malevolent forces and the alleviation of tribulations. The individual receiving this hexagram may initially face misfortunes, yet will ultimately surmount difficulties. With caution and prudence, all endeavors will flourish. "Does this mean you agree to accompany me?" Gu Su nodded. "Yet we must exercise utmost caution and never allow ourselves to be complacent." "Certainly," Shi Shaohan remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at him from her vantage point beside the desk. "Gu Su, I never anticipated you possessed such esoteric knowledge of divination. It is merely a peripheral skill, not to be compared to the prowess of the renowned heroine who can vanquish 10 foes with ease," he replied modestly. "I cannot fathom how you manage to remember all 64 hexagrams so distinctly. That knowledge gives me a headache just by its mention. I pursued divination out of a fear of death, of encountering insurmountable malevolent spirits." Gu Su chuckled lightly. "You, the esteemed heroine known as the Ghost Bane of Yishui County, can effortlessly dispatch spirits as one would chop vegetables. Why bother investing time and effort into such trivial pursuits?" They exchanged glances and, in unison, erupted into laughter. As a formidable duo atop the rankings, their camaraderie in exorcising malevolence was complemented by a mutual appreciation that characterized their daily interactions. "Well then," Shi Shaohan said, patting Gu Su on the shoulder, "let us meet outside the yamen in a quarter of an hour. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return." "Not a problem," Gu Su affirmed with a nod. Being a person who values time, he deeply appreciated Shi Shaohan's decisive and action-oriented demeanor. The residence of the wealthy Wang, situated in the northeastern outskirts of Yishui County, corresponds to the position of Zhen according to the Bagua diagram. Zhen, also known as the Ghost Gate, is deemed unsuitable for interring the deceased or erecting tombstones, as the heavy energy prevalent in this area can provoke bizarre occurrences, preventing the departed from resting in peace. However, Upon Gu Su's arrival at the outskirts of Yishui County, he noticed, to his surprise, a cemetery nestled upon the nearby hillside. Numerous graves, both large and small, dotted the slope, desolate and overgrown. Despite the bright sunlight, the atmosphere remained somewhat eerie. 8 years prior, Yishui County had been plagued by rampant malevolent spirits, resulting in significant casualties. The original inhabitant had wept as he erected a grave for his parents, who had been consumed by these spirits. Those corpses left unattended were carelessly buried in this neglected and unvisited wasteland of graves. Reflecting on this, Gu Su's steps faltered momentarily. "Are you frightened?" Shi Shaohan observed, her voice calm. She bore a meter-long, nearly 10 kilograms sword upon her back, yet moved with the grace of a swan. Gu Su found himself struggling to keep pace with her. "I'm merely a bit fatigued," he replied. His heart raced, and a dull ache began to throb in his chest. Shi Shaohan slowed her pace. "You are so frail. Do you think you can contend with ghosts later? What if they touch you, and you fall lifeless on the spot?" "Fear not," Gu Su replied with a calm smile on his pale face. "I once engage in close combat with them. Besides, sometimes the female heroes protect me. How could they possibly reach me?" "Indeed," Shi Shaohan mused, delighting in his words, her lips curving into a slight smile, revealing 2 dimples on her slightly chubby cheeks. Moments later, the pair arrived at the grand entrance of the Wang family's estate. Gazing at the towering walls and imposing gate, Gu Su could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the opulence of a wealthy family. The area must be at least 7 or 8 times larger than my own modest courtyard." The widow of Mr. Wang had been waiting outside the gate. She was a graceful young woman, seemingly in her 20s, clad in coarse mourning attire, her hair tied up in a bun indicative of her bereavement. Despite her beauty, her face was marred with tear stains, and her eyes were red from weeping for her deceased husband. Behind her stood a short, plump boy, presumably Mr. Wang's son, also dressed in mourning attire, his pale face downcast as he stared at his toes in silence. "Are you the esteemed exorcist from the Exorcism Bureau?" Upon seeing Gu Su and Shi Shaohan, Mrs. Wang looked up and inquired, "May I ask how to address you both?" "Inspector of the Exorcism Bureau, Shi Shaohan," she replied. Standing tall, Gu Su pondered for a moment before answering, "I am Changsheng." Cautiously, he fabricated a pseudonym on the spot. "So, you are the renowned emotionless ghost-slaying blade, Miss Shi." Mrs. Wang expressed surprise, glancing at Shi Shaohan. "I have long admired your reputation. I beg your pardon for my earlier ignorance." She then turned her gaze to Gu Su, her eyes lingering on him for an extended moment, reluctant to look away. "This young Master Xiao is truly handsome." "Madam, you flatter me," Gu Su replied, inwardly bemused. "Your husband has not yet been laid to rest." Guided by Mrs. Wang, Gu Su and Shi Shaohan entered the estate. It was an expansive and spacious courtyard, comprising a main house, side rooms, auxiliary structures, gardens, ponds, and rockeries. Everything one could desire, exuding an understated elegance while hinting at hidden opulence. Yet now, the atmosphere was thick with mist, ghost banners fluttered, and the air was permeated with the scent of burnt paper money. The entire mansion was shrouded in a somber, oppressive gloom that could not be dispelled. At this moment, it had been less than 7 days since Mr. Wang's passing. Thus, his body remained unburied, clad in ceremonial garments, with yellow paper affixed to his face, presenting a rather frightening sight. "Esteemed exorcists, you must vanquish that malevolent spirit and avenge my husband." Upon seeing her husband's remains, Mrs. Wang could no longer contain her tears, sobbing as she dabbed her eyes with a silk handkerchief. "Rest assured, madam, we shall not fail you," Shi Shaohan declared. Then licking her lips, turned to Gu Su. "Are you not the one reputed to know the most about ghosts in the Exorcism Bureau? Quickly, uncover the specter, and I shall deal with it." Unfazed by the malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows, she felt an exhilarating thrill. "It's enveloped around me," Gu Su replied with a smile. He then turned his gaze towards the son of the wealthy Wang family, a chubby boy of about 8 or 9 years. "What is your name, little one?" "Wang Guikai." "Are you the one who reported to the Exorcism Bureau?" "Yes, sir." "Was the deceased Wang your father?" "Indeed. Then Madame Wang is your mother?" "No, she is my stepmother." Gu Su cast a glance at the alluring, youthful Madame Wang and then back at the pudgy boy before him, pondering how such a young woman could possibly bear a child of that age. It seems that men, regardless of their age, are invariably attracted to beautiful young maidens in their 20s. "Guikai, why do you steadfastly believe that malevolent spirits reside within your home?" Gu Su continued to inquire. "Because every night as I lie in bed, I hear a knocking sound, the boy replied, his voice trembling slightly. But when I open the door to my room, there is no one outside. I fear that the spirit that killed my father has now set its sights on me. I am terrified. It might rip open my chest while I sleep and devour my heart, just as it did to my father. The boy's pallor and bloodshot eyes betrayed his sleepless nights, clearly indicating that he had not rested well for quite some time. Goeikai, do not be afraid. I am here. Gusu reassured him, gently patting the boy's head as one would comfort a frightened puppy. Now, lead me to your room. Yes, sir. Wang Goeikai lowered his head obediently. The family resided in a traditional Sihiyuan, a courtyard house typical of the Great Qi dynasty, where the parents occupied the northern room, the eldest son the eastern wing, the second son the western wing, the daughter the rear courtyard, and the servants the back house. As the sole son of the deceased Wang, Goeikai naturally enjoyed the spacious and comfortable eastern wing, with corridors on all sides, eaves that curved elegantly, intricately carved window frames, and crimson drapery. The room exuded both opulence and elegance. Yet now, in an effort to ward off evil spirits, the door was adorned with mugwort. A peachwood sword hung from the beams, and the windows were plastered with an array of talisman papers, yellow paper inscribed with red characters, intricate and bizarre, giving off a chilling aura. Gusu cast a glance at the seemingly esoteric yet utterly ineffective talisman papers, shaking his head silently. As a practitioner specializing in talismans, he found the current fraudsters to be making money far too easily. He approached the door of the eastern wing, grasped the brass door knocker, and rapped twice, asking, Goeikai, is this the sound you hear at night? The chubby boy, Wang Goeikai, furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating for a moment before replying, that should be it. Gusu took note of the boy's hesitation in his mind before pushing open the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a life-size bronze mirror. In that mirror, he beheld his own reflection, eyebrows like ink paintings, eyes resembling bright stars, a handsome youth standing tall and poised. Compared to the glass mirrors of the past, the copper mirror's reflective quality is significantly more obscure, appearing as though shrouded by a veil of otherworldly gloom. The positioning of the mirror facing the door is considered a taboo in feng shui. According to the ancient texts that Gusu has perused, mirrors are associated with the yin element, possessing a malevolent aura that can attract negative energies when placed opposite a doorway, inviting misfortune. This is particularly concerning given that the Wang family is currently in mourning and the vicinity is saturated with oppressive, sinister forces. It is well known that such negative energy serves as a breeding ground for malevolent spirits. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Goeitsai's bedroom has transformed into a sanctuary for these otherworldly beings. Gusu's expression turned solemn. He circumvented the mirror and surveyed his surroundings. Dim sunlight filtered through the talisman-adorned window, casting a hazy glow upon the room's furnishings. The decor was exquisite and brand new, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, yet it exuded no comfort. In the corner, several pots of lush green pothos thrived, their vibrancy failing to inject any life into the space. Gusu felt a palpable heaviness in the air, a sense of melancholia that permeated his very breath. Goeikai, have you ever pondered whether the knocking you hear at night is perhaps not emanating from the outside? At that moment, Gusu recalled a case documented in an ancient tome, and a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. My lord, are you suggesting? The short, plump boy, Wang Goeikai, appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp Gusu's meaning. Gusu offered a faint smile and gently tapped the copper mirror twice. Ding, ding. The crisp sound resonated throughout the stillness of the room. Wang Goeitsai's face went ashen. He pointed tremulously at the copper mirror, staggering back a few steps, nearly losing his balance, stammering, Yes, my lord, it is this, the sound I heard at night. It is this sound. The ghost. It resides within this mirror. It wishes to emerge. Do not panic. Gusu raised a finger, signaling for silence. He then turned his gaze to the copper mirror, breaking into a grin. His reflection mirrored the smile. He blinked, and the reflection blinked in unison. He gestured a peace sign, and the reflection did the same. Shall we indulge in a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors? Gusu proposed to his own image, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. All right, rock, paper, scissors. He then proceeded to lose for consecutive rounds. The ancient texts of the Exorcism Bureau recount a tale of a woman whose husband was away at war, leaving her to languish in solitude. With a heart full of sorrow and no one to confide in, she wept silently before the copper mirror. Yet, as time passed, she began to perceive her reflection as increasingly unfamiliar, particularly during the dim hours of the night. The reflection seemed to gaze back at her with a sinister stare, inducing a profound sense of unease. She once penned letters to family and friends, articulating her distress, but they dismissed her concerns as mere fanciful thoughts. Until one fateful night, in a hazy state of half-sleep, she heard the crisp sound of metal being struck, not from outside her door, but emanating from within the mirror itself. Her reflection in the mirror appeared grotesque, as she repeatedly struck her head against the surface, seemingly desperate to break free from its confines and escape. The woman fainted from sheer terror. Upon regaining consciousness, she sought the assistance of a monk from a nearby temple to perform an exorcism. The monk asserted that a malevolent spirit indeed lurked within the copper mirror, capable of manifesting as a human reflection. He warned that if one gazed into the mirror and locked eyes with it, the spirit would silently siphon away their soul, thereby augmenting its own power. The monk cautioned her that had she not found him in time, a mere few days more would have resulted in her becoming a lifeless husk, drained by the ghost. Overcome with fear, she implored the monk to cast out the malignant entity. Excerpt from Chronicles of the Oddities of Dachi, The Mirror Demon, author unknown. Gusu stood before the copper mirror, locking eyes with his reflection. The image within wore a sinister smile, raising its fist and striking the mirror's surface. Each thud resonated, creating shallow cracks on the glass, from which dark red droplets oozed, cascading down to form a small, deep crimson puddle on the floor. With a gasp, the stout boy Wang Guikai involuntarily screamed, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the threshold. However, Gusu remained unfazed. In fact, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Such an intriguing ghost was a rare find, perfect for experimentation. With this thought, he retrieved a talisman he had meticulously prepared, the Supreme Polar Exorcism Talisman, and silently recited the incantation before gently tossing it towards the mirror. This time, Gusu had learned from past experiences and dared to produce only a single talisman. He feared that its overwhelming power might inadvertently annihilate the elusive specimen, thereby depriving him of valuable data. The talisman landed on the mirror's surface, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. In an instant, the room was awash with light, reminiscent of the dawn's first light illuminating the world. Wang Guikai, sprawled on the floor, gazed up in awe at the breathtaking sight. Is this the power of the Exorcism Society? He marveled, genuinely impressed. As a child, he had heard tales from his father of the exorcists, heroes who vanquished demons in the dark of night, wielding magical abilities that even the most fearsome spirits feared. Until today, he had harbored doubts, but witnessing this radiant spectacle, he felt the true might of the exorcists for the first time. The image of Gusu, standing like a celestial being, was indelibly etched into his young heart. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and everything returned to its original state. Yet, the eerie copper mirror lay shattered into two charred halves. Gusu stood amidst the remnants, gently shaking his head in disappointment, sighing, "Is that all? This mirror demon has utterly failed to meet my expectations." He then retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and swiftly noted, "Experiment date, September 16th. Year 23 of the Celestial Journey. Experiment content. Damage assessment of the enhanced Supreme Polar Exorcism Talismans. Experiment subject. Mirror ghost. Estimated to be of Wandering Soul tier. Experiment result. Vaporization in 3 seconds. Experiment conclusion. In the presence of the enhanced exorcism talismans, all Wandering Soul level malevolent spirits are mere paper tigers. The Exorcism Bureau of the Great Qi Dynasty classifies apparitions into 4 tiers based on their danger: Wandering Souls, Wild Ghosts, Malevolent Spirits, and Malevolent Deities. Above these, there exists a legendary class known as the Ghost King, said to command myriad spirits and transform the mortal realm into a netherworld. Among them, Wandering Souls are entities lacking fully formed intelligence, possessing relatively weak powers. While they may pose certain threats to ordinary people, they are easily dealt with by cultivators. Thus, after effortlessly vanquishing the mirror ghost, Gusu felt no pride. Bullying the weak is hardly commendable. However, at that moment, a grave realization struck Gusu. If the mirror ghost was so feeble, why did the Exorcism Bureau offer as much as 240 merit points as a reward? That was the equivalent of slaying 12 malevolent spirits. It is well known that the Exorcism Bureau has many adept practitioners of celestial divination, who rarely err in evaluating task difficulty. Of course, celestial divination has its limitations, unable to provide complete and precise information about spirits, and is susceptible to interference. Moreover, the process of dispatching the mirror ghost was far too smooth, contradicting Gu Su's initial divination, which suggested troubles that could ultimately be resolved. Was this task truly that effortless? Gu Su narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the oppressive atmosphere of the courtyard, as a bolder hypothesis emerged in his mind. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaohan lounged in a grand armchair. Her legs crossed, a large blade cradled in her arms, leaning back against a soft cushion, exuding an air of languid comfort that starkly contrasted with the somber ambience of the courtyard. She awaited Gu Su's call for the heroine's rescue. In the narrative of a heroic tale, the expert always makes their entrance at the most critical moment. To act too readily would not showcase her true prowess. Only by resolving challenges beyond the capabilities of others could she truly manifest the essence of a formidable warrior. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Xiaohan had conjured an elaborate scene of heroism in her mind, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of her mouth, revealing a sense of delight. It was undeniable that both her combat prowess and Gu Su's striking appearance were well suited to the notion of hero saving the damsel. At that moment, Gu Su emerged from the eastern chamber with an unhurried demeanor. His expression was calm, his steps measured, his azure robe pristine, as if he were casually strolling in his own backyard. Meanwhile, the short, plump boy, Wang Guikai, clung tightly to Gu Su's sleeve, trailing behind him with a pallid face, clearly still shaken by the recent events. Had he encountered trouble? Shi Xiaohan glanced up at Gu Su. Everything is fine now. It has been resolved, she said. So swiftly? It is not that I am quick. Rather, that specter was rather inept. Shi Xiaohan straightened her posture and huffed in dissatisfaction. You are truly a scoundrel for depriving this heroine of an opportunity to rid the world of evil. I exchanged for the Overlord's blade technique in Qingzhou last week. Yet I have not had the chance to use it. Do not be angry, my lady, Gu Su replied, understanding her jest. Such a feeble ghost does not deserve your Overlord's blade technique. Indeed, Shi Xiaohan nodded, unreservedly affirming his words. At that moment, Mrs. Wang, the widow of the wealthy Wang, approached them with 2 steaming cups of tea, nodding slightly. Heroine Shi, young Master Xiao, I am grateful for your assistance. My late husband can finally rest in peace. Her voice was melancholic yet melodious, imbued with a subtle allure that stirred compassion in every man who heard it. However, while she spoke of her late husband, her gaze covertly drifted towards Gu Su, as if captivated by his handsome visage. Gu Su smiled faintly, the widow's peculiar behavior confirming his suspicions. The mirror ghost was merely an appetizer. As for the true boss, there is no need for such formality, Mrs. Wang, Gu Su said, accepting the teacup politely. In truth, the true culprit behind your husband's demise remains at large, and our mission continues. The true culprit? A flicker of anxiety crossed Mrs. Wang's face. Did you not just eliminate that vile specter? Shi Xiaohan and Wang Guikai regarded him with equal surprise. Gu Su chuckled softly and continued. The mirror ghost merely consumes souls. It does not extract hearts. However, Wang Guikai informed me that his father perished due to having his heart ripped out by a ghost, indicating that the real perpetrator is yet another specter. Do you not agree with my assessment, Mrs. Wang? Or should I now address you as the painted skin? Upon hearing Gu Su's words, Shi Xiaohan furrowed her brow, casting a wary glance at Mrs. Wang. The records of the Exorcism Bureau recount a similar tale. A scholar, entranced by an unidentified beauty in the woods, brought her home to cohabit. One day, a ghost-catching Taoist informed the scholar that he was surrounded by malevolent energies and had become entangled with an evil specter. Suspicious, the scholar stealthily observed the beauty from her window one night. To his astonishment, he discovered a ghastly specter within the abode, spreading human skin across the bed and sketching upon it with a colorful brush. Once completed, the specter discarded the brush and donned the human skin, instantly transforming into a beautiful woman. This is what is known as the painted skin. Sadly, this unfortunate scholar ultimately met a grim fate, having his chest and abdomen opened, his heart extracted, and he perished. Lord Xiao, I cannot comprehend your words, Mrs. Wang said, shaking her head in confusion. Gu Su smiled faintly, pondering how remarkably composed this lady was. Had it not been for his extensive experience, he might have easily been deceived by her impressive performance. Indeed, a malevolent spirit of a value of 240 merits. In comparison to the worthless rabble, it stands apart. A renowned detective once stated that extraordinary phenomena often yield significant clues. Gu Su began his discourse, asserting that one might think they are adept at concealing their identity, yet an abundance of anomalous details has already betrayed them. Anomalous details? What do you mean? Sure, Xiaohan appeared bewildered. Nevertheless, she feigned understanding, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with your demonic nature, you cannot escape the discerning gaze of our exorcism department. There are 3 peculiarities, Gusu declared, raising 3 fingers. First, as I mentioned earlier, mirror demons solely consume souls, yet the wealthy Wang had his heart extracted. Second, this courtyard, in terms of both location and arrangement, is rife with numerous feng shui taboos. Its position near the ghost gate, adjacent to a cemetery, a copper mirror facing the entrance, and vines climbing the walls. This undoubtedly attracts malevolent energies, leading to sickness and calamity for the living. However, for spirits, it is a veritable paradise. At this juncture, Gusu paused momentarily, turning to Wang Guikai beside him. Guikai, if I am not mistaken, this residence was acquired after your father married your stepmother, correct? Wang Guikai nodded in affirmation. Yes, my lord. My stepmother was dissatisfied with the old house and persistently urged my father to move here. A knowing smile graced Gusu's face. It seems both humans and spirits alike favor a comfortable abode. How unfortunate for the late Wang, who thought he was spending money to please a beauty, only to end up with nothing and become a feast for her. The world is indeed terrifying. A hasty marriage can bring tears to one's family. And what is the 3rd peculiarity? Sure, Xiaohan inquired with curiosity. Third, Gusu fixed his gaze on Madame Wang. Continuing, I acknowledge my own handsomeness, charm, and charisma, yet it is beyond belief that a widow in mourning would gaze at me with such unreserved desire. Sure, Xiaohan shot him a disdainful look. What does this have to do with whether Madame Wang is human or ghost? She was taken aback by Gusu's unabashed self-admiration. Gusu chuckled, explaining, I possess a peculiar constitution that inexplicably attracts spirits. As the saying goes, sometimes misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Although my spirit-summoning body, talent often brings me trouble, it aids me in discerning the disguises of the supernatural at critical moments. Despite Madame Wang being a high-ranking spirit of 240 merits, her lustful gaze upon me mirrors that of the lesser spirits I encountered last night. Enthralled, greedy, and brazenly revealing her desire for her prey. Afterward, a brief silence ensued. The atmosphere was tense and heavy, akin to the calm before a storm. Madame Wang lowered her head, remaining silent. Young Wang Guikai cowered behind Gusu, his expression one of terror, his face pale as a ghost. Upon discovering this terrifying truth, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune in having survived to this day. As for Sure Xiaohan, she gently caressed the scabbard of her blade, casting an unusual glance at Gusu. Indeed, he possessed an admirable countenance, strikingly handsome. Who would have imagined he could slay both human and ghost? With this in mind, she thought that during future missions, she could keep Gusu by her side as bait, potentially attracting a continuous stream of malevolent spirits to their demise. This way, she would no longer have to worry about the source of her merits. Waiting for the hare. No, waiting for ghosts with Gusu was an ingenious plan. Truly, I am a genius. Ultimately, it was Madame Wang who first shattered the silence. You are correct, she said, offering Gusu a seductive smile. I am indeed a skin-wearing demon. But what of it? As she spoke, she reached towards her exquisite visage. Her long nails dug into her flesh, carving a deep gash. Then, with a gentle tug from the wound, she peeled off her entire face as if removing a mask. Not for the faint of heart. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Gusu covered Wang Guizai's eyes with his hand. There was no blood, no pain. Madame Wang, as effortlessly as shedding clothing, removed her human skin, revealing her true form, her complexion a sickly green, teeth jagged like saw blades. Her emaciated body was already decaying, with white ribs faintly visible. Her mouth was split, and her eyes shone with a ghastly light. Ugly and terrifying. Exorcists of the demon-subduing department, did you truly believe that upon unmasking my true identity, you would walk out of this abode alive? The skin-wearing demon sneered. Do not be so arrogant. I shall cleave you in two. Sure Xiaoan retorted as she drew her blade. Sure Xiaoan, be still. The demon barked, interrupting her. In that instant, upon hearing her name, Sure Xiaoan found herself immobilized. Unable to move, she could not even draw her blade from its scabbard, let alone slay the demon. This was the most passive predicament she had encountered since joining the demon-subduing department. How could this ghost be so formidable? She thought anxiously. As a proud practitioner of the second realm, destined to be a heroine who would strike fear across the martial world, was she truly to meet her end here? I have yet to employ my overlord blade technique even once, though her father had once bestowed upon her a jade talisman, a means to summon aid in times of peril. She was now paralyzed, without the chance to retrieve the talisman. Xiao Changsheng, be still. The demon shouted again. Gusu, too, stood motionless. Observing the two statuesque figures, the demon extended its green tongue, gleefully licking its lips. I have lived for decades and have yet to feast upon the heart of an exorcist. It must be quite delectable. With that, it sauntered over to Gusu's side, gazing at him with an infatuated expression, savoring the intoxicating aura that surrounded him. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The painted skin demon suddenly felt an excruciating pain akin to searing flames coursing through its body, prompting a wretched howl as it retreated 2 steps. Lowering its gaze, it discovered that, unbeknownst to it, a multitude of demon-slaying talismans had been affixed to its abdomen. These talismans blazed with a scorching light, incinerating its decaying flesh and creating a gaping wound from which wisps of smoke emerged, accompanied by a stream of dark green blood that reeked of putrefaction. There stood Gusu, clutching a handful of demon-slaying talismans, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he observed, "How does my scent strike you?" The demon's immobilization incantation had failed to bind him. His earlier appearance of helplessness had been a mere ruse. "You deceived me, wretch." The painted skin demon seethed, its teeth grinding in fury. A high-level demon must possess sophisticated combat techniques. As an intelligent high-tier entity, the painted skin demon scorned the brute force tactics employed by its lesser kin. It had mastered a range of arcane spells, with the immobilization incantation being one of its trump cards, capable of restraining foes in place. However, this spell's efficacy relied on a specific condition. It required the true name of the individual as its medium. Hence, upon their initial encounter, it had hastened to inquire about Gusu and Shi Xiaohan's names. Gusu had provided a false name, rendering the incantation ineffective. Reflecting on this, the painted skin demon silently cursed the cunning of humanity 100 times over. The intricacies of human deception were profound. As a demon newly attempting to integrate into human society, it still bore an air of naivety. Seizing the opportunity while the painted skin demon was preoccupied with mending its wounds, Gusu approached Shi Xiaohan's side and swiftly recited the purification incantation. Supreme Heavens, soothe the form, disciple's soul and spirit, 5 organs of the abyss. Upon completion of the incantation, the bindings on Shi Xiaohan were instantly lifted, restoring her ability to move. However, despite the removal of the restraints, a sense of confusion lingered in Shi Xiaohan's mind. For in her recollection, the purification incantation was a fundamental spell that every demon exorcist must master, serving a singular purpose: to stabilize the soul and dispel inner demons. In most instances, it proved rather trivial, only becoming relevant when one faced a divergence in their cultivation. Yet why could Gusu utilize it to counteract the demon's immobilization spell? Were they not learning from the same version of the incantation? As if sensing her thoughts, Gusu chuckled softly and clarified, "Some time ago, I made a few enhancements to the purification incantation, complementing it with my recently developed demon-dispelling talisman. As long as the demon's rank isn't excessively high, it can essentially negate any control spells or negative effects they impose." As he spoke, he thrust a cerulean talisman into Shi Xiaohan's hand. Upon receiving the talisman, Shi Xiaohan beheld the intricate symbols inscribed upon it, resembling an arcane script, leaving her feeling dizzy and bewildered. This was certainly not something a normal person could comprehend. Reluctant to engage, she promptly returned the purification talisman to Gusu, declaring that she had no time to study such matters. Practitioners of talismanic arts were indeed peculiar. Their minds were undoubtedly unlike those of ordinary individuals. She silently mused. Gusu chuckled softly, nonchalantly pocketing the talisman as he remarked, "You are correct. The pressing matter at hand is the battle." He gestured towards the figure of the skin-wearing ghost, who was clutching its wounds, and continued, "Xiaohan, from my observations, this skin-wearing ghost appears to be a wild, ghost-level entity, not overly formidable. It managed to catch us off guard earlier through underhanded tactics, but in terms of raw strength, it is no match for you." "Indeed," Shi Xiaohan scoffed in agreement. "This despicable fiend resorts to treachery when it cannot win in a fair fight. How utterly vile and shameless." With that, she unsheathed her heavy longsword. This blade, known as Kunwu, was forged from the red copper of Mount Kunwu, imbued with the power of the sun, and was one of the rare weapons capable of inflicting lethal damage upon ghosts. Ancient texts describe the mountain's renowned copper as red as fire, capable of slicing through jade as if it were mere clay, an apt description indeed. 2 months prior, in her quest for a reliable weapon, Shi Shaohan had journeyed from Yishui County to the exorcism office in Qingzhou, spending 2,000 merit points to acquire this Kunwu sword. Since then, it had become her inseparable companion on every mission. Now, as Kunwu emerged from its sheath, it radiated a crimson glow under the sunlight, resembling solidified flames or searing magma. The skin-wearing ghost instinctively squinted at the sight. It unmistakably sensed the aura of death emanating from the crimson blade. Die! It bellowed in a fit of rage. Instantly, a sinister black mist enveloped the entire courtyard, the wounds inflicted by the talisman healing in an instant. Simultaneously, its form grotesquely expanded, distorting and elongating its fangs and claws, transforming from a green abomination into a towering green monstrosity 2 stories high. Upon witnessing the rampaging skin-wearing ghost, the boy Wang Guikai screamed, fainting from fright. "Lady Hero, I leave it to you," Gu Su said calmly, casting a glance at Shi Shaohan. He surmised that confronting the ghost directly would require him to reveal some hidden cards and incur significant costs to eliminate it completely. It would be wiser to hold back slightly, allowing Shi Shaohan to handle it. After all, she was already eager to wield her great sword. As the adage goes, if one can easily achieve victory without exerting themselves, why take on the burden of carrying it all? Leave it to this lady hero. With that, Shi Shaohan raised Kunwu and stepped forward. A myriad of radiant beams illuminated the sky, staining the horizon crimson, while the blue bricks and gray tiles were drenched in blood. The entire estate appeared as if adorned with a layer of crimson rouge. The soul banners fluttered ominously. Startled crows took flight. Before the painted demon could utter a scream of despair, it disintegrated into a pile of black ash. Shi Shaohan smiled as she sheathed her blade. The heavens and the earth subsequently shed their scarlet veneer, returning to their unadorned visage. Gu Su stood to the side, silently observing the relentless battle before him, feeling a mix of envy and aspiration. Confronting the same foe, he had expended considerable time and energy crafting over a dozen talismans to vanquish demons, engaging in elaborate maneuvers that barely inflicted superficial wounds. Yet, with a single swift stroke, Shi Shaohan reduced the enemy to ashes. A second-tier cultivator, truly formidable. Witnessing this stark disparity, Gu Su let out a quiet sigh. He recalled a phrase once uttered by Lord Changsheng: with each ascension in cultivation, one's combat prowess experiences a qualitative leap. Absorbing energy and consolidating true essence mark the first realm of cultivation, the gates of hell, signifying the transformation from an ordinary mortal to an extraordinary practitioner. Beyond the gates lies the second realm, the road to the Yellow Springs. As the saying goes, the Yellow Springs meander in 9 curves. Along this extensive path of transition, there are a total of 9 bends. With each turn, the density of true essence multiplies. If Gu Su's essence were likened to the faint glow of fireflies on a summer night, then Shi Shaohan's essence resembled a blazing torch. Upon reaching the end of the Yellow Springs Road, one encounters the third realm of cultivation, the Bridge of Sighs. Gu Su's superior, Changsheng, resides within this realm. Gu Su was unaware of the true strength of those who have traversed the Bridge of Sighs, for Changsheng had never showcased his prowess before him. However, considering Changsheng's unparalleled prestige in Yishui County, the way officials from neighboring counties bowed in respect upon seeing him, and how even the boastful Shi Shaohan became docile and obedient in his presence, not to mention the bandits who, upon encountering Changsheng, abandoned their wicked ways, his superior was indeed extraordinary. Realizing his own cultivation was still superficial, Gu Su resolved to devote himself to more diligent practice. With this thought, he discreetly encouraged himself and then retrieved a small notebook from his pocket. Swiftly jotting down with a charcoal pencil, Talisman Damage Assessment Supplement Experiment. Subject, Skinning Ghost. Level, Wild Ghost. Result, feels akin to a gua sha practitioner. Conclusion, research is still in progress. Comrades must continue striving. Just then, Shi Shaohan approached him, tiptoeing to pat his shoulder. Gu Su, how did my strike just now fare? She asked, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, clearly eager for praise. Gu Su promptly gave her a thumbs up. The legendary hero, indeed, lives up to the title. Shi Shaohan's heart blossomed with joy. You performed admirably today as well, she said, placing her hands on her hips with the poise of an 8th-rank official. If it weren't for your keen insight into this hideous creature's disguise, freeing me from my binds, I would have likely paid a hefty price to escape. Merely a trivial skill, Gusu humbly replied. Your astonishing strike was the key to our victory. Your talismanic abilities are not to be underestimated. They surpass those of any talisman master I have encountered before. I have never seen a blade practitioner as formidable as you, Miss Sure. Unbeknownst to them, the two once again found themselves engaged in their familiar cycle of mutual flattery. After successfully vanquishing the skin-wearing ghost, Gusu and Shi Shaohan did not rush to report back, but rather continued to explore the premises of the courtyard. Only after confirming that no hidden spirits lurked in the shadows did they decide to depart. Let us hasten, Gusu, Shi Shaohan remarked. This place is suffused with a heavy aura, and lingering here is truly uncomfortable. Indeed, Gusu concurred, gazing at the grayish-white mist that floated in the air like winding shrouds, deeply agreeing with her sentiment. To celebrate our successful mission, shall we dine at the fragrant pavilion this evening? Shi Shaohan proposed with a cheerful smile. They offer a plethora of delectable dishes, such as oil-braised shrimp, layered cake, beggar's chicken, vinegar pepper fish, exquisite tofu, and sweetened yam. Perhaps we should opt for the official mess instead, Gusu furrowed his brow. The fragrant pavilion was the most renowned, and also the priciest establishment in Yichuan County. A meal that would undoubtedly cost at least 3 or 2 taels of silver. As a low-ranking official with a monthly salary of merely 2 taels, Gusu had always steered clear of such venues frequented by the affluent. For him, the official mess, specifically, the dining hall of the exorcism department, was where he truly belonged. Today, this heroine shall treat. Certainly, I have longed to experience the fragrant pavilion's offerings. Gusu's expression changed in an instant. Shi Shaohan beamed with even greater joy. Coming from a family of officials, she had never known want. More than money, she cherished the company of those who would indulge her whims. At that moment, the stout, short boy Wang Guikai, who had fainted nearby, finally stirred back to consciousness. Initially, his gaze was vacant, and his expression bewildered. After a couple of seconds, he seemed to recall the visage of his malevolent stepmother, suddenly exclaiming and springing up from the ground. What of the ghost? He asked, scanning the surroundings in a state of trepidation. It has perished. Shi Shaohan pointed to the grayish residue on the ground. It is truly dead? Wang Guizai's eyes widened in disbelief. The towering, menacing figure of the skin-wearing ghost had left an indelible psychological scar upon him. He had thought his end was nigh, yet to his astonishment, the officials of the exorcism department had dispatched the specter with such ease. My father was correct. The practitioners of the exorcism department are the guardians of the great Qi dynasty, a beacon of light amidst darkness. Before them, all malevolent spirits shall ultimately be reduced to ashes. Esteemed sirs, he hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, might you escort me away from this place? I fear it. Fear not. Guikai, Gusu reassured him, contemplating the boy's plight. Orphaned and haunted by spirits in his home, it was indeed a heavy burden for him to bear alone. Fortunately, the exorcism department had been established for over a century, and a comprehensive system was in place to assist the families of victims. Dedicated personnel were assigned to handle such matters, allowing Gusu and Shi Shaohan to focus on their own concerns. Please wait here for a moment. Soon, the officials from the exorcism bureau will arrive to escort you, Gusu said, bending down to address the short, stout boy. They will take you to the charity hospital, where you will find a new home and many companions your age. As for this estate, it remains your property, and you have the right to dispose of it as you see fit. The charity hospital, established by the great Qi dynasty, serves as a refuge for the widowed and the lonely. Before joining the exorcism bureau, Gusu spent several years residing in the charity hospital. 8 years ago, when the ghosts plagued Qingzhou Prefecture, numerous orphan children were sent to the hospital, and Gusu was among them. That year, resources were exceedingly scarce, and each child received but a single steam bun daily. Nevertheless, in the memories of the original owner, the charity hospital ultimately provided shelter during the darkest moments of his life. Sir, I do not wish to go to the charity hospital. Wang Guikai hesitated for a moment before looking up at Gusu and declaring, I want to join the exorcism bureau and become a practitioner like you, vanquishing demons and becoming a great hero for the people. Upon hearing his words, Gusu smiled faintly, reflecting on the youthful idealism inherent in every young person. You may reconsider when you are older. After completing the task, they returned to the exorcism bureau to report. Changsheng, as usual, was diligently working at his desk, embodying the spirit of a model worker. Sir Chun, we have successfully completed the mission at the Wang family estate, Shi Shaohan said, slightly nodding as she placed the jade pendant from her waist on Chen Jixing's desk. The credit will be split equally between Gu Su and myself. Chen Jixing accepted the pendant and tapped it lightly. The pendant emanated a radiant spectrum of colors, and the entire mission process was projected as a hologram before him. Gu Su and Shi Shaohan stood obediently beside Chen Jixing, watching the playback of the recording. Gu Su referred to this segment as the review. Chen Jixing had previously stated, "For the Exorcism Bureau, first-hand experience is always our most valuable learning material." Whenever subordinates returned from missions, he would gather them to review the footage. If any mistakes were made during the mission that required improvement, Chen Jixing would point them out sternly and insist that his subordinates remember them well. Being an exorcist is a high-risk endeavor. During the execution of demon-slaying tasks, even the slightest error could prove fatal. Perhaps they were fortunate this time to escape unharmed. But luck does not favor them eternally. If misfortune were to strike on the next occasion, a trivial oversight might lead them to become a delightful meal for the very demons they sought to vanquish. At this moment, faced with the impending storm, Shi Shaohan felt particularly anxious, retreating behind Gu Su like a trembling quail, her usual bravado nowhere to be found. Shi Shaohan? Chen Jixing began to call her out for criticism. "I am here. As a practitioner of the second realm, do you think you are exceptional? I do not." "Oh, still defiant, are we? You are rather presumptuous, believing yourself invincible simply due to your slightly superior skills compared to your peers. You treat missions as mere excursions, never exercising caution or vigilance. Look, this time that wretched spirit has played a trick on you, and you have fallen into its trap. It is indeed despicable and devoid of honor." Shi Shaohan still wished to argue. Engaging in moral discourse with a malevolent entity? You must be living in a fantasy. Chen Jixing scoffed, stating that had it not been for Gu Su's timely intervention today, you would have emerged from this ordeal either dead or severely harmed. Shi Shaohan lowered her head, her large, sorrowful eyes casting a pleading glance towards Gu Su. Gu Su stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "Lord Chen, this is also my responsibility. I failed to inform her of Lady Wang's unusual behavior in advance." Yet, Chen Jixing paid him no heed. "Shi Shaohan, I shall deduct a month's salary from you, hoping you will learn from this experience." Chen Jixing's piercing gaze fixed on Shi Shaohan as he pronounced her fate. Shi Shaohan exhaled in relief. At least it was merely a salary deduction, which was bearable. The previous time, Chen Jixing had punished her by making her clean the exorcism office's latrines. That had been truly life-threatening. Now, it was Gu Su's turn to feel anxious. In stark contrast to Shi Shaohan, as a destitute worker, he was unafraid of cleaning toilets, but he dreaded the thought of Chen Jixing withholding his meager salary. However, at that moment, Chen Jixing's demeanor unexpectedly softened. "Gu Su, I have two matters I wish to discuss with you and seek your opinion on." "My lord, please proceed." Gu Su replied, somewhat taken aback. It was unusual for such a domineering superior as Chen Jixing, known for his self-serving ways, to seek his counsel. Chen Jixing spoke in a flat tone. "The first matter is that I would like your colleagues to view this footage, so they may learn the intricate details of dealing with malevolent entities from you. Those brash fellows, much like Shi Shaohan, only charge headlong into danger without thought. Should they fall victim to a spirit's trickery, they may not even realize how they perished." "Of course, that is not a problem," Gu Su promptly replied. His tense demeanor gradually easing, Chen Jixing's assessment of him seemed quite favorable, suggesting he would not be facing a salary deduction after all. As for whether his techniques might be covertly learned by others, Gu Su felt no concern. The knowledge and skills he possessed could all be found in the archives of the exorcism office, not the legendary secret arts that were meant to be kept hidden. If others were capable of understanding them, it was merely a testament to their own abilities. It was akin to the mathematical and scientific knowledge of a past life. All laid bare in textbooks, some grasped it effortlessly, while others struggled in vain. The second matter pertains to the supreme, northern polar demon-slaying talismans you have drawn, Chen Jixing continued. "Gu Su, would you be willing to produce a certain quantity each month, say, 10 demon-slaying talismans, to be submitted to our exorcism office's repository? This would allow other cultivators to exchange merits for their use, much like the calming elixir and spirit-gathering elixir." "Indeed," Chen Jixing nodded. "In my view, the symbols you have drawn to combat lesser spirits serve as an exceedingly potent weapon. If they could be widely disseminated, It might significantly reduce the casualties among the exorcists of the Demon Suppression Division and the commoners of Dachi in the future. Gusu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What benefits might I receive?" His question stemmed not from a sense of greed, but rather from the preciousness of his time. He hoped that the rewards derived from the symbols would sufficiently compensate for the time lost in his cultivation. He believed that Changsheng would understand his predicament. All the merits expended by other exorcists to exchange for the ghost-slaying talismans will be converted into equivalent value for you, Changsheng replied. This means that for every talisman someone redeems from the store, you shall receive 15 merits as a reward. Naturally, if the efficacy of your talismans exceeds our expectations, we will reassess their value. That sounds agreeable. Gusu readily accepted. With just one talisman drawn for another's use, he could earn merits equivalent to that of one. 5 evil spirits. This implied that he could amass merits while comfortably resting at home, without the constant need to risk his life on perilous missions. Such a deal was truly advantageous. Master Chen is indeed a commendable superior. Master Chen, here are the talismans due for submission this month. Please take a look. With this thought in mind, Gusu decisively produced 10 ghost-slaying talismans from his pocket and placed them upon Changsheng's desk. Observing Gusu's exuberant countenance, a complex smile graced Changsheng's face. What a considerate child. It is a pity he shall not live beyond 30. Standing nearby, Shi Shaoan was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that after an intense battle, Gusu would still possess so many talismans concealed within his pocket. This fellow certainly had a knack for hiding things. Continuing, Changsheng addressed Gusu. The mother of our department's official Yang Ji passed away 2 days ago. According to the customs of Dachi, he must immediately resign and return home to observe a 3-year mourning period for his mother. Consequently, the position of Ji Shi has now become vacant and requires prompt filling. Gusu had always found it perplexing that in a realm plagued by demons, the court mandated that officials responsible for slaying monsters and maintaining order must observe such lengthy mourning rites, generally prohibiting them from engaging in their duties. Did the court not fear that if all cultivators succumbed to mourning, no one would be left to combat the spirits, resulting in rampant chaos? Yet, this was a decree set forth by the Emperor of Dachi himself, and no one dared voice dissent. Thus, Gusu, I have recommended you to the higher authorities. Changsheng paused momentarily before continuing. Me? Gusu's eyes brightened. At last, the opportunity for promotion and increased remuneration had arrived. The position of Ji Shi was a 9th-rank official role, primarily responsible for the capture and apprehension of spirits, somewhat akin to a sheriff. However, the targets of apprehension were not human criminals, but rather malevolent entities. At first glance, it seemed not vastly different from Gusu's current work. Nevertheless, one was a court-appointed official, while the other was a mere subordinate clerk. Not only are social statuses drastically different, but possessing an official title also signifies an opportunity to engage in more lucrative tasks, access highly classified texts, expand one's network, and utilize richer resources for cultivation. This holds profound significance for Gusu's future path of cultivation. In fact, with Gusu's mastery at the first realm being complete, coupled with his outstanding ranking on the merit list, his qualifications have long surpassed the minimum requirements for a 9th-rank official in the Demon Exorcism Department. Unfortunately, Yichuan County is a remote locale with limited official positions, resulting in a surplus of candidates for too few slots. To become a court-appointed official, Gusu must await the vacating of a position, whether through others' retirement, promotions, or dismissals. At times, seniority must also be taken into account, allowing opportunities to be granted to those with more experience. Shi Shaohan is a special case, thanks to her formidable father. Given the scarcity of opportunities, when Gusu learned that he might officially become a court official, an involuntary smile of anticipation graced his face. However, at that moment, Changsheng unexpectedly shifted the conversation, dousing Gusu with cold water. Although I have lauded your numerous virtues in the recommendation letter, painting you in an exceptionally flattering light, the higher authorities still question your capabilities. They perceive you as too young and inexperienced to shoulder such responsibilities, believing there are better candidates than you. Gusu's smile faltered, silently lamenting the stubbornness of these old-timers. Had they never heard of the adage, "Do not underestimate the youth"? Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, politely inquiring, "Lord Shun, do you believe I still have hope?" Given Changsheng's character, the mere fact that he broached this subject indicated a glimmer of possibility for success. Of course, there is hope, Changsheng replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Subsequent to that, I have written several letters to the headquarters of the Demon Exorcism Department in the capital, discussing your remarkable cultivation speed and your stellar performance in previous missions. They have finally been swayed by my eloquent correspondence and agreed to grant you an opportunity. If all goes well, the headquarters will send someone to Ichuan County next month to arrange an assessment for you. As long as you pass the assessment and outperform your competitors, you shall don the black cap and become the new chief of the Demon Exorcism Department in Ichuan County. Gusu, do you have confidence in yourself? While Chen Jisheng's words appeared casual and effortless, Gusu discerned the considerable efforts his superior had invested behind the scenes to secure this assessment opportunity for him. This realization stirred a sense of gratitude within him. Lord Chen, you should know that I have always been quite confident, Gusu replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Shi Shaohan discreetly edged a few steps forward. Having always thought that Gusu looked particularly handsome when he smiled, and she sought a more favorable angle to observe him more clearly. Simultaneously, she feigned nonchalance, akin to a petty thief in a bustling market, surreptitiously observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of Gusu and Chen Jisheng, anxious that her discreet actions might be detected. Do you know who your rival is? Chen Jisheng inquired, fixing his gaze on Gusu. Gusu shook his head, requesting, Might I ask you to enlighten me, Lord Chen? Ma Qin, a clerk from Qingzhou Prefecture, a practitioner of the Second Realm, possesses a decade of experience in slaying demons and exorcising malevolence, Chen Jisheng replied. Upon hearing this, Gusu felt a twinge of astonishment. Had the Deqi dynasty descended into such a state of internal competition? A Second Realm practitioner from a prominent city was vying for a grassroots position in this desolate county, who had monopolized the positions in Qingzhou Prefecture. Are you frightened? Seemingly sensing Gusu's bewilderment, Chen Jisheng teased, It's not too late to back out now, lest you find yourself lamenting before me after failing to surpass others. Rest assured, Lord Chen, I shall bring you honor, Gusu replied with a smile. Ah, with your modest skills, just don't embarrass me, and I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Gusu chuckled, aware that Chen Jisheng was a man of contradictory words and sentiments. Though he claimed that Gusu lacked strength, he secretly hoped for Gusu's exceptional performance, wishing to see the arrogant officials from the upper echelon receive a deserved rebuke. Lord Chen, do you know the content of the assessment? I wish to prepare in advance. Gusu continued his inquiry. Joking aside, he recognized the gravity of this crucial evaluation and needed to approach it with utmost seriousness and preparation. There are 3 components. Chen Jisheng raised 3 fingers: aptitude, theory, and practical combat. It sounded rather stringent. The exorcism department has consistently maintained high standards for officials' overall qualities, Chen Jisheng elaborated. I'm not worried about the first 2 aspects. However, in terms of practical combat, you might find yourself thoroughly bested by that seasoned Ma Qin. This time, Gusu did not contest. The profession of exorcism is fraught with risks and uncertainties. Reading countless tomes pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. A rival with a decade of experience indeed posed a formidable challenge. I will do my utmost, he stated, his demeanor composed. Chen Jisheng nodded, advising gently. Take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. Following this was the time for merit exchange. Gusu previously had 15 merits remaining. After completing the task at the Wang residence, he earned an additional 120 merits. Now he possessed 135 merits. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spend 100 merits to exchange for a spirit-gathering pill. The purpose of the spirit-gathering pill is to refine true essence and strengthen the soul, significantly increasing the success rate of a first-realm practitioner breaking into the second realm by at least 50%. As a practitioner who had achieved perfection in the first realm, Gusu was on the cusp of a breakthrough at any moment. He must prepare in advance, should enlightenment strike unexpectedly without the necessary elixirs at hand. A surge of malevolent energy could flood his meridians, leading to his untimely demise. As Shi Shaohan stood with her arms crossed, she refrained from exchanging anything. Now, she had accumulated over 800 merits. Ever since she had redeemed the Kunwa sword in Qizhou Prefecture, she had lost interest in the cheap goods within the armory of Ishui County. As the daughter of a prominent official family, essentials for cultivation, such as elixirs, could be directly requested from her family. The merits earned from tasks were simply saved to be exchanged for luxuries in Qingzhou Prefecture. Gusu couldn't help but ponder. If the inflow and outflow of merits could be measured by Engel's coefficient, then Shi Shaohan must belong to the most affluent echelon. Gusu, Once you've amassed enough merits, we shall venture to the armory in Changsheng together. I will guide you in selecting some exquisite items. Sure, Xiaohan exclaimed, her spirit alight. Absolutely. Gusu replied with a smile and a nod. Meanwhile, he unconsciously calculated in his mind how many more monsters he would need to slay to gather enough merits for coveted treasures akin to the Kunwu sword and the Overlord sword technique. Conclusion: the road ahead is long and arduous, and splendid treasures remain tantalizingly beyond reach. Gusu first proceeded to the storeroom to collect the spirit concentration pills. The hunchbacked elder guarding the storeroom had spent the previous night engrossed in reading the oil seller's exclusive flower courtesan, and at this moment, he was struggling with drowsiness. Slumped on a bamboo chair with his eyes closed, Gusu called out several times before finally rousing him from his slumber. You rascal! Didn't you just come by last night? The hunchbacked elder yawned. Why are you here again? Gusu smiled faintly, remaining silent as he handed him a note inscribed with the words spirit concentration pills. Upon seeing those characters, the elder's eyes widened, and his drowsiness vanished in an instant. He rubbed his eyes and scratched his thinning hair, ensuring he was not mistaken. You are about to break through? Soon. Very soon. Well, that's good. Gusu replied as he accepted the pills from the elder with polite gratitude, then turned and left without a backward glance. The hunchbacked elder remained seated in his bamboo chair, silently observing Gusu's retreating figure. He had served as a menial worker in the exorcism division for over 20 years. Throughout these years, he had guarded this unadorned storeroom daily, sipping tea, napping, tending to birds, and reading tales, witnessing countless cultivators come and go. Some were exceptionally gifted, others rather mediocre, some shone brightly, while others languished in obscurity. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Gusu, who was poised to break through in less than a year of cultivation. Changsheng had spent 8 years in the first realm. Shi Shaohan had cultivated for 4 years. Even the previous head of the exorcism division in Yichuan County, known as the martial enthusiast, Lord Zhengyu, had taken over 3 years at this stage. Time passes swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Lord Zheng had passed away, Lord Qin had aged, and a new generation of spirited youths was rising to prominence in the exorcism division. However, this was of no concern to the elder. His only duty was to tend to his responsibilities, occasionally fish, and strive to live a little longer. Contemplating this, the hunchbacked elder's eyelids drooped, and he began to doze off once more. He had heard that a new theater troupe had arrived in Yichuan County. Tomorrow was his day off, and he planned to attend a performance. After parting ways with Shi Shaohan, Gusu headed to the government kitchen for lunch. He ordered a plate of snow lotus root, a serving of lamb with scallions sautéed with walnut meat, and a small bowl of almond tofu, totaling 20 coins. In the Qi dynasty, a copper coin was worth 1 won, and 1,000 when equated to 1 guan. A guan was equivalent to 1 tael of silver, and 1 tael of silver had a purchasing power of approximately 500 yuan. Thus, 21 was roughly equivalent to 10 yuan in Gusu's previous life. Additionally, the government provided officials with meal subsidies for each meal. Compared to the expensive restaurants outside, the civil servant's cafeteria offered remarkable value for money. After his meal, Gusu did not rest but plunged into the exorcism division's library. He was not there to read. After all, the knowledge contained within the entire library was already imprinted in his mind. He sought merely a quiet corner, free from disturbances, to practice in peace. Once settled, he closed his eyes, calming his mind. He then took out a calm heart pill and placed it in his mouth. As he silently recited the incantation, the surrounding energy transformed into a torrential river, flowing into his meridians and refining into true essence. Gusu Shou's cultivation method is known as the return to origin technique, which he exchanged for 500 merit points a few months ago. In the Great Qi, cultivation methods are categorized into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. Middle-tier methods possess unique attributes, while upper-tier techniques conceal profound truths of the Tao. As an ordinary lower-tier method, the return to origin technique is characterized by its lack of distinctiveness. However, since most high-tier methods are closely guarded secrets of prominent families and sects, it is a stroke of fortune for someone like Gusu, a grassroots officer in the exorcism department, to possess a technique that is widely distributed by the state and can be exchanged for 500 merit points. At the very least, it provides him with an opportunity to seek longevity. Nonetheless, Gusu is also planning to find a superior technique once he advances to the second stage, having heard that higher-tier methods can significantly accelerate the pace of cultivation. Time is of the essence. He must explore every possible avenue to elevate his cultivation to the 7th stage as swiftly as possible. As the sun set, Gusu concluded his afternoon practice. His small porcelain vial was down to 3 heart-calming pills, while his meridians brimmed with purer, more substantial true essence. It was now the time he had agreed upon with Sir Shaohan for dinner. This was his first visit to the fragrant pavilion, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. However, as he passed through the corridor of the yamen, he overheard his colleagues whispering and laughing, casting glances in his direction. "Look, the thinnest man in the exorcism department has arrived." Gusu frowned slightly. "You're the thin one. Your entire family is thin." Another remarked, "Just look at his face. Quite handsome indeed. No wonder even ghosts are interested in him." Gusu retorted in his mind, "Huh? You know nothing. Those ghosts are facially challenged. They are merely coveting my spirit-summoning body." Gusu, often busy with his duties, had a narrow social circle. Among the raucous crowd, he recognized only one person, Wang Yang. With dark skin, a short stature, and an unremarkable appearance, he was the kind of face that blended into the crowd. Gusu remembered him because they had recently completed a mission together. At that time, Wang Yang had been cornered by a ghost. Terrified and convinced he was about to die in the line of duty. In that critical moment, Gusu had appeared, effortlessly dispatching the ghost and rescuing Wang Yang from peril. Since then, Wang Yang had become Gusu's most ardent admirer. "Wang Yang, are you sneaking around giving me nicknames again?" Gusu inquired. "Bro Gu, I was wrong." Wang Yang immediately raised both hands, his face brimming with a desire for survival. He was acutely aware that although this Gu brother appeared frail, his combat prowess could undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in the exorcism department of Yichuan County. If he were to provoke Gusu, the consequences might be far worse than those faced by the ghosts. "What were you discussing just now?" Gusu asked. "This afternoon, Lord Qin showed us the footage of your encounter with the painted skin ghost at the Wang residence." Wang Yang replied with a chuckle. "We all admire your profound talismanic knowledge, your extensive scholarship, and your meticulous attention to detail, Bro Gu. I dare say you must be the most detail-oriented person in the entire exorcism department. Were it us, we would have perished at the hands of that cunning fiend 1,000 times over. Your words are indeed eloquent. Brother Gu, I am your most ardent admirer." Gusu chose not to respond. "Very well, I shall not linger. I have matters to attend to this evening. Is it an appointment with the esteemed Inspector Sher Shaoan?" Wang Yang revealed a gleeful curiosity akin to that of a devoted fan, noting how the two of them seemed to embark on missions together daily. Gusu dismissed him with indifference, turning to stride down the corridor and out the door. His time was far too precious to squander on such trivial gossip. Dining was the true priority. Wang Yang stood rooted in place, silently observing Gusu's retreating figure, inwardly marveling. Truly, Brother Gu is impressive. Even his aloof demeanor exudes charm. At that moment, Sher Shaohan awaited him outside the yamen. She had exchanged her dark uniform of the Exorcism Bureau for a delicate lilac-pleated skirt. Her hair fashioned into a traditional bun adorned with a jade hairpin and a pair of exquisite ear pendants made of mutton-fat jade. At that hour, the moon hung low above the willow branches, and the myriad lights illuminated the night as if it were day. Gusu gazed at her in serene stillness beneath the moonlight, recalling a phrase he had encountered in a book from a past life, the crescent moon's gentle light. Snow-laden flower trees. It was rare to witness Sher Shaohan in such serene repose. Thus, he paused, stealing a few more glances. "Gusu, you have finally arrived. I can hardly wait to savor the beggar's chicken at the fragrant pavilion." At that moment, Sher Shaohan spotted him, her cherubic face blossoming into a joyful smile. The image of the serene goddess fragmented instantly as the boisterous, vivacious heroine returned before Gusu. "Let us be off." Gusu smiled faintly, then raised his gaze to the sky. The bright moon shone like frost, and the gentle breeze flowed like water, presenting an endless vista of tranquility. A quarter of an hour later, the two settled into a private room at the fragrant pavilion. Sher Shaohan eagerly snatched the menu from the waiter, quickly perusing it while exuberantly listing a series of dishes: 1 plate of beggar's chicken, a portion of clear soup with bird's nest, a bowl of spicy and sour mullet roe, and sweet and sour carp. The waiter's hand clearly struggled to keep pace with her rapid-fire orders, prompting him to implore, "Dear guest, could you please speak a bit slower? I can scarcely keep up." Meanwhile, Gusu sat across from her, eyes closed in contemplation, quietly devising improvements for the demon-slaying talisman. The specifics of Sher Shaohan's orders were of no concern to him. After all, it was not his purse that would bear the cost. Besides, Shi Xiaohan always managed to clean her plate without waste. Another quarter of an hour passed before the waiter began to bring out the dishes, filling the table to the brim. "Dinner is served," Shi Xiaohan exclaimed joyfully, immediately serving herself a generous bowl of rice and devouring it with gusto, her sounds of slurping punctuating the air. In contrast, Gu Su appeared almost genteel, like a refined lady of the house. Unhurried, he first wiped his hands with a napkin, then savored the soup before selecting his dishes, chewing slowly, relishing each bite in tranquil contemplation. For him, the most significant aspects of life undoubtedly revolve around sustenance and self-cultivation. Gastronomy is an experience to be savored with utmost dedication. Indulging in culinary delights is beneficial for one's health. To waste food, as Shixiahan does, is nothing short of sacrilege. After a satisfying meal, with plates and cups emptied, Shixiahan stretched lazily and signaled for the proprietor to settle the bill. "Dear guest, your total comes to 5 taels of silver." The shopkeeper, adorned with a cordial smile, presented the bill to Shixiahan with both hands. Without even glancing at it, Shixiahan handed over the silver note, uttering, "Take it." The proprietor's smile grew warmer, for he relished such prompt payments from customers who never haggle. Meanwhile, Gu Su quietly calculated in his mind. 5 taels of silver equated to nearly 2.5 months of his salary. Such extravagant establishments were best visited sparingly in the future, except for occasions of complimentary indulgence. The two friends retraced their steps after the meal. The streets, illuminated by dim lights, were gradually becoming less crowded. "Gu Su, what are your plans for tonight?" "I intend to return to the demon exorcism department to accept another task and earn more merit." "You are truly relentless, with merit occupying your every thought," Shixiahan pouted, evidently displeased with his response. "Because I aspire to follow in the footsteps of the valiant Shijungxia, to vanquish more demons and benefit the populace." Gu Su replied with a gentle smile, striving to embody the heroic spirit of Shijungxia. He was acutely aware of what Shixiahan loved to hear. As expected, her displeasure quickly transformed into delight as she rose on her toes to pat his shoulder, saying, "Do your best. I support you. Never let our demon exorcism department's reputation falter." Gu Su nodded in agreement, reflecting on how easily she could be appeased. Recently, he was on the cusp of promotion. His competitor, a certain Ma Qin, was a formidable adversary, superior in realm, more experienced, and possessing a prestigious urban household registration, making him a challenging opponent. It was imperative for Gu Su to seize the moment, undertake more tasks, and strive to enhance his standing in the eyes of the examiners. In the intensely competitive environment of the Deqi dynasty, where the struggle for advancement was increasingly fierce, it was evident that Gu Su was not alone in his anxieties about the future. At that very moment, on the other side of Yishui County, a young man clad in a blue cotton long shirt, his complexion pallid, approached a fortune-telling booth with a troubled expression. "Master, could you assist me in divining my official prospects?" he inquired, producing a coin from his pocket and placing it on the table of the fortune-teller. The fortune-teller, who introduced himself as Zhang Banxian, lounged with his legs crossed beside the table, garbed in tattered clothing, with a scruffy beard, and wielding a dilapidated fan, presenting an image more akin to a beggar than a sage. Behind him, 2 apricot yellow silk banners hung on the wall, embroidered with couplets. Upper line, the 4 pillars and 8 characters reveal the fortunes and misfortunes of the world. Lower line, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams discern the auspices and omens of the realm. How would you like to proceed with your divination? Face reading, character interpretation, drawing lots, or the 6 lines of divination. Are you familiar with these methods? Of course. Then, let us proceed with character interpretation. Please, esteemed master, assist me in discerning whether I have any prospects for promotion. With that, the young man in the blue shirt grasped the brush from the table and inscribed the character for horse onto the paper. The fortune-teller, Zhang Banjian, gazed at the character in silence for an extended moment. Does it signify success at once? The young man urged, his tone betraying a blend of hope and anxiety. No, Zhang Banjian shook his head repeatedly. The horse travels along the sun's path, yet it is night now, absent of the sun, hence it cannot come to fruition. The young man's countenance stiffened. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat unwilling to accept this fate and wrote the character for Qin. Please, assist me in divining this character, he requested. Meanwhile, he pondered to himself, Qin surely denotes a decree. This time, it should yield a result indicative of being chosen by those above, heralding a prosperous career. Yet, Zhang Banjian continued to shake his head. The Qin character bears the radical for gold, traditionally a harbinger of wealth flowing abundantly and upwardly, an auspicious sign. Regrettably, the gold radical is accompanied by the character for debt, inadvertently forming debt of gold, which signifies a blockage in the path to wealth, rendering grand ambitions unattainable and prospects for promotion bleak. This young man in blue is none other than Ma Qin, a rival of Gu Su, hailing from the second realm of cultivation in Qingzhou Prefecture. Recently, he had been plagued by insomnia due to anxiety. The reason is quite straightforward. On one hand, he is nearing 35 years of age, yet remains utterly unaccomplished, without property, a spouse, or the esteemed black cap of office. Still nothing more than a minor official of little repute. The epitome of a life lost in the struggle, he represents the very definition of a failure in life. When acquaintances encounter him, they cannot help but exclaim, "Ma Qin, you are on the brink of your 40s. How have you fallen so low?" On the other hand, his competitors are exceedingly formidable. Ma Qin had believed that by relocating from the talent-rich Qingzhou Prefecture to the remote town of Yishui County, he could evade fierce competition and effortlessly secure the official position he desired, rising above the common folk. However, he never anticipated the emergence of a terrifying anomaly in Yishui County. According to whispers he gleaned from his superiors, a certain Gu Su had commenced preparations to break through to the second realm after merely a year of cultivation. Could this be the pace of a normal human? Alas, the waves of the Iha River push the previous waves onto the shore, and the former generation falls to the sands. The youth are indeed formidable, truly formidable. As a mere ordinary official possessing nothing but a decade of work experience, Ma Qin felt an overwhelming sorrow that brought him to the brink of tears. He reached up to touch his thinning hair. Meanwhile, Gu Su returned alone to the Demon Exorcism Department's office. He first perused the notice board, selecting a task of moderate difficulty. The reward for this undertaking was 40 merit points, equivalent to vanquishing 4 malevolent spirits. The mission description was quite straightforward. The county school in Yishui County is haunted, and the Demon Exorcism Department is requested to dispatch personnel forthwith to address the matter. The county school serves as an institution for students to pursue their studies. Within the realm of the Deqi dynasty, those with the aptitude for cultivation are indeed few, and the imperial examination remains the primary avenue for advancement for the majority of ordinary individuals. According to the Deqi examination system, candidates who pass the preliminary examination are permitted to attend the county school in preparation for the higher-level provincial examinations, thereby advancing their education. 8 years ago, when Yishui County was besieged by malevolent spirits, the county academy was ravaged, resulting in numerous casualties among both teachers and students. A year after the calamity subsided, the academy was rebuilt. As the students returned to the lecture hall, the scars of the past seemed to have faded away. Until tonight, Zhou Siki, the county's educational official, was compelled to return to the academy late at night to retrieve a key he had forgotten in a drawer. Unexpectedly, he heard the sound of clear, resounding recitation in the hall, which should have been devoid of life. The cadence was steady and loud. Zhou's face turned pale with fright, his scalp prickled with fear, and he hurriedly fled the academy, instructing the guard to report the incident to the exorcism division. Thus, the task was entrusted to Gu Su. "I returned just in time," Gu Su silently mused. He then took out 3 copper coins once more, employing the 6-line divination method to ascertain the fortune of this mission. The result was the hexagram of Qian above and Qian below, signifying auspiciousness and prosperity. A smile of delight spread across Gu Su's face. With the remaining talismans for slaying demons in hand, he set out with confidence. "Come back early." Changsheng, who was working at his desk, raised his head to remind him, "If you cannot win, don't hesitate to flee. Do not act recklessly." "Rest assured," Gu Su replied with a slight smile. "I have a plan." With that, he stepped out of the Exorcism Division's office and into the vast, enveloping night. The academy lay to the west of Yishui County, adjacent to the West City Gate, facing the Xuanwu Hill. Its white walls and gray tiles exuded an air of solemn tranquility. A plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the 4 golden characters Qi Jia Jigua, written in bold strokes by the Grand Master of the Great Qi during the post-disaster reconstruction 7 years ago, arguably the most valuable treasure of the institution. Outside the academy, Gu Su encountered Zhou Siki, a middle-aged man, slightly portly, with an air of disquiet. The educational official, holding a rank of the 9th grade, was responsible for the sacrificial rites at the Wen Temple and for instructing all students. Only those with the title of Jiren could hold such a position. akin to the principal of the academy. As a clerk, Gu Su was expected to kneel and pay his respects to officials according to the customs of the Great Qi dynasty. However, this protocol applied only to mortals. Practitioners held a transcendent status. They could speak while standing even before the emperor, while ordinary officials had to exhibit utmost courtesy in the presence of cultivators. Lord Zhou, I am Gu Su from the Exorcism Division, tasked with resolving this case. Gu Su approached, nodding slightly. You should remember me. Of course. Zhou Siki beamed with a smile that oozed flattery. I have seen your name on the merit list of the Exorcism Division more than once. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. Indeed, you are a striking and exceptional young hero. As he spoke, Zhou's legs involuntarily trembled, his fear evidently lingering. He understood that Gu Su was his only lifeline. Despite the youth's seemingly frail appearance, he represented the authority of the Great Qi's Exorcism Division. To expel the malevolent spirits from the county academy and prevent both himself and the students from becoming their prey, it is essential to rely on this young man. Take me to the haunted place, Gu Su stated in a calm tone. I wish to see what kind of specters dare to wreak havoc in our esteemed Qi Academy. Zhou Jiayu hesitated momentarily, standing at the threshold, before ultimately gritting his teeth and stepping inside. Gu Su followed him expressionlessly. However, as soon as they entered, a shadow darted past them like lightning. Ah, a ghost! Zhou Jiayu exclaimed in terror, stumbling back a few steps and nearly tripping over the threshold. Calm down, Lord Zhou, Gu Su said, narrowing his eyes and speaking soothingly. That was merely a cat. I overreacted. Zhou Jiayu managed to force a smile despite his pale visage. At that moment, he longed to find a crevice to hide in. A dignified official of the Qi, reduced to screaming at the sight of a cat, such a tale, if shared, would render him a laughingstock. They traversed through the flower-adorned gate and along the corridor. The academy was enveloped in silence, the only sounds being the gentle breeze and their own breaths. In this oppressive stillness, Zhou Jiayu felt increasingly anxious, his silk robe already damp with cold sweat. He even contemplated turning back to flee from this eerie place. Yet, thinking of his responsibilities as an instructor and the safety of the students, he steeled himself and continued to lead Gu Su, hoping to provide any assistance within his capabilities. At that moment, a sudden voice resonated through the empty academy, the sound of recitation growing louder and clearer as it approached. Gu, young hero, this is the sound. Zhou Jiayu pointed ahead, stammering, his teeth chattering. But Gu Su remained unfazed. He stood still, attentively listening for a few seconds before commenting. Lord Zhou, listen closely. These spirits are reciting the 4 books with commentary. Ah, they misquoted 2 characters. Zhou Jiayu glanced at him, as if he were a creature of the extraordinary, silently lamenting, as expected of a practitioner from the exorcism department. Even in such bizarre circumstances, his focus is unlike that of an ordinary person. The source of the recitation was a lecture hall in the northwest corner. Gu Su pushed open the door and walked straight in. The room was dimly lit. Pale moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, faintly outlining the silhouettes of the tables and chairs. Let me fetch a lantern from the entrance, Zhou Jiayu suggested in a hushed tone. No need to trouble yourself, Gu Su replied coolly. As he spoke, he retrieved a small booklet from his pocket, tore out a page, and swiftly sketched several intricate symbols with a charcoal pencil. If one draws talismans without understanding, it only invites the spirits to laugh. If one knows the method, it will astonish the spirits. Zhou Jiayu stood to the side, observing him as he inscribed the talisman. In a moment of reverie, he thought he heard distant exclamations echoing from the far horizon. Upon closer examination, however, he felt as if this sound were merely a figment of his imagination, leaving no trace to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the talisman was completed. Gu Su withdrew his charcoal pencil and folded the talisman paper twice. In an instant, it transformed into a vibrant red lantern, radiating a sanguine glow. Zhou Jiayu was left speechless. As a seasoned official, he had previously witnessed other practitioners vanquish malevolent spirits, yet he had never encountered such an extraordinary and mystical spell. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxiao was no ordinary cultivator. Zhou Jiayu could not help but murmur in admiration. Such prowess was truly remarkable. Basic operation, hardly worthy of praise, Gu Su replied with a gentle smile, exhibiting modesty. Under the illumination of the lantern, several figures seated in the corner of the lecture hall came into view. They were a group of scholars, garbed in traditional robes and adorned with scholar caps. Their faces gaunt and their expressions weary, They held copies of the 4 books and 5 classics, shaking their heads as they read incessantly. At first glance, one might assume they were diligent students, burning the midnight oil in preparation for the imperial examinations. However, upon recognizing the faces of these scholars, Zhou Jiayu was once again startled into a sharp gasp. His legs turned weak, and he could only brace himself against the nearby wall to maintain his balance. It appeared that Lord Zhou had a penchant for exclamations. Gu Su glanced at him, silently assigning him a label in his mind. Meanwhile, the scholars had also heard Zhou Jiayu's voice. They set down their books and approached him one by one, performing a respectful bow. "We have seen Lord Zhou. You have worked tirelessly for us, even at this hour, concerned for our studies. Lord Zhou, I, your dull student, have failed the examination again this year. I am truly sorry for your guidance. Please believe me, in 3 years, I will surely succeed and bring honor to your name." Gazing at the familiar faces, Zhou Jiayu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and spoke. "Wei Ming, Jiang Wenyuan, He Xiaoyang, Zhu Chunhua. You all perished 8 years ago, did you not? I personally oversaw your burial and erected a monument for you." The named scholars exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused, unable to comprehend his words. Lord Zhou. Seeing this bizarre scene, Gu Su chuckled softly and clarified. "These students of yours indeed passed away 8 years ago. They have become so engrossed in the local examinations that they have forgotten their own demise, believing themselves to still be alive." Zhou Jiayu stood there, speechless and in a daze. 8 years prior, these scholars had been his own pupils. Jiang Wenyuan, born into a scholarly family, was exceptionally gifted and had been hailed as a prodigy from a young age, having topped the examination in Yichuan County. However, in the densely populated province of Jiaodong, even this prodigy from a remote county could not attract the attention of the examiners, resulting in his failure to pass the imperial examinations thrice. Once a spirited youth, he succumbed to despair, drowning his sorrows in drink after enduring relentless setbacks. Wei Ming, a simpleton from a humble background, lacked brilliance but possessed unwavering diligence, aspiring to excel in the imperial examinations to bring pride to his ailing mother. Alas, the path to success in the civil service examination was akin to a daunting bridge crossed by a myriad of soldiers. Many were not only more gifted and affluent than he, but also far more industrious. Consequently, Wei Ming faced repeated failures. After 15 years of striving, he remained a destitute scholar. He Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was a more intriguing character. Once a privileged young master from a wealthy landlord family, he enjoyed a life of indulgence and was even betrothed to the county magistrate's daughter. However, the demise of his father heralded a decline in fortune. Those once cordial acquaintances turned cold, their smiles replaced by disdainful mockery. The magistrate's daughter sought to annul their engagement, inciting his fury. In a public outburst, he proclaimed against the scorn of youth and poverty, vowing to showcase his prowess in the examinations and earn the respect of his detractors. Yet, fate had other plans. His youthful struggles morphed into the plight of a young man, then into that of a middle-aged individual, ultimately culminating in a grave on a desolate hill. All of this faded into oblivion 8 years ago amidst a catastrophic disaster. These students and their dreams were turned to dust, their arduous studies forgotten. Their names would be recorded in history only as victims of the calamity known as the Nine-Headed Serpent, a fearsome beast that had devoured many. The residents of Yishui County harbored a deep-seated hatred for it. Due to its elusive nature, it had been sealed beneath the earth by the national sage of the Great Qi with mystical talismans. Contemplating this, the instructor Zhou felt his emotions becoming increasingly convoluted. "What shall we do, Sir Gu?" he queried, casting a bewildered glance at Gu Su. "Allow me to guide them to the afterlife." Gu Su pondered for a moment before replying. "Sir Zhou, the figures you see before you are no longer the students you once taught. They are but remnants, specters birthed from the shadows of their lingering desires. While they may not harbor immediate hostility towards you, should they continue to draw upon the negative energy, their remaining rationality will be consumed by malevolence, ultimately transforming them into fearsome, vengeful spirits, endangering the lives of the county's students. The most prudent course of action would be to facilitate their rebirth as humans." Zhou sighed deeply, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. If Gu Su's suspicions were correct, the lingering souls of these scholars had suddenly caught the scent of his spiritual call. Although their reason persisted, it was evidently insufficient to resist such overwhelming temptation. Their expressions of reverence and confusion vanished, replaced by insatiable greed and madness, like famished wolves spotting unsuspecting prey. A dark mist began to rise. The surrounding malevolence surged into their bodies like a deluge. Their forms swiftly contorted and morphed, their complexions darkening to a deep shade of blue-black, fangs sprouting from their mouths. With fierce glints in their eyes, they emitted a low, menacing growl and lunged towards Gusu and Zhou Jieyu. The latter, paralyzed by fear, could no longer maintain his footing. Ah, 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 he screamed, his legs giving way, collapsing to the ground as his mind went blank. Gu, Gu, Gu. Hero Gu, save me. Help. Do not panic, Lord Zhou. Gusu replied with an air of calm. I am here. Simultaneously, he reminded himself, should I encounter this overly dramatic Lord Zhou again, I must remember to wear earplugs. At that moment, Gusu had roughly gauged the strength of these tormented souls. They were slightly stronger than mere phantoms, yet far inferior to the formidable entities known as painted skins. They were considered advanced wandering spirits, yet still fell short of the level of wild ghosts. In summary, they belonged to a category of apparitions that Gusu could easily vanquish. Such audacity! Are you eager for a sunbath? Gusu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he withdrew several talismans from his pocket, magical seals capable of subduing malevolent spirits. He recited incantations and gently cast them forward. The room erupted in radiant light, akin to the dawn breaking, illuminating all. The ominous gloom was instantly dispelled, and the fearsome remnants of those scholar spirits vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. As the brilliance faded, Zhou Jieyu sat motionless on the ground, his face pale as a corpse, still in a daze. Lord Zhou, are you unscathed? I am fine, he stammered. Gusu smiled gently, extending a hand to help the bewildered Zhou Jieyu to his feet. It must be said that the events of this night were quite difficult for the mortal Zhou Jieyu to comprehend. The sudden appearance of students long deceased, followed by their transformation into ferocious apparitions, was a scene that would undoubtedly leave a profound shadow in his heart. Gusu sighed softly, then closed his eyes and chanted the Transcendence mantra. By the decree of the highest, I command your spirits, banishing all specters and phantoms. May all beings be blessed. O unfortunate scholars, may you not endure the torment of repeated failures in your next life. After a moment, the two found themselves once more outside the county school. The night was shrouded in mist, and the autumn wind blew coldly. The moving clouds intermittently devoured and released the moon. As the efficacy of the talismans waned, the red lantern in Zhou Jiayu's hands reverted to a mere scrap of paper, which Gusu casually discarded into a refuse pile. Thanks to Mr. Gu's timely assistance, Zhou Jiayu managed to regain a semblance of composure, clasping his hands in salute as he deeply bowed to Gusu. Were it not for your extraordinary abilities, I might have perished at the hands of those specters. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Jiayu's address to Gusu had shifted from hero to Mr. in the Great Qi dynasty. The title of Mr. was not a term to be taken lightly. It serves as a title of respect towards teachers, venerable elders, or individuals of profound knowledge and status. It may also be employed to address exceptionally skilled practitioners. Evidently, Master Zhou has forgotten that Gusu has yet to reach the age of adulthood and has begun to engage with him as an equal. Lord Zhou, there is no need for such formality, Gusu remarked with a calm demeanor. As a practitioner of the exorcism office, it is my duty. However, Master Zhou appeared not to have heard his words, continuing to speak courteously. Mr. Gu, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I would not shy away from traversing mountains of blades or scorching seas of fire. Gusu smiled. Then I shall indeed rely upon you, Lord Zhou. In the days to come. As they spoke, Gusu casually surveyed his surroundings, catching sight of the western city gate, tall and imposing under the moonlight, the shadowy granary of Yishui, and the barren Xuanwu Hill. The knowledge recorded in books flickered through his mind, and he suddenly grasped a pivotal question. Lord Zhou, are you aware of why the Yishui Academy is haunted? Why is that so? Because the feng shui here is unfavorable. Unfavorable feng shui? Master Zhou replied, somewhat astonished. Mr. Gu, do you possess knowledge of geomancy? Only a smattering, Gusu answered with a smile. He then gestured towards the surrounding scenery, elucidating. Lord Zhou, observe. To the west of Yishui Academy stands the city gate, while the east is devoid of any structure, creating an imbalance. Moreover, the granary presses against the back of the academy, constraining the space behind it. The main gate faces Xuanwu Hill. You must understand that in geomantic studies, the main gate is the outlet for qi, and its position, direction, and the scenery it confronts are all intricately related to the fortune of its inhabitants. The bare peak of Xuanwu Hill is an omen of great obscurity. These factors collectively contribute to the density and energy at the academy, transforming the lingering regrets of scholars into terrifying apparitions. Master Zhou stood in a daze, taking several minutes to digest the information conveyed by Gu Su. Mr. Gu, what? What should I do? To resolve this issue, you must undertake 3 actions, Gu Su declared while raising 3 fingers. First, suggest to the county magistrate the relocation of the granary to the north. Second, construct a Jinxian Tower to the east of the academy, opposite the western city gate, to restore balance. Third, erect a 9-story Wenfeng pagoda top, Xuanwu Hill, to dispel malevolent spirits and prevent the accumulation of sinister energies. Although these tasks may seem somewhat cumbersome, they will provide a permanent solution to the haunting of the academy. Furthermore, they could enhance the cultural lineage of this area, granting Yishui the opportunity to nurture more talented scholars who achieve success in examinations. Master Zhou nodded earnestly, committing Gu Su's advice to memory. The final statement made by Gu Su resonated deeply with him. It was known that Yishui had not produced a successful candidate for the imperial examination in many years, while Yishui was merely a remote county, lacking the talent of larger cities. The fact that no one had succeeded in the autumn examinations for 3 consecutive years was indeed rather extraordinary. Zhou Jieyu has long been plagued with worry, unable to find peace in either sleep or meals. After all, he is the official responsible for educating the students. If all his pupils were to fail their examinations, wouldn't that reflect poorly on his teaching abilities? Thus, having served the Great Qi for most of his life, Zhou Jieyu remains a minor official, languishing in the 9th rank, with no prospects for promotion and occasionally facing salary deductions. However, today, his confusion was finally unraveled. It was not his teaching prowess that was lacking, but rather the adverse feng shui of the region. Zhou Jiayu mused to himself. Gu Su had saved his life this very night. If Gu Su could also assist in enhancing the literary fortunes of this place, remedying the dearth of exceptional talents, and granting him the opportunity for advancement and prosperity, he would be akin to a reborn father to him. He would even be willing to establish a long-lasting memorial tablet for Gu Su in the ancestral hall, offering incense and prayers for blessings and longevity each year. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your invaluable guidance, Zhou Jieyu said earnestly, bowing deeply. You are truly a benefactor to the scholars and officials of Yishui County. At the same time, he proposed to host a banquet at the Fragrant Pavilion to formally express his gratitude to Gu Su. However, Gu Su outright declined. He had no time to squander on tedious social engagements, as he was preoccupied with his cultivation. With a serene wave of his hand, Gu Su remarked, "Those who enjoy the benefits of the world must also bear its burdens. Those who dwell in its joys must share in its sorrows." As an official of the exorcism department, drawing a salary from the state and earning the respect of the people, I must consider the safety and lives of the populace. As long as I can dispel the malevolent spirits and prevent harm from the supernatural, I shall be content. As for any reward, it is of little consequence. Zhou Jiayu was filled with profound respect, silently reflecting on Gu Su's lofty ideals and genuine concern for the well-being of the people. In comparison, he felt his own aspirations fell woefully short. When Gu Su returned to the exorcism department, the midnight bells had already tolled. The office was enveloped in tranquility, save for the rustling of documents as Chun Jixing perused through files. To Gu Su's eyes, his superior was a true workaholic, arriving at the office just as dawn broke and only returning home in the dead of night. A sight that made the idler subordinates feel shameful. Due to the years of intense labor, Chun Jixing appeared nearly 50 despite being under 40. As usual, Gu Su approached Chun Jixing, removed his jade pendant, and reported on his tasks, subsequently earning a commendation of 40 merit points. Gu Su, your ability to conjure lanterns out of thin air is quite intriguing. Where did you learn such a skill? Chun Jixing inquired. Well, it was an accidental epiphany of mine, Gu Su replied. I figured you would say that, Chun Jixing chuckled. If every cultivator in the Great Qi could achieve enlightenment every 3 days or break through every 5 days like you, the world would have long been rid of ghosts and monsters. You flatter me, sir, Gu Su said with a modest smile. How has your cultivation been of late? I noticed you exchanged for a gathering spirit pill today. Are you planning to advance to the second realm soon? Gu Su pondered for a moment and shook his head, expressing, my foundation is still not sufficiently solid. I must dedicate more time to fortify it. The transition from the first realm, known as the Ghost Gate, to the second realm. The path of the Yellow Springs presents an exceedingly perilous threshold. One misstep could result in obliteration. Should he lack sufficient assurance, Gusu would never dare to attempt such an ascension lightly. And how confident do you feel at present? Changsheng inquired. Not much, perhaps around 90%. Gusu replied after a moment of contemplation, offering a relatively conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, Changsheng could not help but silently reflect on Gusu's unwavering steadiness. Were it anyone else, a mere 70 or 80% assurance might have driven them to recklessly pursue the temptations of greater power. The act of breaking through indeed warrants a measured approach. Changsheng nodded, approving of his decision. Subsequently, Gusu departed from the government office and returned home, ingesting a tranquilizing elixir before embarking on another night of cultivation. As dawn approached, Changsheng finally concluded his day's labor. He stifled a yawn, sipped his hot tea, and felt the tension in his nerves gradually dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself reflecting on the two tasks Gusu had undertaken earlier that day. Changsheng had to acknowledge that whenever Gusu ventured out on assignments, regardless of the formidable adversaries he encountered, he always managed to leave a profound impression. This was not solely due to Gusu's flamboyant and innovative combat techniques, but also because his thought process diverged from that of others, often discovering solutions in seemingly insurmountable situations. However, today, amidst all of Gusu's displays, it was his assertion about enjoying the benefits of the world while sharing its burdens that resonated most deeply with Changsheng. He believed it to be a principle that every exorcist should uphold. It was indeed surprising that such a reclusive youth, absorbed in his own cultivation, could articulate such profound wisdom, Changsheng mused. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he retrieved a sheet of white paper from his drawer and, with a flourish, inscribed the phrase, "Those who enjoy the benefits of the world must share in its troubles. Those who dwell in the joys of the world must bear its sorrows." Changsheng's calligraphy was upright and robust, reflecting his own demeanor, dignified, meticulous, imposing, and with a touch of rigidity. Upon completion, he gently waved his sleeve, causing the characters to float into the air, transforming into a framed piece that adorned the wall of the main hall. He hoped this would serve as a reminder to himself not to forget the plight of the common people. On the 17th day of the 9th month in the 23rd year of the heavenly journey, today marks exactly 100 days since I traversed into the Great Qi dynasty, with approximately 4,525 days remaining until the end of my lifespan. I, Gusu, am a person of integrity and by all accounts should not be keeping a diary. However, time is of the essence. I aspire to utilize this diary as a means of self-reflection at the end of each day, to avoid the pitfalls of procrastination that may hinder my progress in cultivation. In doing so, when I look back on my past, I shall not regret the squandering of time, nor shall I feel shame for a life unremarkable. Last night, I finished the last of the tranquil elixirs. Today, I completed 4 consecutive tasks, yet I only accumulated 290 merit points, which is insufficient for exchanging for new elixirs. Consequently, I refrained from cultivating all day. I bear the guilt. On the 18th day of the 9th month in the 23rd year of Changsheng, today marks 4,524 days until death's countdown. I have finally amassed enough merit points again to exchange for a bottle of tranquil elixir. Seeing my relentless pursuit of tasks, Shi Shaohan kindly gifted me 15 bottles of tranquil elixirs. However, I declined the generous offer. Such a gift is too precious. Although I, Gusu, am impoverished, I am a person of dignity and cannot easily accept the charity of a young lady. Moreover, the psychological shadow left by the binding spell of the painted skin ghost has instilled in me a profound fear. I worry that in future tasks, due to a moment's negligence, I might fall victim to the malevolent spirit's mental control and find myself powerless to escape. Thus, I inscribed 30 purification talismans in my sea of consciousness. On the 19th day of the 9th month in the 23rd year of Changsheng, cursed be fortune. This morning, lost in my cultivation, I inadvertently exhausted another tranquil elixir. Yet my current merit balance is far from sufficient to exchange for new elixirs. Therefore, I had no choice but to bow to necessity, reluctantly accepting Shi Shaohan's kindness. Alas, life is fraught with circumstances beyond our control. Regardless, I have made a note of this kindness and shall find a way to repay it in the future. On the 20th day of the 9th month, cultivation. September 21st, cultivation. September 22nd, cultivation. September 23rd, I have been exceedingly diligent. I shall reward myself with a day of rest tomorrow. Lord Chun has stated that extremes lead to reversals. One must find a balance between work and rest. One cannot exhaust oneself. September 24th, cultivation. September 25th, cultivation. Today, I inadvertently attained a moment of enlightenment, causing a surge of true essence within me, nearly breaking through my boundaries. Fortunately, I managed to restrain myself. I only brushed against the edge of the second realm without crossing into it. Lord Chun has mentioned that a solid foundation allows one to progress further on the path of cultivation. My true essence is not yet pure enough. Residual impurities still linger, and I must continue to refine and hone it. As my goal is to reach the seventh realm, I do not wish to leave any potential hazards that could hinder my future cultivation. On the 26th day, today, Lord Changsheng enlightened us with knowledge about ghosts and spirits. He stated that in our Jiaodong province, there are 3 major evil deities among the malevolent spirits. One of them is the 9-headed serpent demon, possessing 9 heads, capable of spewing both water and fire, and emitting the cries of infants. It is said to be born from the grievances of the people. As long as such grievances persist, it shall never perish completely. 8 years ago, this serpent demon wreaked havoc in Qingzhou, devouring the parents of the original host and destroying the school in Yishui. Many powerful cultivators banded together, yet none could subdue it. Ultimately, it was the Grand Master of the Great Qi who intervened, sealing it beneath the earth with talismanic arts, thus ending that dreadful calamity. The Grand Master is a practitioner of the 7th realm and a master of talismanic arts. His combat prowess ranks 2nd in the Great Qi, surpassed only by the Emperor himself. He stands as the pinnacle of my aspirations in this lifetime. Among the 3 fearsome deities, the other malevolent spirit is known as the Yishan Snow Maiden. It is said that she possesses extraordinary beauty, appearing as a gentle, delicate, and enchanting young woman. Yet, one must never judge a ghost by its appearance. The terror of the Snow Maiden is rivaled only by that of the 9-infant serpent demon. Each June, she unleashes a tremendous blizzard across the Qingzhou region, seizing the opportunity to prey upon humanity. Lord Qin further remarked that if the Snow Maiden encounters a man she fancies, she will encase him in ice forever, transforming him into a statue to be displayed in her frigid abode. Such a notion sends chills down one's spine. As a spirit summoning body, I find myself in a state of profound anxiety. I can only hope to survive until next June. As for the 3rd fearsome deity, Lord Qin mentioned that he had forgotten its name and would need to consult his records upon returning, promising to enlighten us on his next visit. Alas, a prolonged lack of rest undoubtedly leads to a decline in memory. The relentless toil of someone like Lord Chun, who labors from dawn till dusk, is truly arduous. Perhaps when the salary arrives next month, I might consider gifting him a box of walnuts. September 27th, cultivation. September 28th, dining, cultivating, completing tasks. The life of a practitioner in the demon exorcism department is thus simple, monotonous, and dreary. September 29th, I have discovered that the divination spells in this world are astonishingly accurate. Each time I venture out on a mission, I employ the 6-coin method to predict fortune and misfortune. Over the past 3 months, my divinations have never faltered. Such an occurrence can only be described as outrageous. Today, I came across an introduction to astrology in a book. Filled with curiosity, I decided to give it a try. The fundamental method of astrology involves determining a person's fate palace based on their birth date and time, and then deducing their status, character, wealth, and fortune from the ruling star of the fate palace. I, or rather, the original owner of this body, was born in the year of the metal ox, on the month of the metal rabbit, the day of the wood tiger, and the hour of the water monkey. This moment is characterized by a deficiency of fire within the 5 elements. Thus, the original owner's parents deliberately chose a name with a fire attribute. After some calculations, I deduced that my ruling star is the heavenly mechanism star. Individuals with the heavenly mechanism star in their fate palace are often intelligent and diligent, possessing strategic talents, keen observational skills, quick reflexes, diverse abilities, exceptional oratory skills, and a penchant for innovation and deviation from norms. This astrology seems remarkably accurate. However, according to the text, the heavenly mechanism star is the star of strategists. Those with this star in their fate are suited to serve as advisors, devising strategies for their sovereign and assisting them in achieving great ambitions. How could a dignified transmigrator accept a subordinate role and willingly serve another? It is a matter of pride, for within the ranks of transmigrators, one must emerge with titles such as Emperor, Celestial Sovereign, or martial monarch to avoid losing face. This thought leaves me quite displeased. Thus, I revisited the astrological calculations of my previous life on Earth, utilizing my birth chart. This time, I was quite pleased with the outcome. The presence of the Z-Way star in my fate palace, a hallmark of imperial destiny, foretold a life of commanding influence and wealth. However, the text further cautioned that such an exalted fate is often too burdensome for the average individual to bear. Those endowed with this destiny frequently suffer from ailments and misfortunes, often meeting an untimely demise. To hell with feudal superstitions. I choose to embrace science. September 30th. Today, the county's educational supervisor invited me to his home. He remarked that I had reached the age suitable for marriage and intended to introduce me to a commendable match. I declined. A woman would only hinder my cultivation. October 1st. While on a mission today, Shi Shaohan casually mentioned the political landscape of the Deqi dynasty. She noted that the current emperor was engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting state affairs. The governance of Deqi primarily rested in the hands of the cabinet and the favored Princess Zhao Ning. When I inquired further, Shi Shaohan claimed ignorance, as her father had not shared such details with her. She repeatedly emphasized that Princess Zhao Ning was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Luojing, with many young gentlemen aspiring to take her as their bride. From Shi Shaohan's peculiar tone, it seemed she harbored some discontent towards the princess. Is this the competitive psyche among beautiful girls? In a light-hearted attempt to amuse my patron, I jested, a pretty face is commonplace, but an intriguing soul is rare. Shi Shaohan queried, what constitutes an intriguing soul? I improvised, kindness, gentleness, sincerity, confidence, and a willingness to help. If memory serves me right, this archetype mirrors that of the naive yet sweet protagonists in previous novels. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaohan erupted in laughter. It appeared she resonated with my description. Truly a self-satisfied fool. October 2nd, today. The improved version of the Supreme North Polar Demon-Slaying Talisman that I crafted was officially listed in the Demon Exorcism Department's warehouse. According to Lord Chun, each time a colleague redeems a demon-slaying talisman, I would earn a reward of 15 merit points. This talisman should be the most cost-effective item in the entire department. Although it currently garners little interest, I am confident it will soon become immensely popular. I can almost envision a splendid life where merit points flow to me effortlessly while I recline at home. October 3rd. Lord Changsheng informed me that the examiner responsible for my promotion assessment had departed from the capital, Luojing, and was expected to arrive in Ishui County in 3 days. He conveyed that during the practical assessment phase, my competitor and I would enter a wondrous illusion, reliving a historical demon case from the annals of the Demon Exorcism Department. He urged me to prepare thoroughly. I began to feel a twinge of anxiety, particularly regarding my formidable rival, Ma Qin. I feared I might not stand a chance against him. October 4th, cultivation. October 5th, cultivation. October 6th, a rain fell upon Ishui County. The autumn rain drizzled gently, cleansing the dust from the eaves and infusing the air with a cool dampness. As dawn broke, Gu Su arrived at the public kitchen of the exorcism department, spending 6 copper coins to purchase a pancake and a fried dough stick. Today marked the day of his assessment. If he earned the recognition of the examiners from the capital, he would be able to shed his plain and worn blue garment for a resplendent black robe embroidered with celestial motifs, officially becoming a respected official of the exorcism department. This was a rare opportunity. Although Gu Su had been diligently practicing late into the night for several consecutive days and felt thoroughly prepared, he approached the assessment with utmost seriousness, unwilling to let his guard down in the slightest. At this moment, as he savored his breakfast, he silently recalled various ghostly cases documented in his books. His experience in slaying spirits could not compare to that of Ma Qin. To triumph in the competition, he could only rely on his knowledge to compensate for the gap in experience. Just then, Shi Shaohan suddenly appeared before him, snatching the fried dough stick and pancake from his hands. Gu Su, how many times must I tell you? Your health is poor. You should not consume such unhealthy food. Gu Su shrugged his shoulders. Then what should I eat? Fair warrior, you are participating in an assessment today. You must eat something nourishing. Therefore, I have my chef prepare an extra breakfast for you, Shi Shaohan replied, placing an exquisite food box before Gu Su. The box had 3 layers, containing fish porridge, osmanthus cake, and soup dumplings, all exuding an incredibly enticing aroma. Thank you. Gu Su looked at her sincerely. Your chef's skills are truly remarkable. Do you like it? I do. That's wonderful, Shi Shaohan said proudly, lifting her chin. I specifically researched the delicacies of Jiangnan and Nanwei for my chef to replicate. Fish porridge symbolizes prosperity, osmanthus cake represents advancement, and soup dumplings signify rising success. Gusu. You must give your all in today's assessment. Absolutely. Gusu affirmed with a serious nod. Meanwhile, Gusu's competitor, Ma Qin, had also set off early from the inn, holding a paper umbrella and treading on the damp bluestone path towards the exorcism department. Before leaving, he had carefully wrapped his head in a scarf, concealing his sparse hair and receding hairline from view. This assessment was likewise an invaluable opportunity for Ma Qin. He had prepared meticulously, hoping to stand out and secure the coveted official position, thus liberating himself from the identity of an inconsequential minor official. More than half a month prior, Ma Qin had already settled in Yishui County. However, he had not reported to the exorcism department. Instead, he had been conducting covert visits to assess the local sentiments. After all, as an outsider, he was unfamiliar with the circumstances of Yishui. This could very well become his greatest disadvantage in the competition, aside from age and talent. Gusu. Today I shall see for myself whether you are truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. Ma Qin pondered silently. Regarding the prodigious youth who achieved the pinnacle of his realm within a mere year, Ma Qin had long harbored a desire to meet him. He was undeniably curious whether this peculiar individual had grown up consuming celestial elixirs, for how else could one explain such a terrifying pace of cultivation? Moments later, Ma Qin arrived at the exorcism office. In stark contrast to the imposing entrance of the exorcism office in Qishou, the faade of the office in Yishui appeared rather modest and humble. Ma Qin stowed away his oiled paper umbrella and passed between two stone-lined statues as he entered the office. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately spotted Changsheng, the magistrate of Yishui County, seated behind the official desk. As Chun was engrossed in his work, Ma Qin refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to stand respectfully at the side of the desk, awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, he could not resist the temptation to quietly survey his surroundings, taking in the simplicity of the hall, the ceiling adorned with a plaque proclaiming to benefit the world and ensure the people's peace. On one side of the hall, a framed calligraphic piece hung, inscribed in a precise and disciplined script with the phrase, "Those who enjoy the benefits of the world must bear its burdens. Those who dwell in its joys must share in its sorrows." Upon reading this, Ma Qin paused for a moment, a flicker of guilt coursing through him. Having spent a decade in the exorcism office vanquishing demons, he had merely sought to secure his own sustenance and lead a respectable life, never concerning himself with the world's tribulations or the welfare of the populace. If this profound saying indeed belonged to the esteemed Chun, then his lofty ideals and expansive heart rendered many officials, including Ma Qin, acutely aware of their own shortcomings. After a few minutes, Chun Jisheng finally set aside the documents on his desk and raised his head, noticing Ma Qin waiting patiently beside him. "You are Ma Qin from Qingzhou?" "I am indeed." "Your Excellency Qin," Ma Qin replied, clasping his hands in a respectful bow. "The examiner from Luojing will not arrive for another half hour." "Ma Qin, feel free to explore the office in the meantime. I have official matters to attend to, and if you have no further inquiries, I shall not detain you with idle chatter." Qin's tone seemed somewhat distant. No sooner had he finished speaking than he retrieved another document from his drawer, immersing himself in its contents. "Your Excellency is truly diligent and devoted to your duties," Ma Qin mused silently, a model official capable of articulating such profound sentiments. With this thought in mind, he bowed again and respectfully exited the main hall, refraining from further interrupting Qin's focused work. A short while later, Ma Qin ventured into the inner courtyard of the office. At its center stood a pavilion, beneath which loomed a tall stone tablet. Atop this tablet were engraved 3 gleaming golden characters, "Merit List." Ma Qin knew that the merit list within the exorcism office was a remarkable artifact, capable of displaying the rankings of all cultivators within the office and updating them in real time. However, the list had limited slots, showcasing only the names of the top 10 cultivators. Given the abundance of talent and strength in Qingzhou, Ma Qin had yet to earn a place on this prestigious roster after 10 years of dedicated service. To him, every name on the list represented a figure worthy of admiration. Yishui County was a remote locale, likely devoid of many aberrations. "Perhaps, in the future, I might have a chance to be listed here," Ma Qin mused silently. His gaze swiftly fell upon the top position, where it read, "Rank 1, Shi Shaohan, Inspection Officer, for 1,140 merits." The merit count on the list was the cumulative total of task rewards over the course of a year. Exchanging merits for elixirs or magical artifacts would not alter the numbers or rankings on the list. In other words, if someone amassed 1,000 merits within a year, even if they exchanged all those merits for elixirs, their merit number on the list would still remain 1,000. It was only on the first day of the Lunar New Year that the merit list would reset to 0 and begin anew. Nonetheless, the fact that Sir Xiaohan could acquire over 4,000 merits in less than a year left Ma Qin astounded. Even in the talent-laden Qingzhou prefecture, such a figure could only be described as terrifying. How many demons and specters had Sir Xiaohan vanquished? Ma Qin could not help but gasp. Was she the one they referred to as the Ghost Bane of Yishui County? After regaining his composure, he continued to peruse the list. However, upon seeing the name in the second position, he was once again left speechless. Rank 2, Gu Su, clerk, 2,380 merits. How could a mere clerk, hardly of note, accumulate nearly 2,000 merits in less than a year? Ma Qin rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. As an 8th rank inspection officer, Sir Xiaohan's 4,000 merits was something Ma Qin could reluctantly accept. After all, higher-ranking officials had access to more significant tasks. Resolving a major case could potentially yield over 1,000 merits in one go. Yet Gu Su was just a lowly clerk, typically assigned trivial tasks with meager rewards, dealing with inconsequential specters, or performing menial clerical work for officials, scraping by with the remnants of their duties. To amass over 100 merits monthly was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that Gu Su neglected food, sleep, and cultivation, tirelessly engaging in tasks at all hours? The dilemma was, if he were perpetually occupied with tasks, how could he find time for cultivation? Moreover, achieving the first realm's perfection in less than a year was incomprehensible to Ma Qin. He silently resolved that if an appropriate opportunity arose, he would certainly seek Gu Su's counsel on time management techniques. After a moment, Ma Qin arrived at the entrance of the storeroom. The elderly custodian, engrossed in amusing a cricket in its cage, was entirely oblivious to his presence. Ma Qin's gaze fell upon the price list at the storeroom's entrance. Return to origin technique. Dog-driving staff method, bone-crushing hammer, spirit-gathering pill, all rather mundane items. Compared to Qingzhou Prefecture, in both quality and price, they paled significantly. The only line that captured Ma Qin's attention was at the very bottom of the price list. The improved version of the Northern Polar Demon-Slaying Talisman can be utilized to eliminate wandering spirits-level ghosts, priced at a modest 15 merit points. An enhanced talisman. Such an accomplishment could only be achieved by a master of talismanic arts. Ma Qin felt a twinge of surprise, unable to fathom how such an extraordinary item could be found in the humble Yishui County, and at such an affordable price. At that moment, a short, dark-skinned youth approached the storeroom's entrance and addressed the hunchbacked elder inside. Sir, I would like to exchange for a demon-slaying talisman. The elder reluctantly set down the cricket cage in his hands, retrieved a talisman from a cabinet behind him, and handed it to the dusky youth. If that is all, please make your departure swiftly. Do not disrupt my work. The youth accepted the talisman with a grin, saying, Thank you, sir. As he turned, he happened to catch sight of Ma Qin standing nearby. Excuse me, sir, are you new here? The dark-skinned boy greeted warmly, introducing himself. My name is Wang Yang. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ma Qin stroked his unkempt beard, pondering to himself. I am not yet 35. And this cheeky lad dares to call me sir. Do I truly appear so aged? Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he managed a strained smile and replied, I am Ma Qin, hailing from Qingzhou Prefecture. I do not merit any guidance. Let us simply exchange insights. Then I shall refer to you as Brother Ma from now on. The self-proclaimed Wang Yang continued. Brother Ma, do you intend to exchange anything in the storeroom? Since you're new here, perhaps you would allow me to introduce you to the items available? You are overly courteous, young man. Ma Qin shook his head and replied, I do not plan to exchange for anything. I am merely curious about the improved demon-slaying talisman you just acquired. The moment he heard the term demon-slaying talisman, a proud smile spread across Wang Yang's face as he proclaimed, this talisman was personally drawn by our esteemed Gu brother. It can effortlessly annihilate low-level ghosts, boasting not only immense power, but also an incredibly reasonable price. Outside of Yishui County, no other place offers such a talisman. Ma Qin quietly contemplated Wang Yang's words. He never imagined that within this humble Yishui government office, there existed a true master of talismanic arts. It was simply astonishing. Gradually, the sense of superiority he held as a bureaucrat from a large city began to dissipate, and he no longer dared to underestimate this unassuming county. In the Qi dynasty, individuals possessing the talent for cultivation were already scarce, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Among them, talisman masters were even fewer and mostly concentrated in the capital or other large cities, passed down through renowned teachers. After all, the study of talismanic arts was exceedingly difficult. In Ma Qin's eyes, it was something that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. In his youth, Ma Qin, too, had been skeptical of the supernatural and had once purchased a book titled Talismanic Arts Explained, From Novice to Master, hoping to achieve some level of proficiency and casually impress his colleagues with a nonchalant remark. Talismanic arts, you see, are rather elementary, once you grasp the basics. They pose no challenge. Such a scene undoubtedly exists solely within the realm of dreams. 3 days later, Ma Qin, with dark circles under his eyes, angrily hurled a detailed explanation of talismans into the hearth, cursing under his breath, "Trash talismans, ruining my youth. Just one more glance, and I will be a dog." Yet, in this world, the scarce talisman's masters possess an extraordinary strategic significance. Not only do they wield exceptional power, but they also provide formidable team enhancements. For instance, a mediocre warrior like Wang Yang, with the improved ghost-slaying talisman, sees his odds against low-level spirits increase by at least 50%. Meanwhile, a talisman master like the Grand Master of Qi can single-handedly equip an entire army. Therefore, within the borders of the Qi dynasty, every accomplished talisman master becomes a coveted target for the court in various sections. In Ma Qin's eyes, the enigmatic talisman master from Yishui County, who can refine talismans beyond their original capabilities, has clearly reached a masterful realm of understanding, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of the craft, an undisputed sage hidden from the public eye. Although he once speculated whether this talisman master could be Gu Su upon hearing the title Brother Gu, he swiftly dismissed this absurd notion. No matter how gifted Gu Su may be, he remains a first-stage practitioner, incapable of attaining such profound mastery in talisman arts. Furthermore, Gu Su is preoccupied with cultivation and missions. Even if he forsook sleep and sustenance, he could hardly carve out time to delve into the esoteric knowledge of talismans. The surname Gu is not particularly rare. It is quite common to find 2 individuals with the same surname within a single office. The Brother Gu mentioned by Wang Yang is likely an unknown reclusive expert currently residing in the Yishui government for reasons unknown, serving as a guest elder. If Ma Qin could befriend this mysterious talisman master and gain access to some talismans, he believed his combat prowess would improve by at least 20%. Wang Yang, my dear brother, if it is not too much trouble, please introduce me to this Brother Gu. Ma Qin grasped Wang Yang's hand, his expression earnest. I have read a bit about talisman arts and hold great admiration for those proficient in it. Me too, Wang Yang exclaimed, squeezing Ma Qin's hand tightly, excitement radiating from him as if he had found a kindred spirit. The person I admire most is Brother Gu. If you share my admiration, then we are destined to be the best of brothers. Just as the two were shaking hands in joyous camaraderie, Wang Yang suddenly rose on his toes, pointing behind Ma Qin. Look, Brother Gu is coming. Ma Qin immediately turned his head toward the direction Wang Yang indicated, filled with curiosity about what this mysterious talisman master might look like. At the far end of the long, narrow corridor, a pair of young men and women approached, engaged in cheerful conversation. The girl, petite with her dark hair tied high, had delicate features that resembled fresh lychee. Her black 7-star robe added a touch of elegance to her charming appearance. The boy, clad in a blue tunic and wearing a carefree cap, was tall and slender, with a fair complexion, well-groomed brows, and bright eyes that exuded an ethereal grace. The natural upward curve of his lips suggested a hint of a smile, even when he was not actively laughing. Before Ma Qin could react, Wang Yang swiftly approached the young man in the blue robe, grinning as he exclaimed, "Gu brother, you've finally arrived. A newcomer has joined our office, and he expressed a desire to meet you." Upon hearing this, Ma Qin fixed his gaze upon the blue-robed youth, his brow furrowing in disbelief. The talisman master from Yishui was surprisingly young. He found it hard to accept. If his memory served him correctly, his rival Gu Su was merely an unadorned youth. Could it be that the prodigy Gu Su and the talisman master Gu were indeed the same individual? Had this fellow, amidst his training and tasks, achieved such mastery in the talisman arts? Where did he find the time? Yet, what stung Ma Qin most was that this scoundrel not only grasped the intricate knowledge of talismans, but also possessed striking looks. Effortlessly charming, beautiful maidens, so contrary to the image he harbored of a disheveled ascetic, consumed by his studies. The thought that he was nearing 35 without a wife brought a wave of sorrow, almost prompting tears. This wretched world seemed unbearably unfair. However, adhering to the basic etiquette of the Qi government, he took a deep breath, forced himself to maintain composure, and approached the young couple to greet them. First, he clasped his fists and bowed to the black-robed young lady, addressing her with respect. "I am Makin, a humble clerk, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed one." Then, he mustered a stiff smile towards the handsome young man in blue. "I am Makin from Changsheng Prefecture. May I inquire how I should address you, esteemed brother?" The blue-robed youth smiled gently and replied, "I am Gu Su from Yishui." Gu Su. It truly was Gu Su. Makin clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to curse. Meanwhile, Wang Yang seized the opportunity to add, "Gu brother, this newcomer, Makin, mentioned he has read some books on talismans and greatly admires those proficient in the art. If you have a moment, perhaps you could exchange insights with him." "Makin has also studied talismans?" Gu Su inquired with a smile. "I know a little," Makin replied, forcing the words out. "So do I," Gu Su said modestly. "I began studying talismans 3 months ago and have only scratched the surface. I hope to learn much from you in the future." As he spoke, Gu Su's gaze was clear, his smile sincere, devoid of any pretense. It was evident he spoke not out of politeness, but out of genuine honesty. Yet, this earnest demeanor struck Makin like 1,000 blows, leaving him breathless with pain. His legs weakened, and he leaned against a corridor pillar for support. "Are you all right, Makin?" Gu Su asked with concern. "I am fine." Makin turned away, unwilling to meet that handsome face again. "I just skipped breakfast, and now I feel a bit lightheaded." In truth, he had eaten breakfast before leaving, but to preserve his dignity, he concocted a hasty excuse. At that moment, the previously silent Shi Shaohan finally spoke. "That's easily remedied. The fried dough sticks and pancakes from our office kitchen are quite delicious. Wang Yang, would you kindly escort this esteemed brother Ma to the communal kitchen? It would be unwise for him to enter the assessment on an empty stomach." "As you command, Sir." Sure, Wang Yang replied with a cheerful nod. As the morning sun ascended the eaves, the procession of examiners from Luojing finally made its way along the broad Jingqi Street, gradually approaching the headquarters of the exorcism department. The examiner, named Chu Finga, was a cultivator of the fourth realm, serving as a Longzhong at the capital's headquarters of the exorcism department in the Great Qi dynasty, holding a 5th-rank official title. The term Longzhong does not denote a physician, but rather refers to an aide or subordinate official. In this context, Chu's position could be likened to that of a secretary to the head of the exorcism department. Ordinarily, it seems somewhat excessive to assign a 5th-rank official to serve as an examiner in a remote county like Yishui. Yet, for reasons unknown, the current head of the exorcism department, Lord Luo, placed great importance on this trivial assessment, compelling Chu Finga to cut short his leave and travel to Yishui under threat of salary reduction. 2 low-ranking individuals vying for a 9th-rank official position hardly warranted such personal attention from an official of his stature. Yet Chu Finga dared not disobey the orders of his superior. The citizens of Yishui, clearly unaccustomed to such high-ranking officials, were taken aback. In the Great Qi dynasty, there exist strict regulations governing the ceremonial procession of officials. For instance, the number of bearers for a palanquin is determined by the official's rank, with variations of 4, 6, or 8 bearers depending on the level of authority. Furthermore, officials require advance heralding, with a 7th-rank official announcing 7 strikes of a gong, a 5th-rank official 9, and those of 3rd rank and above 11 strikes. Upon hearing the gongs, commoners must respectfully yield to the sides of the road, as failing to do so promptly and colliding with the procession is regarded as an affront to the court, punishable by severe penalties. At this moment, Chu Finga donned a black gauze hat and a robe adorned with 7 celestial symbols, languidly seated in a grand palanquin carried by 6 bearers. Surrounding the palanquin, an honor guard beat gongs and drums, holding placards that read "Silence" and "Avoid." Witnessing such a display, the citizens of Yishui dutifully stepped aside, bowing their heads in deference, though their peripheral vision could not resist stealing glances at the ornately decorated palanquin, filled with a mix of reverence and curiosity. Changsheng had already brought Gu Su and Ma Qin to stand at the entrance of the government office, ready to receive the distinguished Longzhong from afar. If only I could experience such a grand procession in my lifetime, I would die without regret, Ma Qin thought, filled with envy as he gazed at the 6-bearer palanquin. Such a dreadful feudal society, Gu Su remarked internally, his expression unperturbed. If memory served correctly, Cultivators of the fourth realm and above were capable of flying on swords, a swift and convenient mode of transportation. Yet here he was, creating such a spectacle to assert his status. A veritable drain on the populace and a self-inflicted hassle. As for Changsheng, he stood tall and composed, his face serene, with eyes as deep as ancient wells, revealing no trace of emotion. Moments later, the palanquin halted before the exorcism department. A servant stepped forward, respectfully lifting the curtain of the palanquin. The first sight to emerge was a boot of azure satin, its base adorned in delicate pink. Soon after, a young man, not yet 30 and strikingly handsome, emerged from the palanquin. His complexion was as flawless as if dusted with powder, his lips resembled those adorned with rouge, and his almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a flirtatious charm. A hint of languid smile graced the corners of his mouth, rendering him exquisitely refined, akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art by a court painter. This was none other than Chu Fengge, the chief exorcist. If Gusu's appearance could be described as youthful and spirited, with a touch of boyish innocence, Chu Fengge's visage was nothing short of enchanting, perhaps even beguiling. Gusu couldn't help but think that if this man donned women's attire, he would overshadow all others, becoming a source of both beauty and calamity. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Fengge raised his gaze skyward, his nostrils flaring dismissively at the gathering, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. He murmured softly, "In life, my actions are as swift as the wind. A mere glance reveals the emptiness of the world. Alone, I wield my cold sword against the heavens. Why should I feel shame as a hero is born?" Gusu was taken aback by such audacity and narcissism. "Behold, Lord Chu." The officials of Yishui County, led by Changsheng, bowed in respect. Chu Fengge, with his head held high, casually acknowledged them with a nonchalant grunt, a gesture that seemed to embody both aloofness and pride, amplified by his striking features, creating an aura of solitary mastery. "Gusu, Machin, are you present?" His voice was laced with indifference. "We are here." Both Gusu and Machin stepped forward. Chu Fengge cast a cursory glance at the two, one a weathered middle-aged man, the other a youth still reeking of boyhood. Neither appeared remarkable, leaving him perplexed as to why the chief exorcist held them in such high regard. With a dismissive wave, he summoned two attendants and instructed, "Su San, Wang Wu, I have pressing matters to attend to. The upcoming assessments will be under your purview. Shall we proceed as usual?" One attendant inquired. "As usual," Chu Fengge replied coolly. As he had previously stated, the competition between two lowly individuals vying for an insignificant ninth-grade official position was hardly worthy of his personal attention. He preferred to devote his time to more significant pursuits, such as confronting notorious specters, thereby solidifying his reputation as an unparalleled swordsman throughout the Great Qi dynasty. Contemplating this, Chu Fengge stood with his hands clasped behind him and casually inquired of Changsheng, "Do you know what the most formidable specter near Yishui County is?" Changsheng appeared somewhat perplexed, unaware of the reason behind Chu Fengge's question. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. It is the Snow Woman of Yishan, one of the three great malevolent spirits of Jiaodong." Upon hearing the term malevolent spirit, Chu Fengge's bravado wavered. Despite his usual arrogance, he was not foolish and recognized that only a skilled master like the chief exorcist or the national sorcerer of the Great Qi could contend with a spirit of such caliber. To confront it alone would be tantamount to delivering himself as a sacrifice. However, he maintained his composure and continued to inquire. And where might the second most formidable specter reside? In the outskirts of Qizhou Prefecture, at the ominous Lu residence, Changsheng recounted that this haunted house remained uninhabited. Yet it emitted peculiar sounds, melodious strains of silk and bamboo music during the day, followed by ghostly wails at night. To date, none of the cultivators dispatched by the exorcism department of Qingzhou Prefecture to investigate had returned alive. Chu Fengge silently pondered. This did not seem as terrifying as a malevolent ghost of the highest order. Perhaps he could venture forth. If he could unravel this major case, he would solidify his position as the foremost among the younger generation. No longer would the likes of Su Xiao from the Sword Pavilion, Zhao Yan from Yuzhou, or that insufferable girl Shang Wanjin be able to match his pace. After all, he possessed a protective artifact bestowed by the head of the department. Should he falter in combat, he could always retreat. With a light chuckle, he declared, "In my nearly 10 years of purging demons and safeguarding the path, I have yet to fear any specter. I shall undertake what others dare not. Leave this Lu residence to me. Master Chu's noble spirit is admirable." Machin promptly extolled. Subsequently, Chufinga lifted his gaze to the heavens and bellowed, "Sword, come forth." A beautifully crafted longsword responded, soaring into the air and hovering beside him. With a graceful leap, Chufinga alighted upon the flying sword and, harnessing the wind, vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The onlookers gazed upward at his sword-riding figure, their hearts swelling with both envy and yearning. A practitioner of the fourth realm truly inspires awe. Moreover, this Master Chu appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Achieving such heights at such a tender age foretold boundless potential. Perhaps in a few years, the great Qi dynasty would behold another pinnacle powerhouse akin to the emperor, the national master, or the head of the department. Despite the chief examiner's negligence, the promotion assessment proceeded as scheduled. The initial phase involved a theoretical knowledge examination. With only 2 participants in the promotion assessment, arrangements were kept simple. 2 desks and chairs were set up in the hall of the yamen, appearing solitary in the spacious room. All idle personnel, including Chun Jisheng and Shi Shaohan, were ushered out of the hall. Inside, only Gu Su, Ma Qin, and a few attendants responsible for monitoring remained. Ma Qin occupied one of the chairs, awkwardly grinding ink while attempting to recall his past experiences with demon slaying. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, his mind felt a blank slate. Last night's late-night revisions of numerous key points had suddenly evaporated from memory. Unintentionally, he turned his head to sneak a glance at Gu Su, who had already prepared his ink and was reclining against the chair, eyes closed in serene repose, seemingly unperturbed. This only heightened Ma Qin's psychological pressure. A quarter of an hour later, the bell tolled. The attendant officials distributed the oilcloth-sealed scroll bags into the hands of the 2 candidates. Each opened their respective bags, extracting the examination papers, silently perusing them, yet refraining from writing. The hall fell into a solemn silence, broken only by the pattering of rain against the leaves outside. Gu Su opened his eyes, beginning to peruse the examination questions at his leisure. For him, endowed with the extraordinary gift of profound memory, the theoretical examination itself was the segment where he felt the most confident. The dense array of text on the paper did not induce any agitation. Rather, it served to relax his demeanor even further. Everything was within his grasp. When the second bell tolled, the 2 began to put pen to paper. "You have the time of an incense stick," said the proctor in a monotonous tone. Upon hearing this, Ma Qin felt a sudden pang of anxiety. The time allotted, roughly half an hour, was a considerable challenge to complete the lengthy 9-page exam. He steadied himself, flipping back 2 pages of the paper, opting to tackle the simpler questions first within the limited time frame. In contrast, Gu Su remained unflustered, methodically beginning at the start and carefully reading each question. To him, every query appeared to carry a similar level of difficulty. The first question read as follows: describe the characteristics and weaknesses of the cat elder. Gu Su contemplated for a brief moment, then dipped his pen, earnestly inscribing his answer. The cat elder resembles an elderly woman with a cat's head, classified as a wild ghost level, feasting upon children. It possesses a third eye atop its head, which, when pierced, can vanquish it. He then turned to the second question: what is a pupil spirit? After a moment's reflection, he wrote, a creature born of a human's pupil. The third question asked, elucidate the origins of the ghostly entity known as Meng Shuangshi. Gu Su responded, in ancient times, there were sibling lovers exiled to Kongtong, who embraced and perished together. Their corpses, nourished by the essence of Yin, revived as one entity after 7 years, transforming into a creature with 4 hands and 4 feet, known as Meng Shuangshi. The fourth question required him to enumerate 3 methods to dispel the immortality of ghosts. Gu Su answered, the true essence fire of cultivators, metals infused with the properties of the blazing sun, and special talismans capable of harnessing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars. Having read countless tomes, his pen flowed as if guided by divine inspiration. His colleagues often remarked that Gu Su's mind resembled a vast library. In the realms of cultivation and dealing with specters, there was scarcely any knowledge beyond his grasp. However, during the examination, Gu Su felt more akin to a search engine. As soon as he input the questions, the answers would effortlessly materialize, requiring no deliberate contemplation. Consequently, his mood grew increasingly relaxed, accompanied by the sound of rain outside. The tip of his pen began to dance gracefully across the white paper, crafting elegant cursive characters. Much like his usual practice of drawing talismans, his writing was expressive, free-spirited, and unrestrained. Outside, Changsheng did not engage in his customary work at the desk, nor did Sir Shaohan venture out to exorcise any spirits, as was his usual routine. The two stood in the corridor of the government office, waiting for Gu Su's examination to conclude, while observing the raindrops cascading like strung pearls, each one striking the ground and splashing into silvery droplets. After a prolonged silence, Sir Shaohan could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired of Changsheng, "Lord Chun, do you have any idea why Lord Luo has dispatched his most trusted confidant to our Ishui County?" As the daughter of a prominent official family, Sir Shaohan was acutely aware of the esteemed position that Chu Fengge held within the exorcism department. Although on the surface, Chu Fengge merely holds the position of a fifth-rank doctor, he frequently assumes the role of the spokesperson for the exorcism bureau's leader. His every action and utterance could potentially convey signals from the leader to the public. Even Sir Shaohan's father often gauges his demeanor before proceeding with any matters. Thus, Chu Fengge's unexpected appearance in Ishui County today left Sir Shaohan profoundly astonished. "The thoughts of the leader are inscrutable, and I cannot fathom them," Changsheng remarked with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "Perhaps my repeated emphasis on Gu Su's extraordinary cultivation speed in the recommendation letter has piqued the interest of the influential figures regarding his talent. His cultivation speed is indeed unparalleled." Sir Shaohan involuntarily raised her chin. For Gu Su, gaining the attention of the capital's headquarters should not be a disadvantage. Changsheng pondered for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, the attendant of Dr. Chu just informed me that this year's theoretical examination for the Exorcism Bureau is personally crafted by Princess Zhao Ning, and the difficulty will be significantly greater than in previous years, likely featuring many peculiar and challenging questions. In the Deqi dynasty, Princess Xiao Wanjun, who governs in place of the emperor, is not only renowned as the most beautiful woman in Luojing, but also celebrated for her vast knowledge and understanding of ancient and modern lore. Although she is merely a mortal without any aptitude for cultivation, she has extensively studied the Taoist scriptures of the world, surpassing many cultivators in her comprehension of cultivation. She has repeatedly revised documents for the Exorcism Bureau and compiled numerous invaluable materials, maintaining a long-term collaborative relationship with them. No matter how tricky the questions may be, they would pose no challenge to Gu Su. Sir Shaohan, hands on her hips, proclaimed confidently, he can even grasp the arcane practices of talismans, which are often deemed inhumane. Those questions are mere trifles for him. Given Sir Shaohan's long-standing disdain for Princess Zhao Ning, she internally berated, a dignified princess of Deqi, instead of handling national affairs, resorts to crafting questions to challenge an ordinary clerk. Such dereliction of duty, such folly. Under her reign, the Grand Deqi will surely face ruin. Changsheng glanced at her, chuckling as he shook his head. In the blink of an eye, over half of an incense stick's time had passed. Ma Qin leaned over the table, having scrutinized the examination paper 3 times, completing all the questions he could easily answer based on his past experiences. He then began to ponder deeply, chewing on his pen. Within this paper, 50% of the questions pertained to basic knowledge, which Ma Qin could answer effortlessly. 30% posed a moderate challenge, requiring him considerable time to contemplate, yet he still could not guarantee the correctness of his answers. As for the remaining 20%, he could not even comprehend the questions. Each character was familiar to him, but when strung together, they became incomprehensible. In addition to various obscure and rare supernatural entities, the questions also delved into feng shui, divination, astronomical observations, and the crafting of magical artifacts, knowledge he had never encountered before. Must one truly possess knowledge of astronomy and geography to hold the position of a mere 9th-rank official in these times? Ma Qin seethed with indignation, wishing to hurl his brush forcefully at the face of the question-setter. At that moment, he could not help but subtly turn his head, curious to see if Gu Su, seated beside him, was as perplexed by the obscure and bizarre questions as he was. However, Gu Su remained focused, diligently writing with his brush. Despite appearing slender and frail, his posture was remarkably upright, his spine as straight as a pine tree. His gaze was serene, and a faint, inadvertent smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he were wholly absorbed in the joy of solving problems. Could it be that this young man had managed to tackle all the most perplexing questions? Ma Qin felt a sense of unease wash over him. The final quarter of an hour was undoubtedly the most agonizing for Ma Qin. He glanced at the extensive blank spaces on his exam paper, and then at Gu Su, who was writing fervently, and his agitation grew. He yearned to rise, submit his paper, and escape the oppressive examination hall, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. After waiting a decade for this opportunity, would submitting prematurely signify his own inadequacy? As the third bell tolled, Machin finally set down his brush, feeling a wave of relief. He eagerly thrust his paper into the invigilator's hands. Those infernal questions were ones he never wished to see again in his lifetime. At that moment, Gusu also submitted his paper. Due to the prolonged strain of writing, his right hand was somewhat sore, and he appeared fatigued. Yet, the brightness in his eyes revealed a sense of joy and exhilaration. If one were to liken the examination to a battle of wits between the candidates and the question setters, Gusu had finally experienced the thrill of encountering a worthy opponent in this assessment. The question setter was undoubtedly a learned individual, brimming with profound knowledge, casually crafting enigmatic traps that could instill a profound sense of defeat in most candidates. Yet, it was precisely these challenging questions that ignited Gusu's competitive spirit. He met each challenge with poise, consistently piercing through to the heart of the matter. The more erudite a person, the more profound their sense of solitude. Thus, Gusu harbored a faint hope that in his lifetime, he might one day meet the question setter, engaging in discourse for 3 days and nights to determine superiority. Subsequently, Gusu and Machin departed the hall together, emerging into the misty corridor. Out of a sense of decorum befitting the officialdom, Machin managed a smile and inquired of Gusu, "How did you fare, Brother Gu?" "Not too bad," Gusu replied with a slight smile. "And you, Brother Ma?" "Well, I suppose it was acceptable." At that moment, Shi Shaohan and Chen Jixing approached. Machin immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Shi Shaohan nodded in return. She then turned and handed a small iron kettle she was carrying to Gusu, cheerfully saying, "Gusu, this is a bowl of rock candy and silver fungus soup that my grandmother just made. You must be tired from the exam. Do enjoy it while it's hot." Gusu accepted the kettle with a smile, replying, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Miss Shi." Shi Shaohan made no inquiry regarding Gusu's performance, for she had always held unwavering confidence in him. Witnessing this scene, Machin's spirits sank even lower. He felt that his choice to come to Ishui County had been a monumental error. On that noon, Gusu ordered a basket of stuffed meat dumplings, a bowl of mint heart soup, and a portion of steamed flaky fruit pie at the public kitchen of the magistrate's office. As for the cost, he was oblivious, for Chen Jixing had settled the bill. "Today marks a significant day for you. You must eat well and to your heart's content," Chen Jixing said, patting him on the shoulder. "Continue to perform admirably this afternoon." Gusu nodded obediently, determined not to disappoint Lord Chun's expectations. With a little more effort, he mused happily. Perhaps he wouldn't need to spend a single coin on meals today. After lunch, the assessment of his cultivation aptitude was to take place. At that moment, the rain had ceased. Water droplets intermittently fell from the eaves, pooling into small puddles on the uneven ground, reflecting the overcast sky. The air was suffused with the fragrance of damp earth. As the aptitude test was about to commence, Gusu remained remarkably composed, for he was aware of his formidable cultivation talent. After all, it was acquired at the cost of his lifespan. However, he was uncertain about how he measured against the other prodigies of the Deqi dynasty. Nonetheless, he would soon discover the answer. Suddenly, 2 attendants of the demon-slaying department, led by the physician Chu Funga, huffed and puffed as they carried a heavy black stone, placing it in the center of the courtyard. The stone stood half a person tall, its surface smooth and rounded. "This is the Tianyan stone," Shi Shaohan introduced, standing beside Gusu. "It is a special artifact crafted from mysterious jade by the practitioners of the demon-slaying department, possessing the power to unveil heavenly secrets. Simply place your hand upon it and infuse it with true essence, and it will manifest a phenomenon." "What kind of phenomenon?" Gusu inwardly scoffed. The phenomena produced by the Tianyan stone varied in rank. The lowest is of the 9th rank, while the highest is of the 1st. Shi Shaohan paused before elaborating. The greater the practitioner's potential, the higher the rank of the phenomenon, ranging from celestial bodies and rivers to flora, fauna, and more. "Shaohan, have you ever tested your aptitude with the Tianyan stone?" Gusu inquired with curiosity. Shi Shaohan crossed her arms, a hint of pride gracing her features. "Of course, I once manifested a 4th-rank phenomenon, lone wild goose at dusk. My relatives proclaimed me an unprecedented genius within our family, destined for greatness. How could a young lady like you, who became a 2nd-tier practitioner at just 17, not be a prodigy?" Gusu instinctively flattered her, noting that the Tianyan stone seemed to possess a discerning eye. Your result will surely be no less impressive than mine. Shi Shaoan reciprocated the praise, suggesting that perhaps he might even produce a rare third-rank phenomenon. Have you heard of Su Xiao from the Sword Pavilion? He garnered attention for manifesting the third-rank phenomenon Frosty Cold of 10,000 Swords and is now venerated by the entire pavilion. And that examiner, Lord Chu from the capital, also earned favor from the head of the demon-slaying department for his third-rank phenomenon Spring Breeze for 10 miles. Gu Su silently pondered, realizing that Chu Funga indeed had the merit to be self-admiring. At this very moment, the inner courtyard of the government office was bustling with a throng of spectators. This assessment was undoubtedly a significant event in Yishui County, one not witnessed in many years. The practitioners of the exorcism division, along with the mundane officials, momentarily set aside their duties to gather and observe. Who do you think is more formidable, Brother Gu or this middle-aged gentleman from Qingzhou Prefecture? Wang Yang proclaimed with unyielding confidence. Brother Gu is the best in the world. Gu Su, you must bring glory to Yishui, shouted another individual, perched on the windowsill. I do not wish for an outsider to be my superior. Gu Su smiled silently. Moments later, officials from the capital rapped on the wooden walls, signaling the crowd to maintain silence and announcing the commencement of the qualification test. Brother Gu, may I proceed? Ma Qin inquired softly. His inner thoughts whispered of early demise leading to rebirth. He believed that as long as he escaped quickly after the test, he would not be struck down by Gu Su, who was extraordinary in his abilities. Of course, Gu Su replied readily. Ma Qin then took a deep breath, strode forward, placed his hand upon the Tianyin stone, and infused it with his vital essence. He closed his eyes, repeatedly murmuring, Supreme Haotian, Emperor Ziwei, please bless me. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he dared not open his eyes to witness the outcome. Moments later, the once silent Tianyin stone began to shimmer. On its dark surface, tiny specks of milky white light emerged, glimmering discreetly, reminiscent of countless fireflies dancing in a summer night. Seventh grade anomaly, starry night fireflies, announced the capital official in a detached tone. This result did not surprise Ma Qin, as he was aware of his own ordinariness, far from the realm of extraordinary talent. After nearly 2 decades of cultivation, he remained an unremarkable second-level practitioner. With a soft sigh, he turned and blended into the crowd. Whispers swirled around him. This person from Qingzhou Prefecture is nothing special. I believe I could perform just as well. In the Great Qi dynasty, a 9th grade qualification was deemed the lowest tier, almost devoid of cultivation value. 7th and 8th grades were considered average. 5th and 6th grades represented above-average potential. With diligent practice, one might become a capable official. 3rd and 4th grades were rarer, often regarded as core heirs by major sects and prominent families, receiving concentrated resources for their development. 2nd grade talents were exceptionally rare, with the potential to grow into the pinnacle of the Great Qi dynasty, provided they did not meet an untimely end. As for 1st grade talents, they existed only in legend. Gu Su, it is your turn. After Ma Qin exited the courtyard, Shi Shaoan tugged at Gu Su's sleeve and whispered. Gu Su nodded and, under the gaze of the assembled onlookers, stepped forward. He extended his hand to touch the obsidian Tianyin stone. It was smooth and cool, devoid of any warmth. He pondered whether the talent he had exchanged his lifespan for was truly worth such a price. As he contemplated, he infused the stone with his vital essence. The temperature of the Tianyin stone's surface began to rise dramatically. Shi Shaohan watched him intently, unconsciously holding her breath. Wang Yang stood on tiptoe amidst the crowd, occasionally bouncing up to gain a clearer view. Chen Jixing stood on the steps with his hands clasped behind his back, his pupils reflecting every movement of Gu Su. Yet his face remained as expressionless as ever. Today was meant to be overcast and rainy, with the sky shrouded in gray and the courtyard enveloped in a misty haze. The entire world resembled a delicate black and white ink painting. However, the moment Gu Su made contact with the Tianyin stone, this monochrome canvas was suddenly infused with vibrant colors. Withered branches sprouted fresh green leaves, puddles on the ground sparkled with brilliance, and even the sparrows perched on the eaves seemed to have donned pristine, beautiful feathers, chirping joyfully. Spring radiated its benevolence, and all living things gleamed with vitality. People instinctively squinted, nearly convinced that the harshness of autumn and winter had long since passed, and the brightest days of spring had arrived. The young man clad in a blue robe stood serenely at the epicenter of this dazzling light. Golden sunlight enveloped him, embracing him and guarding him, rendering him akin to a deity presiding over illumination. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yang stood in awe. Eager to compose a poem to express his exhilaration, yet lacking the eloquence, he blurted out, "Brother Gu is truly remarkable." On the other side, Shi Shaohan, hands on her hips, surveyed the astonished crowd with a hint of pride, thinking to herself, "Ah, I always knew Gu Su was extraordinary." Meanwhile, Chen Jixing wore a complex smile, his gaze reflecting both satisfaction and compassion. "Old Su, do you know what this phenomenon is?" inquired Wang Wu, the attendant responsible for overseeing the assessment, cautiously addressing his companion. The companion shook his head, replying, "I am not quite sure. I have never seen anything like it before. Perhaps we should consult some texts? As dignified officials, would it not be embarrassing to suddenly flip through documents in public? Then, should we try to contact Lord Chu? I believe we should consult the texts." The two attendants conversed as they extracted a hefty tome from their belongings, beginning to flip through it swiftly. At that moment, they were fortunate that the attention of the gathered crowd was entirely captivated by Gu Su and the Tianyin stone beside him, rendering them oblivious to the attendant's discreet actions. Minutes later, the attendant referred to as Old Su pointed to a passage in the book, exclaiming, "Found it." The text described, "As the golden crow rises, the jade platform ripples with morning light. This is a third-grade phenomenon. Radiance of the blazing sun, a third grade. It is indeed a third grade." Another attendant marveled in astonishment, utterly surprised that this frail young man was a prodigious talent akin to Lord Chu. No wonder Lord C valued this assessment so highly. Perhaps he had foreseen everything through his unparalleled art of divination. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply and announced to the assembly in a hoarse voice, "Third-grade manifestation, radiance of the fiery sun." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Gu Su slowly withdrew his right hand. At that moment, the surface of the Tianyin stone was intensely heated. The blazing light suddenly vanished, and the world around faded to a monochrome palette. The post-rain realm reverted to a black and white ink painting, gloomy, monotonous, and desolate. Upon hearing this outcome, Gu Su's expression bore none of the joy or excitement that the onlookers had anticipated. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm. For one endowed with the fleeting fate genius talent, this was entirely to be expected. In fact, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Was this all that the talent I exchanged a significant portion of my lifespan for amounted to? Just like that narcissistic Chufunga, that Chufunga was already nearing 30 and was still merely a fourth-tier practitioner. If my talent was merely on par with his, could I truly break through to the seventh tier before turning 30, even with utmost effort? He sighed softly, choosing not to dwell on the uncertain future. Indeed, Brother Gu is no ordinary person. Even amidst such monumental events, he remains unperturbed. After the aptitude assessment concluded, Wang Yang promptly approached Gu Su, saying, "Third-grade aptitude. That is something I wouldn't dare to dream of. Brother Gu, when you become a figure as significant as Lord Chu, do not forget your brothers. If you wouldn't mind, I could guard the gates of your estate." Shi Shaohan chimed in with a cheerful grin, "Gu Su, with your talent, you will surely become a focal point for Lord C's attention. Your future official rank will start at the 5th grade. Who knows, in a few years, we might have to address you as Lord Xianhu." Gu Su chuckled and humbly replied, "The future remains uncertain." Meanwhile, Chen Jixing silently observed the young ones from the sidelines, refraining from joining their conversation. As Gu Su's unofficial mentor, he recognized the formidable understanding and aptitude this young man possessed. He had assimilated the intricate knowledge of talismans within a mere 3 months, could recall the vast knowledge of the entire library with ease, and his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. The esteemed scions of those prominent families and sects would likely pale in comparison. However, Chen Jixing understood well that possessing enviable third-grade aptitude only indicated remarkable potential. It did not guarantee the individual would evolve into a top-tier master. For practitioners, absorbing the malevolent energies into their bodies was akin to a dance with death, arduous and perilous. Throughout the several hundred years of Daqi's history, countless geniuses had emerged, yet many were but fleeting blossoms, either perishing prematurely or fading into obscurity. Ultimately, those who ascended to the pinnacle and became great figures were few and far between. Like the modest goal set by Gu Su, to break through the 7th realm before turning 30, it seemed a mere fantasy. Thus, upon witnessing the dazzling brilliance of the blazing sun, Chen Jixing felt an increasing sense of regret for Gu Su. He could not shake the impression that fate had played a cruel joke on Gu Su, first opening a window of opportunity, only to subsequently seal his path to destiny. After the aptitude assessment concluded, the promotion evaluation temporarily came to a halt. The final segment, the most challenging practical examination, was scheduled for the following day. You may return to rest, remarked Su San and Wang Wu, the two attendants of Chu Fengge, addressing Gu Su and Ma Qin. Gather here at the same time tomorrow. We will arrange the practical assessment for you. Ma Qin timidly raised his hand. May I choose to withdraw early? Why? Su San inquired. I feel I am no match for him, he said, pointing at Gu Su beside him. Ma Qin had already deeply realized that his participation in this examination served merely as a backdrop to Gu Su's brilliance, his own mediocrity accentuating the other's extraordinary talent. He had no desire to endure this humiliation any longer. That is not permissible. Su San shook his head. A cultivator of Qi must not easily concede defeat. With a sigh, Ma Qin could only grimly nod in agreement. At that moment, the ambition he once held for the coveted position had faded, and he merely sought to give his utmost in the forthcoming assessment, leaving no room for regret. Subsequently, Su San and Wang Wu hoisted the heavy Tianyin stone and transported it to the official residence where Chu Fengge was temporarily staying. Old Su, do you not feel that this stone seems rather warm to the touch? Wang Wu suddenly frowned, perplexed. Indeed, Su San nodded in agreement. I recall it was always cool to the touch. Now, it feels as if it has been heated in a furnace. It won't have any issues, will it? Wang Wu asked, somewhat nervously. There will certainly be no problems, Su San replied with utmost confidence. The Tianyin stone is a treasure forged by the upper echelons of the Demon Exorcism Division using countless rare materials, renowned for its indestructibility. It has been in use for nearly a century without any anomalies. Since you say so, I shall rest easy, Wang Wu sighed in relief. 15 minutes later, the two finally huffed and puffed their way to the official residence with the Tianyin stone. However, just as they set the stone down, an unexpected event occurred. The artifact, said to be unbreakable and passed down through the Demon Exorcism Division for a century, suddenly developed a fissure. Following this, with a resounding bang, the Tianyin stone exploded, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Wang Wu immediately raised his hands. It wasn't me. Su San also wore an innocent expression. Nor was it me. If it was not you two, then who could it be? A cold voice suddenly echoed from outside. Hearing this, both men turned in unison, immediately clasping their hands in a gesture of respect. We meet you, Lord Chu. Outside the door stood the exorcist physician, Chu Fengge, a fourth-tier cultivator, leaning against his long sword. His face was bruised and battered, his hair disheveled, and his clothes stained with blood, presenting a pitiful sight that starkly contrasted with his former handsome and carefree demeanor. My lord, we saw nothing, exclaimed his two attendants, who, upon witnessing this dismal scene, immediately turned their heads in fright. Their hearts raced with dread as they pondered. Having damaged the Tianyin stone, would Lord Chu, in a fit of rage, take their heads? The headquarters of the Exorcist Division was situated on a hillside in the northwestern outskirts of the capital, Luojing, of the Great Qi. This location offered a splendid view. One could gaze up at the vast starry sky or look down upon the entire city. At the observatory of the headquarters, a figure clad in a crane cloak, hair flowing untamed, sat perched on the railing, incense burning and qin in hand. This person, slender and graceful, exuded an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being, and was none other than the current head of the Exorcist Division, Luo Chuan. At that moment, he appeared utterly absorbed in the melodic strains of the guqin, impervious to the bustling lights of Luojing or the myriad trivialities of the division. A short while later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby stairs. A young girl in a light green long dress approached him with dainty steps. Tall and willowy, with a delicate oval face and enchanting features, she possessed an alluring charm. Headmaster, Senior Brother Chu has just sent you a message via the communication jade, she said, raising her hand to her forehead and bowing gracefully to Luo Chuan. He mentioned encountering a minor trouble in Yishui County and urgently requires your assistance. This girl was named Shangwan Jin, and like Chu Fengge, she served as a physician at the Exorcist Division's headquarters. As both were nurtured under Luo Chuan's tutelage, they affectionately referred to each other as senior brother and junior sister. That rascal Chu Fengge, despite his age, still cannot find his footing and only brings me trouble, Luo Chuan sighed softly. Yet he did not cease playing the qin. Jin, please take a seat and tell me in detail what mischief he has gotten himself into that necessitates my intervention. Shangwan Jin adjusted her attire and knelt properly beside Luo Chuan, hands resting on her knees, and sweetly replied, Senior Brother Chu said that our Exorcist Division's century-old Tianyan stone, of immense significance, has inexplicably shattered into countless fragments, rendering it unusable henceforth. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan maintained his focus on the chain, his expression tranquil. Yet he did not respond immediately. The once gentle and melodious sounds of the instrument suddenly erupted like a shattered silver vase, reverberating through the night sky, transforming into the thunderous march of 10,000 iron cavalry crossing an icy river. Clearly, Luo Chuan's emotions were not as placid as they appeared. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shang Guanjin poured him a cup of fragrant, steaming tea from the teapot on the table, speaking softly, Headmaster, please do not hold a grudge against Senior Brother Chu. He is exceptionally gifted and has made remarkable progress in his cultivation. At times, he may become overly confident and forget your instructions, leading to troubles. Unlike myself, due to my lack of prowess, I can only quietly remain within the headquarters of the Exorcism Division, attentively heeding your esteemed teachings, Master. Her words, seemingly a compliment to Chu Fengge's profound abilities and exceptional talents, were in truth a veiled critique, subtly mocking his arrogance and disregard for Master Luo's guidance. Luo Chuan chuckled softly, finally ceasing his playing of the guqin. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip before saying, Xiao Jin, the recent rupture of the Tianyan stone is indeed not the fault of Chu Fengge. He simply lacks the capability. Shang Guanjin's eyes widened in surprise. Working alongside Chu Fengge under Luo Chuan, they often found themselves engaged in covert rivalries, competing for superiority at every turn. She had anticipated that the damage to the Tianyan stone would provide an opportunity for Chu Fengge to receive a scolding from Master Luo, perhaps even a few days of confinement. Unexpectedly, there was an entirely different explanation. With this thought in mind, she promptly clasped her hands in salute, requesting, I humbly seek your guidance, Master. Luo Chuan replied with an air of detachment. The Tianyan stone is an artifact for divining the heavenly mechanisms. Its rupture implies but one possibility, that it has glimpsed something that should not be seen. Something that ought not to be seen? Shang Guanjin felt a flicker of confusion. According to Chu Fengge's account, a genius of third-grade aptitude had indeed emerged in Ichue County. However, within the century-long history of the Exorcism Division, while such third-grade prodigies are rare, they are not entirely non-existent. There had even been 2 second-grade talents in the past. Yet, none had ever caused the Tianyan stone to malfunction. Xiao Jin, how long did it take you to achieve the perfection of the first realm after you began your cultivation? 3 years, Master. And Chu Fengge? 2.5 years. Shang Guanjin had long harbored a sense of discontent regarding Chu Fengge's swifter progress in cultivation. The youth named Gu Su, who had participated in the assessment from Ichue County, had accomplished this in less than a year. Master Luo Chuan stated in a calm tone, less than a year? Shang Guanjin was utterly shocked. If Chu Fengge's description was accurate, Gu Su was merely a commoner from a humble background, orphaned and without the resources to afford expensive cultivation materials. To pursue his training, he would have had to spend considerable time undertaking exorcism missions for the division, exchanging his merits for the necessary elixirs. Yet, even under such circumstances, Gu Su managed to attain the first realm with a speed that left many talented individuals feeling ashamed. Is such aptitude truly typical of an ordinary human? A mysterious smile graced Luo Chuan's face as he continued, the third-grade radiant sunlight is merely an illusion. It does not represent Gu Su's true aptitude. In my estimation, that young man possesses potential that perhaps surpasses the second grade, exceeding the limits that the Tianyan stone can deduce. The internal formation of the Tianyan stone has thus collapsed. This piques my curiosity about the brilliance he may one day exhibit upon the grand stage of De Qi. Above the second grade? Does that refer to the legendary first grade? Shang Guanjin found herself entirely at a loss. Yet, amidst her thoughts, a sense of secret delight bubbled within her. At last, someone had managed to outshine Chu Fengge in terms of talent. That insufferable Chu would likely think twice before flaunting his abilities in the future. Lord C, should we reconsider the assessment of Gu Su's qualifications? Not necessary, Lord Luo replied, shaking his head. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably bring it down. We shall publicly announce the results based on the calculations of the Tianyan stone. This serves to protect Gu Su and also prevents him from becoming overly arrogant. As for what I shared with you today, Xiaojin, please regard it as a secret known only to the two of us, to be kept buried in your heart forever. Understood, Shang Guanjin replied obediently, then inquired, moreover, Lord C, Senior Brother Chu has sent the theoretical exam papers for this promotion assessment to headquarters using the array. Would you like to review them yourself? Deliver them to the princess's residence. Lord Luo contemplated for a few moments with closed eyes before responding. I believe Her Highness, Princess Zhaoning, as both the questioner and the advocate for the reconstruction of the divine mechanism camp, would find Gu Su's answers quite intriguing. Furthermore, please inform Chu Fengge that I wish to slightly increase the difficulty of Gu Su's practical assessment tomorrow, as the long night approaches. I do not wish for the proud sons of the great Qi to be mere delicate flowers incapable of withstanding the trials of wind and rain. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanjin felt a flicker of sympathy for the youth named Gu Su. The slight increase in difficulty that Lord C mentioned could indeed bring countless talented individuals to tears, leaving them to question their own existence. One could only wonder if Gu Su would endure this arduous challenge. With that, Shang Wanjin took her leave. As she departed from the stargazing pavilion, she inadvertently glanced up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. The Milky Way stretched across the firmament, sparse stars twinkled faintly, and wisps of clouds drifted by. Only the Ziwei star, perched at the celestial pole, shone resplendently. Gu Su remained oblivious to the fact that the legendary treasure of the exorcism department, the Tianyin stone, was destined to meet its untimely end due to him. He was equally unaware that, on the morrow, during the practical assessment, he would confront a formidable trial devised specifically by Luo Si, the head of the department. This evening, Gu Su sought nothing more than tranquility in his cultivation. Shi Shaohan had generously bestowed upon him 15 vials of tranquility elixir, ensuring that his training would not be hindered by a lack of medicinal resources in the foreseeable future. Presently, Gu Su stood at the pinnacle of the first realm, the Ghost Gate, with only a step remaining to reach the second realm, the road to the underworld. The vast currents of true essence surged within him, and he awaited a fortuitous opportunity to manifest. The night swiftly passed. Gu Su noted that his supply of tranquility elixirs had diminished by 3. In late autumn, dawn arrived quite late. As Chu Fengge emerged from the official lodging, Yishui County remained shrouded in darkness. At that moment, his previously battered visage, marred by bruises and swelling, had completely reverted to its former exquisiteness, revealing once more the refined countenance of a nobleman with red lips and white teeth. In the vast wilderness, gifted cultivators who ascended to the third realm, the bridge of helplessness, had a certain probability of awakening a personal divine ability. The divine ability that Chu Fengge had initially awakened was known as wild grass. This ability endowed him with remarkable vitality and self-healing capabilities, regardless of the severity of his injuries, as long as he drew breath. He could recover to his former state in a short span without the need for medical intervention. In simpler terms, he possessed a resilient constitution, making him exceptionally tough. This, undoubtedly, was a significant asset that allowed Chu Fengge to act with audacity in his daily endeavors. However, at present, Chu Fengge's mood was far from pleasant. The reason was straightforward. On one hand, he had eagerly ventured to the Liu family's haunted residence the previous day, intending to vanquish demons and gain renown. Yet, he had barely caught a glimpse of the spectral entity before enduring a severe beating. Had he not promptly utilized the life-preserving talisman bestowed by the head of the department, he might have perished within that cursed abode. On the other hand, the head of the department, last night, had instructed Shang Wanjin to convey a message to him, stating that a youth named Gu Su possessed talents that far surpassed his own, and within 3 years, his cultivation would eclipse that of Chu Fengge. This revelation incited a fury within him. He had always prided himself on being the foremost prodigy of the great Qi, believing himself to be exceptionally gifted, destined to look down upon the world and face no rivals. If such words had been uttered by another, he would have dismissed them as mere nonsense. Unfortunately, these words came from the head of the department. It was widely acknowledged that Luo Chuan, the head of the exorcism department, excelled in the art of celestial divination. His eyes, as deep as ancient wells, could foresee the undisclosed future. Thus, Chu Fengge was unsettled. In his view, if one could not become the greatest in the world, what meaning did life hold? He resolved to personally visit the Yishui government office today to ascertain the extent of the threat posed by Gu Su, the youth who had captured the head of the department's attention to his aspirations of becoming the world's #1. Let us depart, Chu Fengge commanded. Standing tall on the stone steps with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing his attendants in a tone of indifference. Yes, my lord. Su San and Wang Wu replied with trepidation, their heads bowed. At this moment, Su San and Wang Wu wore expressions of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. How fortunate it was that Lord Chu spared our heads. Meanwhile, Gusu had arrived early at the demon exorcism office. Perhaps due to the overwhelming spectacle of the Tianyan stone's anomaly the previous day, the crowd gathered today was significantly larger than the day before. Not only the practitioners and officers of the demon exorcism office congregated here, but even the officials from the county office across the street, such as the county magistrate and the ever-excitable supervisor Zhou, set aside their tasks to come and observe. To them, it was evident that the young clerk named Gusu had captured the attention of influential figures in the capital. If all went well, he would surely ride the winds of fortune straight to success. Should they seize this opportunity to cultivate a good rapport with Gusu, they might one day find themselves in a position to benefit from his influence among the powerful. Mr. Gu, it has been a few days since we last met, and your demeanor is even more remarkable than before. Upon seeing Gusu, Supervisor Zhou approached with a beaming smile. I sensed that you were no ordinary individual when the county school was haunted that night. It appears my instincts were correct. You have indeed emerged as a true talent. You flatter me, Mr. Zhou, Gusu replied with a humble smile. Supervisor Zhou was indeed a cultured man, having once passed the imperial examination. As long as he was not frightened into silence by ghosts, his words were genuinely pleasant to the ear. Not wishing to be outdone by the jovial exchange, County Magistrate Jiang interjected. Ever since Supervisor Zhou returned from the haunted county school, he has incessantly spoken of Mr. Gu, claiming you to be an unprecedented youthful prodigy. I initially thought he was exaggerating, yet upon this meeting, I realized that you are indeed both accomplished and exceptionally gifted. Too kind, Gusu shook his head, displaying modesty and restraint. Soon after, Clerk Luo from the county office struggled through the throng to reach Gusu, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Gu is married? I happen to have a daughter at home, who recently came of age and is as beautiful as a flower. If Mr. Gu does not mind, perhaps you might consider her." Gusu glanced at Clerk Luo's shifty-eyed demeanor and thought that if his daughter were truly as lovely as claimed, her suitors would surely be plentiful. However, Gusu was currently focused on his cultivation and had no interest in the frivolities of marriage. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to decline, Shi Shaohan suddenly appeared at his side, tugging at his sleeve to extricate him from the encirclement of county officials. "I have important matters to discuss with him," she stated with an air of authority, providing a curt and straightforward explanation. "Please, proceed as you wish, Lady Shi," the officials murmured, lowering their heads. They dared not show any sign of disrespect toward Shi Shaohan, an esteemed 8th-rank inspector of the Demon Exorcism Office, known for both her formidable strength and influential background. Thus, Shi Shaohan effortlessly led Gusu to a secluded corner of the inner courtyard, free from interruption. She magically retrieved a food box from her sleeve, smiling brightly as she handed it to Gusu, saying, "Gusu, this is the breakfast I prepared for you today. Crystal dumplings, golden spring rolls, and 8 treasure rice cake, symbolizing wealth and prosperity, golden fortunes, and annual promotions. You must exert yourself in today's assessment." With an order from the esteemed official, how could he dare to disobey? Gusu's lips curled into a slight smile as he accepted the food box from her. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated his handsome profile, making his smile radiant as the dawn. Surrounded by attendants, Chu Fengge arrived in a splendid 6-bearer sedan chair, slowly making his way to the demon exorcism office. "Susan, why are there nearly twice as many people gathered here today compared to yesterday?" He leaned out of the sedan chair, gazing at the bustling crowd not far away, a slight frown forming on his brow. Susan mused to himself, "It is naturally because yesterday, the young official Gusu from Ishui showcased his talents and became the center of attention." However, he dared not voice this thought, as he knew that Lord Chu despised his subordinates praising others in front of him. Thus, Susan replied with a smile, "They have all come specifically to admire your esteemed presence, Lord Chu." Chu Fengge nodded in satisfaction, his brows relaxing immediately. The clamor of the crowd seemed to transform into a melodious symphony in that moment. Once Gusu finished his breakfast, he returned the food box to Shi Shaohan and turned to stride toward the main hall of the office. "Wait, hold on," Shi Shaohan suddenly called out to him. Gusu paused and turned back. "Your headscarf is askew. Let me fix it for you," she said hesitantly, pointing at his head. "That would be much obliged, Lady Shi." Gusu replied with a slight smile, bending down. Shi Shaohan stood on her toes and reached out to adjust his headscarf. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, as the daughter of a noble family rarely engaged in such tasks. "There we go," she said with a satisfied smile after a moment, revealing a pair of pearly little canines. A properly arranged headscarf is indeed the appearance befitting a dignified official of the Great Qi. Within the inner courtyard of the office, Ma Qin stood, using the puddles on the ground as a mirror to silently adjust his attire. He firmly secured his headscarf over his thinning hair. Reflecting on the impending assessment, he couldn't help but sigh. The youth of the Great Qi were indeed formidable. He wondered if he would ever have the opportunity in his lifetime to remove this tattered headscarf and don a majestic black official's hat. As the morning bell tolled, Gu Su and Ma Qin entered the grand hall of the office together. Chu Fengge had long been waiting for them. He occupied the central position in the hall, lounging in the grand chair that originally belonged to Changsheng, casually playing with a delicately crafted white jade pot. At first glance, he appeared aloof and indifferent, as if lost in thought. However, in reality, the moment Gu Su crossed the threshold, the corner of his eye had already firmly locked onto this exceptionally talented young man. The boy was slender and youthful, seemingly incapable of wielding even a blade or spear. Yet, the tranquility in his gaze surpassed all imagination, like the frozen surface of a lake, devoid of even the slightest ripple, even in this momentous occasion concerning fate and future. A formidable opponent, Chu Fengge silently appraised in his heart. After a prolonged silence, he lifted the white jade pot in his hand and, in a calm tone, introduced it to the two candidates. This jade pot, known as the Wengyugu pot, is a treasured artifact of Master Sisho. It possesses the ability to record the ghostly cases from the history of the exorcism division in the form of illusions within the pot. By reciting specific incantations, one can immerse their consciousness into a particular illusion within the pot and relive past cases. The cultivators at the exorcism division's headquarters in the capital frequently engage in practical training within the illusions of this pot. Your upcoming assessment will also take place within the Wengyugu pot. Such a wondrous treasure exists in this world. Upon hearing this, Ma Qin gazed at the exquisite white jade pot, marveling in his heart. Gu Su, however, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, inwardly scoffing. It seems Lord Chun was not mistaken. This so-called practical assessment is merely a foray into the illusion to clear instances. Following this, Chu Fengge gently waved his sleeve, causing two jade talismans to leap from the table and fly into the hands of Gu Su and Ma Qin, respectively. The requirements for this assessment are quite simple. Chu Fengge continued, as long as you eliminate all the ghosts within the illusion, you will pass the assessment. The incantation to enter the Wengyugu pot is inscribed on the jade talismans in your hands. Should you find the assessment too difficult and wish to withdraw, simply crush the talisman. You will then be able to exit the illusion early. Do you have any questions? Before Gu Su and Ma Qin could utter a word, Chu Fengge continued, since you have no inquiries, I hereby declare that today's practical assessment officially commences. Gu Su glanced down at the jade talisman in his hand. He observed a line of shimmering golden small seal characters inscribed upon it. All appearances are but illusions. If Chu Fengge spoke the truth, this phrase was indeed the incantation to enter the Wengyugu pot's illusion. Gu Xiandi, are you prepared? Ma Qin tightly grasped the talisman in his hand and addressed Gu Su beside him. Gu Su nodded in affirmation. The two then sat cross-legged on the spot and softly recited the incantation inscribed on the talisman. The translucent and exquisite Wengyugu pot suddenly radiated a milky white glow. Ethereal melodies began to echo faintly in their ears. Gu Su slowly closed his eyes as his consciousness gradually sank into darkness, akin to entering a blissful dream. After a considerable time, flickers of light emerged in the darkness. The illumination then expanded, like ripples on the surface of a lake, engulfing Gu Su's entire field of vision. He blinked and finally discerned the scenery before him. A river of mist and water reflected the clear haze, with houses lining the banks like painted eaves. Boats floated across the horizon, and wine flags fluttered in the breeze. Verdant willows provided shade, and peach blossoms bloomed brilliantly, composing a fresh and beautiful Jiangnan landscape. It appeared as a marvelous celestial realm, rendering it almost unbelievable that such a place truly existed. This was entirely unlike the scene Gu Su had envisioned. He had initially presumed that the practical assessment's illusion would resemble the haunted Wang family's mansion, with its somber atmosphere and ghostly apparitions, instilling a sense of dread. To his surprise, it was filled with the vibrant essence of spring. The unusual circumstances hinted at something sinister. Gusu did not let his guard down. Instead, he became increasingly cautious. Instinctively, he reached for his pocket, only to discover the absence of the various talismans he typically carried. The small notebook he used for recording experiments was nowhere to be found, nor were the porcelain vials containing elixirs. The only item remaining was the jade talisman gifted to him by Chufinga. It appeared that this phantasmagorical realm permitted only the entry of one's consciousness, rendering weapons and magical artifacts inoperable. He mused silently. This undoubtedly implied that many of his hidden cards could not be utilized within this illusion. Fortunately, as a talisman practitioner, as long as he had paper and pen, coupled with ample time, he could continuously produce new talismans. Meanwhile, beside him, Machin lamented, "I too was unable to bring my beloved blade." As a sword practitioner, he felt as though he had lost an arm, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. Gusu and Machin walked along the riverside path in this bustling Jiangnan town, a place that seemed to be encapsulated in a dreamlike state. The sun hung motionless in the azure sky, casting its golden rays upon the earth. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the countenance of youth, leisurely fished by the water, while an elegant lady diligently washed clothes nearby. The tavern's attendants vociferously called out, eagerly beckoning passers-by. Everything appeared vibrant and prosperous, almost too splendid to be real. Lord Chu had just mentioned that the illusions within the Wengu who recorded actual events that had transpired. As they walked, Gusu turned to Machin and inquired, "If that is the case, Brother Ma, can you discern which town this is within our great Qi?" Machin shook his head, responding, "I cannot recognize it. I have never ventured beyond the bounds of Jiaodong province. In my understanding, all towns in Jiangnan bear the same semblance." Gusu continued, "This is a vanished town, Taoyuan town. A decade ago, a fisherman stumbled upon this settlement amidst the peach blossoms, leading the great Qi dynasty to incorporate it into its administrative realm. In the ensuing years, numerous outsiders, including officials from the Exorcism Bureau, mysteriously disappeared here, leaving no trace behind. Yet, paradoxically, Taoyuan town's expanse continued to grow, and its population swelled. Until 5 years ago, when the town was inexplicably obliterated by a meteorite, leaving no survivors. Since then, this once thriving town has ceased to exist. How did you deduce that?" Machin gazed at him in astonishment. During yesterday's theoretical examination, Machin had already discerned that Gusu, despite his youth, was well-versed in various texts and had a wealth of knowledge. However, he had not anticipated that Gusu would remember such obscure details with such clarity. Gusu replied, "The tomes in the Exorcism Bureau's library record that the attire of Taoyuan town's residents, at first glance, resembles that of the outside world. Yet it is actually reminiscent of styles from 50 years ago. For instance, while our current garments predominantly feature stand-up and round collars, the townsfolk favored the lapel collars that were fashionable half a century ago. Additionally, whereas our long robes have side slits, the men of Taoyuan town wore theirs without slits. Furthermore, the architecture in Taoyuan town fundamentally violates feng shui principles. Many buildings possess sharp angles, which are deemed inauspicious. The presence of a well in the northeast corner of a residence signals a lack of descendants, and windows in courtyard walls, known as leakage windows, can cause good fortune to escape, inviting misfortune. Machin surveyed the surroundings, comparing the landscape and the attire of the pedestrians to Gusu's descriptions, and realized that Gusu's observations were indeed accurate. "You have a keen eye, Guxiandi," he praised earnestly. "Merely basic observations," Gusu replied with a faint smile. After a brief pause, he pointed to the crowd and the buildings around them, saying to Machin, "Lord Chu also mentioned that as long as we eliminate all the specters within this illusion, we will pass the examination. Brother Ma, can you take another guess at where the specters might be hiding in this illusion? I feel that all the residents of this town seem rather peculiar." After listening to Gusu's introduction, Machin's mood suddenly turned tense, and I shared the sentiment. Gusu patted his shoulder, offering comfort. At that moment, the distant sound of temple bells echoed, lingering in the air. A black-sailed boat drifted slowly across the river. The boatman, while maneuvering the pole, sang joyfully. A group of children, clad only in shorts and bare-chested, laughed as they jumped one after another into the water to play. An elderly woman argued with a vegetable vendor over the sudden price increase of greens. The waiter from a nearby eatery rushed over to them, his eyes fixed eagerly on Gusu, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, "Sir, have you dined yet? Our establishment is renowned for its fine wine and braised pork, praised by all who have visited." Meanwhile, Ma Qin stood entirely overlooked, observing the waiter's beaming face. Ma Qin couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This fellow Gu Su is indeed handsome and quite charming. Yet, how is it that even his peers are so eager to fawn over him? Nevertheless, he thought, why not indulge in a taste of this place? Gu Su glanced at Ma Qin and nodded with a smile before stepping through the doorway of the eatery. Ma Qin hesitated momentarily, pondering whether it was wise to enter a seemingly haunted town like Taoyuan. However, recalling Gu Su's vast knowledge, he considered that perhaps there was a plan in mind. After all, Ma Qin had long abandoned any aspirations for official positions. Even if they were ensnared by malevolent spirits, he could still shatter the jade talisman and escape the illusion. Thus, he chose to follow in Gu Su's footsteps. In the hall of the yamen, Chu Fengge lounged languidly in a grand chair, propping his chin on his hand. He cast a glance at Gu Su and Ma Qin, who were meditating in a corner, then shifted his attention to the warming pot before him. At that moment, a clear image emerged on the surface of the jade vessel, revealing every action of Gu Su and Ma Qin within the illusion. To his surprise, the Lord of the Office had specifically requested Gu Su to undertake an assessment in Taoyuan. As he watched the unfolding scene, jealousy bubbled within Chu Fengge, who mused, even if he is a once-in-a-century talent of De Qi, surely they cannot have this much confidence in him. Yet, he also found a sense of schadenfreude, anticipating whether Gu Su would meet the same misfortunes he had experienced in the Taoyuan illusion years ago. Back then, when Chu Fengge was merely a first-stage cultivator, he too had entered the Taoyuan illusion. Trapped for 3 days and nights in the town that offered no escape, he had battled the endlessly resurrecting spirits time and again, until he was battered and drained of his true essence. Yet he failed to unveil the truth or discover a way out. The Lord of the Office has wronged me. These spirits cannot be vanquished, he had shouted in frustration. Ultimately, it was the Lord of the Office who, seeing his weakened spirit, retrieved him from the pot. This experience, over the course of the following months, became an indelible shadow lurking deep within his heart. He gleaned a profoundly significant lesson from it. Seeing is not always believing. However, his nemesis, Shangwan Jin, managed to unravel the situation in less than a day. Upon emerging from the illusion, she incessantly flaunted her triumph in front of Chu Fengge. Senior Chu, your talents are remarkable, and your cultivation is profound. I am thoroughly impressed, she chirped with her melodious voice on more than one occasion. Yet, she added, in Taoyuan town, mere brute strength is insufficient. One must also engage the mind. The implication of her words was unmistakable. Senior Chu, you lack intellect. Chu Fengge was furious at that moment. However, as the vanquished, he could not argue with Shangwan Jin and could only stew in his frustration. I wonder if this exceptionally gifted Gu Su possesses an adequately clever mind. Chu Fengge stifled a yawn and continued to gaze at the image on the kettle. Just yesterday, Lord Si had sent him a message informing him that Princess Zhao Ning proposed the reconstruction of the Divine Mechanism Camp. Her proposal had garnered support from both the cabinet and the exorcism department, and they were now covertly scouring the nation for talent. Chu Fengge recalled that many years ago, the Divine Mechanism Camp had been a gathering place for the nation's finest, a coveted honor for the young cultivators of De Qi. However, following a devastating battle, the camp was utterly annihilated, leaving an indelible scar on the history of De Qi. It seemed that tranquility would soon elude De Qi, Chu Fengge mused. Yet perhaps this would also present an opportunity for me, Chu, to soar to fame and fortune. In Luo Jing, at the headquarters of the exorcism department, Chief Exorcist Luo Chuan sat cross-legged at the stargazing platform. Shangwan Jin, dutifully kneeling beside him, poured tea for him. Before them lay a simple copper mirror, which displayed the images of Gu Su and Ma Qin in Taoyuan town. Shangwan Jin gazed intently at Gu Su's figure in the mirror for a long while, unable to restrain her admiration. He is truly handsome. Luo Chuan cast her a sidelong glance, inwardly sighing in resignation. Child, your focus is misplaced. Upon entering the restaurant, Gu Su and Ma Qin settled at a table by the window. Outside, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, resembling fiery clouds ablaze. The sunlight bathed the peach trees, casting a still shadow upon the ground. The proprietor, a kindly old gentleman, approached with a cane as soon as he spotted the newcomers. His face adorned with a warm smile as he enthusiastically recommended the house specialties. Young man, seeing you so slender, you ought to indulge in some braised pork to bolster your health, he remarked, observing Gu Su's lean visage with a tone of genuine concern. Afterward, your days will surely be prosperous. And do not overlook our renowned green rice balls, sweet yet not cloying, rich yet not greasy. They are a favorite among the youth like yourself. Oh, and our osmanthus wine should not be missed. A scholar once penned a line about it. Osmanthus wine mingled with peppery essence, brewing fragrant aromas, and it possesses therapeutic properties beneficial for your health. Gusu listened attentively, nodding in agreement, his face illuminated with a smile. In contrast, Ma Qin's expression grew somewhat strained. Once again, he felt overlooked. To the residents of Taoyuan town, it seemed as though only Gusu existed, with no regard for his presence. When the old gentleman concluded his recommendations, Gusu politely replied, "Then we shall have a plate of braised pork, a serving of stir-fried yellow bean sprouts with tofu, a pot of osmanthus wine, 2 green rice balls, and 2 bowls of mixed grain rice. Thank you for your efforts." "Certainly," the old man replied with cheerful promptness, his gaze towards Gusu growing ever warmer and more affectionate, akin to that of a loving grandfather. Moments later, he brought the osmanthus wine to the table. How delightful! Gusu inhaled deeply, seemingly entranced by the exquisite aroma of the wine. Eagerly, he seized the wine jug to pour a glass for himself. What a lovely, obedient child! The old gentleman chuckled. Observing this scene from across the table, Ma Qin frowned. If his senses were not deceiving him, the so-called osmanthus wine actually emanated an unpleasant sour odor. Was Gusu's sense of smell impaired, or was he merely putting on an act? Ma Qin suddenly felt himself struggling to keep pace with Gusu's thought process. At that moment, as Gusu poured the wine, his hand trembled slightly, causing some of the liquid to spill onto the table. "Young man, be cautious while pouring," the old man exclaimed, immediately fetching a cloth to clean the surface, lamenting the waste of such fine wine. "Allow me to handle it." Gusu smiled, taking the cloth from the old gentleman's hands. His smile radiated like the gentle morning light, pure, pristine, and brimming with youthful exuberance. Everyone in the restaurant instinctively turned to gaze at him, their faces reflecting a nearly identical expression of rapture. Though Gusu was indeed handsome, it hardly seemed sufficient to captivate the masses to such an extent. Witnessing this peculiar sight, Ma Qin felt a sudden tension in his chest. Why did the residents of Taoyuan town, regardless of age or gender, appear so enamored with him? Ma Qin could not help but quietly cultivate his true essence within. Without any weapons on him, his combat prowess significantly diminished. However, as a practitioner of the demon exorcism division, he would decisively act should any unusual occurrences arise. Subsequently, the waiter continued to bring the remaining dishes to the table. Ma Qin felt an oddity about the food, yet he could not pinpoint what precisely felt amiss. "Brother Ma, do you find the dishes here somewhat peculiar?" Gusu inquired with a knowing smile, seemingly guessing his thoughts. Ma Qin nodded honestly. "If you pay close attention to the dishes recommended by the proprietor, you will notice that their variety bears a striking resemblance to the offerings made during the Qingming festival," Gusu elucidated. "For instance, this osmanthus wine, poetry states, with fragrant dishes steamed, on orchid mats laid, we present osmanthus wine and pepper paste. To send off, we offer osmanthus wine, bowing and dancing to calm the soul." Perhaps such customs do not exist in our Qingzhou prefecture, but in the Jiangsu region, osmanthus wine is indeed a common sacrificial item. Furthermore, the sautéed yellow soybean sprouts with oily tofu, vegetable soup, braised pork, braised yellow fish, and steamed goose. All these are quintessential Qingming offerings. As for these green rice balls and assorted grain rice, they are commonly found as grave offerings in the Jiangnan region. At this point, Gusu propped his chin on his left hand, elbow resting on the table, and playfully brandished a pair of chopsticks at the food. "Brother Ma, would you care to sample any? After all, we find ourselves in an illusion. Everything you see is but an illusion." Ma Qin immediately shook his head, declaring, "I shan't partake in anything false." He regarded the chopsticks in Gusu's hand with a wary gaze, thinking, surely, you do not intend to make a move on this food. Observing Ma Qin's reaction, Gusu set down the chopsticks and chuckled. He thought to himself that this brother Ma was indeed a serious and honest fellow, and it was quite amusing to tease him. Thus, the two sat in silence within the restaurant, allowing the dishes to gradually cool. The osmanthus wine, spilled across the table, dripped steadily onto the floor, slowly seeping through the cracks of the tiles. In the following time, the restaurant became increasingly crowded and lively, filled with the clamor of voices. The proprietor, leaning on a cane, busily navigated between tables, thoroughly engaged in his duties. "Boss, I heard that you have new dishes today?" A patron asked the owner. "New dishes, indeed. The owner casually glanced towards the table where Gusu and Makin sat, licking his lips. I apologize, dear customer, but you will have to wait a little longer. The patron's expression revealed some dissatisfaction. After years of feasting on chicken, duck, fish, geese, grains, and green rice balls, I am growing weary. I long to taste something fresh and savory. The proprietor repeatedly apologized, assuring that the new offerings would be truly exceptional and promised that patience would yield satisfaction. A few minutes later, the proprietor returned with a menu and entered the kitchen. When he re-emerged, he wielded a gleaming butcher's knife, heading straight towards Gusu and Makin. Young man, why do you hesitate to pick up your chopsticks? The proprietor, still wearing a benevolent smile, kindly inquired of Gusu. Is it because you find our cuisine unsatisfactory? No sooner had he spoken than the nearby wait staff, busy with their tasks, gathered around, wielding knives, chopsticks, or forks, their faces adorned with unsettling smiles. Faced with the abrupt turn of events in the restaurant, Machin felt every nerve in his body tense up. During his conversation with Gusu, he had already come to the realization that this peach blossom town was fundamentally a ghost town. On one hand, the architecture was steeped in superstitions, causing a gathering of ominous energies that rendered it unsuitable for human habitation, yet it served as a sanctuary for spirits. On the other hand, the food sold in the restaurant was composed of offerings typically found in rituals. Thus, the patrons and staff within could not possibly be living beings. Now, these spectral entities were poised to turn their wrath upon the two outsiders. Machin had anticipated this moment. As the owner was about to swing a butcher's knife at them, he resolved to strike first. Although he had little hope of securing an official position, he believed that the influential figures from the capital were observing his performance from beyond the illusion. It was acceptable that he was slightly less adept at unraveling mysteries than Gusu. After all, the mind of youth often outmatches that of age. However, if he were to cower behind Gusu even in combat, those from the capital might deem him a mere idler, lacking any prospects for advancement. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to showcase his abilities was essential. With this thought, Machin abruptly rose, pushed the table aside, clenched his fists, and struck towards the proprietor, who brandished the butcher's knife with a sinister smile. This was the rock fist, a low-grade martial art he had practiced, worth 600 merit points. Although Machin excelled in swordsmanship, there were occasions when he could not carry a blade with him, prompting him to exchange for a technique of unarmed combat for self-defense. Now, it was proving invaluable. His fist, along with his entire arm, gradually transformed into a solid stone-like substance. Behind him, the ethereal silhouette of a small mountain emerged. Bang! At the moment of impact between the stone fist and the butcher's knife, a resounding clang echoed throughout the restaurant. Subsequently, the knife in the proprietor's hand was marred by visible cracks, as if it had turned into fragile porcelain, shattering into pieces. In that instant, Gusu sensed the immense power contained within Machin's fist. It was the profound essence characteristic of a practitioner at the second realm. He silently pondered whether he would possess such formidable strength upon breaking through his own boundaries. Yet, the spirits were evidently not willing to relent. Seeing the butcher's knife shattered, the owner discarded the bare handle onto the ground and brandished his cane, aiming a fierce blow towards Machin's head. The surrounding attendants, undeterred, seized pots, pans, knives, forks, and chopsticks, converging upon Machin in a frenzied swarm, encircling him completely. The patrons within the restaurant rose in unison, hurling cutlery and remnants of their meals towards Machin, while vociferously cheering for the staff, as if they were witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. In the midst of such chaos, Machin silently cursed. These specters, unable to confront me individually, resort to mobbing. How utterly lacking in decorum. Although the rock fist technique boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering Machin nearly invincible in one-on-one combat, it ultimately possessed only single-target attack potential and could not inflict area damage. This predicament meant that facing over a dozen apparitions while dodging the projectiles of dinnerware thrown by the diners was quite a strenuous endeavor for Machin. He had fully petrified his arms with the rock fist, his cunning strategy being, as long as I can endure the relentless onslaught from all directions, allowing these specters to tire themselves out striking me, I shall dispatch them one by one. However, at that moment, an altered egg flew in from an unknown source, striking Machin squarely on the head, most likely a long-standing offering laid before the grave. The egg white mixed with yolk trickled down Machin's cheek, exuding a foul stench. The specters in the restaurant erupted in a cacophony of chilling laughter. While the assault lacked lethality, its insult was profound. Makin, incensed, exclaimed, "Gushindi, are you not going to intervene?" He shouted to Gu Su, who sat leisurely at the dining table. At this juncture, Makin had relinquished any thoughts of bravado. Yet, inexplicably, he harbored a profound confidence in Gu Su. Perhaps it was due to Gu Su's calm demeanor and assuredness since entering the illusion. Despite being a whole realm beneath him in cultivation, Makin felt Gu Su must possess a means to contend with the horde of specters. With a smile gracing his lips and a tranquil gaze, Gu Su replied in a relaxed tone, "Do not fret, Brother Makin. I shall take care of everything." He then rose gracefully, surveying the room filled with specters, and politely stated, "Dear folks of Taoyuan Town, I deeply appreciate your generous hospitality today. The aroma of your food and fine wine evokes a sense of warmth within me. However, I must now express my sincerest apologies, for from this moment forth, this welcoming establishment shall cease to exist." As his words fell, the specters surrounding Makin suddenly turned their gazes towards him, their eyes glinting with greed, coldness, and malice. As if tangible, yet Gu Su remained unperturbed, exuding an air of composure. "Have you heard of the Supreme North Polar Demon-Slaying Talisman?" He chuckled lightly, pausing for a heartbeat before continuing. "No? No matter. The stage is now set, and soon you shall witness its magnificent brilliance." At this pronouncement, Makin felt perplexed. He was aware that Gu Su was a skilled talisman master. However, this illusory realm was a domain of consciousness, and weapons, including talismans, could not be brought within its confines. During the time spent in the realm of illusion, Gu Su found himself without pen or paper and was unable to sketch talismans on a whim. So, where did his ghost-slaying talisman originate? Could it be that Gu Su possessed the ability to conjure a prison to subdue malevolent spirits, akin to the great master of the Qi Kingdom, using the heavens as his canvas and true essence as his ink? However, after a brief moment, Ma Qin discovered the answer. He heard Gu Su softly reciting a familiar incantation to exorcise ghosts. 5 stars illuminate. Light shines on the profound nether. Thousands of deities and saints, protect my true spirit. He observed radiant light seeping from beneath the floorboards, as if golden ink flowed across rice paper, outlining intricate, enigmatic runes of unique beauty. It struck him like a thunderclap in his mind. Ma Qin gaped, smiting his thigh with his right hand. The spilled osmanthus wine. This was the crux of the matter. It turned out that Gu Su had already devised a strategy to confront the supernatural upon entering the tavern. His prolonged silence and patience had been a guise to prepare for this decisive strike. Ma Qin couldn't help but recall the scene just moments ago. Gu Su engaged in cheerful conversation with the tavern owner, resembling a pair of blissful grandparents. He then took the wine jug from the owner, intending to pour himself a drink. His hand inadvertently trembled, causing the wine to splatter from the table onto the floor. Utilizing the power of true essence to manipulate objects without physical contact, limited to small, lightweight items, was a fundamental skill every practitioner knew. Thus, for Gu Su, directing the flow of liquid with true essence was no arduous task. Just moments before, Gu Su appeared to be lost in thought while indifferent to Ma Qin's dire predicament under attack. Yet, in reality, he had transformed the tavern into a talisman against evil spirits, using the ground as his canvas and the spilled osmanthus wine as his ink. This was what Gu Su referred to as his stage. This was the lethal move he had meticulously orchestrated. Contemplating this, Ma Qin felt a tumult of emotions. He had once marveled at Gu Su's terrifying pace of cultivation and envied his extraordinary talent that astonished the entire exorcism department. Ultimately, he believed these were gifts bestowed by heaven. Ma Qin had at times thought that, if he possessed equal talent, he might not fall short of Gu Su. Yet now, he realized that Gu Su's true strength lay not in his exceptional gifts, but in his unwavering composure, regardless of how perilous the situation became. Coupled with his astounding intellect and unconventional thinking, which allowed him to devise unexpected paths to victory. Could this individual truly be only 17? The more Ma Qin pondered, the more incredulous he felt. As Gu Su chanted the exorcism spell, the temperature in the room gradually rose, and the light emanating from the floor became increasingly radiant. The spirits present evidently sensed the looming threat of death. They disregarded Ma Qin, whose face was smeared with egg whites, and emitted deep growls, brandishing an array of kitchen utensils as they surged towards Gu Su like a tide. Yet Gu Su remained unfazed, skillfully evading while continuing to recite the incantation. Since his battle with the skin-wearing specter last month, Gu Su has come to a profound realization. When confronting those tenacious and resilient apparitions, the efficacy of the enhanced demon-slaying talisman still falls short. Consequently, during this recent period, he has diligently trained while also endeavoring to develop a more lethal third-generation demon-slaying talisman. Although it remains a work in progress, fraught with imperfections, it is evidently sufficient to combat these malevolent entities. After all, he has infused nearly 90% of his true essence into this talisman, crafted from fragrant. The momentous surge of destructive energy it unleashes is something the present demons cannot withstand. 5 days of torment, annihilation of form. Wherever it manifests, all deities must pay homage. With urgency, as commanded. Upon uttering the incantation, the entire restaurant ignited in golden flames, reminiscent of the eastern wind blossoming 1,000 trees in the night. The brilliance cascaded like falling stars, creating a cacophony akin to a fiery assault. The figures of the demons contorted and melted in the blinding light, akin to paper effigies tossed into a furnace, accompanied by their anguished wails as they transformed into mere ashes upon the ground. Gu Su stood serenely at the epicenter of the blaze, his complexion rendered exceptionally pale due to the substantial depletion of his true essence. Yet, his gaze remained tranquil, and a slight smile graced his lips, as if he were entranced by the resplendent spectacle before him. Truly beautiful, he murmured softly, turning his head. His brows arched in amusement as he regarded his companion, Ma Qin. Brother Ma, what do you think of today's performance? Ma Qin inhaled deeply, genuinely impressed. Absolutely magnificent. This is artistry. Gu Su appeared exceedingly pleased with the results of the refined demon-slaying talisman. Although Ma Qin had long recognized that Gu Su was no ordinary practitioner of the first realm, the sudden eruption of terrifying energy witnessed in the flames left him profoundly awestruck, even instilling a faint sense of threat within him, a practitioner of the second realm. Should this demon-slaying talisman prove effective against humans as well? Could Myrock Fist withstand such an overwhelming assault? Ma Qin could not ascertain. He resolved that upon leaving the illusion, he would visit the demon-slaying treasury in Yishui to exchange for several demon-slaying talismans. Remarkably, they were priced at merely 15 merits each, an extraordinary bargain indeed. In the hall of the demon-slaying office in Yishui County, Chu Fengge lounged in a grand chair, legs crossed, intently fixated on the images displayed on the Wongu kettle. Upon witnessing Gu Su's silhouette amidst the dazzling flames, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A practitioner of modest rank like Ma Qin might not grasp how Gu Su could forge such fearsome demon-slaying talismans. However, the self-proclaimed genius, Chu Fengge, immediately discerned that Gu Su's true essence was far more refined and pure than that of most practitioners in the first realm. It is well known that the true essence of practitioners from the great wilderness is cultivated from the essence of Yin. During this process, the malevolent energy is seldom purified to perfection. Even the most advanced techniques inevitably leave behind some impurities. The impurities possessing a chilling attribute may, to a considerable extent, become shackles for the cultivator's future strength, even posing latent dangers. They also introduce significant risks during the cultivation breakthrough process. Chu Fengge is comparatively fortunate. Under the direct tutelage of Luo Chuan, the head of the Demon Exorcism Division, he has been nurtured while practicing the exquisite technique, Starry Sky Method, which Luo Chuan himself created. The rarity of superior techniques lies in their encapsulation of the profound insights of top-tier experts regarding the principles of the universe. Moreover, they are markedly more efficient in purifying true essence than ordinary methods. One of the advantages of the Starry Sky Method is its ability, after nightfall, to harness the light of the stars to assist cultivators in cleansing the lingering malevolent energy within their meridians. Consequently, Chu Fengge, who practices the Starry Sky Method, possesses a far more refined true essence than the average cultivator. This allows him, despite being merely at the peak of the fourth realm, to contend with those newly entering the fifth realm. Although Chu Fengge is reluctant to admit it, he can distinctly sense that Gu Su's level of true essence refinement is no less than his own, who practices the Starry Sky Method. Su-san, do you know what technique Gu Su practices? With this thought, Chu Fengge turned to his attendant Su-san and inquired. Reporting to you, my lord. According to the records in the Yishui Demon Exorcism Division archives, Gu Su cultivates the Returning Essence Method. Su-san respectfully responded. The Returning Essence Method. That pedestrian technique that every cultivator in the Great Qi possesses? A method worth merely 500 merit points, utterly unremarkable and devoid of any special efficacy? How can that be? Chu Fengge coldly retorted. My subordinate dares not deceive you. Su San immediately bowed his head, trembling as he replied, but the records do state this. Chu Fengge snorted, finding the situation exceedingly absurd. Casually, he cast a glance at Gu Su, who was meditating in the corner, feeling an increased wariness towards the young man. At the headquarters of the Demon Exorcism Division, on the star observation platform, Luo Chuan, the head of the division, gazed at Gu Su's figure in the bronze mirror, offering a faint appraisal. He truly possesses remarkable composure. As a top-tier expert of the Great Qi dynasty, Luo Chuan could easily discern that Gu Su's pure and refined true essence resulted from his continuous suppression of his realm and repeated honing. In his view, although Gu Su boasts exceptional talent, his ability to resist the allure of breaking through and diligently solidifying his foundation is highly commendable. Nowadays, most young individuals are prone to lofty aspirations and impatience for success. Few can emulate Gu Su's steady and methodical approach. Beside him, Shang Wanjin nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains, affirming, what the head says is indeed true. Simultaneously, she habitually pondered the head's remarks. Could they be a subtle reminder directed at me through that youth named Gu Su? My current pace of advancement in cultivation does seem rather swift. Perhaps I should slow down a bit? In the illusory realm of the pot, at Peach Blossom Town, a once bustling restaurant now lay desolate. The staff and patrons had been reduced to the ash-gray remnants upon the floor. Only Gu Su and Ma Qin remained within the entire establishment. The sudden silence enveloped Ma Qin, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Gu Xin, what do you think we should do next? He inquired, casting a glance at Gu Xu beside him. Of course, we shall continue to vanquish the specters, Gu Xu replied nonchalantly while pacing through the empty dining hall. We have only just dealt with a roomful of malevolent spirits. There are still hundreds of rooms and countless evil entities awaiting our intervention. As he spoke, Gu Xu lowered his gaze, surveying the scattered kitchen utensils strewn across the floor. Brother Ma, I recall you mentioning that you are a blade practitioner? Gu Xu posed after a brief silence. Indeed, Ma Qin nodded in affirmation. However, without a blade in hand, I can only muster 50% of my usual prowess. This was a fib. In the absence of a weapon, Ma Qin could actually wield 70% of his combat capability. Yet, he was a man concerned with his dignity. The notion that a formidable practitioner of the second realm could be struck by foul eggs hurled by specters and reduced to such a pitiable state was utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, by slightly exaggerating the significance of his weapon in conversation, suggesting that it was not his skills that faltered, but rather the absence of a weapon that constrained his abilities, he could salvage some of his pride. Upon hearing this, Gu Xu chuckled, refraining from questioning further. He squatted down, rummaging through the array of utensils on the ground, and addressed Ma Qin. So, Brother Ma, what sort of blade do you typically wield? A chef's knife? A paring knife? A boning knife? Or shall I venture to the kitchen to procure a cleaver akin to what the owner uses for butchering? Ma Qin fell silent for a moment, somewhat exasperated. Before responding, I usually wield a goosewing knife. The goosewing knife is a distinctive combat blade, thick at the spine, broad at the tip, and heavy in body, featuring small holes along the spine through which copper rings are threaded. When swung, the rings strike the spine, producing a sound reminiscent of honking geese. Ma Qin felt that equating his treasured goosewing knife with mere knives for cutting vegetables or fruits was a grave insult. However, Brother Ma, there are no goosewing knives here. Would you consider settling for something else? Gu Xu spread his hands, feigning innocence. As a feeble first-realm practitioner, my true essence has dwindled to a mere trickle, and I shall rely on you to confront those specters shortly. Ma Qin snorted derisively. Although it was entirely reasonable for any first-realm practitioner to exhaust their true essence after dispatching a roomful of spirits, Ma Qin harbored an inexplicable intuition that Gu Xu concealed many hidden strengths. Perhaps soon he would unveil a remarkable surprise. Then I shall make do with this wretched chef's knife. Ma Qin bent down, reluctantly picking up the knife previously wielded by the specters. Brother Ma, wait. Just then, Gu Xu called out to him. Please describe to me how your goosewing knife appears. Ma Qin, somewhat puzzled by Gu Xu's sudden inquiry, nonetheless raised his chin and, with an air of pride, proceeded to elaborate in detail about his beloved blade. Gu Su listened intently, etching the words deeply into his memory. He then picked up a fractured plate, dipped a chopstick into the sauce splattered on the ground, and began to inscribe symbols upon the plate with a solitary fervor. Ma Qin could not decipher the intricate runes he was crafting. However, he was captivated by Gu Su's deft strokes and the casual confidence that radiated from him. It resembled not the act of inscribing symbols, but rather the spontaneous creation of an expressive landscape painting. Moments later, Gu Su presented the broken plate to Ma Qin. Initially, Ma Qin regarded it with skepticism, but his expression swiftly morphed into astonishment. For the instant his fingers brushed against the plate, it transformed into a 3-foot-long blade, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sun, identical to his cherished goose wing knife. He grasped the hilt and swung it gently, hearing the crisp and familiar sound of the copper rings clashing against the blade's back. The sole distinction lay in the fact that this short knife was remarkably light, akin to that of a porcelain plate. This left Ma Qin feeling somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to being unarmed. After all, he had practiced his swordsmanship for a decade, and as long as he wielded a blade, he felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, he also comprehended that Gu Su's earlier mention of kitchen knives and slaughtering knives was a playful jest. Yet, he could not summon any ire, for the young man's profound mastery of symbols had reached a level that demanded his admiration. Ma Qin had once read that the cultivation of symbols encompasses 3 realms: tool, technique, and path. The tangible and material is termed as tool. A novice must utilize vermilion as ink, strictly adhering to the rituals of offering incense, inviting deities, purifying the mind, and praying, meticulously drawing specific runes on yellow paper. Any deviation would render the symbols ineffective. This is the realm of tool. Tool signifies instrument. However, upon grasping the essence of symbols, one can transcend the constraints of yellow paper and vermilion, liberating oneself from formalities. At this stage, symbols may manifest as a spontaneous ink wash painting on a screen, a heartfelt poem on a wall, or a line of elegant characters on rice paper. This epitomizes the realm of technique. Should one ascend to the level of a grand master of symbols, akin to the national master of De Qi, they could even escape the bounds of ink and brush, allowing all things in heaven and earth to become symbols. This is the formless path of the Tao. Gu Su, having practiced the art of symbols for less than 3 months, had already grazed the threshold of technique. Such innate talent was indeed extraordinary, likely beyond the reach of over 90% of symbolists in De Qi throughout their lives. Ma Qin could not help but ponder whether this prodigious talent would see Gu Su evolve into a master of symbols like the national master of De Qi. The national master, revered as the foremost sage of De Qi, was renowned for his astonishing mastery of symbols. Yet, in his youth, it seemed he had not exhibited such remarkable prowess as Gu Su. Regardless, one thing was certain to Ma Qin: Gu Su's future was destined to be boundless. Now nearing 35, Ma Qin reflected upon this with a sense of awe. He had long abandoned the unrealistic fantasies of his youth, coming to terms with the fact that he was merely an ordinary person of mediocre talent. To secure a modest position, perhaps an 8th or 9th rank official in his lifetime, would suffice to bring him contentment. However, if he could forge a good relationship with Gu Su, a future powerhouse, perhaps when Gu Su ascended to a high rank within the demon subjugation division of De Qi, he might lend a helping hand, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of success. Thus, regarding Gu Su's recent playful taunt, Ma Qin declared, "I, Ma Qin, am a magnanimous individual. Such trivial matters I shall endure." Subsequently, Gu Su and Ma Qin emerged from a disheveled restaurant. At that moment, it seemed that the residents of Taoyuan town had become aware of the arrival of 2 unexpected guests. Armed with brooms, hammers, kitchen knives, feather dusters, branches, and various other makeshift weapons, they gathered in the streets, casting hostile glares towards Gu Su and Ma Qin, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Although Ma Qin's combat prowess had significantly increased with the acquisition of the goose wing blade, he still felt a sense of trepidation in the face of such overwhelming numbers of apparitions. "Brother Gu, must we not eliminate these residents? No, these apparitions?" To pass the assessment, he inquired of Gu Su beside him. Indeed, Gu Su replied nonchalantly, "My magic can only last for half an hour. After that, the blade in your hand will revert to its original form. Brother Ma, you must act swiftly." But there are simply too many. Ma Qin contemplated voicing his grievances, but recalling that the esteemed figures from the capital were observing his performance from the illusion outside, he ultimately wiped the egg whites sticking to his face. suppressing all complaints within. Go for it, brother Ma. Gu Su smiled encouragingly, gesturing for him to muster his courage. The noble mission of rescuing the residents of Taoyuan Town rests upon your shoulders. And what of you? Ma Qin furrowed his brow in inquiry. As a first-level cultivator, utterly drained of energy and helpless, I shall offer you my moral support. Gu Su proclaimed earnestly, revealing no intention of assisting him. You're putting quite the pressure on me. Ma Qin sighed helplessly, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Su, repeatedly reminding himself that he, Ma Qin, was a magnanimous person. He grasped the goose wing blade and steeled himself to charge into the encirclement of the apparitions. Ghostly flames flickered, and the blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Malevolent energy surged, and bones flew in every direction. At this juncture, Gu Su was nearly depleted of his spiritual energy. He could only stand still, observing as Ma Qin carved a bloody path through the throng of apparitions. Unintentionally, he raised his gaze to the sun hanging high in the sky. A significant amount of time had elapsed since they first entered Taoyuan Town, yet during this interval, the sun's position had not shifted in the slightest. This place felt somewhat uncanny. Gazing at the surreal beauty of the surroundings and the apparitions encircling Ma Qin, Gu Su could not help but furrow his brow slightly. When faced with uncertainty, one should first consult the omens. Upon this contemplation, he extracted 3 copper coins from his pocket, tokens he had discovered in the restaurant moments earlier. He tossed them into his palm 6 times, attempting to divine the future through the hexagram method of the I Ching. The outcome revealed Qian above and Kun below, denoting the hexagram of pi, symbolizing obstruction and disconnection. This hexagram signifies a barrier between heaven and earth, rendering all things stifled and unable to flourish. Subsequently, Gu Su produced the jade talisman given to him by Chu Funga, gazing intently at the inscription, "All manifestations are but illusions," and fell into deep contemplation. In Luojing, at the headquarters of the Exorcism Bureau, specifically the Star Observation Platform, he seemed to have begun to unravel the secrets of Taoyuan Town. After a prolonged silence, the head of the Bureau, Luo Chuan, pointed to Gu Su's reflection in the bronze mirror and spoke. Shang Wanjin immediately turned in the direction he indicated, observing Gu Su as he toyed with the 3 coins, casting them repeatedly. He then retrieved the jade talisman, staring at it for an extended period, yet remained inactive, embodying an air of enlightenment amidst the intoxication of the world. At this juncture, Luo Chuan, with a smile, jestingly remarked, "Xiao Jin, if my memory serves me right, his speed in detecting anomalies seems to have surpassed your past record." Hearing this, Shang Wanjin, far from feeling incensed, respectfully nodded and replied, "His ability to break my record is a testament to my own shortcomings. I shall strive to improve." Luo Chuan cast a fleeting glance at her. "I hope you maintain such a mindset moving forward." As moments slipped by, Ma Qin navigated through the throngs of malevolent spirits, having long lost count of the blades he wielded and the foes he felled. As a practitioner of the second realm, the road to the underworld, Ma Qin's true essence was undoubtedly more robust than that of Gu Su. If the true essence of a first-realm cultivator could be likened to stagnant water, then that of a second-realm practitioner resembled a surging river. Even amid the relentless skirmishes with the specters, Ma Qin felt no fatigue. However, this battle against numerous adversaries brought him little sense of achievement, for in comparison to Gu Su's swift and decisive display of flames, his own approach to dispatching the spirits felt excessively tedious, lacking the grandeur expected of a second-realm cultivator. Alas, once this assessment concludes, I must endeavor to undertake additional tasks. Ma Qin silently resolved, aspiring to accumulate enough merit to exchange for the Overlord Blade technique, at which point, I too shall sever spirits as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the malevolent spirits of the district lay defeated like straw upon the ground, subsequently reduced to black ash beneath the searing flames of Ma Qin's true essence. Yet, he himself appeared disheveled, in addition to the egg whites smeared across his face. His skin bore numerous bruises and unsightly bloodstains. Although Ma Qin was a formidable second-realm cultivator, in the close-quarter combat against a multitude of spirits, it was impossible for him to evade all attacks from every direction. There will always be some brooms, dustpans, and feather dusters that appear out of nowhere, unexpectedly striking him. He glanced up at Gu Su, who was lost in thought beneath the peach tree. This lad still wore his flowing blue robe, untouched by dust, resembling an otherworldly being, untainted by the mundane. Instantly, Ma Qin was filled with envy towards the talisman's masters who only needed to strike from a distance, avoiding close combat. Gu, my esteemed junior. I have dealt with all the specters in this neighborhood. Ma Qin forcibly dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind while striding confidently towards Gu Su's position. He felt that he was no longer merely a freeloader clinging to Gu Su's coattails. Even if he could not shine as brightly as Gu Su, he ought to leave a favorable impression on the significant figures from the capital with his solid swordsmanship. Well done, brother Ma. Gu Su turned his head, smiling and giving Ma Qin a thumbs up. Let us proceed to the next neighborhood. Ma Qin's expression froze immediately. He had hoped to seize this opportunity for a brief respite. However, Ma Qin was, after all, a man concerned with his dignity. He believed that as a practitioner of the second realm, it would be exceedingly shameful to admit fatigue before Gu Su. Thus, he nodded, striving to maintain an energetic demeanor as he prepared to continue along the riverside path with Gu Su. After only a few steps, they heard the melodious and lingering chimes of the distant temple bells. A black-sailed boat glided slowly across the river, the ferryman singing a lively fishing song as he pushed the pole. A group of children, clad only in shorts, gleefully leaped into the water one after another. An elderly woman was arguing with a vegetable vendor over a sudden price increase. Gu, do you not find the scenery around us somewhat familiar? Ma Qin hesitated for a few seconds before speaking to Gu Su. Familiar is an understatement, Gu Su replied, his expression unperturbed. It is precisely identical to the scene that transpired before. No sooner had he spoken than a young attendant from a nearby eatery suddenly appeared before them, staring intently at Gu Su with an overly enthusiastic demeanor. Esteemed guest, have you dined yet? Our establishment's fine wine and braised pork are renowned throughout the street. Every patron who has visited has praised their deliciousness. Ma Qin gaped at the attendant, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Gu Su, unfazed by the attendant's enthusiasm, teasingly remarked to Ma Qin, look, brother Ma, this attendant is inviting us to that restaurant that specializes in offerings for the deceased. But wasn't he that attendant dead just now? Ma Qin stammered, for he distinctly recalled that all the ghostly staff in that restaurant had been utterly vanquished by Gu Su's supreme northern polar exorcism talisman. Could it be that the specters of Taoyuan town were unlike those elsewhere? Even being reduced to ashes, they could be resurrected? That seemed utterly preposterous. Indeed, he has passed away, Gu Su replied calmly, but this Taoyuan town is not a place that truly exists. In this realm, extraordinary occurrences such as the cyclical nature of time and the perpetual resurrection of phantoms are entirely plausible. Is this not a place that exists in reality? What do you mean by that? Clearly, Ma Qin failed to comprehend the words spoken. However, Gu Su did not offer an immediate explanation. Instead, he posed a counterquery. Brother Ma, do you recall the phrase inscribed on the jade pendant given to you by Lord Shu? Ma Qin pondered for a moment before responding. All forms are but illusions. If my memory serves me correctly, that should be the phrase. In truth, I had long contemplated that prominent figures in the capital would not inscribe mere nonsense upon this talisman. After a brief pause, Gu Su continued, in my view, this phrase is not merely a mantra for entering the illusory realm, but also serves as a crucial hint to aid us in navigating the assessment. A hint? In the recesses of his mind, a flicker of inspiration illuminated Ma Qin's thoughts. Yet, just as he sought to grasp this fleeting notion, he found his mind engulfed in confusion, unable to untangle the threads of thought. Sensing Ma Qin's bewilderment, Gu Su offered a calm explanation. Ever since I entered Taoyuan town, I have been meticulously observing every detail in my surroundings. I noticed that during our half-hour stay in this town, neither the position of the sun in the sky nor the shadows of the trees on the ground has changed at all. In the real world, however, the morning sun ascends higher with the passage of time, and the shadows of the trees grow shorter. Clearly, the passage of time in Taoyuan town is abnormal. You actually pay attention to such details. Ma Qin was astounded. Since entering Taoyuan town, his thoughts had been consumed with the pursuit of vanquishing ghosts, leaving little room for trivial matters such as the length of tree shadows. My colleagues praise me as the most detail-oriented man in the Yishui exorcism office. Gu Su remarked with a subtle smile, showing no humility. Once I have observed something, it is nearly impossible for me to forget. Perhaps that is a burden of its own. Witnessing Gu Su's serene demeanor, Ma Qin suddenly felt an impulse to deliver a punch to his handsome face. He struggled to temper his emotions, repeatedly reminding himself that he, Ma Qin, was a magnanimous individual who would not dwell on such trivialities. He then continued to inquire, however, Brother Gu, I am indifferent to whether this world is real or not. And I am unconcerned about the secrets hidden within Taoyuan town. I simply wish to complete our task and depart swiftly. Yet, if the phantoms here can continuously come back to life, does that not imply that we shall never fulfill our mission to eradicate all the specters within this illusion? No. Gusu gently shook his head. I believe that the esteemed figures of the exorcism office would not deliberately toy with us. Perhaps the phantoms Lord Chu has tasked us with vanquishing are not the residents themselves, but rather the essence of Taoyuan town. What do you mean by that? Ma Qin narrowed his eyes. Gusu elucidated, just now. I performed a divination using the 6 lines method and obtained the hexagram heaven and earth disjoined. This signifies that Taoyuan town exists as a realm isolated from the external world in both time and space. Furthermore, upon entering Taoyuan town, I have consistently felt that this place possesses a beauty that borders on the surreal. Now, I comprehend the reason. Despite my powers of observation and memory, I find it impossible to recall the faces of each individual here with clarity. The impressions they leave in my mind are all but a haze. Brother Ma, may I pose a question to you? When you dream, are you able to discern the faces of those within your dreams clearly? Ma Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, they are not clear. Thus, Brother Ma, we are, in fact, ensconced within a dream. Gu Su chuckled lightly and continued, in this world, where can one find Taoyuan? It is nothing more than a fleeting and ethereal dream. No sooner had his words echoed than a thunderous roar resounded throughout Taoyuan town. At the headquarters of the Exorcism Bureau, within the stargazing pavilion, he awakened. The chief, Luo Chuan, remarked coolly. Sheng Wanjin remained silent for a considerable time. She understood that the chief was referring to Gu Su. He had unraveled the secret of Taoyuan town and was on the verge of awakening from the dream to behold reality. Gu Su, he truly is remarkable, she mused sincerely. Sheng Wanjin admired beauty, but she cherished intelligence even more. A youth like Gu Su, possessing both striking looks and astute wit, certainly captured her attention in a unique manner. Luo Chuan refrained from further comment. He felt that Gu Su's current demeanor increasingly overlapped with that of a long-lost acquaintance from his memories. A mixture of nostalgia, joy, and sorrow welled up within him. The long night was drawing near. He wondered if the plans of that old friend were progressing smoothly. Within the illusory realm of the pot, Taoyuan town. What is that sound? Ma Qin inquired warily. Perhaps, we are about to witness the true essence of Taoyuan town, Gu Su replied with a smile. True essence? What do you mean? Is this town somehow alive? Before he could finish his sentence, a thick and sinister black fog began to rise over Taoyuan town. Subsequently, the surroundings swiftly distorted and transformed, resembling melting wax or a whirling kaleidoscope. Ma Qin found himself bewildered, his vision reeling. A faint, buzzing sound echoed in his ears, causing a dull ache in his head. Moments later, the environment finally ceased its chaotic metamorphosis. Ma Qin was astonished to discover that the bustling and lively Jiangnan town had vanished without a trace. At this moment, they found themselves standing on a desolate hillside. The sky was overcast and gray. A chilling breeze rustled through the air. Amidst the dry, withered grass, several severely weathered tombstones stood, scattered among fragments of white bones, a scene steeped in an eerie desolation. Amidst this grim backdrop, a solitary peach tree stood proudly at the center of the hill. Its blossoms vibrant and resplendent, a stark contrast to the somber surroundings. Beneath this peach tree lay a creature, comparable in size to a leopard, lurking in wait. It is enveloped in shades of black and gray, its form reminiscent of a horse, its snout akin to that of an elephant, its visage resembling a lion, its forehead akin to a rhinoceros, its tail reminiscent of a cow, and its legs resembling those of a tiger. Its eyes are slightly ajar, yet they appear somewhat dazed. What manner of creature is this? Ma Qin inquired softly to Gu Su, pointing at the beast. By this time, Ma Qin had already regarded Gu Su as a repository of knowledge. Whenever confronted with the unknown, he would directly seek Gu Su's insight, finding it far less strenuous than pondering alone. A faint smile graced Gu Su's lips. Prior to this moment, his mind had been filled with numerous conjectures. However, upon beholding the black and gray creature, clarity washed over him. He comprehended the origins and fate of Taoyuan town entirely. Without hesitation, he replied, "This is a dream-eating mamo, a malevolent spirit of the evil spirit classification. This creature feeds on the negative spiritual energy of humanity, capable of devouring nightmares and manifesting those consumed dreams back into reality. I suspect that the Taoyuan town we just traversed is a nightmare conjured by this dream-eating mammo. Within the dream, whether it be the absence of detail or the cyclical nature of time, it is undeniably reasonable. This dream-eating mammo ensnares outsiders within its nightmare, forcing them to endure anguish and despair through repeated cycles of time, thereby absorbing their negative spiritual energy to augment itself and continuously expand the nightmare's reach. This explains the historical expansion of Taoyuan town's territory and population. If my hypothesis holds true, as long as we devise a method to slay this dream-eating mammo, our assessment will be deemed successful. Yet, Mackin's attention was entirely fixated on the term evil spirit, but Guxiandi. A creature of the evil spirit level is not something we can contend with casually. Mackin expressed his unease. With one of us at the first realm and the other at the second realm, we may not even be enough to fill the gaps in this dream-eating mammo's teeth. Do not fret, Mackin, Gusu replied with a calm demeanor. Observe, there is a peach tree beside this dream-eating mammo, is there not? Mackin nodded, feeling as though Gusu regarded him with a patronizing gaze. Gusu continued, in the study of feng shui, the peach tree is considered the essence of the five elements, capable of subduing myriad demons, possessing the power to ward off malevolence and avert disaster. This is why the sword cultivators of the exorcism division often choose peach with swords as their weapons. This peach tree before us, if I am not mistaken, was likely planted by a powerful cultivator to suppress this dream-eating mammo. With this peach tree present, the creature should be unable to unleash its full power, and we may yet possess the strength to fight. I hope you are not deceiving me, Mackin murmured, gripping his goosewing knife tightly, stepping forward to prepare for a decisive battle against the dream-eating mammo. Wait. At that moment, Gusu called out to him. I have a better way to deal with it. What method? Mackin turned back, puzzled. Brother Ma, as a practitioner of the second realm, your true essence is undoubtedly more abundant than mine, Gusu remarked. I wish to borrow your true essence to inscribe a more potent supreme North Pole demon-subduing talisman. Is it truly possible to lend true essence? Ma Qin inquired, astonished. It's quite simple. Gusu replied with a faint smile. Have you ever heard of the invocation of deities? Of course. This is common knowledge, Ma Qin affirmed, still bewildered. The invocation of deities, as its name suggests, involves reciting specific incantations to beseech a celestial being from the heavens to bestow formidable power upon oneself. If I merely substitute the deity's name in the invocation with your name, Brother Ma, I can borrow your true essence, Gusu elaborated. Upon hearing this, Ma Qin was momentarily taken aback, processing the notion for a considerable time. This seems rather inappropriate, he stammered. In the eyes of someone like Ma Qin, a native of the vast wilderness, the celestial beings above held an exalted status. It was said that these divine entities had imparted the ways of cultivation to the people of the wilderness, endowing humanity with the ability to contend with malevolent spirits. He felt that Gusu's casual alteration of the invocation was a sign of disrespect towards the divine. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Gusu countered. In my view, any method that can eradicate malevolent spirits is a worthy one. I firmly believe that the lofty deities are magnanimous and would not concern themselves with such trivial offenses committed by insignificant beings like us. With a resigned sigh, Ma Qin ultimately acquiesced to Gusu's proposal. Consequently, Gusu closed his eyes and began to softly recite the modified incantation. I humbly beseech Lord Ma of Qingzhou, may your majestic power manifest and unfold. With a treasured blade in hand, traverse the world, upon the thunderous clouds, tread lightly. In this realm, where malevolent spirits dwell, may evil be shattered without a trace. May all mountain spirits and demons submit, and may the insignificant swiftly take refuge. I obey the decree of the Supreme Heavenly Lord. Burning incense to invite you before the altar. Divine weapons, heed the command with urgency. What an embarrassment! What sheer humiliation! As Ma Qin listened to the rephrased invocation, he wished to burrow into the earth. He could scarcely fathom the potential reactions of acquaintances, especially those from the Qingzhou prefecture, upon hearing this invocation and the title of Lord Ma of Qingzhou. The incantation recited by Gusu reverberated endlessly within Mackin's mind. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Mackin endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, striving to appear unembarrassed. Concurrently, he acquiesced to Gusu's request for summoning. In an instant, Mackin's true essence surged forth like a turbulent tide towards Gusu's location. Gusu, filled with a sense of accomplishment, mused that he had successfully conducted his experiment. He now possessed an additional means to confront formidable adversaries in the future. Without hesitation, he crouched down, picked up a twig from the ground, and began to meticulously inscribe the slaying talisman in the earth. His movements were effortless and practiced, flowing as smoothly as a river's current. The immense true essence emanating from Makin was infused into the runes, radiating a brilliant golden glow. As intricate symbols gradually took form on the ground, the dream-eating tapir beneath the peach tree fully awakened from its slumber. Its eyes opened wide, revealing a pitch-black depth akin to two unfathomable voids. At this moment, those dim, lifeless eyes fixed intently upon Gu Su, the seemingly frail youth who had unveiled its secret within the realm of dreams. The dream-eating tapir had once been vanquished by a powerful cultivator in battle and was subsequently suppressed beneath the peach tree, rendered immobile. In a bid to augment its strength and swiftly break free from its confinement, it had woven the beautiful yet terrifying nightmare of Peach Blossom Town from the vengeful spirits of the deceased inhabiting this graveyard. Whenever an outsider ventured into this cursed land, their souls would be drawn into Peach Blossom Town, subjected to endless cycles of torment. The agony and despair they experienced in these cycles became the dream-eating tapir's most cherished sustenance, aiding it in amassing the power necessary to shatter its bindings. Naturally, there were occasional astute individuals like Gu Su who could see through its deception within the nightmare. For such individuals, it opted for a straightforward and brutal approach, intending to eliminate them outright. Now, it resolved to employ the same method to deal with Gu Su, this potential threat. A sharp glimmer flashed in its eyes, and a strand of its consciousness invaded Gu Su's sea of awareness, akin to a phantom cavalry swiftly seizing territory. Typically, most human cultivators only began to cultivate their consciousness after advancing to the third realm, the bridge of helplessness. Prior to this, their consciousness remained feeble, thus, more often than not, a single strand of the dream-eating tapir's consciousness could effortlessly dominate their minds, rendering them mere automatons. This tactic had proven effective time and again. However, at this moment, faced with the dream-eating tapir's mental assault, Gu Su remained remarkably composed. He had already discerned that, under the suppression of the peach tree, the tapir could not inflict physical harm upon him and was limited to mental attacks. Perhaps it was due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, or perhaps the innate talent of a fated genius, or even the formidable resolve forged in the shadow of death. But Gu Su's mental fortitude surpassed that of his peers at the same level. After enduring the harrowing experience of the painted skin ghost incident last month, Gu Su inscribed 30 purifying talismans within his mind's eye, which would assist him in evading mental control and erosion to some extent. Concurrently, he recited the heart-purifying incantation repeatedly, endeavoring to erect formidable barriers around his consciousness. Thus, when the dream-eating manticore's essence infiltrated Gu Su's mental realm, it anticipated a swift and effortless conquest of a defenseless stronghold. However, to its utter astonishment, it was met with an impregnable fortress. This bastion boasted towering walls and was manned by elite warriors, with powerful bows and crossbows guarding critical points. The defenses were formidable, impenetrable to both wind and rain. The dream-eating manticore paused in disbelief for a moment, beginning to doubt whether Gu Su was merely a novice practitioner at the first realm or an ancient entity concealing his true prowess. Just as the manticore hesitated, Gu Su, harnessing Ma Qin's true essence, completed the final stroke of the supreme northern polar demon-subduing talisman. Rising to his feet, he offered a graceful smile to the bewildered manticore. "Thank you for allowing me to experience a wondrous dream. However, the dream has reached its conclusion." With that, he softly intoned the familiar exorcism spell. 5 stars converge. Light illuminates the abyss. 1,000 gods and 10,000 saints protect my true spirit. A radiant brilliance descended, akin to a roaring inferno or the dazzling rays of the sun. The dream-eating manticore, the peach blossom tree, the gravestone, and the withered bones were all enveloped in resplendent golden light. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the dim hillside transformed into a realm of clarity and brightness. The light danced among the pale mist, painting a vibrant 7-colored rainbow. This was the most formidable exorcism talisman Gu Su had ever crafted. Ma Qin slumped to the ground, gazing in awe at the miraculous scene. His complexion was pale, his body limp and devoid of strength, for Gu Su had just drained his true essence with the summoning spell, leaving none behind. The dream-eating manticore squinted again, If Gusu's fortified mental realm had merely taken it by surprise, the dazzling brilliance of the exorcism talisman now posed a palpable threat of death. It emitted a deafening howl, a sound that concealed a mental shockwave, rippling outward like disturbances on a tranquil lake. Ma Qin's vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gusu remained calm and composed. Yet deep within his mental realm, the 9 purifying talismans shattered instantaneously. As the incantation concluded, a raging inferno consumed all. Before the manticore could unleash a second cry, it was reduced to ash by the searing flames. The world was instantly rendered tranquil. With only the peach blossom tree standing tall and proud in its place, its blossoms a vibrant spectacle. Time passed, but the duration was uncertain. Before Ma Qin finally stirred from his stupor, awakening slowly from his faint, he had just risen from the ground when he spotted Gusu standing before a damaged tombstone. Lost in thought, "Gu Xiandi, what about the dream-eating beast?" "It has perished," Gusu replied, gesturing toward a patch of ash on the ground. "Then what are you gazing at?" "I am examining the inscription," Gusu answered calmly. "The individuals interred in this cemetery largely passed away 50 years ago. Their homeland was once a picturesque town in Jiangnan, named Changsheng. However, due to an abrupt outbreak of war 50 years ago, the town was devastated and countless residents perished, leaving few survivors." Upon hearing this, Ma Qin recalled Gusu's earlier description of Taiyuan town. The attire of its inhabitants closely resembled styles from 50 years prior. "What is the connection between Qingxi town and Taiyuan town?" Ma Qin inquired, voicing his curiosity. The residents of Qingxi's deep yearning for their homeland, along with the restless souls unable to find peace, serve as the very essence that the dream-eating beast employs to weave nightmares for Taiyuan town. "This is rather cruel, is it not?" "Indeed," Gusu nodded. "However, upon the demise of the dream-eating beast, they were finally liberated." At this juncture, Gusu pondered for a few moments before reciting the transcendent spell. "Supreme decree, transcend your ghostly essence. All spirits and phantoms, may the 4 lives receive grace." Although this place was merely a mirage within the memory vessel and not the true site of old Qingxi, it remained uncertain whether the departed residents could hear this incantation. Regardless, may the deceased find peace. May the people of Qingxi not suffer the anguish of a shattered homeland in their next life. Outside the illusion, in the grand hall of the yamen, Chu Fengge gazed intently at the scene upon the memory vessel, his emotions exceedingly complex. Too swift. It is undeniably too swift. Although Chu Fengge had long been prepared for Gusu's extraordinary talent, the fact that Gusu could lead Ma Qin through the Taoyuan illusion and successfully complete it in less than an hour exceeded his expectations. Gusu's 2 ghost-slaying talismans, one unexpectedly incinerating a room full of spirits, and the other swiftly vanquishing the dream-eating beast, left a profound impression on Chu Fengge. While others might envy Gusu's remarkable mastery of talismans, what alerted Chu Fengge was Gusu's agile mind and unconventional combat style. Everything around him, including plates, beverages, and even the people nearby, could be utilized as weapons. Moreover, Gusu never adhered to tradition. The ancestral supreme polar demon-slaying talismans had been utterly transformed under his ingenuity. The solemn invocation for summoning deities was also whimsically reinterpreted by him. He even audaciously inscribed the purification talisman within his own consciousness. One could say that in the realm of cultivation, Gusu was a figure wholly devoid of restraint or convention. Chu Fengge could scarcely imagine the formidable being Gusu would become if he continued to grow, especially when confronted with the true battleground of life and death. In addition, there was one aspect that stirred a profound jealousy within Chu Fengge. How could this young man devise such audacious and invigorating lines during combat? Chu Fengge thought to himself, such declarations ought to be made by a person of my stature. For instance, this welcoming establishment shall cease to exist, or the stage has already been erected. As Chu Fengge mimicked Gusu's calm and indifferent tone while rehearsing these phrases, he felt an overwhelming sense of charm and allure. Of course, Chu Fengge was a proud individual. Second-hand lines, no matter how grand, were beneath his disdain. He schemed that once this assessment concluded, he would enlist his subordinates to craft some strikingly powerful phrases for him to employ in battle. A single poetic line was evidently far from sufficient. Gusu, this young man, would undoubtedly become his formidable rival in the future. He must not yield in terms of presence. At that moment, his attendant Su San approached Chu Fengge with great caution and said, "Lord Chu, now that Gusu and Ma Qin have passed the assessment, Should we not release them from the Wenga hut? Upon hearing this, Changsheng finally emerged from his contemplation. He then recalled that the consciousness of the two candidates was still ensnared within the illusory realm of the vessel. Thus, Changsheng promptly recited the incantation to terminate the assessment. The images on the Wenga hut gradually faded into obscurity, returning to its original, pristine form. Meanwhile, Gusu and Ma Qin, seated cross-legged in the corner of the hall, slowly opened their eyes, as if awakening from a profound dream. Having just endured a fierce battle within the Wenga hut, both appeared somewhat spiritless. Congratulations on passing the trial of the Peach Blossom Land, Changsheng stated with an impassive expression. Please await the results outside the hall. Yes, my lord, the two replied. Despite the impending moment of judgment, the candidates maintained a tranquil demeanor. If Gusu's composure stemmed from confidence, then Ma Qin's serenity arose from his prior decision to accept a passive stance. Ma Qin quietly resolved that once the results were announced, he would hasten to check out of the inn and discreetly return to Qingzhou Prefecture, resuming his existence as an inconspicuous minor official. Although competition for positions in Qingzhou was fierce, he believed that remaining in Yishui County for too long would inevitably lead him to question his very existence, especially under the influence of the prodigious Gusu. At the headquarters of the Demon Exorcism Department, on the star observation platform, the images on the bronze mirror dissipated after the assessment concluded. Xiao Jin, fetch the brush and ink, Chief Luo Chuan instructed after a brief silence to his aide, Shang Wanjin. Yes, my lord, Shang Wanjin promptly rose, swiftly retrieving the necessary writing materials for Luo Chuan, and then knelt beside the low table to grind the ink. Subsequently, Luo Chuan took up the brush, dipped it into the ink, and began to compose evaluations for the candidates, Gusu and Ma Qin. According to the customary practices of the Demon Exorcism Department, when candidates participated in promotion assessments, the chief examiner or other senior officials would pen evaluations as crucial references for future personnel arrangements. Under normal circumstances, such trifling matters would hardly warrant the personal attention of Luo Chuan. However, when he whimsically decided to take it upon himself, there was no one in the Exorcism Bureau who could deter him. He began by inscribing his appraisal of Ma Qin on a sheet of pristine rice paper, excessively steady, yet lacking in agility, diligent, yet somewhat lacking in innate talent, capable of serving as a diligent subordinate, yet struggling to stand independently. Nevertheless, he is gentle, respectful, frugal, and adaptable, unashamed to learn from others. If nurtured appropriately, he may yet benefit the local populace. Shang Wanjin observed him quietly as he penned his remarks. Although this evaluation highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of Ma Qin, she was well acquainted with Luo Chuan's nature and knew that he seldom offered praise lightly. Thus, this commentary could be considered a significant endorsement. With the personal commendation from the bureau chief, Ma Qin had effectively received a gilded veneer, paving a much smoother path for his future in the Exorcism Bureau and rendering him an object of envy for many. Of course, Shang Wanjin was acutely aware that Luo Chuan's attention to such an inconspicuous figure as Ma Qin was primarily due to Gusu's presence. Subsequently, Luo Chuan retrieved another sheet of rice paper, preparing to compose his evaluation of Gusu. This time, he pondered for a considerable while, hesitating to put pen to paper. Numerous words flitted through his mind, yet he deemed them all inadequate. After several minutes, he sighed softly and finally began to write. Inscribing his assessment of Gusu, quick-witted and eager to learn, remarkably insightful, unafraid in times of crisis, and unconstrained by convention. Should he not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to become a pillar of great accomplishment. Upon reading this passage, Shang Wanjin could hardly believe her eyes. Such high praise was it truly penned by the bureau chief himself? This was far from his usual demeanor. It is worth noting that even exceptional talents like herself and Changsheng had not received such commendations in their youth. Instead, they had been met with Luo Chuan's notably stringent critiques. What, then, set Gusu apart that compelled the bureau chief to deviate from his typical disposition? Could it be that the bureau chief foresaw Gusu's boundless future through some celestial insight? Shang Wanjin found it utterly astonishing. At that moment, a guard hastily ascended the stairs to the star observation platform, placing a stack of documents on the table before bowing respectfully to Luo Chuan, stating, reporting to the bureau chief. The ink scroll you sent to the palace has been reviewed by Princess Zhao Ning. Here is her feedback. You may return, commanded Luo Chuan to the guard. As you wish. My lord, the guard replied respectfully before departing. Once the guard had left, Luo Chuan picked up one of the documents from the table and began to peruse it absently. The first item he encountered was Ma Qin's ink scroll. The results showed that Ma Qin had answered 60% correctly, with 30% incorrect and 10% unanswered. The feedback from Princess Zhao Ning written on the scroll was succinct, merely a single character, reviewed. Luo Chuan smiled faintly. This was entirely within his expectations. He had a profound understanding of Princess Xiao Wanjuan's character, knowing her to be someone who acted with efficiency and decisiveness. She would never squander a single second on matters unworthy of her attention. Subsequently, Luo Chuan set aside Ma Qin's examination paper and began to peruse Gu Su's script. His neat and elegant handwriting filled each question, nearly indistinguishable from the standard answers, devoid of any flaws. Even the most obscure and challenging questions were answered in meticulous detail by Gu Su. Luo Chuan understood that achieving such a level of excellence on this paper could only come from an intimate familiarity with thousands of volumes of literature. Were it not for his mastery of the celestial arts, he might have doubted whether Gu Su had smuggled in the answers. Luo Chuan chuckled softly and turned the paper over. The feedback from Princess Zhao Ning remained succinct, consisting of a single line. This palace is in need of a chief historian. Might I inquire if the esteemed Sir Shou is willing to part with him? How audacious of Wanjun to attempt to poach from our exorcism division, Luo Chuan mused, shaking his head lightly. The chief historian oversees the political directives of the princely or princess's residence, advising and correcting any missteps, while managing the various affairs of the household. Essentially, this role can be likened to that of a secretary general or chief steward. The saying goes, a seventh-rank official stands before the prime minister. Given that Princess Zhao Ning wields significant power in the court, her influence is currently at its zenith. Although the position of chief historian is not high-ranking, its societal perception is akin to that of a de facto minister. Though perplexed as to why Princess Zhao Ning would take such an interest in Gu Su after merely reviewing one scroll, Luo Chuan considered that if Gu Su were not an adept of the exorcism division but rather pursued a mundane path, attaining the position of chief historian in the princess's residence would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Xiao Jin, you shall visit the princess's residence shortly to convey my response to her highness. I must decline. Luo Chuan instructed Shang Wanjin beside him. Understood, Shang Wanjin promptly replied. Moreover, regarding Gu Su's performance in this assessment, please ensure utmost confidentiality, especially from the national master, Luo Chuan continued. He has been fervently seeking a talented disciple to inherit his talismanic teachings. Should he learn of a prodigy in our exorcism division, he would undoubtedly resort to any means to seize him. However, now that Gu Su is part of our division, he is ours for life. I shall not permit others to take him lightly. Shang Wanjin nodded repeatedly, accustomed to the usually calm demeanor of the head of the division. She was taken aback by his unusual focus and concern for the youth named Gu Su, which only deepened her curiosity about him. I truly wish to meet that little genius from Yichuan soon, she thought to herself. After Shang Wanjin departed, Luo Chuan remained seated in silence, eyes closed in contemplation. It was evident that Gu Su was beginning to make a name for himself in the Great Qi. The depths of the Great Qi court were far more intricate than the common folk imagined. He pondered how he might delay the current emperor's attention toward this young talent for a while longer. In Yishui County, at the exorcism office, Shi Shaohan had yet to receive a task today. She sat alone on the railing of the corridor in the office's backyard, her legs swaying gently in the autumn breeze. With her bright almond-shaped eyes lost in thought, she began to count the ants on the ground out of sheer boredom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20. It had been quite some time. How was it that Gu Su had not yet emerged? 25, 30. During this period, numerous onlookers gathered around her, greeting her enthusiastically and attempting to strike up conversations. However, Shi Shaohan remained aloof, choosing to ignore them. She understood that their flattery was solely due to her family background and her father, a fifth-rank official serving as the Qianhu of Laizhou Prefecture. Yet deep within her heart, there lingered a naive yearning. She wished that those who sought her friendship were not drawn by her lineage, wealth, or beauty, but rather by a shared intellectual and spiritual affinity. She pondered silently about Gu Su's performance in today's assessment. Although she had always held confidence in him, she knew his competitors boasted a decade of experience in slaying demons. When it came to practical combat, Gu Su would likely find it challenging to excel. Just then, an uproar erupted from the crowd nearby, a flood of excited voices. They were coming out. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaohan sprang to her feet and navigated through the throng, striving to push her way towards the main hall of the office. Make way, she called out repeatedly. The crowd was exceedingly dense, filled with officials from the capital, neighboring county offices, and the Yishui exorcism office, all jostling within the confines of the small courtyard. In the midst of this chaos, her hairpin slipped from her head and fell to the ground, yet she remained oblivious. At last, she caught sight of Gu Su stepping out from the main hall. The young man appeared ethereal, his garments fluttering gracefully, exuding an elegance akin to an exquisite orchid or a jade tree. Even amidst the multitude, he maintained a serene smile and a tranquil gaze. As the sun rose gently, its golden rays illuminated his slender, handsome face, casting a radiant glow upon him. In that moment, he captivated the attention of all present. Ah, if only I could be a little taller. Shaohan thought ruefully amidst the crowd. Due to her height, she found it impossible to see the scene clearly, even as she strained to rise on her toes. As a renowned practitioner of the heartless demon-slaying blade, capable of dispatching demons as easily as slicing through vegetables, she was overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Gu Su's ardent admirer, Wang Yang, had climbed onto a stone pedestal in the courtyard, shouting towards Gu Su, "Brother Gu, what was the outcome?" Gu Su replied calmly with a smile, "Lord Chu has asked me to wait a moment. With your extraordinary talent and cultivation, Brother Gu, your promotion is undoubtedly assured. We eagerly await your invitation for dinner tonight." Someone else cheered. Gu Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, offering no response. At that moment, he turned his head and caught sight of Shaohan straining to tiptoe amidst the crowd. The petite girl, her hair slightly disheveled, had bright, eager eyes lifted in anticipation, resembling a fluffy chick yearning for nourishment. Alas, this foolish girl has not even noticed that her hairpin has fallen, Gu Su silently critiqued, shaking his head gently. He then made his way towards Shaohan. The crowd parted, granting him a clear path. He bent down to pick up the fallen hairpin from the ground and wiped off the dust with a handkerchief. "Do not move," he whispered softly. Shaohan stood still, her gaze entirely fixed upon him. He carefully inserted the hairpin back into her coiffure, the fragrance of her dark, flowing hair wafting gently in the air. "There," he said, a faint smile gracing his face. "You adjust my scarf, and I shall adorn you with the hairpin. We are even now, neither of us owes the other. No, you still owe me several meals." Shaohan's brows furrowed slightly, transforming from a naive chick into a feisty little beast. "I will repay you, I promise." After approximately half an hour, Su San, a servant of Chu Finga, emerged from the hall. After surveying the crowd, he called out loudly, "Ma Qin, are you present?" "I am." Ma Qin stepped forward promptly, bowing his head. "The results of your promotion assessment have been released," Su San informed him. "Lord Chu awaits you in the hall. He wishes to speak with you privately." "Understood." Ma Qin took a deep breath and ascended the steps once more, entering the government hall. Although he had already braced himself for the worst regarding the assessment results, the thought of having a private conversation with Lord Chu in front of so many eyes still caused an inescapable tension to grip him. The fifth-rank physician of the exorcism division, Chu Funga, lounged with one leg crossed over the other, reclining lazily in a grand chair. His handsome eyes and elegantly arched brows, paired with his delicate features, made him appear almost like a figure from a painting. "Please, take a seat," Chu Funga said indifferently. Hearing this, Ma Qin cautiously took a seat on one side of the hall, only allowing a small portion of his rear to touch the chair, leaning forward slightly with his back perfectly straight. "How do you believe you performed?" After a brief silence, Chu Funga began slowly. Ma Qin was uncertain why Chu Funga posed such a question. Nevertheless, he lowered his head and replied earnestly, "In terms of talent, ability, and courage, I am far inferior to Gu Su. I believe he is more suited for this position than I." Chu Funga let out a light laugh, his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding both charm and vigor. "Congratulations, Ma Qin," he declared in a calm tone. "From this day forth, you shall be the ninth-rank chief of exorcism affairs in Yishui County." "What? Me? Ninth-rank chief of exorcism affairs?" Ma Qin stood frozen in disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. It is evident to the discerning that Gu Su has demonstrated far superior capabilities during the recent evaluations. Yet, why has this task ultimately fallen upon my shoulders? "Lord Chu, this cannot be a mistake, can it?" Ma Qin stammered. "This is the decision of the chief minister," Chu Funga replied. "There can be no error." With that, he gracefully waved his sleeve, and an appointment document soared from the desk, gliding directly into Ma Qin's hands. The appointment decree, also known as the edict, serves as the official credential for positions conferred by the Great Qi dynasty. As Ma Qin accepted the document with both hands and read it meticulously, the ink upon the white page confirmed that he was not dreaming. He stood still, as if struck by lightning, his expression vacant. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, bowed deeply, and expressed his gratitude to Chu Funga and the chief minister in the capital. From now on, do your best. Chu Funga casually encouraged, do not disappoint the chief minister's expectations of you. And what of Gusu? Driven by curiosity, Ma Qin hesitated for a long moment before mustering the courage to inquire. He could hardly believe that someone as talented as Gusu had failed the evaluation. That is of no concern to you, Chu Funga replied coldly, and bring Gusu to me. A moment later, clutching the appointment decree, Ma Qin emerged from the hall under the gaze of onlookers. At that moment, the weight of pressure had lifted, and his mind was utterly clear. His steps felt light and buoyant, as if he were treading upon soft, fluffy clouds. The plan he had meticulously devised to sneak back to Qingzhou overnight had completely slipped from his mind. From today onward, I too am a minister of the Great Qi. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. The fortune-teller who called himself Zhang Banshan had certainly missed the mark. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon spotted Gusu seated quietly at the edge of the courtyard flower bed, sketching in a small booklet with a charcoal pencil. With a smile, he approached Gusu. Gu Xiandi, Lord Chu is waiting for you in the hall. He wishes to speak with you privately regarding the evaluation results, he informed Gusu. Gusu opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as a winter lake. Congratulations, Lord Ma, he said, bowing in greeting, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As we shall be working together in Yishui County, I hope for your guidance. How did you know? Ma Qin asked, somewhat astonished. In the Great Qi dynasty, only officials are addressed as Lord. Yet, aside from Chu Funga and himself, no one had witnessed his appointment decree. How then? Had Gusu inferred his success in securing the position of demon catcher in Yishui County? Gusu smiled gently, Lord Ma. Your expression at this moment can only be described as one of triumphant delight. Upon seeing the youth's serene smile, Ma Qin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He has always felt that Gusu is more deserving of this official position than himself, and the fact that the higher-ups of the exorcism department chose him is likely due to his slightly longer tenure. In the bureaucratic landscape of Da Qi, seniority holds significant weight. Thus, Ma Qin patted Gusu on the shoulder, offering him words of comfort. Dear Gu, do not be disheartened by this setback. You are still young, and your talents are commendable. There will be many opportunities ahead. Gusu lifted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I appreciate your kind words, Lord Ma. Subsequently, Gusu entered the grand hall of the government office with poise, adjusting his attire before taking a seat gracefully before Chu Funga. He maintained an air of neither servility nor arrogance, embodying both courtesy and composure. You seem unfazed at all, remarked Chu Funga, a knowing smile gracing his face. Every talent has its purpose, Gusu replied nonchalantly. This line may sound somewhat audacious, yet when spoken to someone as self-absorbed and fond of elegance as Chu Funga, it was a stroke of flattery. Adapting his speech to suit his audience was something Gusu excelled at. Indeed, upon hearing Gusu's reply, while Chu Funga's expression remained unchanged, he secretly noted this distinguished verse, intending to have his subordinates craft similar phrases upon his return to the capital. Your appointment letter was personally penned by the head of the department, bearing the emperor's imperial seal, Chu Funga continued, handing it over. No sooner had he spoken than a sheet of white paper appeared in Gusu's hand. The script danced like floating clouds, and was as powerful and graceful as a startled dragon, exuding a remarkable elegance that evoked admiration. It resembled the handwriting of a celestial being. The contents of the appointment letter were as follows. Edict. The people are the foundation of the nation. When the populace is at peace, the country flourishes. Yet now, malevolent spirits roam freely, and demons pose a threat. To solidify our foundation, we must eliminate these evils, without seeking the loyal and virtuous. How can we ensure the safety of the people? Gusu, a clerk from Yishui County in Qingzhou, possesses commendable virtues and exemplary conduct, serving as a model for others. His profound knowledge and wide-ranging insights are acknowledged by all. He has diligently served in remote areas for the benefit of the state. In quietude, he maintains his integrity. In action, he is resolute. It is with this understanding that I appoint you to the position of Exorcism Department Clerk in Yishui, with an official rank of the 8th grade. As the clerk, You will primarily be responsible for the correspondence of official documents and assisting the district head in managing matters related to demons and evil spirits within the county. In simpler terms, Gusu will henceforth serve as a capable assistant and close secretary to Changsheng. Perhaps, he may even be viewed as a potential successor. At present, Gusu is merely a first-tier practitioner, and at the tender age of 17, his experience is still quite limited. Appointing him as the clerk of the Ishui Exorcism Department is undoubtedly an extraordinary promotion, one that even Chufinga felt a tinge of envy towards. This exceptional elevation signifies the head of the department's favor towards him. Nevertheless, Gusu remained remarkably composed, as if the prestigious appointment letter before him were nothing more than an ordinary document. Lord Chu, I have a question. Gusu rose from his seat, addressing Chufinga with politeness. Speak. In the archives, I discovered that within the organizational structure of the Exorcism Division in Ishui County, there exists only one 7th-rank magistrate, one 8th-rank inspector, one 8th-rank clerk, one 9th-rank investigator, and one 9th-rank prison officer. The position of experience is notably absent. Upon hearing Gusu's remarks, Chufinga furrowed his brow. He did not anticipate that Gusu would be so meticulous about such trivial matters. Did he truly believe that the appointment letter penned by the division chief could be counterfeit? Nevertheless, Chufinga patiently responded, in the Exorcism Division, the concept of organization is dictated solely by the division chief's decree. He believes that serving merely as a 9th-rank investigator is a waste of your talents and abilities. You ought to undertake more significant responsibilities. Gusu nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective. His inquiry was merely a reflection of his habitual caution against deception. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question of considerable importance to him. What is the annual salary for the position of experience? Chufinga's expression stiffened once more. In his view, a typical young person would have long since rejoiced at the extraordinary opportunity of an exceptional promotion and expressed gratitude towards the division chief. How could one remain fixated on such an inconsequential matter as salary? 45 taels of silver, Chufinga replied, his tone somber. Gusu sincerely thanked Chufinga and resumed his seat. During his tenure as a minor official, he had received a monthly salary of 2 taels, amounting to 24 taels annually. Now, his income had nearly doubled, which filled him with satisfaction. In due course, he might even consider hiring someone to renovate his dilapidated courtyard. As for Chufinga's indifferent demeanor, Gusu took note. He surmised that this esteemed official, accustomed to a life of comfort in the capital, could not grasp the significance of this salary for someone of his humble background. Indeed, a well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. However, just as Gusu pondered how to allocate his newfound salary, Chufinga's voice resounded once more. What is inscribed on this appointment letter reflects only your temporary position. Temporary position? What does that mean? Gusu felt a twinge of confusion. Was it possible that he would be promoted again in the near future? Gusu, you currently possess another identity as a reserve member of the Divine Machine Camp, Chufinga elucidated. The upcoming year will serve as your probationary period. Should you excel during this year, at this time next year, you will proceed to Luojing City to officially join the Divine Machine Camp, collaborating with the nation's most exceptional young talents. Divine Machine Camp. Gusu silently reflected upon this term. Having perused the classical texts, he comprehended its significance. In the 6th year of the Tianqing era, 17 years prior, under the proposal of the then Prime Minister Lu Huan, the Great Qi dynasty, with the Exorcism Division at the helm, mobilized the nation's resources to establish the Divine Machine Camp for the first time. It was a specialized combat unit tasked with confronting malevolent spirits. Across the nation, the most gifted young cultivators hail from various backgrounds, some from the Exorcism Division, others from esteemed sects, and many solitary practitioners. They have all been gathered together, with the sages themselves providing guidance. Heavenly materials, precious treasures, elixirs of great efficacy, and even the finest martial arts and artifacts from the secret treasury of the Great Qi are at their disposal. They have access to the best cultivation resources in the country and undertake the most perilous tasks, slaying the formidable beast Qiongqi, vanquishing the terrifying Yaoyu, eliminating Zhu Yan, and defeating the five-pass god. These are but a few of the illustrious achievements of the disciples of the Divine Machine Camp. At that time, every young person took immense pride in joining this esteemed organization. However, the glory of the Divine Machine Camp could not endure. 2 years later, during an ill-fated expedition to exterminate the ferocious beast Qiongqi, the camp suffered a catastrophic defeat, with no survivors. In the same year, Lu Huan, The prime minister who had initially proposed the establishment of the divine machine camp was executed for treason, his entire clan punished. The once illustrious Liu family of Qingzhou thus vanished into obscurity. From that moment onward, the divine machine camp became a taboo within the Great Qi dynasty. Perhaps, as time passed, it would ultimately fade into the dust of history, forgotten by the world. Yet now, a proposal to reconstruct the divine machine camp has emerged. Moreover, the plan for its revival is being actively implemented. What secrets lie behind this development? Is it a new round of power struggles among the prominent figures in the capital? Or does the Great Qi dynasty face an unprecedented crisis? Numerous speculations flooded Gusu's mind, for the long night was imminent. Sensing Gusu's confusion, Chu Fengge calmly provided an answer. The long night, a term that sent shivers down one's spine. Gusu understood that the long night signified an extended period of darkness. In the vast wilderness, this phenomenon occurs every few decades, lasting for several months. During this time, the sun does not rise, and darkness envelopes the land. The aura of death thickens, and malevolent spirits become more ferocious than usual. Each occurrence of the long night brings about countless casualties among the populace and cultivators alike, resulting in untold tragedies. For the Great Qi dynasty, it is undoubtedly a formidable trial. The Lord of the Division, employing the art of celestial divination, has predicted that the next long night will descend within 3 years, as Chu Fengge elaborated, and we must prepare thoroughly before its arrival. The divine machine camp will serve as the vanguard when the long night descends. Gusu nodded in understanding. After some contemplation, he realized that joining the divine machine camp represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Although it necessitated undertaking perilous tasks, it also afforded access to the finest cultivation resources in the nation, such as rare elixirs, sage guidance, top-tier martial arts, and superior techniques. Coming from a humble background, Gusu had no connections and was significantly behind the scions of prominent families at the starting line. Following the conventional path, it would likely take him a lifetime of struggle to attain these invaluable resources. However, joining the divine mechanism camp signifies that everything is possible. Breaking through the 7th realm before the age of 30 may no longer be a mere daydream. It can be said that the high-risk, high-reward nature of the divine mechanism camp serves as a ladder to the heavens for commoners. Therefore, in order to ensure a long-lasting existence, Gusu must secure a formal position in the divine mechanism camp. Lord Chu, what must I do during this year of evaluation? Gusu inquired, raising his head. Having resolved to join the divine mechanism camp, he felt the necessity to gather information in advance, formulate a plan, and then devote himself wholeheartedly. First, you need to remain in Yishui County and fulfill your responsibilities as an experienced participant, Chu Fengge replied upon hearing Gusu's words. Simultaneously, the headquarters of the Exorcism Division and the capital will assign you some special tasks. Your performance during the execution of these tasks will determine whether you can officially become a member of the Divine Mechanism Camp in the future. At this point, Chu Fengge lightly waved his sleeve and tossed a metallic token into Gusu's hand. This token possesses the function of transmitting messages. The headquarters of the Exorcism Division will communicate tasks to you through this token. Gusu caught the token, noticing that it was a deep bronze color, slightly rusted, and felt cool to the touch. In its center, 2 ancient characters, Divine Mechanism, were inscribed in small seal script. Could this weathered bronze piece truly transmit messages over vast distances and receive tasks? What kind of runes or formations could enable such a feat? Gusu felt a sense of curiosity arise within him, even developing an impulse to dismantle it and study its principles. Moreover, Chu Fengge paused for a moment before continuing. While you work for the Divine Mechanism Camp, it will also provide you with substantial benefits. Benefits? Upon hearing this term, Gusu immediately perked up. The Divine Mechanism Camp sounded so grand. Its benefits must surely be extraordinary. He listened intently as Chu Fengge elaborated. Firstly, as a reserve member of the Divine Mechanism Camp, you are entitled to select a unique martial art or spell from the treasury of the Exorcism Division's headquarters. I will provide you with a catalog shortly, from which you can choose the one that suits you best. Gusu nodded, filled with anticipation. Among the First Realm cultivators, although he was quite powerful, he often felt overly reliant on talismanic techniques during battles. While these techniques were indeed formidable, their shortcomings were equally evident. Gusu had to spend considerable time preparing talismans before each fight. If he faced an unexpected situation and lacked sufficient talismans, his chances of survival would be grim. Thus, expanding his combat methods had become a pressing necessity for him. The benefits offered by the Divine Mechanism Camp felt like a timely blessing. Secondly, to hone the combat skills of the reserve members of the Divine Mechanism Camp. The esteemed Lord of the Sifu, the Grand Master of the Dachi Kingdom, and the Sage of the Yin Nation have collaboratively crafted the Realm of Discourse over the past few months. Chufenga continued, explaining that the Realm of Discourse is a unique illusion capable of randomly matching two practitioners of the same realm for the purpose of sparring and skill refinement. With the Divine Mechanism token in your possession, you may enter the Realm of Discourse in a form of divine consciousness from any location within the Dachi territory. Each quarter, the Exorcism Department will rank the practitioners who enter the Realm of Discourse based on their victories and defeats, with those ranking at the top receiving additional rewards. However, due to the limited number of individuals possessing the Divine Mechanism token, the Realm of Discourse is only accessible on the 1st and 15th of each month. Gusu gazed down at the Divine Mechanism token in his hand, internally lamenting, is this not akin to the 1v1 matchmaking battles from games in a past life? At the same time, the formidable power of a sage capable of creating a vast illusion spanning the nation left Gusu utterly astonished. A sage refers to practitioners of the 7th realm. Upon ascending to this realm, one can shed their mortal coil, reshape their body, and establish their own path, an extraordinary transcendence into sanctity. This is the lofty goal for which Gusu strives in this lifetime, though it presently feels exceedingly distant. For now, he intends to defeat as many competitors as possible within the Realm of Discourse to secure a commendable ranking and strive to acquire more cultivation resources from the Exorcism Department headquarters. Additionally, he contemplates using those of the same realm as test subjects to experiment with newly developed talismans and spells. After a brief pause, Chufenga continued to enlighten Gusu. The third benefit pertains to the renowned relics of Mount Lao in the Jiaodong province. You may have heard that in the first year of the celestial journey, 23 years ago, the empty Xian hermit ascended to immortality at Mount Lao. The cave where he practiced and resided is also located in Mount Lao. Rumor has it that his legacy remains there. In 3 months, the cave of the empty Xian hermit will be opened. At that time, all reserve members of the Divine Mechanism Camp within the Jiaodong province will be eligible to explore it. As for the opportunities you may encounter there, and whether you can obtain the legacy of the Ascended Immortal, it entirely depends on your own capabilities. The legacy of an Ascended Immortal. Upon hearing this, Gusu's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. In the vast wilderness, there are 9 realms of cultivation. The 7th realm is that of the sages, while the 9th realm leads to immortality. A practitioner of the 9th realm, upon successfully overcoming the heavenly tribulation, can escape the boundless sea of suffering in the mortal world and ascend to the legendary realm of immortals, achieving eternal life and perpetual youth. This is a state to which Gusu can only aspire, yet dares not covet. The empty Xian hermit of Mount Lao appears to him as a mythical figure. Lord Changsheng has always pessimistically believed that it would be exceedingly difficult for Gusu to reach the 7th realm before the age of 30, thus prolonging his fleeting lifespan. Yet, the term immortal undoubtedly symbolizes the miraculous. If Gusu were to seize the opportunity left by the immortal, there might indeed be a chance to alter his fate and achieve what appears to be an impossible goal. At this moment, Gusu could not help but deeply sigh, realizing that joining the Divine Mechanism Camp was truly worthwhile. All right, Gujili, the benefits you can enjoy at present are only these, Chufenga suddenly interjected, interrupting Gusu's chaotic thoughts. From now on, strive diligently. Do not disappoint Lord Sisho's expectations of you. I will certainly not let Lord Sisho down. Gusu rose, his tone calm, yet resolute. Unbeknownst to him, his self-reference had shifted from a humble servant to an official. This marked his transformation from a mere clerk to a dignified officer. At that moment, Chufenga produced a bamboo tube from somewhere, gently shaking it before Gusu, producing a rustling sound. He then spoke. Members of the Divine Mechanism Camp are designated by the names of ancient divine beasts, symbolizing the pursuit of righteousness and the safeguarding of peace. Gujili, since you have decided to become a reserve member of the Divine Mechanism Camp, come and draw a name for yourself. Upon hearing this, Gusu walked directly up to him and casually drew a stick from the bamboo tube. The stick bore the neatly inscribed 2 characters, Zhuke. Moments later, crimson flames erupted from the stick, which promptly turned to ashes. Meanwhile, The back of the divine mechanism token in Gu Su's hand bore the newly engraved image of a Zhuge in the Great Qi dynasty. The process for a new official's appointment is rather intricate. First, they must pay homage to the deities. According to legend, it is the celestial immortals of the upper realm who imparted the methods of cultivation to the Da Huang human tribe, granting them the strength to combat malevolent spirits and protect their homeland. Thus, the Da Huang people enshrine them on altars to express gratitude and seek protection. The supreme deity revered by the Da Huang people is named Changsheng. He is a dual-aspect deity with two incarnations, one known as Taishang Haoyin Yuhuang, who governs the day and oversees all souls. The other is known as Zhangtian Beiji Jiwei, who presides over the night and rules the stars, commonly referred to as Yuhuang and Jiwei. Gu Su's talisman for subduing demons and slaying evil spirits derives its name from this. At this moment, Gu Su and Ma Qin stood before the altar, each holding 3 incense sticks, bowing respectfully to the statue of Shangtsong. They then recited sacred verses, extolling the grace of Shangtsong, and inserted the incense sticks neatly into the censer before the statue. Instantly, a gentle wisp of smoke rose, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. The second step involves honoring the martyrs. That afternoon, Gu Su and Ma Qin traveled by carriage to the cemetery on the outskirts of Yishui County. The human race has fought against malevolent spirits for many years. During this time, some have achieved great merit and glory, while others have sacrificed their lives, becoming mere bones in the grave. Yishui County is no exception. 8 years ago, many cultivators perished in the calamity of the 9 infants, including Zheng Yu, the former chief of the Demon Exorcism Department, who was a rare martial genius in Yishui County, often referred to as a martial enthusiast. Everyone believed that with Zheng's extraordinary talent for cultivation, he was destined to ascend to great heights, becoming a prominent official adorned in resplendent robes. However, Zheng Yu met his untimely demise during the 9 infants calamity, sacrificing himself to save a few ordinary children, leaving no trace of his remains. Many felt that Zheng Yu's fate was indeed tragic. They believed that he was destined to be a powerful protector of the realm. If only he had survived, he could have saved countless more lives. Why should he give up his own life for a handful of children with uncertain futures? Yet, Chen Jixing privately confided to Gu Su that at the moment Zheng dashed forward, his sole intention was to rescue those children from the jaws of the 9 infants' serpent demon. He never contemplated the worth of his sacrifice. Thus, with deep admiration, Gu Su respectfully placed a white bouquet upon Zheng Yu's tomb and bowed deeply. Gu Su had always been someone who cherished life above all else. In his eyes, nothing held greater significance than his own existence. To survive, he would go to any lengths and exhaust all means. Therefore, he felt genuine admiration for heroes like Zheng Yu, who willingly laid down their lives for others. As twilight approached, Gu Su and Ma Qin returned to the exorcism department's office. Their next task was to fulfill the 3rd step of a new official's duties, expressing gratitude to the emperor. Mortal officials must face the direction of Luojing City, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations to express thanks for the emperor's grace. However, practitioners of the Great Qi dynasty held a transcendent status and were only required to bow in respect. Subsequently, Chen Jixing stepped forward, addressing the two with an authoritative tone. He first spoke earnestly to Ma Qin, saying, "Ma Qin, I am aware of your origins from Qingzhou Prefecture and your decade of experience. Perhaps deep within, you might look down upon a small county like Yishui. However, now that you serve as an official of Yishui, I hope you can set aside your pride and diligently fulfill your duties, honoring both the people of Yishui and your salary." Ma Qin nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, how could I possibly feel proud working under the same roof as that prodigy Gu Su? If I'm not crushed by his brilliance to the point of questioning my very existence, I will consider myself fortunate. Then, Chen Jixing turned his gaze towards Gu Su and said softly, "As for you, Gu Su, I have no other demands. I simply hope you remember the words you once spoke. Those who enjoy the benefits of the world must bear its burdens. Those who dwell in the joys of the world must share its sorrows." "I understand," Gu Su replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Ma Qin glanced at the framed calligraphy on the wall, utterly astonished. He had always thought that this phrase originated from Chen Jixing, as the stern and diligent nature of Chen perfectly aligned with its meaning. In fact, Ma Qin had once developed a profound respect for Chen because of this saying. Yet, he never imagined that it was actually spoken by Gu Su. This young man, who appeared so irreverent, could articulate such profound thoughts? Had he misjudged the character of others? Worshipping the deities, honoring the ancestors, and expressing gratitude to the emperor. After completing the 3 steps, Gu Su and Ma Qin finally donned the black robes of the 7 sons and adorned themselves with the traditional black official caps, officially becoming officers of the exorcism department. At this moment, other officials from the exorcism department gathered in the hall to congratulate the two. Shi Xiaohan stood at one side of the hall, her clear apricot eyes reflecting Gu Su's figure. She had grown accustomed to Gu Su's previous appearance in his blue gown. Now, seeing him in black attire, she found it rather refreshing. If Gu Su in his blue gown exuded the charm of a scholarly gentleman, then in his black robe, he possessed a dignified and solemn grace. In summary, handsome individuals appear captivating in any attire. Conversely, Ma Qin appeared somewhat displeased. His black clothing made him look older. Congratulations, esteemed officer. Shi Xiaohan approached Gu Su, beaming as she offered him a respectful nod. Sir Inspector, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Gu Su immediately returned the gesture. I am unworthy of such praise. Shi Xiaohan quickly shook her head. Esteemed officer, you are a youthful prodigy who has been promoted to an 8th rank official within less than a year of entering the department. Your future is undoubtedly bright, with boundless prospects ahead. I am but an unworthy individual, she continued. Once you ascend to great heights, please do remember to lend a hand to someone like me. Sir Inspector, you flatter me. Gu Su replied with a slight smile. You have been in the department longer than I, making you my senior. If we speak of support, it is you who should guide me. Your ability to persuade the Luo department to directly amend the official roster is something I could never achieve in my lifetime. The number of demons you have vanquished and your remarkable achievements are beyond my reach. The two, who were so familiar with each other, suddenly found themselves engaged in a rather formal and polite exchange, appearing somewhat comical. Xiaohan, have we perhaps taken this too far? There are others watching. Ultimately, it was Gu Su who cleared his throat to end this endless exchange of pleasantries. It seems so. Just moments ago. Shi Xiaohan had focused entirely on Gu Su, momentarily forgetting that others were observing them in the hall. A faint blush crept onto her slightly chubby cheeks. However, she quickly reassured herself that as long as she, the heroic lady, remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. With that thought, she suppressed her smile and feigned a cool demeanor, raising her chin higher. That evening, at the insistence of his colleagues at the Yishui exorcism department, Gu Su was compelled to follow the department's customary practice of treating everyone to a meal at a restaurant. Due to Shi Xiaohan's father, an official in Liao, being on leave and visiting her in Yishui, she had to return home early and could not partake in Gu Su's celebratory banquet. Gu Su had always considered himself a calm and composed individual. Even when faced with fierce demons, he maintained his poise. However, upon seeing the lavish array of expensive dishes on the dining table, he could not muster a smile. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. Such extravagance represented a significant sum of silver. Meanwhile, his colleagues raised their glasses, beaming with smiles as they toasted to Gu Su's promotion, uttering words of congratulations and wishing him future success, reminding him not to forget his brothers once he flourished. Gu Su offered perfunctory thanks, declaring that the brothers would not leave until they were inebriated. Yet in truth, his cup was filled entirely with tea. As a frail and delicate beauty who cherished his life, he always adhered to the principles of health and abstained from alcohol, given Gu Su's elevated status, which rendered him the future superior of those present. None dared to expose his feeble deceit. Instead, they all pretended to believe, extolling his remarkable tolerance for liquor. Moreover, with each dish that arrived at the table, all eyes turned to Gu Su's chopsticks. Only when he made the first move would the others dare to follow suit. Even those who were typically boisterous and thoughtless now exhibited a degree of restraint. Each time they spoke to Gu Su, they wrestled with whether to address him as Brother Gu as before or to adopt the more formal Lord Gu like the others. The shift in his colleague's demeanor instilled a nuanced feeling within Gu Su. On one hand, he could not help but feel a slight sense of elation. After all, most of those at the table were seasoned bureaucrats, masters of flattery, far more adept than the awkward compliments he exchanged with Shi Xiaohan. On the other hand, he sensed a palpable distance had emerged between him and his colleagues. Despite his willingness to lower his stance, returning to their previous unrestrained camaraderie seemed increasingly unlikely. However, Gu Su did not dwell on this matter for long. His aspiration was to become a practitioner of the 7th realm. To realize this ambition, He needed to strive relentlessly upwards. If his companions could not keep pace, they were destined to be left behind. He could not afford to pause and wait for them. Thus, as the hour of high approached, Gusu rose, tears brimming in his eyes as he settled the bill and departed from the banquet, returning to his abode. Even on this celebratory occasion, marking his rise in rank, his nightly regimen of cultivation remained unwavering. He sat quietly before his aged writing desk, the room aglow with the soft light of flickering candles. A young attendant clad in a gray tunic approached him, bearing a steaming cup of tea, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young master, please enjoy your tea." This young attendant was once merely a painting on a screen. Gusu had employed talismanic arts to imbue it with vitality, allowing the attendant to emerge from the canvas and perform menial tasks such as serving tea. It was now time to address him as Lord. Gusu glanced at the attendant and feigned seriousness as he corrected him. "It is now, Lord." "Yes, young master," the attendant replied with utmost respect. Gusu shook his head in exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "This fellow is truly a quintessential artificial intellect, incapable of comprehending even simple instructions." Subsequently, Gusu retrieved a small booklet from his pocket, summarizing his recent experimental research. Experiment date: the 7th day of October in the 23rd year of Changsheng. Experiment content: evaluation of the 3rd-generation ghost-slaying talisman, semi-finished product. Directions for improvement: first, enhance damage values. Second, liberate the ghost-slaying talisman from reliance on talisman paper and ink. Third, utilize the summoning charm to borrow the true essence of others, thereby augmenting the talisman's power. Experimental subjects: the souls of Taoyuan Town and the dream-eating Momo. Experimental results: withering destruction. Effects are remarkable. Experimental conclusion: verification indicates that the aforementioned improvements are feasible, and the enhancement of the ghost-slaying talisman can proceed as originally planned. Remarks: today I received a promotion and a raise, which fills me with joy. After completing his notes, he lingered over the words for a considerable time. Since his arrival in this realm, he had filled 2 entire volumes with such entries. Every page chronicled his understanding and insights into talisman arts, incantations, divination, and the gradual journey of cultivation. Others may only marvel at his outstanding performance today. Yet Gusu comprehended that the depths of ice are not formed in a single day. Only through extensive accumulation can one achieve a sudden breakthrough. It was time. He remained silent for a long while before softly uttering his thoughts. Then, he extracted a small porcelain vial containing medicinal pills and retrieved the spirit-gathering pill he had exchanged for over half a month ago, swallowing it whole. The effect of the spirit-gathering pill is to refine true essence, strengthen the spirit, and assist a practitioner at the completion of the 1st realm in ascending to the 2nd. Having long suppressed his realm and solidified his foundation, Gusu now stood at the pinnacle of the 1st realm. To progress further, he must break through the barriers. He slowly closed his eyes, silently reciting the cultivation mantra. At that moment, the surrounding yin energy, influenced by his technique, transformed into colossal waves, surging into his being. Within the depths of Gusu's consciousness, an ancient archway faintly emerged. It was the legendary threshold separating the realms of Yin and Yang, the Ghost Gate. Beyond the Ghost Gate lies an expanse of darkness, where the path ahead is obscured and direction is lost. A misstep could send one plummeting into an abyss, leading to death and the cessation of the path. In this darkness, there echoed indistinct whispers, cries, and wails. According to legend, these sounds emanate from the restless souls beyond the Ghost Gate. Those who had once failed to break through tragically perished, and, under the erosion of Yin energy, lost their reason, incessantly tempting subsequent practitioners to embrace darkness and descend into depravity. Yet Gusu remained composed, unperturbed. In his hand, a lantern materialized out of thin air, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the winding path ahead. This path, with its 9 twists, is known as the Yellow Springs. Gusu strode confidently along this rugged road, leaving the ancient and perilous Ghost Gate far behind, until it vanished into the boundless darkness. His aura surged steadily, and in that moment, his limited true essence transformed into an unceasing river. At that instant, he opened his eyes, gazing out the window. The slumbering Ishui County came into view. The streets and alleys lay shrouded in darkness, enveloped in profound silence. The myriad lights of homes had long been extinguished. Witnessing such a scene, he gently tapped twice on the armrest of his chair. Tap, tap. Suddenly, A lantern by the roadside flickered to life, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. Within minutes, the lights in the nearby neighborhood illuminated, resembling a resplendent sea of stars, all aglow. A subtle smile graced Gusu's lips, and the tranquility in his eyes could no longer conceal the joy within. After months of accumulation, it had finally erupted in a single moment. The art of cultivation, in truth, is quite simple. On the following morning, Chufeng's attendant, Su San, arrived at Gusu's residence, carrying a thick tome. Gusu invited Su San to take a seat in the main room of the courtyard and instructed the young boy depicted in the mural to serve him a cup of hot tea. Esteemed Gu, this is the catalog of martial arts and spells from the treasury of the exorcism department's headquarters in the capital, Su San remarked, gesturing to the hefty book in his hands. You may select any one from the first 30 pages, and it will be promptly delivered from the capital. Since Gusu donned the Seven Sons robe and the black cap, Su San's demeanor towards him had undoubtedly transformed dramatically. Previously, both were mere clerks, with Su San wielding the authority of an examiner's attendant, freely instructing the younger Gusu. However, now, Gusu had not only ascended to the position of an 8th-grade official but had also garnered the focused attention of the head of the department, an indication that, barring unforeseen events, the future of this 17-year-old would undoubtedly be bright. Consequently, when conversing with Gusu, Su San dared not show any hint of negligence in his words or manner. He even pointed to the young boy serving tea nearby, smilingly complimenting, "Your mastery of talismanic arts is truly exceptional, esteemed Gu. I never imagined that one day I would witness the eye-pointing spirit-granting technique, nearly lost to time, in your skilled hands." The eye-pointing spirit-granting is a rather obscure form of talismanic art. According to legend, there was an artist who painted 4 dragons on a wall but left their eyes unfilled. The artist claimed that once the eyes were added, the dragons would soar away. The onlookers, skeptical, insisted that he complete the painting. Thus, the artist inscribed intricate runes in the dragon's eyes. At that moment, amidst a tumult of thunder and lightning, the wall shattered, and the 4 dragons ascended into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. This is the origin of the eye-pointing spirit-granting technique. Upon hearing Su San's words, Gusu humbly replied, "A mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, to speak candidly, this young lad's intellect has always been somewhat lacking." Lacking intellect? Su San chuckled, recalling how 2 months prior, he had chided the boy with the term fool, only for the boy to adopt fool as his name thereafter. Indeed, he is quite a fool. Su San could not help but laugh. Subsequently, Gusu opened the hefty tome, beginning his search for the spell he desired. Thanks to his innate ability for comprehensive memorization, Gusu read with remarkable speed. A mere glance was sufficient for him to retain the entirety of a page in his mind. Thus, Su San beside him observed Gusu rapidly flipping through the pages of a thick tome, finishing it within a mere 5 minutes. This individual possessed such remarkable speed. Could he truly absorb the content within? Su San furrowed his brow, suspecting that Gusu might merely be putting on an act, feigning understanding. "Sir Gu, should you find anything unclear, I would be more than happy to elucidate," Su San offered politely. "I have previously overseen the treasure vault of the Exorcism Bureau's headquarters in the capital, and I might recommend some commendable spells to you." However, at that moment, Gusu unexpectedly interjected, "I have made my selection." "So quickly? Surely you did not choose with your eyes closed." Gusu's statement evidently astonished Su San. "What have you chosen, Sir Gu?" "Mid-grade spiritual spell, Eclipse," Gusu replied nonchalantly. Despite the extensive compendium containing hundreds of diverse martial arts and spells, Gusu found the selection process rather effortless. He first dismissed techniques involving blades, swords, or fists that necessitated close combat. The rationale was simple, given his frail physique. Being forced into proximity with an adversary would undoubtedly lead him to the brink of death. Next, he eliminated talismanic arts, as the majority of the spells documented within this tome were less effective than the improved ghost-slaying talisman, which was both straightforward and potent. He also ruled out curses, for these spells required considerable time for incantation and lacked the immediacy necessary to extricate him from perilous situations. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he resolved to select a spiritual spell. During his prior encounter in the One Gu Hu illusion, the dream-eating beast's spiritual assault had left a profound impression on him. Such spells required no incantation or charging. They could be triggered with a mere thought, striking swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving the enemy no time to react. Had it not been for Gusu's extraordinary spiritual fortitude, and the 30 purification talismans inscribed in his sea of consciousness, he might have succumbed to the dream-eating beast, becoming a mere shell of his former self. The spell eclipse mirrored the dream-eating beast's spiritual attack remarkably. If one were to liken each individual's or spirit's essence to a blazing sun, then eclipse would be akin to a celestial dog devouring the sun, extinguishing its brilliance in an instant. Gu Su's choice once again left Su San in a state of astonishment. Sir Gu, are you certain you wish to select this spell? Su San squinted slightly, his tone laced with skepticism. You may not comprehend that spiritual spells demand a high degree of spiritual intensity and are not easily mastered, typically. Only cultivators of the third realm and above can practice them. Gu Su had anticipated Su San's reaction. He did not offer a defense. Instead, he casually stated a fact. During the Wenguhulu illusion assessment, the Dream Eater's mental assault was nearly ineffective against me. Su San fell silent immediately. At that moment, he felt once again that this Lord Gu, who could effortlessly manipulate the celestial stone, could not be judged by ordinary standards. He had already mastered the esoteric art of talismans in the first realm. Surely, the mind techniques that were difficult for ordinary individuals to grasp posed no challenge for him. After a prolonged silence, Su San slowly spoke. Since Lord Gu has made a decision, the headquarters of the Exorcism Bureau in the capital will deliver the eclipse spell to you within 3 days. I appreciate your assistance, Su Xiong. Furthermore, he continued, this afternoon, I shall accompany Lord Chu's entourage back to the capital. Our next meeting will likely have to wait until next year. Gu Su discerned the implied meaning behind his words. Next year. If Gu Su successfully navigated the assessment period and gained the recognition of the Exorcism Bureau's higher-ups, he would be able to travel to the capital and become an official member of the Divine Machine Camp. Naturally, this would allow him to meet Su San again. This statement could be interpreted as Su San's blessing for Gu Su. Thus, Gu Su smiled and rose to respond. Su Xiong, take care on your journey. We shall meet again next year. The Shi family mansion is located in the southeast of Yishui County. This is a grand courtyard with intricately carved beams and embroidered pillars, adorned with green tiles and red eaves, structured in a 3-entry layout, spacious and meticulously arranged, evidently the residence of a high-ranking official. Shi Shaohan was seated beneath the sycamore tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Today, she was resting at home, having not applied any makeup or styled her hair. Her long black hair, resembling ink, cascaded down to her waist, contrasting sharply with her fair complexion. She was not dressed in formal attire, but rather wore a pale purple pleated skirt, the hem revealing a pair of delicate feet as white as porcelain. What book are you reading, Shaohan? At that moment, a robust middle-aged man strode into the courtyard, a bright smile gracing his face as he addressed Shi Shaohan beneath the sycamore tree. Hearing his voice, Shi Shaohan closed her book and looked up, her brows slightly furrowing. Father, didn't I just tell you not to disturb my reading? The middle-aged man immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, feigning innocence as he replied, Shaohan, do not be angry. I was merely a tad curious. This middle-aged man was Shi Shaohan's father, Shi Lei. He held the position of Qianhu in Laizhou Prefecture, a fifth-rank official, a significant figure safeguarding the region. Recently, he had taken a rare few days off and seized the opportunity to return to Yishui County to visit his cherished only daughter. However, since his return home, Shi Shaohan had not given him a pleasant countenance. The reason for her discontent was simple. Her father's unexpected arrival had prevented her from attending Gu Su's celebratory banquet, causing her to miss out on countless delectable dishes. It is worth noting that Gu Su, the notoriously stingy fellow, rarely hosted banquets, making such an occasion a rare treat. Yet, she could not be bothered to explain this to her father. This left Shi Lei feeling perpetually unsettled, uncertain of what he had done to upset his beloved daughter. Shi Shaohan let out a cold snort, raising the book in her hands to showcase it before her father. The cover bore the bold inscription, Record of Culinary Delicacies in Luojing, a book dedicated to the documentation of exquisite cuisine. Shaohan, if memory serves me right, have you not been delving into the culinary delights of Jiangnan recently? What has sparked your sudden interest in the foods of Luojing? Shi Lei pondered, somewhat bewildered. Rising to her feet, Shi Shaohan stood barefoot upon the carpet of fallen sycamore leaves, her arms crossed defiantly. The place of Yishui is too small for a heroine like me to truly showcase my talents. I aspire to break through to the third realm swiftly, aiming to transfer to the capital next year, where I can engage in grander cases and confront fiercer demons. Such ambition, truly my daughter, Shi Lei exclaimed. giving her a thumbs up. Since you harbor such aspirations, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Absolutely not. Shi Shaohan pouted, shaking her head vigorously. Don't interfere. I refuse to take any shortcuts. I do not wish to be seen as one who relies solely on her father's connections for advancement. This heroine shall rely on her own formidable strength to participate in the promotion examination and be elevated to the capital with honor. Well spoken. Shirley applauded, acknowledging her resolve. My daughter is indeed forthright, never stooping to petty dealings. Yet, as he spoke, a thought lingered in his mind. Oh, foolish girl. You do not comprehend that connections are also a form of strength. The current generation of young talents is burgeoning, and I have heard whispers of a prodigy with a third-grade talent emerging recently. You may not necessarily outshine such individuals. When the time comes for you to partake in the examination, I shall discreetly speak with the chief examiner. Gazing at his increasingly beautiful daughter, Shirley fell into a contemplative silence before finally speaking again. Shaohan, there is an important matter we must discuss. You are now 17, on the verge of womanhood. It has come to my attention that there are many fine young men in the capital. Once you arrive there, do take the time to see if any catch your fancy. I shall do everything in my power to arrange a favorable match for you. Please, don't meddle. Shi Shaohan interrupted him once more, shaking her head. Why not? Shirley questioned, perplexed. Many girls your age have already become engaged. If you continue to delay, all the promising young men will be snatched away. Could it be that you have someone you fancy? He ventured, observing her sulky demeanor. Absolutely not. I do not. Shi Shaohan promptly denied, declaring, this heroine is devoted to the welfare of the world and has no time for romantic entanglements. Until the demons are vanquished. This heroine vows not to marry. Shirley sighed quietly. He had loved his late wife dearly, and since her passing, he had not sought another partner. Shi Shaohan was their only offspring. For over a decade, he had cherished her as a precious gem, reluctant to scold or reprimand her, indulging her every whim. Yet, with his daughter's obstinate nature, he feared that the Shi family line might come to an end. Alas, how am I to persuade her? The esteemed Lord of Liezhou has never felt such a headache. Yet, Shi Shaohan remains indifferent to her father's concerns. She shook her dress and settled back onto the ground. Engrossed in her reading of culinary delights of Luojing, she envisioned that upon her arrival in the capital next year, she would certainly take Gusu on a journey through every street and alley, savoring all manner of delicacies. Together, they would tackle several significant cases. Gusu would employ his intellect while she wielded her blade, earning the illustrious title of the Yishui duo, compelling everyone to regard them with newfound respect. The mere thought of such a life stirred her heart with excitement. 3 days later, the Mind Technique Eclipse was delivered punctually to Gusu's residence. It was a slender booklet, and a brief introduction was inscribed on its title page. Gusu learned that the creator of this technique was a certain Su Jiang, a practitioner from the demon exorcism office a century ago. He had encountered a mishap during his cultivation, resulting in severed meridians that rendered him incapable of further refining his true essence. Consequently, he devised the eclipse technique, dedicating himself to honing his spiritual awareness. Many years later, he astonishingly matched a fifth-stage practitioner solely through his mental acuity. Although there may have been factors of his opponent underestimating him, this instance sufficiently attests to the formidable potential of mental techniques. Thus, Gusu opened the book and began to refine his spiritual awareness according to the steps outlined within. If his previous awareness was akin to an unrefined gemstone, then his current endeavor was to meticulously polish this rough stone using the technique at hand, eliminating impurities and skillfully carving it into a pristine and radiant jade. This process, however, bore significant risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to permanent mental injury, rendering him an imbecile. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Gusu closed the book and rose to his feet. At that moment, his eyes were dark and profound, devoid of light. He had made preliminary progress with the eclipse technique. According to the book, the practice from initial cultivation to noticeable results required at least 5 days and nights. However, Gusu understood that the standards inscribed within the book applied only to those of mediocre talent and held no relevance for prodigies. He still recalled that during his initial practice of the return to origin technique, he had nearly raised suspicions among his colleagues in the yamen due to the rapidity of his essence condensation. Just then, the divine mechanism token on his table suddenly began to shimmer. The mission from the divine mechanism camp had arrived so swiftly, Gusu was taken aback. It seemed his planned continuation of practice today could not proceed as usual. Yet, This was fortuitous. He had recently ascended to the second realm of Yellow Springs Road, and had just begun to grasp the eclipse technique. Unaware of how significantly his combat prowess had improved, he intended to seize this opportunity to test his skills against a fortunate spirit, thus gaining a better understanding of his current strength. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. With that, he reached for the divine mechanism token on the table. At the moment he encountered the token, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fan Zhou, the eldest son of the Fan family from Zhu County, mysteriously vanished on his wedding night, and after half a month, there has been no news. According to the calculations of the divination technique, Fan Zhou has been abducted by a ghost of wild spirit level. The tasked individual is requested to ascertain the situation promptly, rescue Fan Zhou, and confront the involved specter. Task reward, 240 merit points. 240 merit points. This reward for the task seemed rather generous, Gu Su mused quietly. After Su San left Yishui County, he had written a letter to Gu Su. The letter stated, the Divine Machine Camp was established under the auspices of the Exorcism Department and can be understood as a special unit under its command. The merit exchange system of the Exorcism Department is likewise applicable in the Divine Machine Camp, though merits obtained there can only be retained individually and not shared with others. Gu Su inquired in his letter. So, can I seek assistance while undertaking a task? Su San replied, of course, as long as you can find someone. Gu Su sensed that the type of exceptional talent the Divine Machine Camp sought was perhaps not the so-called geniuses who were oblivious to the world, wholly engrossed in their cultivation. Rather, they favored individuals with practical problem-solving abilities, adept at resource utilization, and wise in leveraging support. With this thought in mind, Gu Su, adhering to his usual practice, retrieved 3 ancient copper coins from his pocket and cast them 6 times, employing the 6 lines divination method to predict the fortune of this task. The result was Li above, Li below, corresponding to the hexagram of fire. Li signifies brightness. In the divination text Gu Su had perused, it was explained that those who receive this hexagram should be humble and cautious, advancing steadily, for their future is bright. Those who rush or act impulsively will surely suffer losses. In simpler terms, it advised to remain steady to achieve success. Indeed, a good omen, Gu Su murmured to himself. I shall accept this task. Subsequently, he stuffed the thick stack of ghost-slaying talismans from the table into his pocket and, with a light-hearted stride, turned and exited the gate of his courtyard. After his departure, a small scholar clad in gray robes emerged from the portrait on the screen, picked up a broom, and began to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard, following the path Gu Su had previously set. Once outside, Gu Su did not hasten directly to Zhu County to undertake the task. Instead, he first visited the Exorcism Department in Yishui. Is Inspector Shi here? He inquired of the gatekeeper. Despite Gu Su's recent meteoric rise in strength, he wished to cautiously persuade Shi Xiaohan to accompany him on the mission. If he recalled correctly, Shi Xiaohan's cultivation had nearly reached the pinnacle of the second realm. With her talent, it would likely not be long before she broke into the third realm. Learning to rely on others was beneficial for increasing the odds of survival in tasks. However, the gatekeeper shook his head. Lord Gu. Lord Shi is on leave today and has not come to the office. Then, is Magistrate Ma present? Gu Su asked again. Since Shi Xiaohan was unavailable, Gu Su resolved to settle for second best and consider inviting Ma Qin to join him. Although Ma Qin's strength is somewhat inferior to that of Shi Xiaohan, as a melee swordsman trained in the stone fist technique, he possesses remarkable resilience. Standing behind him to chant spells would undoubtedly provide Gu Su with a profound sense of security. However, the gatekeeper shook his head once more, apologizing. I'm afraid, Sir Gu, that Master Ma has departed on a mission a quarter of an hour ago. It may take several hours before he returns. Gu Su felt a deep sense of regret. It appeared that he must undertake this task alone today. Zhu County lies approximately 60 miles from Yishui. Gu Su, frail in constitution and unaccustomed to horseback riding, opted for a carriage provided by the government office to reach Zhu County. The driver, a 16-year-old mortal boy named Dong Zhuangzhuang, bore a face freckled with youth. A few days prior, the magnificent spectacle triggered by Gu Su's touch upon the Tianyan stone had left a profound impression on Dong Zhuangzhuang. In that moment, Gu Su stood enveloped in the most resplendent radiance, as if he were the singular focal point of the universe. To Dong Zhuangzhuang, should deities exist in this world, they would surely resemble Gu Su. Consequently, as he drove the carriage today, he felt a tumult of excitement and trepidation. He sat up straight, his gaze fixated on the road ahead, his hands gripping the reins tightly, fearful of failing and incurring the displeasure of the esteemed gentleman within the carriage. Why so nervous? Gusu could not help but tease upon noticing Dong Zhuangzhuang's trembling form. I am not a man-eating monster. Startled by his words, Dong Zhuangzhuang stammered, Master, I am not nervous. Please do not be angry. I am not angry. Gusu replied with a calm demeanor. Just focus on driving. I see the carriage is nearly headed into the ditch. With a startled exclamation, Dong Zhuangzhuang yanked the reins, executing an abrupt stop. It was then that he realized the road ahead was clear and unencumbered, devoid of any ditch as Gusu had suggested. My apologies. I was just teasing you, Gusu chuckled softly. With that, he opened the carriage door and stepped down. He then gazed towards the thicket by the roadside and spoke with an air of tranquility. I am aware of your presence concealed within. Lay down your weapons and come forth immediately. I shall spare your lives. What? Is there truly someone lurking in the grass to ambush us? How did I not perceive this? Dong Zhuangzhuang felt an overwhelming astonishment. It is the exorcism department. Run. At that moment, a voice bellowed suddenly. Then, a group of robbers, blood-stained and disheveled, sprang forth from the thicket, bows in hand, laden with stolen goods. They fled without a backward glance. Fleeing so soon? Gusu observed the robbers' hasty retreat, the smile on his face widening. Yet before me, do you truly believe you can escape? In an instant, his eyes dimmed, losing all radiance, transforming into a profound abyss of darkness. At that very moment, one of the robbers, in his frantic flight, suddenly felt a jolt of excruciating pain in his head, as if a sharp dagger had been forcefully plunged into his temple, akin to a cacophony of firecrackers erupting within his skull. He let out a piercing scream, and then darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Gusu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to another bandit. This one, too, clutched his head and, in a wail of despair, fell unconscious. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth followed suit, akin to a row of dominoes tumbling one after another. Young Dong Zhuangzhuang sat in the cart, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. As an officer of the exorcism department, he was well aware that this Lord Gu wielded extraordinary power. For him, dealing with this band of robbers should have been a trivial task. Yet, Dong Zhuangzhuang could hardly fathom that Lord Gu had not resorted to a blade, nor a sword, nor even a talisman. Merely with a glance, he had utterly vanquished the brigands. Is this truly the legendary power of a killing gaze? Dong Zhuangzhuang inhaled deeply. Fortunately, he thought to himself, he had not provoked Lord Gu, or else he might not even know how he met his demise. The effects of the solar eclipse spell left Gu Su exceedingly pleased. It required no incantations, no build-up of energy, allowing for instantaneous release that left enemies utterly defenseless. Moreover, these robbers were mere mortals, untrained in spiritual awareness, their souls weak, before the solar eclipse. They were utterly incapable of withstanding its might. However, it was worth noting that Gusu had only just begun to master the solar eclipse spell that very morning. During the casting process, he sensed his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, fearing that soon it would be entirely exhausted. Thus, he resolved to conserve some of his strength for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, after the 10th bandit fell into unconsciousness, Gusu ceased the use of the solar eclipse technique. His eyes returned to their usual serene brilliance. Do you still intend to flee? He inquired, a smirk playing on his lips as he narrowed his eyes at the remaining robbers. If you wish to continue this game of cat and mouse, I would be more than willing to indulge you. However, once I catch you, your fate shall be far from pleasant. Gusu's voice was not loud, yet under the influence of his true essence, it cut through the howling winds, reaching the ears of the bandits with startling clarity. At that moment, the robbers were unable to suppress their mounting dread. The bizarre sight of their comrades collapsing one by one, along with the echoes of their anguished cries, had already instilled a deep sense of terror. Gusu's words shattered the last remnants of courage within them. When did such a figure emerge from the exorcism department? And why did it have to be us who crossed paths with him? The bandits cursed their ill fate in their minds. They had merely intended to lie in wait among the grass to ambush passing merchant caravans. Little did they know they would encounter a formidable officer of the exorcism department. Realizing this, they hastily discarded their weapons and stolen goods, kneeling before Gusu, pleading for his mercy. Please, spare our lives. The bandits bowed their heads repeatedly, like garlic being crushed. The petty criminal had an elderly mother aged 90 above him and a 3-year-old child below him. If he were to perish here today, they would be left without care. You appear to be no more than 30 years old. Could it be that your mother bore you at 60? Gusu chuckled softly, interrupting their pleas for mercy, remarking that if one was poor at arithmetic, one ought not to lie so casually before him. The bandits fell silent, like frightened mice. After a brief pause, Gusu's gaze fell upon the blood-stained garments of the robbers, and he inquired, "Have you recently taken a life?" The bandits exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts quaking. After a long hesitation, one of them, trembling, replied, "Master, we were left with no choice. We were so impoverished that we could hardly put a meal together and could not pay the taxes, which forced us to ambush a merchant caravan on this official road. We only intended to take a portion of their belongings and depart, but they refused to yield, even attempting to incapacitate us and turn us over to the authorities. Thus, in self-defense, we had no option but to resort to violence." "What a fine excuse of no choice," Gusu mused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "One might think, from your pitiful tone, that you were the victims. Please, master, spare us. We promise never to do this again." The bandits once more fell to their knees, pleading incessantly. Some even resorted to throwing handfuls of dirt into their eyes to conjure a few tears. Gusu regarded them coolly and stated, "To take a life is to repay it. This is a matter of natural justice. Logically, it is only by extinguishing the lives of you pests that one can maintain the normal order of this official road and ensure the safety of other travelers." The bandits trembled, repeatedly begging him not to proceed. Yet Gusu shifted his tone, continuing, "However, I am a member of the exorcism office, tasked only with vanquishing spirits, not with taking human lives. Should I directly slay you, it would bring considerable trouble upon me. Therefore, it is best to leave your fate to the mundane authorities." As his words settled in the air, Gusu produced several sheets of pale yellow talisman paper from his pocket and cast them towards the bandits. In the instant they were thrown, these talismans transformed into a long, robust rope, binding the robbers, whether conscious or unconscious, securely and affixing them to the trunks of several large elm trees by the roadside. Next, Gusu took out a charcoal pencil and inscribed several powerful characters upon the elm's bark. "Travel the official road. Do not commit evil deeds. The heaven's net is vast, yet nothing escapes it." He deemed this message would serve as an effective warning to future travelers along the road. After all, the group of bandits tied to the tree served as a cautionary tale. Meanwhile, the bandits yearned for a hole to burrow into. Being displayed in such a manner was unbearably humiliating. Their village lay nearby. Should any passing villagers catch sight of their disgraceful state, they would prefer death. Encountering bandits was but a minor episode in the journey. Soon, Gusu resumed his place in the carriage and continued his journey towards Ju County. During his journey, he retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and inscribed the following: Experiment date, October 11th, year 23 of the Celestial Path. Experiment subject, initial assessment of the power of the divine thought spell, Eclipse. Experiment subjects, a group of bandits, mortals. Experiment conclusion, this spell can perceive the murderous intent of nearby foes, can instantaneously induce unconsciousness, and even obliterate one's consciousness, serving as a remarkable tactic in actual combat. However, it currently exhibits certain limitations. First, the spell can only target a single subject at a time. Second, it demands an excessive amount of mental energy. Future improvements must be explored in these areas. That afternoon, Gusu arrived at Ju County. Without a moment's delay, he instructed Dong Zhuang to drive directly to their destination, the Fan family residence. According to Gusu's prior knowledge, the Fan family had engaged in the winemaking business in Ju County for generations. Though not immensely wealthy, they led a comfortably prosperous life. The victim in the case, Fan Zhou, was the sole heir of the younger generation of the Fan family. He had, under his parents' wishes and through arranged matchmaking, become betrothed to Changsheng Yun, a daughter from the nearby Qin family. Their wedding was originally scheduled for half a month prior, on September 26th. However, on the night of the celebration, the groom, Fan Zhou, mysteriously vanished without a trace. The Fan family scoured the surrounding neighborhoods, but could not uncover any sign of him. They were engulfed in anxiety, deeply concerned for Fan Zhou's safety. Meanwhile, the Qin family accused the Fans of being untrustworthy. They even suggested canceling the engagement after all. Fan Zhou had been missing for so long without a word, and it was likely that he had perished. They did not wish for Qin Shangyun to remain a widow because of this. as Gu Su's carriage came to a halt outside the Fan residence. Members of both the Fan and Qin families were embroiled in a heated argument at the entrance. The parents of the groom exclaimed, "Our son has been missing for so long, and you show no concern for his safety, instead incessantly shouting annul the engagement. Huh, how blind we were to choose such selfish people as in-laws." The parents of the bride retorted, "Speaking of selfishness, your Fan family is the epitome of self-serving individuals. You care only for your son, completely disregarding the feelings of our Shan-yun. Your son may only lose his life, but our daughter stands to lose her lifelong happiness." The groom's parents angrily responded, "You are heartless, lacking in compassion, and causing unwarranted chaos." To which the bride's parents countered, "Where are we heartless? Where is the lack of empathy? Where is the chaos? This is clearly a predicament caused by your son." Hearing the elders of both families argue like vendors in a marketplace, Gu Su could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, a young servant from the Fan family suddenly spotted Gu Su's black carriage, adorned with the emblem of the Exorcism Bureau, resembling a celestial chart. "Sir, the esteemed official from the Exorcism Bureau has arrived," the servant exclaimed excitedly. The members of both the Fan and Qin families turned in unison. The moment they caught sight of the black carriage, their eyes gleamed in unison, as if they had discovered a lifeline. The matriarch of the Qin family was the first to step forward, kneeling before the carriage with a voice tinged with desperation, exclaiming, "My lord, the Fan family has betrayed our trust and wronged my dear Shang-yun. You must uphold justice for us." Observing her actions, the couple from the Fan family hastily followed suit, dropping to their knees and clutching the wheels of the carriage, pleading, "My lord, do not be swayed by her one-sided tale. She is spouting nonsense." Gu Su let out a sigh. Clearly, he was a practitioner responsible for exorcising demons within the Demon Exorcism Division. Yet, in this moment, standing before these individuals, he felt as though he had transformed into a neighborhood mediator. "Announce my name," he instructed the driver, Dong Zhuangzhuang. Upon hearing this, Dong stood up and bellowed, "Presenting Gu Darren of the Yishui Demon Exorcism Division." The relatives of the Fan and Qin families finally ceased their quarrel and bowed respectfully, saying, "We humbly welcome you." Gu Darren. Gu Su rose, adjusted his attire, and then opened the carriage door, stepping out. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. The youth, adorned with a black cap and dressed in ceremonial robes, possessed a striking demeanor, with clear brows and bright eyes. This official from the Yishui Demon Exorcism Division appeared remarkably youthful. He seemed no older than my own son. How absurd it was for the Demon Exorcism Division to appoint such a young child to wear a black cap. Did they truly believe that dealing with demons was akin to child's play? Surely no one could think that this inexperienced lad could resolve this case. Among the onlookers, whispers arose, muffled yet discernible, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. However, Gu Su, having trained in the art of solar eclipse, possessed a heightened perception that allowed him to catch every word. Yet, he deemed it unworthy to engage with these narrow-minded mortals. They were likely merely envious. "You may all rise," Gu Su stated, surveying the gathered crowd with a calm demeanor. "Matters of marriage and neighborhood disputes should be referred to the county magistrate. As an official of the Demon Exorcism Division, my responsibility lies solely in addressing the supernatural entities involved." Demonic entities? The Fan couple gasped in astonishment. Their son, Fan Zhou, had gone missing, and it was connected to demons? It was said that such creatures regarded humans as mere food. Did this mean their beloved son might still return alive? A sudden pang of anguish gripped Mrs. Fan's heart. She reached out, clutching her husband's arm tightly, feeling as if she might faint at any moment. Moments later, Gu Su, guided by the Fan couple, entered the Fan family estate. Throughout the journey, he inquired with the couple about the details of the incident that transpired that day. For instance, the time of Fan Zhou's disappearance, the last location he was seen, and the presence of any witnesses. The information he gathered revealed that during the newlyweds banquet, Fan Zhou had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and claimed he needed to visit the restroom. However, after leaving the hall, he never returned. Upon hearing this, Gu Su's first reaction was to ponder whether Fan Zhou had been ensnared by the infamous restroom specter known for its malevolent tendencies. A tale recounted in the Chronicles of the Strange and Deqi, the restroom ghost tells of a man named Li, who, while traveling with friends, developed an affinity for lingering in restrooms for hours on end, requiring his companions to forcibly extricate him. Yet, during other times, he behaved like any ordinary individual. One day, while drinking with friends, Li inexplicably vanished. His friends hurried to the restroom in search of him, only to find that he had barricaded the door with a stool. After calling out with no response, they were compelled to dismantle the wall to gain entry. To their astonishment, they discovered Li's feet protruding from the latrine, his body engulfed by filth, devoid of life. Did Fan Zhou possess a similar penchant for frequenting restrooms prior to his marriage? Gusu queried the couple. No, they replied. Was he seen by anyone in the restroom that evening? No, they answered again. Did you search the cesspit for his body? We did, but he was not there. Gusu nodded, dismissing the initial erroneous hypothesis. Next, he summoned the servants of the Fan household and several guests from the wedding banquet to interrogate them. However, they too could provide little in the way of useful information. According to their accounts, after Fan Zhou departed from the banquet, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Quite perplexing, Gusu mused as he adjusted his hat. When faced with uncertainty, one must resort to metaphysics. With this thought, he retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket and cast them 3 times, resulting in the Zhun hexagram. According to the directional map of the 8 trigrams, Zhun corresponds to the eastern position. Let us search towards the east of the county, Gusu declared to the victim's family. Upon hearing this, the family members were momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so casual for officials of the Exorcism Bureau to solve cases based on a mere coin toss? It seemed rather unreliable. Nevertheless, due to Gusu's distinguished status, they refrained from questioning him, choosing instead to follow closely behind as they departed the Fan residence, heading eastward. As they approached each intersection, Gusu would, under the watchful eyes of onlookers, take out the coins to divine their direction. Unbeknownst to them, they gradually left the bustling center of the county and ventured into the desolate outskirts. Here, human presence was sparse, revealing only an expanse of wilderness and a few scattered dwellings. At that moment, the matriarch of the Qin family suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is it that a house has inexplicably appeared in this place? When I visited here a month ago, it was nowhere to be seen." Gusu followed her gaze and beheld, at the end of the road, a 2-story house. The entrance of this dwelling faced the straight path, flanked by numerous trees. In the realm of feng shui, the main door serves as the conduit for the house's energy. A door aligned directly with a road invites malevolent forces, bringing about misfortune and even calamity. This situation invoked the concept of road clash, also known as gun clash, a particularly perilous arrangement. However, if the house were uninhabited, the implications would be quite different. Therefore, Gusu boldly speculated that the entity responsible for abducting Fan Zhou might very well be concealed within this house. "I shall investigate this dwelling," Gusu instructed his companions nonchalantly. "You remain here and do not wander." Lady Fan, anxious for her son, stepped forward and bowed deeply to Gusu, earnestly imploring, "Sir, please allow me to accompany you. I wish to know if my son is. My purpose here is solely to solve the case." Gusu interrupted, shaking his head with indifference. "If there are indeed malevolent spirits within, your safety cannot be assured." With that, he strode directly towards the house at the end of the road. Lady Fan gazed at his receding figure, taking a deep breath. Previously, she had harbored doubts about whether this remarkably young exorcist could unravel such a bizarre case. Yet now, as a distressed mother, she could only silently pray for Gusu, hoping he would pierce through the fog, unveil the truth, and swiftly bring her son back. Moments later, Gusu arrived at the 2-story house. He extended his hand and knocked 3 times on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is knocking?" A young man's voice echoed from within, accompanied by labored breaths, as if he had been engaged in vigorous activity. "Who I am is of little consequence," Gusu replied. "I come bearing a message for you." "A message?" The young man's tone reflected confusion. "Fan Zhou, have you had enough of playing here?" "Your mother calls you home to marry," Gusu said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bang! Moments later, the door was abruptly flung open. There stood the young man, frowning, disheveled and flushed, with his belt unfastened and only one shoe on, clearly having rushed to respond to Gusu's voice. This individual was none other than the central figure of the case, the missing Fan Zhou, who had been absent for half a month. At that moment, Fan Zhou gazed at Gusu, clad in the black attire of the exorcist, bewildered. "Master, you may be mistaken," Fan Zhou stammered. "I married Miss Qin half a month ago, and we now live together in harmonious bliss." Living with the young lady of the Qin family? According to her parents, has Qin Shangyu not been sulking in her room every day? Yet, how is it that another young lady from the Qin family has appeared here? Gusu chuckled softly. He glanced at Fan Zhou's flushed face, sensing that this case had become increasingly intriguing. Your wife, is she named Changsheng? Indeed. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice wafted down from the upstairs. My dear husband, when will you be rid of that insufferable guest? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Do not fret, my dear. I shall come to you shortly. Fan Zhou replied with an exaggerated smile. He then turned to Gu Su, standing outside the door, and spoke rapidly. Esteemed official of the Exorcism Bureau, it is getting late. You should return home soon. I shall not see you off. Gu Su, with a smile, replied, There is no rush, no rush. I have heard that young Master Fan's wife is a renowned beauty. I have always been curious to meet her in person. With that, he pushed Fan Zhou aside and stepped into the house, making his way to the staircase. Upon hearing his words, Fan Zhou froze in place, a surge of anger swelling within him. Are the officials of Deqi so brazen? To openly express interest in another man's wife? Do they intend to covet another's spouse? How deeply decayed has Deqi become? Moments later, as Gu Su ascended the staircase, he beheld Fan Zhou's wife. He had to admit, she was one of the most exquisite women he had ever encountered. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her collar revealing a delicate bosom. Her brows were like willow leaves, her bright eyes sparkling like silver stars. She was a vision of grace and charm, captivating in every way. No wonder Fan Zhou was lost in her tender embrace, reluctant to return home. Meanwhile, Fan Zhou hastily approached, pointing at Gu Su and shouting furiously, You shall not lay a hand on my wife. Yet, the woman appeared utterly oblivious to her husband's presence. She smiled radiantly, gazing at Gu Su with infatuation, as if he were her true beloved. Despite having just referred to him as an unwelcome guest, the moment she laid eyes on Gu Su, those words were swiftly forgotten. Young sir, since it is late, why not spend the night here with me? She whispered enticingly into Gu Su's ear. Gu Su instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining his distance, while silently cursing in his heart, a cursed spirit calling body. Witnessing such a scene, Fan Zhou's heart seethed with fury. He could understand why the mysterious official from the Exorcism Bureau would be intrigued by his wife. After all, her beauty was enchanting, and few men could resist her allure. However, now his wife was openly attempting to seduce another man with her soft, beguiling voice right before his eyes. This was intolerable to Fan Zhou. Anger blazed within him. He seized a broom and hurled it at the two, intending to strike down the brazen official and the wayward woman. At that moment, his wife cast a cold glance in his direction. An icy chill swept over Fan Zhou, as if a venomous tongue had burrowed from beneath his feet into his garments, slowly crawling up his legs and torso, ensnaring him completely, rendering him immobile. He felt that with just a thought from his wife, he would perish on the spot. The sudden malice emanating from her filled Fan Zhou with trepidation. Yet, Gu Su maintained a serene smile upon his face. Master Fan, you may be misunderstanding, he said, approaching Fan Zhou and whispering into his ear. I harbor no romantic interest in your wife. I merely noticed your waning yang energy and the oppressive presence of Yin, and I wish to liberate you from your suffering. Fan Zhou furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Gu Su's words. As a man, he instinctively felt that waning yang energy was hardly a favorable description. At that moment, Gu Su continued, Master Fan, I wonder if you have ever heard the saying, the rosy skull, the flesh of white bones. The beauty before you may not be what it seems. Beauty not being genuine? Fan Zhou glanced at his enchanting wife, delicate as a flower, then at Gu Su clad in his resplendent attire, and an ominous premonition suddenly took root in his heart. Do you wish to uncover the true visage of your wife? Gu Su chuckled lightly. Before Fan Zhou could respond, he produced a talisman from his pocket and affixed it to Fan Zhou's forehead, reciting an incantation to dispel calamities and illusions. The essence of Yangming, spirit intensely agile. Banish the alluring shadows, revert to original form. With this spiritual symbol, all afflictions shall dissipate. Should there be defiance, heavenly soldiers shall arise. As Gu Su recited the spell, Fan Zhou stood in a daze. Before his eyes, the surroundings underwent a radical transformation. The quaint 2-story building vanished. The dim candlelight disappeared. The intricately carved furniture was gone. In that instant, Fan Zhou found himself standing in a desolate wilderness. Beside him stood a solitary grave, and to his horror, his once beautiful wife had morphed into a grotesque, fearsome corpse. This cadaver was shrouded in a pallid hue, with skin tightly adhering to bone and a sunken abdomen. Beneath the skin, he could vaguely discern the glint of stark, white bones. Could it be that this was the woman with whom he had shared countless nights? Her true form was this abominable sight? Upon realizing this, Fan Zhou stood agape, his complexion turning ashen. He finally understood why Gu Su had remarked upon his waning yang energy and the clinging presence of Yin. His life force had been devoured by this malevolent entity. Simultaneously, he noticed familiar figures standing not far away: his parents, the in-laws from the Qin family, household servants, and a few curious neighbors who had come to witness the commotion. They all gazed in his direction, their expressions a mix of concern and astonishment. Oh heavens! Did they all know that I had been living with a corpse for the past half-month? A terrifying thought suddenly surged within Fan Zhou's mind. At that moment, he even wished to perish on the spot rather than return home to confront the crowd. The desiccated corpse stood by the grave, its hoarse voice addressing Gu Su. I never anticipated that you, merely a practitioner of the second realm, could see through my illusion. Gu Su smiled and replied, though I am but a humble individual, I have studied some methods to enhance my spiritual awareness. Your illusion, while exquisite, falls slightly short of ensnaring me. I can see that you possess a strength worthy of my attention. The corpse continued, however, those who have beheld my true form have all become mere corpses. Although you may appear fresh and appetizing, you shall be no exception. Let us see. Gu Su maintained a smile, showing no signs of fear. He sensed that the corpse's strength was formidable, belonging to a higher tier of malevolent spirits, reminiscent of the painted-skinned demon he encountered previously, perhaps even stronger. Yet, Gu Su was no longer the same as he once was. Recently ascended to the second realm, he intended to use this malevolent spirit to gauge his current strength. Thus, he opted not to employ the supreme North Polar demon-suppressing talisman or other spells like the solar eclipse, choosing instead to directly condense his true essence and confront the foe in the most straightforward manner. Soon, a ball of orange-red light materialized in the palm of his hand, reminiscent of a warm hearth in winter or the dawn sun rising slowly. A mere practitioner of the second realm wishes to battle me without weapons or talismans, relying solely on true essence. Do you underestimate me? The corpse scoffed. You should know that those who have previously looked down upon me have all met their demise. Spare me the monologue, Gu Su interjected, finding the corpse to be the most loquacious spirit he had ever encountered. The corpse raised its right hand, and a thick black mist billowed around it, as if ominous clouds were gathering to besiege a city. Then it pointed at Gu Su, and the black mist transformed into countless venomous snakes, lunging towards his position, intent on devouring his flesh and bones, tearing him into countless pieces. In an instant, Gu Su was entirely enveloped by darkness. The sun and stars dimmed, and mountains faded from sight. The light in Gu Su's hand seemed to falter like a setting sun in the twilight, on the brink of succumbing to the abyss of silence. My lord, be careful, Fan Zhou exclaimed, his expression filled with concern. Yet, Gu Su remained composed and calm. Though surrounded by darkness, his eyes shone like stars. With a single thought, the light of his true essence grew increasingly radiant and powerful, as if the sun were rising to dispel the lingering night, banishing shadows and revealing brilliance. Fan Zhou gazed at Gu Su's figure in awe, standing firm like mountains and rivers, with darkness crumbling beneath him and radiant flames before him. Truly, it was exhilarating. Gu Su stood at the boundary between light and darkness, gazing at the lifeless corpse ahead, and silently shook his head. As his words faded, flames engulfed the sky. In an instant, the corpse was reduced to ashes. Gu Su lowered his gaze to his hands, contemplating the realization that this was the power of a practitioner at the second realm. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A moment later, Gu Su led the pale-faced Fan Zhou towards the location of his relatives. Master, may I not return to see them? The spectral knight Fan Zhou stammered nervously beside Gu Su. Why? Gu Su raised an eyebrow. Your mother is deeply concerned for your safety and has implored me repeatedly to bring you back alive. If you are a dutiful son, you should properly explain to her the reasons for your disappearance. In the Great Qi dynasty, filial piety is a crucial measure of one's moral character. Those who are unfilial are often regarded as morally corrupt and face disdain from their neighbors, making it challenging to find acceptance within social circles. Thus, upon hearing Gu Su's words, Fan Zhou nodded submissively, no longer daring to retort. Before long, Gu Su brought Fan Zhou to his parents. When Madame Fan saw her only son return safely, tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. She took a few steps forward and embraced her son tightly, sobbing while chiding, "You little rascal, where have you been these past few days? Your mother has worried day and night about your well-being, scarcely finding sleep." Fan Zhou lowered his head and murmured, "Mother, I was wrong. Although the Fan couple was consumed with concern for their son's safety, they had not forgotten about his savior. In the moments prior, they had witnessed Gu Su's battle against the malevolent spirit. They had seen their quaint, elegant two-story home transform into a desolate grave. They had witnessed the beautiful maiden morph into a grotesque and fearsome corpse. They had observed Gu Su shatter the darkness with light, effortlessly reducing the evil spirit to ashes amidst laughter. Perhaps they had previously harbored doubts regarding Gu Su's abilities due to his youth. However, all their skepticism vanished in the instant he vanquished the malevolent spirit. As ordinary citizens of Zhu County, they seldom had the opportunity to encounter practitioners from the exorcism division, let alone witness them wield extraordinary powers to vanquish demons. Consequently, Gu Su's actions appeared to them as though a deity had descended. Thus, upon seeing their son safe and sound, Master Fan stepped forward, grasping Fan Zhou by the collar and pulling him before Gu Su, forcefully pressing him to the ground and demanding that he bow in gratitude to Gu Su. "You little rascal, hurry and thank Master Gu for saving your life." Master Fan kicked Fan Zhou sharply on the backside. Fan Zhou yelped in pain. However, when the father spoke, he dared not defy him and could only obediently bow 3 times to Gu Su, mumbling, Fan Zhou, thank Lord Gu for the life-saving grace." "Speak louder. You sound like a buzzing mosquito," admonished the elder of the Fan family, delivering a sharp kick to Fan Zhou, leaving another grimy shoe print on his backside. "If Lord Gu hears you, he might mistake you for a woman." Fan Zhou lamented, Ow. Thank you, Lord Gu." At that moment, Gu Su appeared stern, yet he struggled to suppress a laugh. He understood that Fan Zhou's weak voice was due to his vital energy being largely drained by the corpse. "There is no need for thanks," Gu Su said in a calm and indifferent tone. "Ensuring your safety and eliminating malevolent spirits is the duty of us exorcists." The ensuing period marked Fan Zhou's social demise. The Fan couple held on to him, meticulously inquiring about his experiences during the days of his disappearance. The onlookers, with eager expressions, awaited the tale of his half-month cohabitation with the corpse. Fan Zhou's face turned exceedingly awkward. He stammered, "On my wedding night, I left the banquet to visit the restroom. On my way back, I saw a woman in a dazzling wedding gown standing behind the house. She claimed to be my bride. As you may know, my marriage to Miss Qin was orchestrated by my parents. I had never seen her and knew not her appearance. Thus, I believed her words. It was as if I were bewitched, following her from the estate through the streets of the county to this place. She said it was our new home. So, I stayed here with her. You are all aware of what happened next." The faces of those present displayed knowing smiles. Mrs. Fan, observing her son's unsteady demeanor, could not help but express her concern. "Xiao Zhou, you must have suffered greatly alongside that malevolent spirit these past days. Once we return home, I shall brew you some goji berry soup." Meanwhile, the elder of the Fan family turned to the Qin couple beside him, inquiring, "Now that my son has returned safely, we should be able to proceed with the unfinished marriage pact, correct?" The Qin couple immediately shook their heads, responding, "Your son being lured by a ghost demonstrates that he is an untrustworthy and lecherous individual. I cannot entrust my daughter to someone like him. The marriage must be annulled." The elder of the Fan family, enraged, gritted his teeth. "That was due to my son being ensnared by the evil spirit. Although my son is a bit soft-hearted and easily deceived, occasionally enjoying the company of courtesans, he is, at heart, a good child." Following this, the Fan and Qin families engaged in a protracted and unending dispute over the annulment of the marriage. Gu Su was unwilling to waste time on trivial matters, so he took his leave early. As he departed, the elder of the Fan family grasped Gu Su's hand firmly, expressing his gratitude by hosting a feast in Gu Su's honor and hoping for his presence. Gu Su politely declined the invitation. However, he did not hurry back to Yishui County. Instead, he instructed Dong Zhuang to drive the carriage and take him to the county office in Zhu County. Previously, he had apprehended a band of robbers along the official road, and according to the regulations of the Daqi dynasty, capturing robbers alive entitles one to a reward. While other 8th-rank officials, like the young lady Shi Shaohan, might find little interest in such a sum, for someone of modest means like Gu Su, this reward represented a significant income. Due to Gu Su's unceremonious arrival in Zhu County, without a retinue or ostentation, the officials within the county office were somewhat taken aback when his black carriage halted outside. "The exorcist of Yishui is here," Dong Zhuang shouted loudly once more. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate he dropped his brush with a clatter. He immediately instructed the officials beside him in a commanding tone, Go and invite that esteemed Gu gentleman inside at once." The official promptly turned and rushed outside. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, Magistrate, he called out to him again. "You stay right here and do not move. I shall personally welcome that gentleman." The official was left perplexed, curious about the identity of the esteemed Gu gentleman who could elicit such deference from Magistrate He. Zhu County was not far from Yishui, and thus, when Yishui's exorcist produced a rare prodigy, it was only natural that Magistrate He had heard the news. Gossip is an inherent trait of humankind. In recent days, he had been diligently inquiring about the young talent named Gu Su from Yishui. The earliest account he had heard claimed that Gu Su, at the tender age of 17, possessed a third-grade talent and had mastered the intricate art of talismans, earning the admiration of significant figures in the capital and being exceptionally promoted to an 8th-rank position. The following day, the rumors escalated to state that Gu Su's talent was a once-in-a-century phenomenon, his talismanic skills rivaling those of a master, causing even the prominent figures in the capital to feel inferior, with the head of the exorcist wishing to take him as a disciple. Yet another day passed, and the tales transformed further. Gu Su's talent was unprecedented, his talismanic prowess surpassing that of the national master, with dignitaries in the capital bowing in reverence, and even the head of the exorcist desiring to befriend him as a brother. In summary, the rumors grew increasingly extravagant, leaving Magistrate He bewildered by the myriad versions. He even speculated that if the gossip continued to spread, it might soon proclaim that Gu Su had broken through to the 9th realm and was on the verge of transcending to immortality. At this moment, the subject of the rumors finally arrived outside the county office in Zhu County. Though Magistrate He was unaware of Gu Su's purpose for being there, as a mortal, he inevitably harbored a degree of reverence for a practitioner who held an exalted status and wielded numerous mysterious abilities. Moreover, the esteemed Gu from Yishui County is likely a favored figure of the head of the exorcism department. Thus, despite his status as a mere 7th-rank county magistrate, he chose to adopt a humble demeanor and observe proper etiquette. Approaching the black carriage, he graciously opened the door for Gu Su, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed Lord Gu?" With courteous composure, Gu Su replied, "I have come today to request a small favor from Lord He." "What matter is it?" County Magistrate He asked, his curiosity piqued. "I shall do all that is within my power to assist. May I inquire, Lord He, whether the patrol team from Zhu County has apprehended a group of bandits tied to trees along the official road today?" Gu Su inquired with a subtle smile. "Those bandits were captured by me. I have heard that within the jurisdiction of Zhu County, one receives 2 taels of silver as a bounty for each captured bandit, and 10 taels for the leader. If my memory serves me correct, I have successfully apprehended 18 ordinary bandits and 1 leader, which entitles me to a reward of 46 taels of silver. I would be grateful if you could compensate me as per the labor rendered." County Magistrate He stood frozen for a moment, contemplating the reasons behind Gu Su, a profoundly gifted practitioner, visiting this humble and dilapidated office. He had entertained various speculations. Perhaps dark forces lurked within the office, or treasures of celestial beings were buried beneath the main hall, or even that the local feng shui was unfavorable, impacting future fortunes. However, he never anticipated that Gu Su's visit was solely for the purpose of claiming a bounty. He had assumed practitioners were aloof beings, indifferent to material wealth. Meanwhile, observing the bewildered expression on Magistrate He's face, Gu Su's smile bore a hint of regret. "I apologize, Lord He, if my words were too direct, causing you." "No matter." Magistrate He finally regained his composure, interjecting, "It is merely a matter of bounty. I shall procure it for you at once." With that, he turned and entered the building. To be candid, 46 taels of silver was of little consequence to the Zhu County office. Moreover, Gu Su's capture of such a significant number of bandits alleviated a considerable burden from him. The reason for Magistrate He's hesitance was straightforward. The persona of practitioners as aloof and proud beings, detached from worldly matters, had utterly collapsed. A moment later, Gu Su, pocketing the banknotes, departed from the Zhu County office in high spirits, stepping into his black carriage to journey back to Yishui. Just days prior, he had hosted a banquet at a tavern for his colleagues from the exorcism department, celebrating his promotion. That meal had cost him 12 taels of silver, which weighed heavily on his heart. Now, through the capture of bandits, he had managed to reclaim that expenditure. For him, the 46 taels of silver represented a substantial reward, exceeding his entire annual salary. In the Great Qi dynasty, the pay of officials was generally meager, perhaps due to the founding emperor's humble origins. leading to a disdain for the extravagance and decadence of officials, and thus establishing a lower salary standard. Maintaining a family in sufficient sustenance and warmth is barely achievable. However, should one wish to frequently partake in social gatherings, or linger in high-end establishments such as brothels and restaurants, or take several concubines while supporting a retinue of servants, or invest in expensive resources for cultivation, then such meager earnings would be woefully inadequate. The speed at which one could acquire wealth from catching thieves far surpasses the stagnation of a fixed salary in an official capacity. Reflecting upon this, Gusu silently lamented that if not for my need for the resources provided by the exorcism department to aid my cultivation to the seventh realm before the age of 30, I would indeed consider resigning and pursuing a livelihood through capturing bandits. He then retrieved the divine mechanism token from his pocket, softly uttering, "Mission accomplished." The vermilion pattern on the reverse of the token immediately emanated a faint crimson glow. Gusu came and went in a hurried manner. Just as nightfall descended, he returned to Ishui, leaving behind only the legend of his demon-slaying exploits in Changsheng County, largely thanks to the extensive promotion by the Fan couple. Today, as their son Fan Zhou returned safely, the couple joyfully hosted a banquet in their courtyard, inviting neighbors and friends to share in the fine wine and sumptuous food. A guest inquired, "I have heard that the monsters are exceedingly fierce, devouring men without leaving a bone. How is it that your son has returned alive after spending so long in the lair of such creatures?" Mr. Fan cleared his throat and, adhering to Gusu's prior explanation, replied, "Well, my son encountered a rather unique type of monster. It only feeds on essence and consumes no flesh, which allowed him to barely preserve his life." The guests nodded in understanding. "So, monsters can indeed be vegetarian." At this moment, another person asked, "The official from the exorcism department who came to handle the case, he looks even younger than my son. He appears to have connections. Does he truly possess the capability to defeat that wicked ghost?" Mr. Fan proudly lifted his chin and responded, "Not only did he slay that malevolent spirit, but he did so with just a single strike." "A single strike? How exaggerated." "Indeed, a single strike. I witnessed it with my own eyes." A bystander interjected. Meanwhile, a young man leaped atop an ornamental rock, mimicking the storyteller's tone, vividly recounting the scene. At that moment, the monster, filled with rage, raised a hand, and instantly dark clouds surged, obscuring the sun and unleashing a murderous intent that swept across the wilderness. In such circumstances, the onlookers turned pale, their spirits shaken, momentarily believing a demon king had descended to transform the mortal realm into a realm of shadows. But would our esteemed Gu be daunted by such a formidable display? Clearly not. In that critical moment of life and death, that graceful and poised figure stood firm, eyes icy, and struck with the swiftness of the wind. A radiant glow erupted from his palm, like a meteor shower of flames, illuminating the sun with brilliance. In an instant, his sharpness was revealed, dispelling the gloom and restoring tranquility to the world. Others gathered around him, applauding fervently. The citizens of the great Qi kingdom have always relished tales of heroic figures vanquishing demons, and Gusu's singular strike against the corpse demon was a captivating story unfolding right before their very eyes. An elderly man sat in the corner, murmuring, "Thanks to the valiant exorcists who battle relentlessly against the malevolent spirits day and night, we, the powerless mortals, can sit here in peace and listen to stories." At that very moment, everyone in the Fan family estate was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, save for one individual, Fan Zhou. Ever since his rescue by Gusu, he would point at any beautiful woman and scream "ghost" before fleeing in terror. In the terminology of Gusu's previous life, this condition is known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Nevertheless, the women at the banquet were adorned more splendidly than the last. Consequently, Fan Zhou chose to seclude himself within his chamber, avoiding all company. Outside, there was a cacophony, while inside, it was desolate and cold. What a profound loneliness it was. As night fell, Gusu returned to the Ishui exorcism department. Habitually, he entered the main hall, intending to report his completed tasks to Changsheng and collect his merits. However, at that moment, a constable hurriedly approached and blocked his path. "Sir Gu," the constable bowed respectfully, "Lord Chun has instructed me to inform you that he is away on business for the next few days. Matters related to merit exchange will be temporarily handled by Cui Zhama." "I understand," Gusu nodded. It was unusual for Changsheng to be absent from Ishui County, which took him by surprise. Nonetheless, As Changsheng was his superior, he had his own reasons for actions and need not explain everything to his subordinates. Thus, Gusu complied with the constable's message, leaving the main hall and heading towards the side room in search of Cui Xiaoma. The position of Xiaoma held an 8th rank official title, equivalent to Gusu's rank, responsible for managing documents and finances, while occasionally assisting the county magistrate with various tasks. One could liken it to a combination of a treasurer, accountant, librarian, and general assistant. Cui Xiaoma, whose full name was Cui Tianyu, was short and stout, with a broad face and squinting eyes, embodying the warmth of a middle-aged man. When Gusu was still an ordinary clerk, he often received care from him, though the texts in the exorcism department's library were theoretically not available for lending. Gusu was permitted to discreetly take books home for reading with Cui Tianyu's tacit consent. Consequently, Cui Tianyu often jested that he played a part in Gusu's recent promotion. Following customary practice, Gusu removed the jade pendant from his waist and tapped it twice, projecting the images of his tasks before Cui Tianyu. Dear Gu, it's been a few days, and you managed to dispatch such a formidable corpse spirit with a single strike? Cui Tianyu observed the entire sequence of images in silence before finally exclaiming, I recall the last time you dealt with a wild ghost. You needed Xiaohan's assistance. Gusu humbly smiled. Just basic operations, after all. I am now a bona fide practitioner of the second realm. Cui Tianyu shook his head with a sigh. You rascal, please refrain from undermining my self-esteem, will you? I still remember being stuck at the first realm's bottleneck for nearly 15 years before barely breaking through to the second realm. For him, it was an era devoid of hope, shrouded in profound darkness. Yet, remarkably, Gusu traversed this formidable chasm in less than a year. It is likely that even the most exceptional geniuses within the Great Qi dynasty could not surpass his swiftness. Apologies, Gusu sighed with an innocent smile, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. Subsequently, he expended his recently accumulated 480 merit points to exchange for a vial of ever-bright elixir. Upon advancing to the second realm, the path of Yellow Springs, practitioners in the Great Wasteland would inevitably confront the peril of malevolent energies encroaching upon their minds, necessitating the use of elixirs to stabilize their spirits and assist in their cultivation. The calming elixir of the first realm had become obsolete. What Gusu required now was a potion of superior quality, albeit at a higher price, the ever-bright elixir. The path of Yellow Springs meanders in obscurity, devoid of light. A single misstep could plunge one into darkness, leading to madness and transforming into a senseless wandering spirit. The purpose of the ever-bright elixir lies in preserving the clarity of the practitioner's mind, preventing them from succumbing to the seductive allure of darkness, akin to igniting a perpetual lamp that illuminates their path forward. However, after acquiring the ever-bright elixir, Gusu discovered he was left with merely 30 merit points, an outcome that elicited a pang of regret. The expenditure of merit points always outpaced their accumulation. Indeed, practitioners of the Great Qi dynasty were akin to professionals in a realm of monetary investment. By the way, Gusu, have you perused the latest court report? A moment later, Cui Tianyu casually inquired. The court report, also known as the Imperial Gazette, serves as the official newspaper of the Great Qi Court, disseminating governmental affairs to various departments across the nation. It encompasses imperial decrees, ministerial discussions, significant cases, and the appointments and transfers of officials. No, Gusu shook his head. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and completing tasks, leaving no time to peruse the newspaper. Then you must have heard about the terrifying Lu family mansion in Qingzhou, right? Cui Tianyu continued. Recently, a third realm practitioner went missing there. The exorcism department has taken this matter very seriously and has initiated an investigation. The Lu family mansion, Gusu silently contemplated, having thoroughly studied the texts. He was well aware that the Lu family mansion was once the residence of the renowned Lu family of Qingzhou. It is widely recognized that the Great Qi currently boasts three prominent noble families, the Zhao of Yuzhou, the Chun of Xiangyang, and the Shun of Jinling. These families boast ancestors who ascended to immortality, thus enabling their descendants to reap the benefits of their forebears' legacies for generations. These descendants possess unparalleled cultivation techniques, exceptional bloodline qualities, and boundless resources, allowing them to start far ahead of most practitioners. Consequently, these noble families wield significant influence in the court, and if united, could rival even the imperial authority. However, 17 years ago, The Great Qi dynasty was home to four noble families: Zhao, Chun, Shun, and Lu. The Lu family referred to the Lu family of Qingzhou. At that time, the head of the Lu family, Lu Huan, was the cabinet's prime minister who proposed the establishment of the divine mechanism camp. However, when Lu Huan was executed by slow slicing for treason, the Lu family of Qingzhou was also annihilated along with its 9 clans, vanishing from the annals of history. Only an empty mansion remains in Qingzhou, now rumored to be haunted. The malevolent spirits within this desolate estate are said to be terrifyingly powerful. Numerous cultivators have mysteriously disappeared during their investigations, and even young prodigies like Chu Fengge have returned empty-handed. It is only natural for the world to suspect this as an act of vengeance by the vengeful souls of the Lu family, prompting heightened vigilance from the headquarters of the exorcism department. Brother Chui, for cultivators of our modest level, should we truly be overly concerned about such a grand affair? Gu Su remarked with a smile. After all, if the sky were to fall, there are taller individuals to bear the brunt. Our focus should remain on our respective duties. Alas, you speak the truth, Chui Tianyu sighed in agreement. It is often said that youth revels in grandiloquent aspirations and fervent expressions. Yet, Chui Tianyu found Gu Su, at merely 17, to possess a maturity and practicality that surpassed his own. Unlike other youths who boast of becoming the greatest in the world or saving the great Qi, Gu Su consistently contemplated matters within his own capacity, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to them. Moreover, my dear brother Gu, Chui Tianyu pondered for a moment before feeling compelled to issue a warning. The recent reports indicate that the malevolent aura surrounding Yishan has intensified exponentially, even causing some local residents to be tainted by this dark energy, transforming them into apparitions. According to the higher-ups of the exorcism department, this is likely due to the recent power surge of the fierce deity known as the Snow Woman of Yishan. If you plan to venture towards Yishan soon, you must exercise utmost caution. I shall be careful, Gu Su nodded in response to Chui Tianyu's words. He understood that the Snow Woman of Yishan is one of the 3 fierce deities of Jiaodong, formidable enough that only a sage-level powerhouse, akin to the National Master of Great Qi or the head of the exorcism department, could contend with her. He recalled Chun Jixing mentioning that if the Snow Woman were to encounter a man she fancied, she would forever encase him in ice, transforming him into a statue to be displayed in her frosty abode. As a vessel for summoning spirits, Gu Su surmised that should he cross paths with the Snow Woman, he would likely become her prey. Thus, he silently resolved to avoid the Yishan region in future tasks, steering clear of the terrifying Snow Woman who commands fierce winds and blizzards. By the way, Brother Chui, do you know the identity of the 3rd fierce deity among the 3 fierce deities of Jiaodong, aside from the Snow Woman and the 9-baby serpent demon? Just as he was about to depart, Gu Su suddenly recalled this question. Not long ago, Chun Jixing had introduced him to the notorious trio of fierce deities. Yet he could only remember the Snow Woman and the 9-baby serpent demon, failing to recall the name of the 3rd. Chui Tianyu scratched his head, frowning as he replied. Apologies, Brother Gu. I recall looking through the relevant materials just yesterday, but the name escapes me now. It's all right. I shall visit the library another day to search for its records, Gu Su responded with a smile. Speaking of the library, it has recently come to my attention that numerous books within have been gnawed upon by mice and insects, necessitating the need for someone to transcribe them anew. Chui Tianyu continued, I have heard from Lord Chun that you, Brother Gu, are well-read and possess remarkable memory. Should we encounter any ambiguous content during the transcription, we may require your assistance for reference. Rest assured, your remuneration will be ample. Absolutely, I am more than willing to help, Gu Su responded with alacrity. Subsequently, Gu Su bid farewell to Chui Tianyu, exiting the cramped side room, and prepared to seek out the old gentleman in the storeroom to collect some elixirs. However, at that very moment, he suddenly sensed an unsettling presence, aided by his extraordinary perceptive abilities. Within his awareness, a dense aura of malevolence seemed to swirl like a vortex in the depths of the ocean, converging towards the northeastern corner of the Exorcism Bureau. What malevolent entity is so audacious as to intrude upon the Exorcism Bureau at night? Gu Su furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. As the second-in-command of the Yishui Exorcism Bureau, his rank and authority were only surpassed by Changsheng. According to the regulations of the Exorcism Bureau, in the face of an emergency, he was obliged to organize personnel immediately to ascertain the situation and eliminate any potential hazards. Thus, he clutched a thick stack of ghost-slaying talismans tightly in his pocket. calling upon Shui Tianyu as they made their way towards the northeastern corner of the courtyard. Yet, in this gathering of ominous energy, Gusu saw no trace of any specters, only a youth lying motionless on the ground. This boy, small of stature and with dark skin, was none other than Wang Yang, the Exorcism Bureau's junior clerk and Gusu's most ardent admirer. Wang Yang, what are you doing lying here? Shui Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Gusu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and replied calmly, Brother Shui, it is evident that this lad has fainted. No matter how loudly you call, he will not respond. Fainted? This boy was as lively as a rabbit during the day. How could he suddenly lose consciousness? Shui Tianyu expressed his bewilderment. Gusu did not respond. He knelt beside Wang Yang, checking his pulse while directing a strand of his consciousness to penetrate Wang Yang's skin and flesh, delving into his sea of consciousness. The technique Gusu employed at this moment was, indeed, the solar eclipse method, albeit he was utilizing merely 1% of his usual mental strength. Unbeknownst to him, the method of extermination had seamlessly transformed into a diagnostic healing technique, much like how a torrential flood can effortlessly obliterate a home, while a gentle stream can nourish the fields and sustain all life. Were there a master proficient in mental techniques present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Gusu's meticulous control over his consciousness. For what he was doing was akin to intricately carving flowers upon a block of tofu with a hefty cleaver, an endeavor of considerable difficulty. After a brief moment, Gusu observed that tendrils of black mist intertwined around Wang Yang's spirit. He surmised that these dark wisps were manifestations of malevolent energy. If his conjecture were correct, then it was highly likely that Wang Yang had, in his recent fervor for cultivation, failed to safeguard his mind against the encroaching darkness. In other words, Wang Yang had been tainted by this malevolent aura. Gusu's expression immediately turned grave, for he understood that if this issue was not resolved promptly, the accumulation of malevolent energy would inevitably engulf Wang Yang's spirit, rendering him devoid of reason and transforming him into a monstrous being that preys upon others. It appeared that the path of cultivation in this world was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. Gusu could not help but reflect inwardly. Previously, Changsheng had emphasized to him countless times that the journey of cultivation is one of life and death, where a moment's inattention could lead to an unfathomable abyss. Perhaps due to Gusu's inherently cautious nature and his exceptional aptitude for cultivation, he had always felt that the specter of life and death crises was a distant concern. However, now, witnessing his colleague suffer from the encroachment of malevolent energy, he profoundly grasped that the myriad dangers on the path of cultivation were not mere exaggerations, but rather very real threats that could manifest in his immediate vicinity. What is the situation? Shui Tianyu inquired with concern. Fortunately, there is hope for salvation. He will not perish, Gusu replied with an impassive demeanor. He then retrieved a purification talisman from his pocket and affixed it to Wang Yang's forehead, simultaneously reciting a cleansing incantation. Supreme Celestial, grant tranquility to the form, your disciple's spirit, 5 organs of the mysterious underworld. As he chanted, the dark energy within Wang Yang's soul gradually dissipated, restoring clarity and lucidity to his being. Upon the completion of the incantation, Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his expression was somewhat dazed, but as soon as he recognized Gusu's face, he abruptly sat up, astonished, and exclaimed, Brother Gu. No, Master Gu. What brings you here? Gusu chuckled lightly. Wang Xiandi, does it not possess a certain poetic charm to sleep under the open sky in this autumnal courtyard? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang looked up and realized that night had fallen. The stars shone brightly, and the Milky Way stretched across the sky, enveloping everything in a serene stillness. Master Gu, please allow me to explain. This afternoon, I was meditating here as usual, but midway through, I inexplicably lost consciousness and fainted. Wang Yang stammered in his explanation. Gusu raised a finger, interrupting him. Did you not cease your meditation immediately after the effects of the calming heart pill wore off? Wang Yang paused for a moment, then sincerely praised. Master Gu truly possesses a remarkable insight. Gusu cast a dismissive glance at him. In his view, such a simple matter was apparent even to a fool, and hardly merited any accolades. Nonetheless, he calmly advised Wang Yang, CND, in cultivation, one must prioritize stability and should never be overly eager for rapid success. I was able to rescue you this time, but next time may not be so fortunate. If you truly succumb to malevolent energy and become a monster, Master Qin will not hesitate to eliminate you with a single strike. You are absolutely right, Master Gu. Wang Yang chuckled, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. Seeing that Wang Yang had regained his composure, Gu Su rose to his feet and made his way towards the storeroom, eager to procure some medicinal elixirs from the old man. However, before he could walk too far, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the night air, shattering the tranquility once more. Gu Su sighed and returned to Wang Yang's side, seating himself cross-legged upon the ground. "Do you still feel unwell?" he inquired. Wang Yang lifted his gaze to meet Gu Su's. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally spoke through tears. "Brother Gu, both you and Lord Shi are so formidable. Achieving such high cultivation levels before the age of 20 and becoming 8th rank officials. In comparison, I feel like a complete failure. I do not know how I can exert myself to keep pace with your strides." It was, after all, the weight of peer pressure. Gu Su observed the anguish etched on his face and intended to offer words of comfort. Yet, upon reflection, he felt that anything he might say could come across as boastful. Thus, he gently patted Wang Yang's shoulder and chose to maintain his silence, listening quietly to his lamentations. The cool autumn breeze stirred, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. For most individuals, adolescence is a time fraught with anxiety and confusion. During this period, lofty ideals clash starkly with the harshness of reality. Perhaps just a moment ago, one was inspired by motivational sentiments, yearning to accomplish a feat that would echo through history. Yet, in the next heartbeat, one finds themselves staring at a failing exam paper while watching a classmate bask in the glow of academic accolades. A profound sense of defeat washing over them. It is often said that the journey to maturity encompasses two transformations. The first is the realization that one is merely an ordinary person. The second is the understanding that one is a uniquely ordinary individual. At this juncture, Wang Yang undoubtedly finds himself grappling with such growing pains. Gu Su can only provide him with moral support. Ultimately, to emerge from this anguish, Wang Yang must rely on his own resolve. Moments later, Wang Yang wiped away his tears and snot. His eyes reddened as he addressed Gu Su. "Lord Gu, I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. I must have embarrassed you." Gu Su chuckled lightly and responded, "Wang Yang, you should still call me Brother Gu as before. Hearing you refer to me as Lord Gu sounds rather unfamiliar." Wang Yang looked up at him, hesitating for a few seconds, before softly saying, "Brother Gu, thank you sincerely for tonight." In Wang Yang's mind, Gu Su had always been a busy individual, either immersed in cultivation or engaged in tasks. He rarely participated in gatherings with colleagues from the Exorcism Bureau. Even during casual conversations, Gu Su typically exchanged a few pleasantries before swiftly taking his leave. Yet today, Gu Su not only roused Wang Yang from his unconsciousness, but also took the time to offer him solace, which deeply moved Wang Yang. "There is no need for formalities between us. As long as you practice diligently and do not give me and Lord Qin cause for concern, I will be content." Gu Su straightened his attire and slowly rose, smiling as he interrupted Wang Yang. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating him. The stark contrast between his dark brocade robe and pale visage was striking. In the ensuing hours, Gu Su adhered to his original plan, first seeking out the hunchbacked old man in the storeroom to collect the ever-bright elixir. He then returned home. As was his custom, he sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat, ingested the elixir, and closed his eyes in meditation. Within the realm of his consciousness, the road to the underworld remained treacherous and obscured, with visibility reduced to mere shadows. The haunting wails of spirits and malevolent ghosts echoed incessantly in his ears. With each step Gu Su took forward, the lantern in his grasp dimmed slightly. Yet, his expression remained unfazed, for the potency of the ever-bright elixir continually replenished the fuel of his lantern. Even amidst the howling winds of the underworld, that flicker of light stood resilient, unwavering in its brilliance. When the power of the third elixir finally waned, dawn broke. Gu Su concluded his meditation, changed his attire, rose, and instructed the young scholar behind the screen to heat water, before proceeding to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated from outside. Gu Su squinted slightly. He never anticipated that his humble abode would someday welcome a visitor. "Who could it be?" he inquired from behind the door. "Gu Su, have you forgotten me?" came a melodious and charming laugh from outside. It was none other than Shi Shaohan. Gu Su chuckled and opened the door. "My dear heroine, if I recall correctly, aren't you supposed to be at home today, keeping your father company?" he teased. "What brings you to my doorstep?" "My father is insufferably chatty. He incessantly praises the young gentleman of the capital, as if fearing I shall never marry and disgrace the family." Shi Xiaohan complained, her brow furrowed. Gu Su understood her sentiments well, having faced similar pressures from his own parents in his past life, though he had always believed that games were far more entertaining than relationships. "So, you've come to seek refuge at my home?" he queried. "Indeed, and to mooch off your breakfast." Shi Xiaohan replied with a smirk, hands on her hips. "I recall you owe me several meals. You promised to repay me." Today, she donned a light purple pleated skirt, her feet adorned with simple white embroidered shoes. Without a trace of makeup or jewelry, she resembled a delicate lilac blossom, fresh and vibrant. "Certainly," Gu Su nodded with a smile. "Though I must apologize for my culinary skills." I'm not as picky as you," Shi Xiaohan retorted, rolling her eyes. At that moment, she pulled 3 vials of ever-bright elixir from her pocket and thrust them into Gu Su's hands. "Congratulations on advancing to the second realm," she said, gazing up at him at a slight angle, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "This is your reward. And no refusals." Gu Su accepted the elixirs with a smile, saying, "I am grateful, dear heroine." He had come to truly understand that accepting favors from others was a matter of both the first time and countless times thereafter. When Shi Xiaohan first presented him with the elixir, he maintained the dignity of youth, hesitating for quite some time. However, he has now reached a point where he can graciously accept Shi Xiaohan's kindness without any psychological burden. He understands that in order to reach the 7th realm before the age of 30, he requires an abundance of elixirs. And there is no need to be overly sentimental about such matters. A few minutes later, Gu Su brought 2 nourishing breakfasts to the table, 2 bowls of red date oatmeal porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and 2 apples. Shi Xiaohan furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "Your breakfast is even more bland than what my grandfather usually eats." Gu Su chuckled softly. "You see, my health has never been robust, and I cannot tolerate strong flavors. I only indulge in them when I visit a tavern." Shi Xiaohan remained silent for a while. "Gu Su, I truly admire you," she sighed. "Why?" Gu Su raised an eyebrow. "For me, abstaining from spicy food and coriander for too long would be unbearable," Shi Xiaohan replied, licking her lips. "Your ability to persist with such a diet every day is truly commendable." Nonetheless, although Shi Xiaohan often lamented the absence of spicy food, she devoured every last morsel of the nourishing breakfast Gu Su prepared, leaving the bowl spotless. She even complimented his culinary skills from time to time, revealing her appreciation for all food. After they finished their meal, Gu Su summoned the young attendant depicted on the screen to wash the dishes. Shi Xiaohan observed the young attendant for a while before exclaiming, "The spirit-infusing technique. Gu Su, I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable skill." Gu Su responded modestly, "Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning." Shi Xiaohan squinted her eyes playfully. "I actually thought that after mastering such a spell, you might conjure up a few beautiful maidens for yourself." Gu Su shook his head. "I prefer not to distract myself during my cultivation." Shi Xiaohan chuckled. "You truly have nothing on your mind but tasks and cultivation." After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, Gu Su, once Lord Qin returns from his duties, I wish to apply for a retreat at the Mingji Hall to prepare for a breakthrough to the 3rd realm." "The 3rd realm? So soon?" Gu Su was taken aback by Shi Xiaohan's words. He had believed that with his extraordinary talent and discipline, he was gradually catching up to her in terms of cultivation. Little did he know that she was already a step ahead. In fact, during our encounter with the painted skin demon at the Wang family mansion last month, I had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd realm, Shi Xiaohan said, resting her chin on her hands and gazing into his eyes. "I simply lack the confidence to attempt a breakthrough." Gu Su nodded, aware that Shi Xiaohan's talent was formidable and her family was well off, providing her with an inexhaustible supply of elixirs, unlike him, who had to toil for resources through arduous tasks. Her rapid progress was entirely reasonable. However, it is well known that for cultivators in the great wilderness, every breakthrough is a perilous trial of life and death. Moreover, upon transcending the 3rd realm, known as the Niha Bridge, there exists a certain probability of awakening a unique divine ability. These abilities typically prove immensely beneficial for practitioners in their future cultivation and combat endeavors. For instance, the divine ability awakened by Changsheng is called Jiyue. This power enables him to maintain a clear and enlightened heart during training, significantly reducing the likelihood of succumbing to the corrupting influences of dark energy and falling into madness. Hence, Shi Xiaohan approaches this breakthrough with utmost seriousness. fervently hoping to be among the fortunate who gain such extraordinary abilities. Then why have you suddenly resolved to pursue this now? Gusu inquired. Because I wish to go to Luojing. As she spoke, a slight smile involuntarily graced Shi Xiaohan's lips, as if she were envisioning a splendid scene in her mind. This place, Yishui, is far too small and hinders my future development. I yearn to broaden my horizons. However, I do not wish to rely on my father's connections for preferential treatment as I did before. I aspire, like you, to participate in the promotion examination and to triumph over all opponents through my own capabilities in fair competition. That sounds quite challenging, Gusu remarked. The level of competition in Qingzhou Prefecture is already alarming. The rivalry in the capital must be even more formidable. That is precisely why I am contemplating secluding myself at the Mingzitang to break through. Shi Xiaoan's tone was remarkably lighthearted. If I become a practitioner of the Naiha Bridge realm, my chances of success should increase. Understanding her determination, Gusu refrained from dissuasion, merely smiling encouragingly. Go for it, Xiaohan. I hope that when I visit the Shinji camp next year, I can meet you in the capital. You too. Shi Xiaohan raised her small fist, exclaiming, I've heard that the Shinji camp boasts the best food in the nation. When you get there, you must take me to taste it. Subsequently, Shi Xiaohan proposed a friendly sparring session with Gusu. You, my friend, have always been adept at concealing your true strength, and I have never seen through your capabilities, she said with a playful grin. Today, as we fortuitously find ourselves in the same realm, let us test each other's depths. Just take it easy, fair warrior. I am quite afraid of pain, Gusu jested. Rest assured, I won't harm you, Shi Xiaohan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. During this spar, Shi Xiaohan refrained from wielding a blade, and Gusu did not employ talismans. The two engaged purely with their true essence, clashing head-on. As a fully realized practitioner of the second realm, Shi Xiaohan had traversed the 9 twists of the road to the Yellow Springs, arriving at the banks of the blooming Forgetting River. Her true essence surged like a majestic waterfall, resonating through the mountains with grandeur and might. Gusu felt considerable pressure from this, yet he did not cower. Although his total essence could not match that of Shi Xiaohan, his was exceptionally pure. Furthermore, as a talisman master who had specifically cultivated his spiritual consciousness, Gusu's control over his true essence far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. Under his mastery, his essence flowed like a wraith, evading its strengths, striking at its weaknesses, and maintaining a seamless continuity, achieving an effect akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, ensuring he remained unyielding in the contest against Shi Xiaohan. After a brief exchange, both combatants synchronously ceased their efforts. Shi Xiaohan blinked her eyes, gazing at Gusu with admiration as she remarked, I never expected that you, having just entered the second realm, could hold your own against me. By the time you achieve mastery in the second realm, I fear I shall no longer be your match. Gusu humbly smiled, engaging in their customary mutual flattery. By then, Miss Shi, you will have undoubtedly transcended into the third realm, leaving me far behind. In truth, Gusu had held back during their recent spar. Had he unleashed his full power with the Eclipse technique, he could have easily defeated Shi Xiaohan in a single move. Yet, he believed that she too had not exerted herself to the fullest. As a daughter of a prominent family and the top contender on the Yishui County merit list, she likely possessed more than one winning spell. In friendly exchanges, moderation is key. One's trump cards should be well concealed, reserved for adversaries. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Shi Xiaohan hummed a cheerful tune and skipped away from Gusu's courtyard. At that moment, her earlier gloom had dissipated entirely. She had to concede that spending time with Gusu was a delightful experience. The youthful boy's smile and words possessed an enchanting quality, capable of banishing her worries in an instant. Upon returning home, her father, Shirley, a dignitary of Liezhou, was taken aback by her radiant demeanor. Xiaohan, where have you been? He inquired curiously. What has caused this sudden joy? It's none of your concern, Shi Xiaohan retorted, darting into her bedroom and slamming the door behind her, disregarding her father's presence. Shirley stood in place, observing her retreating figure, and shook his head silently. His daughter had grown up, becoming increasingly rebellious, no longer the affectionate little girl she once was. It was time to find a well-mannered young man to marry her off, lest she remain a source of worry. However, as Shirley recalled the eligible young men he knew, he found each lacking in their own way, unworthy of his precious daughter. In her room, Shi Xiaohan sat at her desk, retrieving a worn booklet from the drawer. This was a gift from her father on her coming of age, containing the cultivation insights of their ancestors. She opened the booklet, Flipping to a page in the middle titled Cautions for Breaking Through to the Third Realm Bridge of Helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaohan straightened her posture and read intently. According to past family cases, to attain supernatural abilities upon breaking through to the third realm, one must possess a solid foundation, a clear goal, unwavering courage, and a sufficiently intense emotional impact. You must clearly understand the purpose of your cultivation. Your supernatural abilities are a reflection of your spirit and will, blossoming like a flower in the depths of despair. What is the purpose of cultivation? Certainly, it is to vanquish all manner of demons and monsters, to be a hero who eliminates harm for the people. Upon reading this line, Shi Xiaohan instinctively replied in her mind. Since the time of her great-grandfather, the Shi family has held positions in the Demon Exorcism Bureau for generations, perhaps influenced by her lineage. Shi Xiaohan has always regarded the act of slaying demons as her sacred duty. She revels in the sense of achievement derived from turning malevolent spirits to ashes, delights in the admiration and gratitude of the common folk, and basks in the accolades and commendations of others. This is her motivation for cultivation. It may sound simple, naive, and even somewhat superficial, yet for a 17-year-old girl immersed in fantasies, it feels profoundly genuine. Subsequently, Shi Xiaohan turned the page of the small booklet. This page contained notes penned by her grandfather many years ago. Her grandfather, named Changsheng, had broken through to the third realm at the age of 35 and awakened the divine ability of Lingxi. This power significantly enhanced his comprehension of martial arts. With guidance from a renowned master, he could effortlessly grasp profound insights. As for Shi Xiaohan's grandmother, Zhao Chani from the Zhao clan of Yuzhou, she possessed the divine ability of Jinshan Tua Qiao. This power allowed her to create an illusory double in battle, shielding herself from a lethal attack. Unfortunately, Shi Xiaohan's father, Shi Lei, did not acquire any divine abilities upon breaking through, leading him to be teased as the family's failure. Naturally, Shi Xiaohan harbors no desire to be perceived as a failure like her father. Thus, she feels both anticipation and anxiety about her own breakthrough. Clear goals and unwavering courage. I should lack neither. But where shall I seek this intense emotional impact? Must I provoke a quarrel with my father as an excuse before my ascension? A sense of confusion suddenly enveloped her. In the days that followed, Gu Su remained quietly in his room, engrossed in his cultivation. The Changming Dan that Shi Xiaohan had brought was sufficient for many days of use. Thus, he could dedicate himself entirely to his practice, free from the daily grind of tasks for merit. Meanwhile, he also continued to refine the demon-slaying talisman and the eclipsing technique. After advancing to the second realm, he had been making subtle modifications to the runes of the demon-slaying talisman, enabling it to contain more true essence and unleash a more formidable surge of energy. He was also repeatedly honing his spiritual consciousness through the eclipsing technique to address the issue of rapid energy depletion. Time flowed swiftly. The golden sunlight streamed into the narrow courtyard at dawn, only to quietly slip away at dusk. In the chilling autumn breeze, the ginkgo tree in the courtyard had been silently stripped bare. Its leaves carpeted the ground in a brilliant yellow. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had passed, and the 15th of October had finally arrived. According to legend, in the celestial realm, there exist 3 deities known as the Three Officials, Tianguan, who grants blessings on the 15th of the first month, Diguan, who bestows forgiveness on the 15th of the 7th month, and Shui Guan, who dispels misfortunes on the 15th of the 10th month. On the 15th day of October, during the festival of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the officials and citizens of the Great Qi would hold a solemn ritual to honor their ancestors and beseech the water deity for relief from their tribulations. Among these acts of reverence and supplication, the people of Jiaodong demonstrated an especially fervent devotion, for Jiaodong has long been a province beset by calamities. In the first year of the heavenly action, the residents of several villages near Laozhans in the Laizhou prefecture were slaughtered, with no survivors. The whereabouts of the assailants remain unknown to this day. Between the 8th and 11th years of the heavenly action, the region of Qingzhou suffered from a devastating drought that lasted 3 entire years, with not a drop of rain falling, leaving the rice fields parched and the populace in despair. Just when the people of Jiaodong finally began to recover from the drought, the 9-headed serpent demon re-emerged, wreaking havoc and causing countless individuals to become displaced and families to be shattered. In the face of natural disasters and malevolent spirits, mortals possess little to no means of resistance. Thus, they place their hopes in the ethereal beings of the divine. However, for Gu Su, The 15th of October signifies another event, the commencement of the Tao discussion realm. His examination supervisor, Chufinga, had once informed him that the Tao discussion realm is a mystical illusion crafted by the saintly powers of the Great Qi dynasty, capable of matching two practitioners, regardless of their geographical distance, for friendly exchanges and competitions, with rankings determined by their victories. Those who rank at the top each quarter are rewarded with additional prizes, rumored to be abundant at the headquarters of the exorcism department. Therefore, Gusu eagerly anticipated these rewards. As the sun began to rise, Gusu grasped the divine mechanism token, seated himself cross-legged upon a bamboo mat, and closed his eyes. His consciousness gradually sank into a realm of darkness. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed in his ears. Welcome to the Tao discussion realm. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Luojing, at the headquarters of the exorcism department, in a tranquil meditation room, Shangwan Jin sat quietly on a mat, her eyes tightly shut, her hands gripping her divine mechanism token, awaiting the results of the Tao discussion realm match. After a quarter of an hour, a line of text materialized before her. Currently, there are no other practitioners of the fourth realm participating in the Tao discussion realm. Would you like to voluntarily seal your true essence and compete with a practitioner of the second realm? Shangwan Jin paused for 2 seconds. She was aware that the divine mechanism camp was still in its nascent stages, with a limited number of participants. Yet, she had not anticipated that she would be unable to find even a rival of the same realm. In that instant, she felt a profound solitude of invincibility. I am willing, she replied instinctively, fixating on the text. Competing against a practitioner of the second realm would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. Even if she needed to seal her cultivation, she felt confident that her skills and experience would allow her to easily dominate a novice of the second realm. This match felt like an unexpected gift bestowed upon her. Subsequently, amidst the darkness, a quaintly designed arena emerged, appearing isolated as if it floated in the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Beside the arena, a series of weapons, swords, daggers, bows, and ink brushes were neatly arranged on the steps. Similar to the Reverie Cauldron, the realm of discourse is an ethereal domain that permits only the entry of one's consciousness, preventing practitioners from bringing their weapons from the outside world. To address this predicament, the sages have thoughtfully provided substitutes within the illusion for practitioners to utilize during their contests. Naturally, these weapons are mere mundane implements, lacking any extraordinary attributes or capabilities. Nonetheless, they suffice for the purpose of sparring. At this moment, Shangwan Jin glimpsed her opponent's designation, Zhuke, inscribed upon the side wall of the arena. What an unfortunate soul, she mused, gently stroking her long hair. Meanwhile, Gusu stood on the opposite side of the stage, quietly observing his surroundings. He too caught sight of his opponent's designation, Ling Hu, on the arena's wall. Judging by this title, his adversary could very well be a cunning individual, Gusu thought to himself. I must remain vigilant. Within the realm of discourse, the faces and forms of opponents are shrouded in mist, akin to a pixelated image, rendering their features indistinct and even their gender difficult to ascertain. Given that the members of the divine mechanism camp include both nobles and commoners, the three sages responsible for crafting this realm unanimously believed that status might constrain young practitioners during their contests. Only by shedding their identities and treating their foes as mere adversaries could they unleash their true potential. Of course, should anyone choose to reveal their identity, the sages would not intervene. Subsequently, Gusu approached the steps beside the arena to select his weapon. He cast a cursory glance at the yellow talismans before swiftly looking away. He had no intention of employing talismanic techniques in today's contest, although he was eager to win and enticed by the rewards from the Exorcism Division's headquarters. He understood that the fundamental purpose of the realm of discourse was to enhance his combat skills and improve his chances of survival against malevolent entities in the future. Opportunities to spar with practitioners of the same realm are rare. He could not afford to lose sight of his priorities. Thus, he bent down and picked up several dozens of leaf-shaped, paper-thin, handleless flying daggers from the ground. Due to the extreme sharpness of these blades, he deliberately enveloped his hands in true essence to avoid injury. His actions did not escape the notice of Shangwan Jin, who pondered, who in this divine mechanism camp employs flying daggers? I cannot recall anyone. As a fifth-rank physician in the Exorcism Division, she had accompanied the division head in assessing most of the preparatory members of the divine mechanism camp, yet none of them had left an impression on her as a second-realm practitioner wielding flying daggers. This realization stirred a slight discontent within her. In combat, she relished the feeling of having everything under control. She possesses an insatiable curiosity to delve into the intricacies of every potential adversary, meticulously gathering their information. She revels in studying the slightest habits of her opponents during combat, seeking out vulnerabilities within their techniques. She enjoys calculating their trajectories, predicting their next moves. Almost every cultivator who has faced Changsheng has lamented in unison. I feel like a puppet in this woman's hands. She seems to anticipate every one of my moves. However, now before Changsheng stands an unpredictable variable, one she does not favor. Fortunately, her opponent is only at the second realm of cultivation, and their combat experience and skills should pale in comparison to hers. Even if they were to unveil some unexpected prowess, she believes she could handle it with ease. With this thought in mind, she smiled as she stepped onto the arena, opting not to select any weapon. This opponent appears to exude confidence. Gusu assessed inwardly as he too ascended to the stage. Amidst the boundless darkness, the sound of drums reverberated, infusing the atmosphere of the debating ground with fervor. Gusu and Changsheng performed a mutual salute, signifying the formal commencement of the contest. Yet, just as they regained their stances, Gusu suddenly felt a chilling sensation emanating from behind him. This was a warning of danger from his spiritual awareness. Ever since he had cultivated the technique Solar Eclipse, his spiritual power had grown unprecedentedly strong, capable not only of offense, but also of sensing hostility in the vicinity. Without hesitation, he sidestepped. In that fleeting moment, Changsheng's figure, like a specter, appeared at the very spot Gusu had just occupied. In her hand, she wielded a short sword of verdant hue, forged from condensed true essence, wreathed in ethereal smoke and radiating lethal brilliance. Gusu realized that had his reaction been a mere fraction slower, that short sword would have pierced his heart from behind, sealing his defeat in the contest. This opponent exhibits a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Launching a sneak attack from the outset, Gusu inwardly scoffed. No wonder her codename is Vixen. Changsheng was equally surprised by Gusu's swift reaction. The technique she had just employed was known as meteor walking the moon, a creation of Luo Chuan from the exorcism department. Widely recognized within the Great Qi dynasty as one of the most enigmatic movement techniques. A poem describes it. Meteor pierces the sparse wood, moon traverses the clouds in reverse. With this technique, she could move invisibly within a certain range, like a meteor streaking through the forest or the moon weaving through the clouds, making it difficult to predict where she would appear next. Yet, she had not anticipated that her opponent could foresee her lethal strike and evade it in time. A mere second-realm cultivator could decipher meteor walking the moon? Who would believe such a tale? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, Changsheng speculated quietly. Nevertheless, she did not underestimate him. Rather, a heightened sense of vigilance emerged within her, clearly recognizing this young cultivator, codenamed Vermilion Bird, as a formidable opponent. Gusu was now ready to make his move. With a subtle thought, the delicate blades in his hand, as thin as a cicada's wing, soared towards Changsheng. Enveloped in his true essence, they danced like leaves caught in a brisk autumn breeze, or like raindrops cascading from the heavens. This scene appeared quite poetic. Yet Changsheng discerned the peril lurking within. On one hand, those paper-like, handle-less flying knives were exceedingly sharp, merely grazing them would slice through skin and flesh, causing blood to gush forth instantly. On the other hand, the opponent's formidable mental prowess and meticulous control of true essence left her profoundly awestruck. Manipulating objects from a distance is indeed a fundamental skill for practitioners. However, most cultivators can only manage to control small objects, such as pilfering coins from someone's pocket or directing marbles to strike sparrows perched upon trees. The practitioner before her could deftly command dozens of blades to dance gracefully in the air, capable of turning and altering their velocity, which struck Changsheng as utterly astonishing. This individual's mental strength must be nearing the fourth realm. She narrowed her eyes, silently appraising. Our divine mechanism camp indeed harbors hidden talents. Yet, she felt no fear. Although numerous, the flying blades ultimately followed a discernible pattern. As long as there were rules, the possibility of countering existed. For a considerable time thereafter, Changsheng employed the meteoric step, strolling calmly amidst the torrent of knives. The handle-less flying blades brushed perilously close to her skin, but failed to inflict any substantive harm. In her view, these flying blades transformed into myriad numbers, each describing the blade's mass, length, width, thickness, velocity, and more. With these figures, she could instantaneously calculate the subsequent trajectories of the blades, thereby preemptively evading them with her agility. This was the divine ability she acquired upon breaking through to the third realm, heavenly calculation. Although employing a third realm skill against a second realm cultivator might seem somewhat unsporting, the realm of discourse required only that she seal her true essence, placing no restrictions on her use of divine abilities. Utilizing heavenly calculation to anticipate her opponent's strikes was not considered a breach of conduct. Shangwan had always been one to pursue her objectives by any means necessary. She placed little value on morality and cared not for the opinions of others. Skilled at exploiting loopholes and rules, she was unperturbed by employing tactics deemed despicable, nor did she shy away from sweetening her words to appease those in power. Perhaps it was precisely this disposition that enabled her humble beginnings to flourish, ultimately rising to become a prominent figure beside the head of the Demon Exorcism Division. Gu Su gazed intently and calmly at the figure of Shangwan, gracefully dancing amidst the flurry of flying blades. Under his command, these handleless blades formed a lethal array, meticulously calculated to obstruct nearly all potential escape routes for Shangwan. This was a metallic net of death, radiating a silvery glow within the darkened space. Gu Su believed that if his opponent were an ordinary second-tier cultivator, even with the same formidable true essence as Shi Shaohan, evading all the flying blades would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, Shangwan managed to accomplish this seemingly impossible feat. This revelation was unexpected yet entirely reasonable for Gu Su, as Chu Fengge had informed him that the members of the Divine Mechanism Camp were all exceptional talents, handpicked from various provinces of the Great Qi dynasty, and could not be deemed mediocre. He would never underestimate his adversary, simultaneously drawing from his vast reservoir of knowledge. Gu Su recognized that the movement technique employed by his opponent was none other than the renowned martial art, Meteor Walk Moon, created by Luo Chuan, the head of the Exorcism Division, famed for its elusive and unpredictable nature. This technique purportedly obscured celestial secrets, allowing the practitioner to move like a meteor falling from the sky, rendering the next landing point impossible to anticipate. However, Gu Su recalled from his studies that although Meteor Walk Moon appeared irregular, it was, in fact, determined by the positions of the stars above. The correlation between the stars' positions and the opponent's movements was undeniable. Perhaps, he mused, I can follow this line of thought to unravel my opponent's technique. Gu Su did not possess such miraculous foresight, but he was endowed with the talent of extensive knowledge and memory. Each moment of his opponent's position was firmly etched in his mind. Whenever he wished, he could recreate every scene from the battle in his thoughts, missing no detail. He believed that as long as he gathered a sufficient number of samples, his predictive accuracy would continuously improve. Thus, the two exceptionally gifted young individuals from the Divine Mechanism Camp engaged in an intense mental battle. One was performing data calculations while the other conducted image analysis. For a time, they were evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Gu Su's fated talent was not merely ornamental. He sensed that throughout his analysis of his opponent's movements, he was gradually comprehending the profound intricacies of the Meteor Walk Moon technique. His learning speed was astonishing, as if he had mastered this art in the womb. If called upon to demonstrate now, he could mimic it with an impressive resemblance. Before long, a quarter of an hour had passed. Shangwan grew weary of the endless stalemate. She resolved to abandon evasion and take the initiative to deliver a decisive blow. With this determination, she stepped forward and vanished into the vast darkness. According to her plan, she would reappear at Gu Su's right side in the next moment, leaving her afterimage at his left side, thereby confounding his perception. As long as her opponent displays even a moment's hesitation, she can swiftly sever their throat with the gleaming blade in her hand, thus concluding the battle with remarkable efficiency. According to her celestial calculations, this plan boasts a success rate of 99%, almost flawless. Growing weary of this tedious game, she fixates on her adversary, codenamed Phoenix, shrouded in mist, and silently muses that it is time to bring this to an end. Yet, in the very next instant, an unforeseen event transpires. Shangwan does not appear at the anticipated location. Instead, she missteps and falls from the platform, landing heavily on the ground outside. According to the rules of the realm of discourse, stepping outside the platform's bounds equates to defeat. Indeed, in the vast, desolate darkness, a clear line of text materializes. Phoenix wins. Shangguan Jin's gaze lingers on the words for a considerable while, filled with a mix of disappointment, astonishment, and confusion. She had not anticipated her loss, nor did she expect her opponent to disrupt her meteoric movement. How did he achieve that? Was he truly just a practitioner of the second realm? A moment later, Gusu returned to the real world from the realm of discourse. He slowly rose from the bamboo mat, stretching lazily. Sitting cross-legged on the bamboo mat for an extended period had caused a slight numbness in his legs. Just then, the divine token in his hand began to emit a radiant glow. Subsequently, a line of text appeared in his view. Spirit Fox, today's duel with you has been most enlightening. Your techniques are astonishing, leaving me feeling inadequate. However, I have a question that perplexes me, and I hope you can shed some light on it. It turns out this divine token could also be used for private conversations. The sages of the Great Qi dynasty certainly know how to have fun. Gusu mused silently. Then, with a thought, he replied, Phoenix, what is your question? Spirit Fox, I am curious as to how you managed to interfere with my meteoric movement technique earlier. Gusu remained silent for a moment. Phoenix, why should I tell you? This time, he waited a full 5 minutes before receiving a response. Spirit Fox, you are quite stingy. How about I trade you the answer to that question for the Golden Light spell? Once you master it, you will be able to use Golden Light to protect yourself from malevolent spirits. This trade is quite advantageous for you. Phoenix, I am already proficient in the Golden Light spell. Spirit Fox, then what about the Dispel Misfortune spell? Phoenix, I have studied that as well. Spirit Fox, and the Purify Heaven and Earth spell? Phoenix, I can also perform that. Spirit Fox. In the tranquil meditation room of the exorcism office in Luo capital, Shangguan Jin glanced at the new message on the divine token, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Unsure of how to assess the situation, she found that this individual codenamed Phoenix was perhaps the most difficult person to communicate with she had ever encountered. However, Shangguan Jin has always been a person of stubborn character. Whatever she desires, she will go to great lengths to obtain it. Sometimes, she does not mind paying a hefty price. Linghu, do you have anything you desire? Anything I possess can be exchanged with you. This fellow appears to be quite persistent. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to profit from him? Gusu contemplated after reading the message. In his view, the individual named Linghu, who could master exquisite martial arts such as meteor walking on the moon, was likely to be quite affluent. He tentatively replied, "Okay, I would like a medium-grade technique. Is that acceptable?" Gusu had long wished to replace his current technique. Something as mundane as return to origin severely limited his cultivation speed. The other party replied almost instantaneously, Linghu, no problem. This time, it was Gusu's turn to be astonished. He was momentarily taken aback and sincerely remarked, truly, a wealthy individual to acquiesce so readily. Linghu, no problem. When Shangguan Jin responded, there was not a trace of hesitation in her heart. Ever since she became a trusted aide to Luo Chuan, the head of the exorcism division, she had been exposed to the superior techniques created by Luo Chuan himself and the nation's top-tier martial arts. The superior techniques contain the profound truths left by sages, significantly enhancing cultivation speed and preventing future practitioners from taking detours. It is akin to a shortcut discovered by predecessors for the benefit of their descendants. Medium-grade techniques, however, were of no use to her. Nonetheless, the paths contained within superior techniques could sometimes become shackles for latter generations. After all, to become a sage, one must possess their own unique path. Hence, many aspiring sages consciously avoid selecting superior techniques. And some sixth-stage cultivators even go to great lengths to temporarily switch their techniques for the sake of ascension. Of course, the realm of sages is still far beyond Shangguan Jin's reach. She is not yet considering such matters. The countless cultivators in the Great Qi are overshadowed by the mere handful of sages, proving the difficulty of attaining sagehood. Thus, for most, it is preferable to opt for a shortcut, leveraging the paths of predecessors to rapidly enhance their own cultivation. Furthermore, given Shangguan Jin's current status and connections, her network of resources often holds more significance than mere wealth and material possessions. This transaction could also be viewed as an investment in a future powerhouse. By fostering a benevolent relationship today and assisting the other in their cultivation journey, she may reap considerable rewards in the future. The medium-grade technique she offered for exchange is called Crimson Flame True Technique. After cultivating Crimson Flame True Technique, a practitioner's true essence will carry a burning effect, inflicting sustained damage upon adversaries struck. If an enemy suffers multiple attacks within a short span, these damages can multiply exponentially. In addition, the Crimson Flame True Art possesses the ability to purify and refine the practitioner's true essence through the power of flames, eliminating the ominous energies within the meridians and significantly accelerating the cultivation process. After briefly elucidating the features and effects of the Crimson Flame True Art, Shangwan inquired of her companion, "What do you think of this technique?" "It seems rather impressive," Gusu replied. His primary combat methods, whether utilizing talismanic techniques or spiritual attacks, were all focused on dealing pure damage to vanquish foes. Should he adopt the Crimson Flame True Art, the potency of these spells would at least double. He indeed found himself in dire need of such a technique. Consequently, for a period thereafter, Shangwan employed the Divine Machine token to relay the first half of the Crimson Flame True Art to Gusu. With his prodigious memory, Gusu meticulously committed every word to memory. "Once you provide me with the answer to my question, I will disclose the latter half of the Crimson Flame True Art to you," the fox remarked, exhibiting a commendable level of caution as Gusu silently assessed. He then responded, "Please hold for a moment while I verify the authenticity of this technique." As he sent the message, he retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, tossing it gently into the air while murmuring a sacred name. The coin subsequently returned to the palm of his hand, face up. Since his arrival in this realm, Gusu's divination results had never been erroneous. This clearly indicated the technique's veracity. The technique poses no issues. Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall reveal the answer to you. Gusu then urged, "Speak swiftly. I previously read in a text that the meteoric moon movement appears to lack pattern, yet it fundamentally relies on the celestial bodies to ascertain coordinates. If my calculations are correct, your last displacement was aimed towards the midpoint of the wing and chariot constellations. Correct?" "Indeed," Shangwan confirmed, her astonishment palpable at Gusu's ability to deduce her movements. She even harbored a faint suspicion that he possessed a skill akin to celestial divination. "During the course of our battle, I employed a formation to interfere with your perception, leading you to misinterpret the Dipper and Ox constellations as the wing and chariot. Consequently, the endpoint of your displacement was altered, resulting in your exit from the arena." Gusu explained. This maneuver was undeniably cunning, as he had not directly defeated his opponent through sheer strength, but rather exploited the rules of the debating realm to maneuver her out of the arena and secure victory. Nevertheless, given that his opponent had already resorted to underhanded tactics, Gusu felt no compulsion to adhere to the principles of honorable combat. "Formation? From where did you acquire such a formation?" Shangwan inquired, her brow furrowed. Throughout the battle, she had been keenly attentive to her opponent's every action. In her memory, Zhuke was entirely focused on controlling dozens of flying daggers that relentlessly pursued her, leaving no time to arrange the so-called formations. "Zhuke, formations do not necessarily have to be drawn on the ground with a brush. Those daggers chasing you are, in fact, my formation." "Linghu, can daggers also be used to set up formations?" "Zhuke, young people should not be so rigid in their thinking. The arrangement of my daggers at the critical moment formed the renowned 8 Gates illusionary array. The winged star corresponds to the true South Scenic Gate, Li hexagram, while the Ox star corresponds to the Northeast Life Gate, Jin hexagram. Once I swapped the hexagrams of the Scenic Gate and the Life Gate, your sense of direction was confounded by the 8 Gates illusionary array." Upon reading Zhu Chue's response, Shangwan felt her horizons broadened. Having spent a long time at the headquarters of the Exorcism Division, she had encountered the diagrams of the 8 Gates illusionary array in books, understanding its principles, though she could not wield it. Yet, she never imagined that this opponent, merely at the second realm, could conceal the 8 Gates illusionary array amidst the whirling blades. It appeared as if the daggers were intended to kill, but in reality, a formation was being discreetly laid. To quote a saying from Gusu's past life, it was akin to openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the Chinsong. What astonishing combat talent. "Linghu, thank you for your guidance, fellow cultivator," Shangwan sincerely replied. In her eyes, Zhu Chue's response today illuminated a new approach for her future battles, filling her with immense satisfaction. Exchanging it for a mid-grade technique was certainly worthwhile. Subsequently, she adhered to their agreement and used the Divine Mechanism token to convey the latter half of the Crimson Flame True Art to Gusu. Gusu, in turn, once again verified the authenticity of this technique through divination. "Linghu, fellow cultivator, I truly hope we can meet again in the capital next year." This was Shangguan Jin's blessing to her counterpart. At that moment, she was intensely curious about Zhu Qiue's true identity. In her view, a cultivator as knowledgeable and extraordinarily talented as Zhu Ke would surely not remain inconspicuous in reality. She secretly resolved to inquire with the head of the division during their next meeting, to see if there were any second-realm cultivators in the current reserve of the Divine Mechanism Camp who specialized in flying daggers and the arrangement of formations. "Zhu Ke, thank you for your kind words. The realm of discourse is indeed a splendid place," Gusu sincerely lamented. Upon entering the realm of discourse for the first time, he returned with an abundance of gains. Not only had he acquired a new technique, but he had also practiced some of the combat concepts he had previously contemplated during sparring with fellow cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, he had secretly learned some of the meteoric moon movement technique. Although he grasped it only to a degree of 60 or 70%, perhaps not as enigmatic as Ling Hu's, it would certainly aid him in escaping perilous situations. Survival is essential for output. This principle had always guided him in battle. Meanwhile, Gusu also utilized the Divine Mechanism token to view his latest ranking in the realm of discourse, which was calculated based on points. In this competitive realm, a victory earns 1 point while a defeat deducts 1, with the lowest score capped at 0 and no upper limit in sight. Gusu observed with a mix of astonishment and satisfaction as his score transitioned from 0 to 1, propelling his rank from 9th to 6th place. Within the S Reserve, there were currently only 9 second-tier practitioners, a rather meager assembly. The practitioner ranked first, known by the moniker Qilin, boasted 5 points, far outpacing the others. Gusu perused the leaderboard for second-tier practitioners multiple times, but found no trace of the alias Ling Hu. This absence left him somewhat perplexed. Had Ling Hu, after succumbing to defeat against him, been expelled from the? Or perhaps Ling Hu possessed a unique identity, one not publicly displayed on the rankings? The uncertainty eluded his grasp for the moment. However, Gusu had never been one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, or rather, he lacked the luxury of time to ponder matters irrelevant to his own path. His daily schedule was meticulously packed, leaving him breathless. His moment of elation was fleeting, lasting scarcely 5 minutes before tranquility returned to him. He settled into the chair beside his desk and retrieved a small booklet from the drawer, swiftly transcribing the entirety of the from memory using charcoal. Despite Gusu's exceptional gift of photographic memory, far surpassing that of the average individual, he understood from his readings that some peculiar spells existed in this world, capable of distorting memory and influencing perception. Whether one had an impeccable memory or a poor writing hand, neither could be deemed entirely reliable. Thus, Gusu prudently opted to employ both methods as a form of dual insurance. Changing one's cultivation method mid-practice was no simple endeavor. It necessitated reawakening the body's acupoints, reconstructing the circulation of true essence, and even altering the operation of spells and martial arts. It was akin to installing a new operating system on a computer, requiring the reinstallation of various software and system settings. In summary, it was exceedingly troublesome. Yet, in matters of cultivation, Gusu never shied away from inconvenience. He firmly believed that sharpening the axe would not hinder the work of chopping wood. The benefits that the wood bestow upon him in the future would surely compensate for the effort he expended today. According to the rules of the realm of discourse, practitioners of varying tiers appeared on different leaderboards. Shangguan Jin was a 4th-tier practitioner, and thus Gusu naturally could not find her alias among the 2nd-tier rankings. At this very moment, Shangguan Jin was fixated on her position, her mood decidedly gloomy. After her defeat, her score had been reduced by 1 point, causing her to drop from 2nd to 3rd place, now trailing behind Chu Fengge. As the trusted aides of the head of Luosi, Shangguan Jin and Chu Fengge had always been rivals, engaged in a silent contest of one-upmanship. Should someone else surpass her, Shangguan Jin could accept it with grace, acknowledging her inferiority. However, falling behind Chu Fengge, whose alias was Kunyu, stirred a profound sense of agitation within her. In his perception, the Kuan is the most colossal and imposing mythical beast, which is why Chu Fengge has always taken pride in his codename. He once boasted flamboyantly before Shangguan Jin, declaring, "Your 9-tailed fox is no larger than a nostril of my Kuan. With just a breath, I could obliterate you." Shangguan Jin regarded him with the look one reserves for a fool and coldly retorted, "Childish." To her, Chu Fengge's demeanor resembled that of a naive child, engrossed in the futile debate of whether the sage or the ghost king is superior. At that moment, Chu Fengge, with his hands clasped behind his back and chin raised, sauntered leisurely to Shangwan Jin's side. My dear Lord Shangwan, if I am not mistaken, it seems you have suffered a defeat in today's contest, have you not? The fluctuations in the rankings of the Dao discussion realm were evident to all. Thus, Chu Fengge was not surprised by the outcome, nor was Shangwan Jin. This is none of your concern, she replied coldly. Who would have imagined that the astute Lord Shangwan of the Exorcism Division could ever face defeat? Chu Fengge said with a hint of sarcasm. I am quite curious, what remarkable young talent could possibly best you in a one-on-one match? Could it be Su Xiao of the Sword Pavilion? Su Xiao, codenamed White Tiger, is the most distinguished disciple of the younger generation from the Sword Pavilion in Shu. Since being selected for the reserve of the Divine Machine Camp, he has consistently showcased his brilliance, dominating the Fourth Realm practitioner rankings. Neither the self-important Chu Fengge nor the calculating Shangwan Jin had managed to triumph over him in the Dao discussion realm, a fact that had long troubled both. It is not Su Xiao, Shangwan Jin shook her head. Su Xiao's fighting style is one where a single sword can break myriad laws, simple, brutal, and nearly impossible to counter. Yet that Zhuke wields countless techniques, utilizing them effortlessly and evading all defenses. Shangwan Jin was curious. If these two were to spar at the same level, who would emerge victorious? Truth be told, dear Lord Shangwan, seeing you defeated saddens me. Chu Fengge feigned a dramatic sigh before continuing, as we are both the favored prodigies of our esteemed chief. How can you lose to an outsider so easily? If you must lose, it should be to me. After all, I, Chu Fengge, am destined to be the number one in the world. Losing to me would merely make you second in the world. It is nothing to be ashamed of. How can there be such a narcissistic individual in this world? Shangwan Jin scoffed, gazing at his face, which was more beautiful than many women-ass. You lost to Su Xiao last week and still dare to claim to be number one? She countered with a sharp tongue. That was merely because I went easy on him, not giving my all, Chu Fengge shamelessly replied. If I were to fight seriously, he would be no match for me. Shangwan Jin chose to ignore him. At that moment, she silently prayed that when the Dao discussion realm reopens, Chu Fengge would be matched against Zhuke. The sight of Chu Fengge suffering at the hands of Zhuke would surely be quite amusing. Gu Su dedicated an entire 2 days and nights to thoroughly delve into the true flame scripture, absorbing the yin energy and refining his true essence according to the meridian pathways outlined in this cultivation method. To him, there existed a notable resemblance between cultivation techniques and talismans. A mere alteration in the strokes of a talisman could yield vastly different effects, just as varying meridian routes could generate true essence of diverse attributes. This was a process both intricate and perilous. Gu Su had to ensure his mind remained entirely focused, lest he become distracted. Any misstep could lead to his failure, or worse, to his soul being consumed by the yin energy. The sensation of practicing the true flame scripture was markedly different from that of the returning essence technique. The true essence of the latter flowed like the cool spring water of a mountain stream, imparting a refreshing and invigorating feeling as it coursed through his body. In contrast, the true essence of the former resembled scalding lava, inflicting a searing pain upon Gu Su. Initially, he found this change quite unsettling. He had to grit his teeth and endure the agony, his complexion turning an ashen hue. However, as time progressed, he gradually acclimated to the discomfort, even discovering a sense of pleasurable achievement within the pain. It was akin to the experience of weightlifting in a gym in a past life. Despite often feeling sore after training, one could still delight in the illusion of transforming into a muscular powerhouse. Any pain that does not kill me will only make me stronger, he repeatedly affirmed to himself in his mind. Time slipped by quietly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. Unbeknownst to him, the eastern horizon revealed a faint blush of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Gu Su's residence was situated at number 17, Ping'an Lane, Yishui County. Next door, at number 16, lived a scholar surnamed Liang along with his wife and children. That morning, as was customary, Scholar Liang was awakened by the cries of his just 1-year-old son. Ah, that wretched little boy must have wet the bed again, he grumbled. Yawning as he rose from his bed, his mood soured. Scholar Liang's family was modest, lacking the means to employ servants, and with his wife recently bedridden and frail. He was compelled to take on the role of a caregiver, tending to their infant in addition to his studies. This dual burden left him utterly exhausted each day. At that moment, Scholar Liang noticed that the charcoal in the bedroom stove had burned out. The date was October 17th, and winter had already set in over a week prior, bringing with it a chill in the air. As a non-cultivator, he could not harness true essence to ward off the cold. The stove and his cotton-padded jacket were his lifelines during the winter months. Yet, astonishingly, despite the stove being extinguished, he found himself clad only in a thin garment, completely impervious to the cold. The sudden warmth in the air bewildered him, as if the harshness of winter had abruptly given way to the gentle embrace of spring. Scholar Liang remained unaware of the reason behind such a sudden shift in temperature. Yet, he found immense joy in the embrace of warmth, for it signified a reduction in charcoal consumption, thereby saving a considerable sum to purchase herbal remedies for his wife and sweets for his children. Was this a gesture of divine compassion towards his wretched existence, bestowing upon him a balmy winter? Liang, the scholar, gazed up at the sky, silently reflecting in his heart. It was not solely Liang who felt this sudden surge of warmth. On this day, nearly all the residents of Pingyang Alley experienced the unexpected rise in temperature. Unbeknownst to them, this phenomenon was a consequence of Gusu's recent mastery of the Crimson Flame true art, which allowed his vital essence to radiate outward. They believed it to be a benevolent act from celestial beings, who, in their compassion, sent warmth during these frigid days. Consequently, they offered tributes and incense before the divine, sincerely expressing their gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon them. As the morning sun ascended the treetops, Gusu finally opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. The ever-bright elixir, gifted to him by Shi Shaohan, had been entirely consumed. To continue his cultivation, he needed to return to the Demon Exorcism Bureau to accept tasks, earn merit, in exchange for new elixirs. In this world where strength could only be acquired through monetary investment, poverty severely hampered his progress in cultivation. He sighed softly, then rose slowly to stand before the copper mirror at the side of the room. The mirror reflected his frail form, distinguished features, and refined visage. His high nose, thick brows, and piercing gaze bore witness to a youth that had gradually shed its innocence, revealing the contours of maturity, perhaps due to living in the shadow of death or prolonged contemplation. At this moment, he could distinctly sense a formidable power surging within him, an essence coursing through his veins, akin to molten magma rather than mere blood. He extended a finger, gently gliding it across the smooth surface of the copper mirror. Wherever he touched, the mirror quickly dimpled, softened, and emitted golden sparks, melting into a slow-flowing, orange-red liquid. At first glance, it resembled chocolate melting under the scorching sun. Yet, Gusu was acutely aware that this chocolate reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Any mortal who dared to touch it would be instantly scorched, leaving indelible scars. The might of mid-tier techniques was truly formidable. Witnessing this scene, Gusu could not help but ponder the extraordinary potency of the legendary high-tier techniques. In this instant, he felt the stark disparity in cultivation resources between impoverished practitioners and those born into affluent families. What he fervently pursued might merely represent the starting line for others. After a moment, he withdrew his right hand, and the liquid on the copper mirror solidified instantly. Gazing at the uneven surface, he felt a twinge of regret. After all, this mirror was purchased with his own money. Alas, such impulsiveness. He gently shook his head. Fortunately, he was a cultivator. Repairing a mirror posed little challenge for him. With this thought, he retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and affixed it to the bronze mirror. Instantly, the surface of the mirror regained its smoothness. Experiment duration: the year of celestial travels, 23rd year, 17th day of October. Experiment content: initial testing of the medium-grade technique, true flame scripture. Experiment tools: a bronze mirror. Experiment conclusion: the true essence cultivated through the true flame scripture exhibits a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, capable of instantly melting bronze. Remarks: exercise utmost caution during home cultivation to avoid setting the house ablaze. A few minutes later, Gusu donned his 7 luminaries robe and a black gauze hat, making his way to the exorcism office in Ishui County. His supply of elixirs had been exhausted. To continue his cultivation, he needed to accept new assignments to earn merits and exchange them for elixirs. Thus, he approached the task bulletin board. Ever since he successfully passed the promotion assessment and became an 8th grade experience officer of the exorcism office, he had access to more challenging tasks with more generous rewards. Currently, he held little regard for tasks offering fewer than 100 merits. His focus was primarily on assignments with rewards exceeding 200 merits. Tasks of this caliber had previously required him to cling to Shi Shaohan's coattails to partake. However, He now possessed the capability to execute them independently. Soon, a task offering 300 merits captured Gu Su's attention. The vicinity of Xuanliu Street in Yishui County is rife with malevolent energy. It is suspected that someone has been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Please investigate the situation promptly and deal with the involved specter. Xuanliu Street? Wasn't that the commercial district of Yishui County? How could such a bustling place harbor supernatural beings? Gu Su felt a twinge of curiosity. The unusual often concealed hidden dangers. He surmised that this task would not be as straightforward as the bulletin described. Nevertheless, the allure of 300 merits was too enticing to resist. He could not help but draw out 3 copper coins he always carried, tossing them 6 times in succession, skillfully employing the 6 lines divination to attempt to predict the fortune of this task. The result was Zhun above and Li below, signifying the hexagram of abundant thunder. According to the interpretations he recalled, abundance signifies prosperity, typically a good omen. However, great abundance also harbors hidden concerns, necessitating extra caution. Thus, Gu Su hesitated. While he craved the 300 merits, he did not wish to place himself in peril, even if the likelihood of encountering danger was minimal. Just as he was deep in contemplation, a light and melodious voice suddenly rang out nearby. Gu Su, you finally deigned to visit the office today. He lifted his gaze and immediately spotted the petite and charming figure of Shi Shaohan, who was merrily approaching him from within the building. Despite the heavy come with sword she bore, she moved with remarkable lightness, skipping joyfully like a little sparrow in search of food. Bathed in sunlight, her fair complexion radiated a lustrous glow, as smooth and translucent as fine porcelain. Ah, the gallant heroine. It has been several days since we last met, and I presumed you had retreated to break through your cultivation. Gu Su smiled as he admired her radiant, egg-shaped face adorned with a blossoming smile. Lord Chun has yet to return, so I am unable to apply for entry into the Mingji Tong. Shi Shaohan shrugged in response. Moreover, surpassing the 3rd realm, Niha Bridge, is proving far more challenging than I had anticipated. I find myself rather lost at the moment. Do you earnestly wish to acquire a formidable divine ability during your breakthrough? Gu Su, well versed in the scriptures of cultivation, effortlessly discerned the source of her troubles. Indeed, Shi Shaohan nodded. The elders of my family have documented in their cultivation notes that divine abilities are manifestations of one's spirit and will, blooming like flowers from one's soul in times of despair. They assert that awakening a divine ability requires not only exceptional talent and unwavering will, but also a strong emotional stimulus. Yet, I have no notion of how to seek such intense emotional experiences. I cannot simply contrive a reason to quarrel with my father. Gu Su, I am aware that you have read extensively. Do you have any insights regarding this matter? Gu Su pondered for a moment before responding. For instance, after overcoming formidable challenges, completing a task with substantial rewards, you may experience a profound sense of achievement. You, indeed, have nothing but tasks and rewards on your mind. Do you have any alternative suggestions? She retorted. Perhaps an overnight fortune? I have no interest in wealth. Please think of something else. All right, let me consider. Imagine you arrive at the fragrant pavilion, eagerly anticipating a delightful meal of sweet and sour carp and braised chicken, only to discover, to your dismay, that the establishment has closed down, and the owner has absconded with the funds overnight. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaohan's smile gradually faded. The immersion was so strong that she began to feel anger welling up within her. I would rather not break through it all. She pouted, her fists clenched in indignation, resembling a young bird with ruffled feathers. Observing her in this state, Gu Su felt an involuntary urge to reach out and tousle her hair, as one might do to a cat, but he restrained himself from acting on this impulse. Shi Shaohan stood at just over 1.5 meters tall, a fact that had long troubled her. She feared that if anyone were to pat her head, she might cease to grow taller. Consequently, anyone who attempted to do so, such as Cui Tianyu or the butler of the Shi family estate, had suffered her wrath. Gu Su was a man who cherished life. He dared not take such risks. By the way, Gu Su, are you planning to undertake a new task? After a moment, Shi Shaohan glanced at the bulletin board and inquired, Shall I accompany you? It has been several days since I last hunted ghosts. My large blade is eager for action. Gu Su had been awaiting this very statement. Excellent, he replied without hesitation, smiling broadly. The recent divination had hinted at potential concerns regarding this task. However, with Shi Shaohan, who was nearly on the cusp of the 3rd realm, accompanying him, he felt a surge of confidence to face any unforeseen crises. Upon hearing his words, Sher Xiaohan's face instantly blossomed into a smile. She rose onto her toes and gently patted Gu Su's shoulder, saying, I know you are in dire need of merit. This time, all the rewards will be yours. I shall not ask for a share. Gu Su felt a warmth in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of stubbornness, replying, But I cannot allow you to work for nothing. After the task is complete, you must take me to your home for a meal. Sher Xiaohan crossed one arm over her chest and rested her chin on her hand, exuding an air of authority akin to that of an elder sister. Regrettably, due to her height, the pose appeared less imposing and more endearing. Very well, Gu Su conceded, aware that this was not the moment for pretentiousness. Thus, the two departed from the exorcism department, walking side by side along the cobblestone street toward their destination, Xiunliu Street. As they walked, Sher Xiaohan seemed to hold her head high and gaze ahead. Yet she could not resist stealing glances at the handsome profile of the young man beside her. The morning sun cast a golden halo around his features, rendering him even more radiant than usual. However, the moment Gu Su showed any sign of turning to look at her, she would swiftly avert her gaze, feigning indifference and even a hint of aloofness. Xiaohan, you seem quite cheerful today, Gu Su suddenly remarked. Not at all. Sher Xiaohan immediately denied. What makes you think so? I noticed you bouncing along, not even glancing down at your feet. You were about to step in horse manure without noticing. Upon hearing this, Sher Xiaohan looked down and let out a startled cry. Her delicate, pristine embroidered shoes were perilously close to a pile of foul-smelling manure, less than half an inch away. She quickly withdrew her foot in alarm. Gu Su, how could you not warn me sooner? I thought, as the valiant Miss Sher, a second-tier cultivator, you would have noticed with your keen perception. No laughing. I am not laughing. I am not laughing. A few minutes later, Gu Su and Sher Xiaohan arrived at their destination, Xiunliu Street. This area, considered the most bustling part of Yishui County, is also known as Wash. Here, grand shops and small stores, dance halls and singing stages, wine houses and tea shops abound. Fortune tellers, medicine vendors, and barbers often come to partake in the lively atmosphere. Along the sides of the road, street performers showcasing their unique talents could be observed. For instance, there was a slender man performing contortion, able to reduce his size and fit into a small jar. There was also a short, plump middle-aged man executing a trick with 3 balls between 2 bowls using a chopstick, dazzling the audience with his skill. Another performer lay down with a large stone on his chest while another person wielded a hefty hammer, smashing the stone and eliciting gasps from the gathered crowd. Additionally, a limping old man waved his sleeve and, astonishingly, conjured a fishbowl out of thin air. Gu Su, this person surely cannot be a practitioner. As Sher Xiaohan gazed at the limping old man, she couldn't help but exclaim, I can't fathom how he conjured that fishbowl. Gu Su observed the elderly figure. Contemplating for a moment, possessing the remarkable gift of vast knowledge and memory, he could undoubtedly capture and retain every detail of the magic trick. The old man was not truly a cripple. Squinting slightly, he scrutinized the subtle movements of the elder and remarked, he merely keeps the fishbowl wedged between his legs for an extended period, even after the performance, leading those around him to mistakenly believe he is lame. The cost he incurs for this trick is indeed exorbitant. Sher Xiaohan found it utterly unbelievable. She could scarcely imagine the agony of having to clutch a fishbowl between one's legs while eating, walking, or shopping. What a torturous existence. To master a skill to its utmost requires sacrifice. Gu Su sighed softly, responding, consider the performer of the bone contraction trick. He must exert considerable force to stretch his bones and joints, and a moment's inattention could result in organ displacement. If I am not mistaken, he has likely practiced thousands of times in private, risking his life before today's performance. Likewise, the act of breaking a stone with one's chest relies on the immense mass and inertia of the stone. Thus, at the moment a hammer strikes, the stone's acceleration is minimal, preventing excessive pressure on the performer. However, if the wielder of the heavy hammer is a fraction too slow in retracting the applied force at the moment of impact, the performer's ribs could shatter. This, too, demands relentless practice and extraordinary synchronization. I understand the principle you are conveying. Sher Xiaohan furrowed her brows slightly, but what do inertia and acceleration mean? Gu Su chuckled softly and elucidated in more accessible terms. Sher Xiaohan grasped only a semblance of understanding. Yet, she did not wish to appear foolish before Gu Su. Thus, she nodded, feigning a moment of enlightenment, and cheerfully remarked, I see now. The two did not linger further. Subsequently, Gu Su, utilizing his formidable perceptive abilities, led Sher Shaoan toward areas rife with malevolent energy within the bustling streets. As they walked, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. "You too, aren't you usually quite busy? What brings you to wander around Xuanliu Street today?" The newcomer was an old hunchbacked man from the Exorcism Bureau, tasked with guarding the storeroom. He held a cricket cage in his left hand and cradled a newly purchased book titled The Indulgent Demise of King Jean Hailing in his right, humming a tune as he leisurely observed street performers. "We are here to investigate a case," Gusu replied. "What a pity," the old man shook his head. "A new troupe has recently arrived at Xuanliu Street, and their performances are truly splendid. If you have some free time, I would love to show you." "A troupe?" Gusu scanned the surroundings. The streets of Xuanliu were teeming with people and bustling with traffic, leaving no conceivable space for a stage. Where, then, could the troupe the old man mentioned possibly be? Gusu swiftly discerned the answer. In a corner by the street, there stood a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance and a rather somber demeanor, clad in tattered coarse garments. He bore a pouch on his back and a small wooden frame upon his shoulder. As the crowd of onlookers gradually swelled, he set the wooden frame down on the ground, resembling a diminutive theater. He then placed the pouch beside it. With a resonant voice, he struck a rhythm on a clapper and began to sing a popular folk opera. As his voice resonated, a dozen tiny mice emerged from the pouch, each adorned with whimsical masks and theatrical makeup. In perfect synchrony with the music, they leapt onto the miniature stage, standing upright like humans, gracefully dancing. The narrative they enacted aligned seamlessly with the man's lyrics. Truly remarkable. Sher Shaohan marveled, realizing this was what the old gentleman referred to as a puppet troupe. The captivated crowd watched intently, erupting into thunderous applause at the mice's lifelike performance. Soon, the porcelain bowl at the man's feet brimmed with coins of appreciation. Gusu observed the mice for a while, perplexed. Despite his extraordinary powers of observation, he could not fathom how the middle-aged man commanded these creatures. Moreover, the absence of any aura of true essence around him clearly indicated that he was not a practitioner of beast-taming magic. Perhaps this was the legendary ancestral skill he had heard of. He speculated inwardly. However, the task at hand was paramount. Gusu and Sher Shaohan lingered only briefly by the performer of the mouse play before continuing their quest to locate the source of the sinister energy. At that moment, Gusu felt a twinge of envy for the hunchbacked elder who guarded the storeroom. Every rest day, the old man enjoyed ample leisure time, indulging in music or attending plays. Even during work hours, he could leisurely peruse tales and amuse himself with crickets. This was a languid life that Gusu yearned for, yet one he might never experience. At the end of Xuanliu Street, dozens of individuals formed a circle, fervently engaging in a shamanic dance ritual. This dance, a traditional divination custom of the Deqi dynasty, was said to summon deities for healing, exorcising evil spirits, and facilitating communication with ancestral spirits. At the center of the throng stood an altar adorned with offerings and incense. Beside it was a young woman, adjusting her skirt as she struck a single-sided drum with iron rings, her movements fluid and expressive. She chanted incantations, resembling a song yet also a prayer, her words lacking rhythm and uneven in length, imparting an eerie sensation. Several youths nearby joined in the drumming, their beats akin to thunder. The disorganized, jarring cacophony lacked any semblance of rhythm. Suddenly, the young woman quaked violently, collapsing backward onto the ground. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd bowed their heads in unison, intoning, "We welcome our ancestors home." At this moment, it was precisely the hour of Chun, when the sun was high in the sky, illuminating the world. However, as the shamanic dance ritual unfolded, amidst the chaotic and disorderly drumbeats, a grayish-black mist unexpectedly began to rise in the vicinity of Xuanliu Street, casting a dim and hazy pall over the area, as if the night had descended prematurely. After a while, the fainted young woman suddenly reached out to steady herself against the incense altar and gradually rose from the ground. Her movements were exceedingly stiff, reminiscent of a bedridden patient, long incapacitated, struggling to stand after recovering from a serious illness. Her face was devoid of color, resembling that of a cold, lifeless corpse. Her eyes, both the pupils and the sclera, had turned into a dull, lifeless black, akin to two deep, hollow pits carved into pale marble. Was this the visage of an ancestor's spirit possessing her? Witnessing this eerie scene, the onlookers felt a palpable tension, their hearts inexplicably tightening. The purpose of their shamanic dance was to summon the spirits of their ancestors. Yet, the woman's appearance resembled that of a malevolent ghost. A child could not help but voice his concern. "Father, Auntie looks so frightening." The man, referred to as father, was also startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. However, he took a deep breath and attempted to maintain his composure, reassuring his son, "Do not fear, my dear. It is merely our ancestor returning to the mortal realm through your aunt's body to meet us, their descendants." Yet, the child replied, "But father, the ancestor's gaze is terrifying. It feels as though she wishes to devour me." The child remained pale, retreating behind his father, too frightened to glance at the young woman beside the incense altar. "Do not show disrespect to our ancestors," the man admonished, gripping his son's hand tightly. At that moment, the possessed woman raised her head and surveyed her surroundings. "Godan, are you there?" she inquired in an icy tone. Godan? Who is Godan? The crowd appeared bewildered. However, they soon discovered the answer to this inquiry. An elderly man, white-haired and clad in a cotton robe, stepped forward and respectfully addressed the woman. "Ancestor, I am Godan." The white-haired elder, by Qingyu, was the patriarch of this clan. His lineage and authority were esteemed, commanding respect such that none dared to offend him. Yet, none could have anticipated that the esteemed patriarch bore the childhood nickname of Godan. In that instant, the grand image of the patriarch crumbled in the eyes of the gathered crowd. "Is Nguyen here as well?" The woman continued, her tone devoid of warmth. An elderly lady, draped in a crane cloak with a dignified countenance, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Nguyen pays her respects to the ancestor. This elderly matriarch was the wife of the possessed woman and wielded considerable influence within the family. Though she typically wore a benevolent smile and exuded warmth, her familial authority was substantial. She managed the clan's financial matters, and even Bai Qingyu occasionally found himself wary of her. Yet, in this moment, confronted with the summoned spirit of their ancestor, she transformed into a compliant junior. Thus, in the ensuing moments, the woman called out the childhood names of the clan's elders one by one. In ordinary circumstances, the esteemed elder would humbly regard everyone before her as juniors, exhibiting utmost respect. Simultaneously, the air of trepidation that had enveloped the crowd began to dissipate. After all, the young woman could effortlessly call out the seldom used childhood names of the clan's elders, which evidently demonstrated that the spirit inhabiting her was indeed that of their revered ancestor, rather than any malevolent entity. With this realization, a collective sigh of relief emerged from the onlookers. One by one, they approached the young woman, bowing respectfully and inquiring about various matters. She responded with a hoarse and indifferent voice to each query. What a harmonious and joyous scene of ancestral affection it was. Furthermore, the crowd was astonished to discover that even when faced with the most perplexing questions, the young woman could effortlessly provide answers, articulating the very thoughts that lingered in their minds. Could this be the wisdom of their ancestors? They found themselves silently marveling at this revelation. Only a pale-faced child remained, huddled behind his father, hesitating to approach the ancestor. He felt as though the ancestor's gaze upon the crowd was akin to that of a connoisseur surveying a sumptuous banquet laid out before them. However, a few minutes later, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The young woman suddenly noticed the boy's expression of fear and doubt. She pointed at him, her voice rasping. "He shows me disrespect." The boy's father immediately bowed his head and respectfully replied, "The child is ignorant. I hope the ancestor will forgive him. Let him come before me," the young woman stated with an impassive demeanor. The boy shivered and withdrew a few steps. A faint hint of anger flickered across her face. With stiff movements, she raised her hands. At that moment, her arms began to elongate, transforming from flesh into woody branches, which sprouted layers of verdant leaves, resembling two dark green serpents extending towards the boy's neck. Beneath her, roots rapidly emerged, intertwining and piercing through the solid stone pavement like countless wriggling worms, attempting to ensnare the boy's feet. In stark contrast, white petals blossomed on her pallid cheeks, at the tip of her nose, within her eyes, and in her ears, giving rise to clusters of delicate pale yellow stamens at their centers. Each petite white flower resembled a tiny mouth, the petals serving as lips, the stamens as teeth, and the nectar as saliva. Faintly, the crowd seemed to hear these small mouths wailing in unison. "Hungry, she is not our ancestor," someone cried out in sheer terror. "She is a monster." Yet, the realization of the bizarre transformation came too late. The boy had already been entirely ensnared by the branches, lifted into the air, and was on the brink of becoming a delectable meal for this tree demon. The boy's father stumbled forward, desperately trying to save his son from the creature. but was pierced through the shoulder by a branch, blood gushing forth. He was utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, despair enveloped the crowd. This was the grim reality of mortals in the presence of malevolent spirits, like fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife, or lambs facing a ravenous wolf. Meanwhile, at the moment when the tree demon revealed its true form, Gusu, utilizing his formidable spiritual awareness, detected a sudden surge of malevolent energy in the distance. It was as if, in a pitch-black night where one could not see their own hand, a guiding light had abruptly illuminated the path. "I know where the specter is," he said to Sir Shaohan beside him. "Follow me quickly." With that, he executed the recently learned meteoric movement, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. Sir Shaohan gazed at the lingering shadow he left behind, momentarily dazed. When did Gusu become so swift? The meteoric movement was a technique he had only recently acquired, and although he was still somewhat unpracticed in its execution, it significantly accelerated his mobility, though he could not yet achieve the elusive mastery exhibited by Shang Wanjin. Nevertheless, it was indeed a top-tier technique from the Great Qi dynasty. Even if Gusu could only harness 60% of its power, it was sufficient for him to disappear at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Naturally, this ephemeral vanishing act caught the attention of several passers-by, who widened their eyes in astonishment. That day, these onlookers had already witnessed various astounding feats performed by street performers in the Xuanliu Street Tavern. Now, yet another cultivator had inadvertently showcased their extraordinary prowess, eliciting a sense of wonder and admiration. "I truly hope to become a cultivator in my next life," mused a young porter, burdened by a heavy sack, "for with such speed, I would never again face the wrath of my master for late deliveries." His companion chuckled derisively, retorting, "To be a cultivator and still carry sacks? You lack ambition. If it were me, I would have long since joined the Demon Exorcism Bureau, living in luxury and respected as an esteemed official." Meanwhile, after a brief moment of astonishment, Sir Shaohan swiftly employed her own technique in an attempt to keep pace with Gusu. The method she practiced was the Sher family's ancestral technique. The falling flowers and floating fluff, a mid-tier martial art, graceful as falling petals, light as willow catkins, embodying the essence of this movement. However, despite her utmost effort to channel her true essence, she found herself left behind by Gusu. The disparity between upper-tier and mid-tier martial arts was undeniably a chasm difficult to bridge. In that moment, she could not help but genuinely admire Gusu's remarkable aptitude. For in her recollection, he had not practiced any movement techniques. This clearly indicated that the technique he was currently employing must have been learned in the mere span of a few days. What astonishing speed of learning! Sher Shaohan had always been known as the prodigy of the Sher family for her rapid acquisition of new skills. Yet, she had dedicated over a month, practicing diligently under her father's guidance day after day, to fully master the falling flowers and floating fluff technique. She felt that, in comparison to Gusu, her own talents could only be deemed unremarkable, lacking the foundation for her pride. With Gusu's astonishing talent, it seems likely that in due time he shall surpass me. Such thoughts inadvertently surfaced in her mind. She recalled that just a few months prior, Gusu was merely an inconspicuous minor official within the Exorcism Bureau of Yishui. During missions, he could only conceal himself behind her, assisting her in her endeavors. Yet now, not only is Gusu on the verge of catching up to her in cultivation, but he has also been selected for the Divine Mechanism Camp, earning the acknowledgement of the Bureau Chief, with a future that shines brightly ahead. This realization filled Sher Shaohan with both joy for him and a sense of unease. She feared that should Gusu advance too swiftly, no amount of effort on her part would enable her to keep pace with him. "You must strive, future heroine." She clenched her fists and silently urged herself, vowing to remain focused during her training. In the blink of an eye, Gusu reached the end of Xuanliu Street, where he beheld an altar laden with offerings, a possessed young woman, and a surrounding crowd gripped by fear and anxiety. Having perused the ancient texts, he effortlessly recognized the malevolent spirit that had taken hold of the woman. It was a manifestation of a locust tree. The locust tree is known as a spirit among woods, its heavy yang energy making it susceptible to possession. In the realm of feng shui, it is said that having locust trees in front of a residence invites a procession of spirits at night. Thus planting them near homes is most ill-advised. Furthermore, as time progresses, these locust trees, which can live for over 100 years, gradually develop sentience under the nourishment of yin energy, transforming into vengeful tree demons that feast upon humans. Those who court danger shall find it. Gusu silently scoffed upon witnessing the individuals performing the ritual dance. Their intent was evidently to summon the spirit of their revered ancestor. Yet, Gusu had read that the principle of such a ritual is akin to broadcasting a message to spirits, loudly proclaiming, "I am here, come find me." The ancestral spirit might be far away and unable to hear their calls. However, nearby spirits would certainly be able to hear them, even pinpointing their location by following the sound of their summons, much like this locust tree demon. Gusu surmised that this locust tree demon could descend in the form of a fragment of its soul, effortlessly seizing a human vessel. Its true strength must be considerable, likely qualifying as an evil spirit, according to the definitions set forth by the Exorcism Bureau of the Great Qi dynasty. Evil spirits typically possess the power of practitioners at the 3rd to 5th realms, alongside sentience and mastery of various spells. Given Gusu's current level of cultivation, it would be nearly impossible for him to confront an evil spirit head-on. Nevertheless, he discerned that this locust tree demon was, to some extent, constrained. Its true form had not fully cultivated into an entity, thus rendering it incapable of free movement. It could only attempt to seize a human using a fragment of its soul via the ritual dance. If one were to confront a malevolent spirit of the highest order, the rewards for such a task would undoubtedly exceed a mere 300 merit points, Gusu mused. However, I must devise a way to defeat the monster's fragment while sparing the life of the unfortunate woman who has become its vessel. Of course, the immediate priority is to rescue the young boy. Without hesitation, Gusu employed the technique of solar eclipse, unleashing a fierce assault on the tree spirit's fragment with his formidable spiritual awareness. The creature's movements abruptly halted. For a fleeting moment, its dense branches slackened, allowing the nearly asphyxiated boy to tumble to the ground with a thud. Gasping for air, he could scarcely believe he was still alive. At that moment, the group conducting the ritual also took notice of Gusu's arrival. It is a master from the Demon Exorcism Division. As they recognized the black 7 stars robe adorning Gusu, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, a glimmer of safety igniting within their hearts, much like a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly stumbles upon a source of water. In the minds of these common folk, the cultivators of the Great Qi Demon Exorcism Division were heroic figures wielding extraordinary powers to vanquish demons in the shadows. With a practitioner of the division at their side, all malevolent spirits were rendered insignificant. Meanwhile, the tree spirit turned to face Gusu, who had so unexpectedly appeared. "You wish to vanquish me while ensuring this woman's survival?" It rasped coldly, its voice hoarse. Contemporary practitioners truly indulge in fanciful dreams. "Can you truly read my thoughts?" Gusu furrowed his brow slightly. The tree spirit chuckled mockingly, offering no confirmation. The elderly bystanders, including Bai Qingyu, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them upon hearing this exchange. They finally understood why the specter, while impersonating their ancestors, could effortlessly utter their intimate nicknames. It appeared to possess the ability of telepathy. How utterly shameful, the elders thought, bowing their heads in mortification. Now, those ungrateful descendants are aware of our childhood names. How shall we maintain our dignity before them henceforth? At that moment, Shaoan finally arrived. Seeing Gusu unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, just then, the tree spirit let out a sudden, cold laugh and remarked to Gusu, "Your female companion seems quite concerned for your safety." Upon hearing this, Gusu instinctively turned to glance at Shaoan beside him. "I am unscathed, Shaoan," he replied with a faint smile. "This tree spirit is merely a fragment, not its true self. It will not be so easily able to harm me." "Humph, I am not worried about your safety," Shaoan retorted, hands on her hips. "I merely fear that, like before, you will defeat this monster with a single blow, leaving this heroine no opportunity to showcase her skills." The tree spirit sneered, interjecting, "Huh, what a little girl who loves to tell lies. The thoughts in your mind are clearly, he is unhurt." "How wonderful." Shaoan immediately shook her head in denial. "Do not speak nonsense, dead monster. With your strength, you are not worthy of evoking such emotions as concern in me." With that, she drew the shimmering red-bladed kunwa knife from her back, ready to unleash the tyrant blade technique and strike fiercely at the tree demon. However, Gusu intervened to halt her action. This tree demon's fragment of soul was summoned by the group of people beside us performing the jumping god ritual. It currently occupies the body of an ordinary woman, Gusu succinctly explained to Shaoan. "According to the principles of our demon exorcism department, Saving lives is of utmost importance. Within our capabilities, we should strive to preserve this woman's life. I will heed your advice, Shi Shaohan nodded, relinquishing the knife in her hand. She then gazed at the tree demon. Before her, the deep brown branches intertwined grotesquely, entangled with fragmented flesh. Among the lush green leaves, human faces could faintly be discerned. A pair of pitch-black eyes lurked beneath delicate white petals, observing the crowd with a gaze filled with hunger and malice. Despite having participated in numerous demon-slaying missions and encountered various terrifying apparitions, the sight of this tree demon, a grotesque amalgamation of plant and human flesh, still evoked a visceral discomfort within her. At that moment, Gusu made his move. He once again unleashed the eclipse technique, launching a tempestuous assault on the tree demon from the realm of the soul. Instantly, the light in his eyes dimmed, transforming into a pitch-black void, reminiscent of a midnight sky devoid of moon and stars. Although Gusu was merely a novice in the second realm of cultivation, through relentless training day and night, his spiritual strength had already approached that of a practitioner in the fourth realm. Even though this tree demon was an evil spirit of formidable caliber, what appeared before Gusu was merely a fragment of its soul. It is worth noting that during the assessment in the illusion of the memory vessel, even the adept dream eater, skilled in spiritual techniques, could not prevail against Gusu in a direct clash of consciousness. Thus, this half-baked fragment of the tree demon stood no chance against him. In an instant, the tree demon's fragment of soul was forced to retreat repeatedly, on the verge of disintegration under Gusu's relentless onslaught. How could this seemingly youthful cultivator possess such formidable spiritual power? Could it be that he was a hidden powerhouse with concealed identity and strength? The tree demon was filled with disbelief. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, it decided to withdraw immediately. Although the tree demon yearned to seize this rare opportunity to obtain a body capable of free movement and turn the surrounding foolish mortals into its sustenance, encountering such an insurmountable obstacle compelled it to prioritize its own survival. Gathering a fragment of soul was no trivial feat for it. Losing this fragment would undoubtedly weaken its original strength to some extent. Thus, in this life and death moment, it chose to heed the instinct within itself. "Spare me, esteemed cultivator." The tree demon, without a moment's hesitation, cried out, "Please do not kill me. I shall leave this woman's body at once." As the words left its mouth, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke, attempting to flee from the young woman's form, seeking to escape back to its original self. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, only the intense gaze exchange between Gusu and the tree demon was visible. Gusu's expression was calm and composed, while the demon initially exuded an imposing aura, which soon dwindled into a pitiful plea for mercy. Is this truly the prowess of an exorcist? The spectators couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the rumors of their extraordinary abilities were substantiated. Gusu appeared remarkably youthful and was not particularly robust, which had initially caused concern among the crowd regarding whether this young exorcist would suffer in his confrontation with the malevolent spirit. Little did they anticipate that Gusu would vanquish the arrogant tree demon in less than 2 breaths. It was nothing short of astonishing. The tree demon was indeed capable of both submission and defiance. Gusu couldn't help but smirk internally, recognizing the intelligence of this malevolent spirit-class demon, so distinct from the mindless wandering souls. However, he would not allow this fragment of the demon's soul to escape. After all, this essence was worth 300 merit points. Only by utterly destroying this soul fragment could he secure the longevity elixir necessary for his cultivation in the coming days. Thus, he swiftly predicted the direction of the tree demon's escape and employed the meteoric movement technique, pursuing it with lightning speed. Gusu had read in books that there were 3 methods to completely obliterate a demon's soul: the true essence fire of a cultivator, metals imbued with solar attributes, and special talismans that harness the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Although the 3rd-generation Supreme North Pole demon-slaying talismans possessed formidable power, they required incantations to activate, too slow for the rapidly fleeing tree demon. It seemed fortuitous that he could seize this opportunity to test the might of the Crimson Flame true art. As he contemplated this, he concentrated his true essence into his palm and, with a flick reminiscent of swatting a mosquito, lightly struck at the black soul fragment. The sizzling sound echoed, akin to a mosquito meeting an electric swatter. Before the soul could emit a single cry of despair, it vanished instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. The young woman, too, shed her botanical traits, and reverted to her human form, lying unconscious on the ground. Moments ago, Gu Su had engaged in a battle of souls within her consciousness, a strain too great for a fragile mortal to endure. Meanwhile, Shi Shaohan stood at the side, rendered speechless. She had long drawn her kunwa blade, poised to join the fray and display her prowess before Gu Su. Yet, before she could make a move, the demon was effortlessly dispatched by Gu Su. A tumult of emotions surged within her. She felt as though her visit to Xuanliu Street had merely been for leisurely shopping and witnessing a spectacle, leaving her feeling like an outsider, devoid of any genuine experience. After a fierce battle, Gu Su's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. The meteoric steps technique, after all, is a martial art that depletes not only one's essence, but also one's stamina. Gu Su had always been frail, and employing the meteoric steps consecutively was akin to participating in a grueling marathon, causing his heart to throb painfully. He silently contemplated the need to find a way to bolster his health. Meanwhile, as the sky cleared once more, the surrounding populace gradually emerged from the shock of the abruptly concluded skirmish. The fearsome visage of the tree demon possessing the young woman had left them with haunting psychological scars. These mere mortals felt utterly powerless against the demon, resigned to its mercy, nearly becoming its next meal. Fortunately, the practitioners from the exorcism department arrived just in time to extricate them from peril, akin to a timely downpour. Despite the youth's apparent fragility, he had managed to vanquish the menacing tree demon spirit in mere moments, leaving the onlookers in awe. This young gentleman was indeed a formidable force. Observing Gu Su's slender figure, the crowd could not help but silently express their admiration. At that moment, Bai Qinsong, the patriarch of the Bai family, approached Gu Su and suddenly knelt before him with a resounding thud, sincerely stating, "I am Bai Qinsong, representing myself and my family, to express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Had it not been for your timely arrival today, our entire family would likely have perished." Gu Su extended a hand to assist him up, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Eliminating that demon is our duty as officials of the exorcism department." Bai Qinsong sighed softly, recognizing that what was a matter of life and death for the Bai family was merely a trivial task for the young cultivator. After a moment, Gu Su inquired, "Where did you learn of this jumping god ritual?" "Sir, we found it in an ancient tome at home," Bai Qinsong respectfully replied. "Recently, our family has encountered some troubles, and in our desperation, we sought to invoke this ancient ritual to summon our wise ancestor for guidance." Gu Su's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "In the future, you must never trust or attempt any rituals or incantations related to summoning spirits. Even if you were to successfully call back your ancestor's spirit, it is highly likely that they have been tainted by dark energy and transformed into irrational specters. The officials from the exorcism department cannot guarantee that we will always be able to arrive in time during future crises. Rest assured, we will heed your teachings, my lord." Bai Qinsong bowed his head, firmly etching Gu Su's words into his memory. Simultaneously, he instructed the steward to present a substantial stack of silver notes, hoping that Gu Su would accept it as a token of gratitude for his life-saving assistance. A modest gift, though it bears no weight of respect. I humbly hope you will accept it. Despite Gu Su's status as a destitute worker, he was exceedingly tempted by the silver notes. Nonetheless, he resolutely shook his head and declined with unwavering decisiveness. Changsheng had strictly forbidden the practitioners of the exorcism department in Yichuan County from accepting bribes from the common folk while on duty. He was acutely aware of the immense power disparity between practitioners and ordinary humans. Without stringent disciplinary constraints, some practitioners might exploit their extraordinary abilities, engaging in unrestrained extortion and oppression against the common people, thereby transforming from revered heroes in the eyes of the populace to beings more terrifying than the very demons they vanquished. A few moments later, Gu Su and Shi Shaohan departed from Xuanliu Street, embarking on their journey back to the exorcism department. Along the way, Shi Shaohan could not help but voice her complaints. "Gu Su, could you refrain from dispatching the demons so swiftly in the future? At least allow this heroine some room to showcase her skills." Gu Su shrugged helplessly. "Apologies, esteemed heroine. I did not anticipate that the tree demon's soul would be so feeble, succumbing to my palm with such ease." Shi Shaohan placed her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes. "How dare you take advantage of the situation and feign innocence before this heroine? Forgive me, fair heroine." Gu Su raised his hands in mock surrender, grinning. Shi Shaohan could not suppress her laughter, bursting forth in amusement. She was an open-hearted individual, with her emotions plainly written on her face, unable to conceal them even if she tried. Although she felt a lack of involvement in this task, accompanying Gu Su to Xuanliu Street, witnessing his prowess as he vanquished demons in front of the crowd, and enjoying the various performances of street entertainers filled her with great joy. At that moment, the two passed by the street performer, showcasing a rat act once more. The elderly man guarding the storage stood by, observing the little mice as they scurried and danced upon the wooden platform, presenting a captivating spectacle. Aren't you two supposed to be on a mission? How have you returned here? Upon noticing Gu Su and Shi Shaoan, the old man inquired with curiosity. The task is complete, Gu Su replied with a gentle smile. We are preparing to report back. Young man, do not boast. I have yet to witness a single performance. How could you have possibly completed your task? The old man challenged. The demon was simply too weak, dispatched by Gu Su with a single blow. Shi Shaohan chimed in cheerfully. I didn't even get a chance to intervene. The old man scrutinized Gu Su from head to toe, then turned away, refocusing intently on the rap performance. You two should hurry back. Do not disturb my show. No problem. Shi Shaohan responded eagerly. Then she seized Gu Su's sleeve, tugging him forward until they reached a stall selling candied hawthorn. There, glistening red and plump hawthorn berries were strung together, coated in a shiny sugar glaze, gleaming enticingly under the sunlight, causing Shi Shaohan to involuntarily lick her lips. I would like 2 sticks of candied hawthorn, she announced to the vendor. The vendor glanced at the attire of the two individuals, astonished that a dignitary from the Exorcism Bureau would patronize his humble stall. Sir, that will be a total of 41, he said enthusiastically, handing 2 candied hawthorns to Shi Shaoan. As she reached into her pocket, Shi Shaoan discovered only a few high-denomination silver notes, with no copper coins in sight. Gu Su, do you have any change? She inquired, looking up at Gu Su with a flutter of her eyelashes. Gu Su hesitated for a moment before nodding. In truth, he was not one to indulge in spending money on snacks. After all, such luxuries were not essential to life and offered no aid to his cultivation. However, witnessing Shi Shaoan's eager expression, he retrieved some copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the vendor. Shi Shaoan thrust one of the candied hawthorns into Gu Su's hand, while she took the other for herself, licking the crystalline sugar coating with delight. With 1 candied hawthorn, I've secured myself a bodyguard. Gu Su, this transaction is quite advantageous for you today, she teased. But didn't you previously say that I should treat you to a meal? He retorted. It's all the same. You still owe me several meals, she countered playfully. Though Gu Su had successfully completed the task of exterminating the ghost, a lingering sense of unease resided within him. This morning, his divination had revealed an ominous sign associated with thunder and fire. While abundance signifies prosperity, it also foretells inevitable decline. Behind success lies hidden peril. What could this hidden peril be? Gu Su soon arrived at an answer. Today, I have vanquished a fragment of the soul of this locust tree demon, which surely has drawn the attention of its true form, he mused inwardly. Its true essence is undoubtedly a genuine malevolent spirit. Should it seek vengeance, facing it with my current strength would indeed pose a significant challenge. I must seize this opportunity to cultivate diligently, enhancing my abilities as swiftly as possible. Approximately 15 minutes later, Gu Su and Shi Shaoan had finished their candied hawthorns and returned to the Exorcism Bureau. At that moment, the gatekeeper informed Gu Su that Changsheng, the head of the Ishui Exorcism Bureau, had concluded his business and returned. Has Lord Shen finally returned? Gu Su thought, a wave of excitement washing over him. Over the past few months, Changsheng had been tirelessly attending to official duties, hardly absent from the Bureau. Whenever Gu Su encountered difficulties during his training, he could always find Changsheng in the main hall, ready to provide guidance. Although Gu Su was well-versed in various texts and possessed theoretical knowledge, the adage rings true that knowledge obtained from books often feels superficial. In practice, he invariably encountered issues that were not addressed in the literature. As a seasoned veteran, Changsheng was capable of promptly answering Gu Su's queries. Furthermore, after each mission, Changsheng would lead debriefings, highlighting the mistakes and oversights made by his subordinates during the tasks. This practice instilled in Gu Su a meticulous and rigorous habit, rendering him less susceptible to the devious traps set by malevolent spirits. It could be said that the bond between the two had transcended mere mentorship, evolving into something akin to a profound partnership. It is precisely for this reason that Changsheng's sudden departure from the office in recent days has rendered Gu Su somewhat disconcerted. Subsequently, Gu Su and Shi Shaohan entered the grand hall, approaching Chen Jishing's side. Gu Su removed the jade pendant from his person, placing it upon the desk, prepared to report on the completion of his tasks. However, at that moment, through his formidable perceptive abilities, Gu Su unexpectedly discerned that Chen Jishing's aura had evolved, becoming somewhat distinct from before. If Chen Jishing had previously emanated an air of dignified solemnity, commanding respect without uttering a word, now he resembled a tranquil, profound abyss, with a subdued yet deeper gravitas. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the fourth realm, Master Chen. Gu Su gently inclined his head, sincerely extending his congratulations to his superior. Chen Jishing regarded him earnestly, responding with a hint of inquiry. Have you recently practiced any techniques to enhance your perception? Indeed, Master Chen, your keen insight is commendable. Gu Su nodded in affirmation, not denying the assertion. I have cautioned you numerous times against flattering me in my presence. I am not swayed by such tactics. Chen Jishing remarked, feigning discontent, though an unmistakable pride seeped into his tone. At this moment, Chen Jishing could also perceive that Gu Su's vital energy had significantly thickened compared to before, clearly indicating that he had traversed the perilous threshold of life and death, embarking upon the winding path of the underworld. In less than a year, Gu Su had transformed from a mere mortal into a practitioner of the second realm. His rate of advancement could only be described as extraordinary. What is it like to ascend to the second realm? After a moment of silence, Chen Jishing continued to inquire. Quite invigorating, Gu Su replied with a slight smile. I now feel as though an inexhaustible reservoir of vital energy resides within me, allowing for unrestrained expenditure. No longer do I experience the depletion that accompanied the completion of a few talismans in the first realm. Pausing for a moment, he curiously turned to Chen Jishing, asking, Master Chen, what sensations accompany the breakthrough to the fourth realm? Are there particular considerations one should heed? Gu Su recalled having read in text that the fourth realm of cultivation is referred to as the Changsheng Terrace. A verse states, 1 day without earthly sustenance, 2 days traversing the boundary of life and death, 3 days to reach the Changsheng Terrace, where one gazes upon kin with tears of sorrow. The Changsheng Terrace, located on the far shore of the River of Forgetfulness, serves as a high platform for souls to gaze upon their living relatives. According to myth, even as the ghostly wardens urge and reprimand the departed souls after crossing the bridge of helplessness, they persist in climbing the Changsheng Terrace to glimpse their homeland one last time, weeping deeply before resigning themselves to the underworld. For practitioners, the most pivotal aspect of the Changsheng Terrace realm is to reflect upon their original intentions. It is said that beyond the Changsheng Terrace, the path is shrouded in a chilling mist. As practitioners venture further along the extraordinary path, they may unknowingly lose the emotions that bind them to their humanity, becoming assimilated into the cold indifference of this world. At such junctures, they must seek out their mortal hearts as a lodestar, ensuring they do not stray from their course in the journey ahead. Truly remarkable, Gu Su, Chen Jishing chuckled, having just ascended to the second realm. You're already contemplating matters of the fourth realm. Should I commend your lofty aspirations or your ambition? I merely wish to prepare in advance, Gu Su replied, a hint of innocence gracing his smile. You may have encountered this in literature before. A practitioner of the fourth realm can select a personal artifact, nurturing it within their dantian, be it a blade, a sword, or any form of weapon, Chen Jishing elucidated. This personal artifact becomes akin to an extension of the practitioner's body, controllable by sheer will. It strengthens as the practitioner's cultivation advances. A lower-grade magical artifact, after enduring prolonged nurturing and refinement, may evolve into a mid-grade or even a high-grade artifact. However, should this artifact be destroyed, the practitioner's cultivation may suffer a significant decline, potentially jeopardizing their foundation. Master Chen, do those sword cultivators who can fly rely on their personal artifacts? Gu Su inquired, recalling the sight of Chu Funga soaring effortlessly on a flying sword not long ago. On the day of the promotion assessment, Chu Funga had called out for a sword, which appeared before him, carrying him swiftly across hundreds of miles. Surely, only a personal sword nurtured within the dantian could achieve such an impressive feat precisely. As Gu Su posed his question, Chen Jishing raised his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a simple long sword materialized in his grasp. Gu Su recognized it as the very sword that Chen Jishing had always worn at his waist. Lacking ornate embellishments, it appeared somewhat aged and heavy, with a faint hint of rust visible along the blade's edge. Its name is Wukue, Originally, it was the personal artifact of my former superior, Lord Zhengyu. Chen Jixing sighed as he introduced it. 8 years ago, after Lord Zheng sacrificed himself to save several children during the 9 infants calamity, this sword was entrusted to me. Wukuei. Gusu silently repeated the name in his mind. Unintentionally, he recalled the harrowing scenes from 8 years prior, when the 9-infant serpent demon wreaked havoc upon the world. The solitary grave of Zhengyu, the former magistrate of Ishui's exorcism bureau, and the children saved by Lord Zheng. The name Wukuei seemed to resonate perfectly with the selfless hero who had risked everything for others. In all his endeavors, Lord Zheng never calculated profit or loss. He pursued only a clear conscience. This is not only the origin of the sword's name, Chen Jixing continued, but also the heartfelt aspiration Lord Zheng discovered at the Wangxiang platform. It was this pure and unwavering aspiration that propelled Lord Zheng's cultivation to unprecedented heights, earning him the admiration of many. Gusu sighed softly. Each time he heard the tale of the former magistrate Zhengyu, genuine admiration and a sense of regret blossomed within him. Master Chen, what is the aspiration you have discovered? After a moment's contemplation, Gusu ventured to ask. That is a secret, Chen Jixing chuckled, and for now, I cannot disclose it. However, Gusu, there is something I must remind you of. When you ascend to the 4th realm and choose your innate tool, it is imperative to remember that the quality of the artifact is not of utmost importance. Rather, what matters most is how well you can wield it. Many years ago, this worthy sword was merely a crude piece of ordinary iron. Yet, through the day-to-day nurturing and tempering by Lord Zheng in his Dantian, it has now transformed into a mid-grade artifact. Gusu nodded, etching his words into memory. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaohan began to contemplate whether, upon her own ascension to the 4th realm, she should forge the kunwa knife she carried into her innate tool. Once the idle chatter concluded, it was time for the task report. Gusu lightly tapped the jade pendant on the table twice. Instantly, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The entire process of his confrontation with the soul of the Huai tree demon on Xuanliu Street was projected in a holographic format. This time, Chen Jixing remained fully engrossed in the imagery, focusing intently on every detail, unlike before, when he would be distracted by other affairs. From this projection, Chen Jixing observed Gusu's remarkable progress in strength over just a few days. It is worth noting that last month, Gusu relied solely on the Taishang Beiji exorcism talisman to deal with any type of specter. Although he had modified the talisman into its 2nd and 3rd generations, each exhibiting terrifying lethality, his methods of combating evil spirits were, at their core, quite limited. Should there come a day when the talismans he carried were insufficient, he would be rendered helpless. However, the situation has changed. Beyond talisman techniques, Gusu has also mastered the art of spiritual attack, and has even acquired a powerful new technique from an unknown source. Even without drawing forth the exorcism talisman, he could eliminate malevolent spirit souls with the swiftness of swatting a fly. Gusu's capacity for learning is indeed formidable. Chen Jixing silently marveled, pondering that perhaps in this world, there is nothing he cannot comprehend. The art of talismans is widely recognized as one of the most challenging forms of magic to master in the Great Wasteland. The technique of spiritual assault is also commonly believed to require at least the attainment of the 3rd realm to grasp. Yet Gusu, having only recently entered the 2nd realm, has wielded these notoriously complex spells with astonishing finesse. Should this information be shared, it is likely no one would believe it. Gusu, there is something I must clarify with you, Chen Jixing said gravely after viewing the projection. While our exorcism bureau prioritizes saving lives, you must also remember to act within your own capabilities during missions. The preservation of your own life is paramount. But, Master Chen, you have always said that Lord Zheng is our exemplar, and we should emulate his selflessness and dedication to the greater good. Shi Xiaohan interjected involuntarily. That was for external audiences, Chen Jixing replied coolly. When conversing with you, my own kin, I must be forthright. There is no need for grandiloquence. Shi Xiaohan stood there, momentarily taken aback. She felt that today's governor was somewhat different from the one she had previously known. Gusu nodded in agreement with Chen Jixing's words. After all, he was an individual who cherished life, never engaging in ventures lacking certainty. At that moment, a gust of icy wind whistled through the windows of the hall. Chen Jixing could not help but cough a few times, promptly retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth. During my recent visit to Qingzhou Prefecture, I dined several times with the officials there, he explained once his coughing subsided. That restaurant was run by people from Shu. I truly cannot fathom why the people from Shu have such an affinity for that wretched chili pepper, which has left me feeling unwell for several days. I have yet to recover. Upon hearing the words restaurant and chili, Shi Shaoan's eyes widened in surprise. Images of the spicy boiled pork, mapo tofu, and kung pao chicken she had seen in delicacies of Shu flashed through her mind, causing her to swallow discreetly. Master Chun, may I be so bold as to inquire about the specific location of that restaurant run by the people from Shu? She could not help but ask. You are indeed a little ingrate. Chen Jisheng scoffed coldly, chiding her for being solely concerned with the restaurant's address, while neglecting her superior's health. Master Chun, I apologize. Shi Shaoan quickly lowered her head, refraining from mentioning anything related to the restaurant again. Subsequently, Chen Jisheng retrieved a box from his drawer and handed it to Gu Su. Gu Su, this ginseng was sent to me by the esteemed master of the Qingzhou prefecture. He said in a calm tone, it holds no value for me. You may take it back and use it to replenish your health. Master Chun, you are too kind. No pleasantries in my presence. Chen Jisheng interrupted sternly. I insist that you take it back with you. As you command, my lord. Gu Su dared not disobey the domineering superior. In the following period, Gu Su continued as usual, exchanging tasks for merit points and then redeeming those points for elixirs. This particular task rewarded him with 300 merit points, coupled with the 150 merit points earned from drawing ghost-slaying talismans for the exorcism department. He had accumulated enough to exchange for a vial of new everlasting elixir. However, at his current rate of cultivation, that vial would likely be depleted within 2 days. He needed to undertake new tasks to earn more merit points. If only there were a task that could grant me several thousand merit points at once. Gu Su sighed, lamenting. In this world, where rapid enhancement required significant investment, being a mere grind was truly disheartening. After leaving the hall, Gu Su first visited the storeroom to collect the everlasting elixir. Today, the hunchbacked old man was on leave. He was leisurely enjoying a performance on Xuanliu Street. In his stead, a young errand boy named Dong Zhuangzhuang was on duty in the storeroom. Gu Su handed Dong Zhuangzhuang a note bearing the words everlasting elixir. Dong Zhuangzhuang respectfully accepted the note and immediately rummaged through the numerous drawers in the storeroom, yet he could not locate the Changming pill that Gu Su desired. I apologize. My lord, Dong Zhuangzhuang bowed his head, trembling as he addressed Gu Su. There are too many elixirs here, and I am uncertain of where the Changming pill is. It is in the second drawer to your right, Gu Su interjected calmly. Thanks to his remarkable memory, Gu Su, though not consciously trying to memorize, could effortlessly recall where the old hunchback gentleman had arranged various medicinal items in the past. Yes, my lord. Dong Zhuangzhuang promptly retrieved the Changming pill, bending slightly as he presented it to Gu Su with both hands. Thank you. Gu Su smiled. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire the old hunchback gentleman. Despite appearing to be idle, often napping or reading novels during work hours, his business acumen was commendable. Accurately remembering the locations of over 100 items in the storeroom was no small feat according to his original plan. Gu Su intended to return home, first to prepare a simple healthful lunch for Shi Shaoan. Then, taking advantage of having the elixirs at hand, he aimed to strive towards breaking through to the second realm of Huangquan in the afternoon. However, at that moment, the 8th grade exorcist Cui Tianyu unexpectedly approached him. Brother Gu, I recall mentioning before that due to some outdated documents in the library being gnawed by mice and insects, we are currently in the process of transcribing and organizing them. There are several issues I need to consult you about. Brother Cui, Gu Su replied, I remember you telling me earlier that there would be a reward for this task, and I am entitled to a share. I shall take 1/3 of the merits for the transcription of the documents. In the Deqi exorcism office, one could earn merits not only through ghost hunting tasks, but also by transcribing documents, refining magical artifacts, and performing logistical work. However, for Gu Su, the most efficient way to earn merits was through ghost hunting tasks, which is why he seldom considered other methods. No problem, Gu Su readily agreed. He had always disliked having his plans disrupted unless there was compensation. No, merits. After all, in a world where one needed abundant resources to grow stronger, it was not his talent that limited his cultivation speed, but rather his poverty. Subsequently, Gu Su followed Cui Tianyu to the library of the Yamen, a place he was quite familiar with. At a desk by the window, several scholars clad in long robes and wearing square caps were diligently scribbling away. Brother Cui, I thought we had specific attendants responsible for managing the books. Why have you brought the students from Yishui County here? Gu Su inquired, puzzled by the scholar's attire. The handwriting of those attendants is simply too crude, Chui Tianyu sighed, explaining, it resembles a scribble that only they could comprehend. These scholars, on the other hand, have a more elegant and refined script. Gu Su approached to take a look and found that this was indeed the case. The calligraphy of these scholars resembled that of woodblock printing, precise, formal, and impeccably straight. Gu Su was aware that this particular style was known as Taish script. In the era of the Great Qi dynasty, candidates for the imperial examination were required to answer in regular script. Those with poor handwriting, regardless of their vast knowledge, would find themselves unrecognized. Consequently, scholars diligently practiced Taish script to avoid losing marks due to writing issues, thus risking the culmination of a decade's worth of study. At this moment, the scholars took notice of Gu Su's arrival. They rose in unison, clasping their hands in salute, exclaiming, "This humble student pays respects to Lord Gu." In truth, many of these scholars were considerably older than Gu Su. Whenever they referred to themselves as humble students before him, Gu Su felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. "Do you recognize me?" he inquired. "The reputation of Lord Gu, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, is known to all," replied one scholar. "Instructor Zhou has recounted your exploits before us on numerous occasions. He remarked that someone of your caliber is destined for greatness, destined to ascend to high and influential positions akin to that of a national master or chief minister." Truly, the art of flattery had been masterfully imparted by Instructor Zhou. Upon hearing this, Gu Su silently marveled. Has there been any recent news from the county academy? He pondered for a moment before asking. He recalled mentioning to Instructor Zhou last month, during his visit to Yichuan County Academy to exorcise spirits, that the academy's feng shui was lacking and required improvement. The scholar responded, "Recently, the county magistrate dispatched someone to survey the terrain east of the academy, intending to construct a Jingxian pavilion there. Unfortunately, due to the county's recent financial strain, funding has been insufficient and construction has yet to commence." Gu Su nodded. It seemed he was not alone in facing financial woes in this world. In the subsequent period, Chui Tianyu produced several damaged books and posed numerous questions to Gu Su. In Volume 3 of the Feihong Sword Technique, there are two differing interpretations, as light as a swan's feather and as forceful as a startled swan. "Brother Gu, do you know which is correct?" "The first," Gu Su replied. "The essence of the Feihong sword technique lies in its gentle rise and fall, employing finesse to overcome brute strength, akin to 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds. If one focuses too much on momentum, it contradicts the very principle of the technique." In a certain work on feng shui, it was mentioned mulberry, pine, cypress, and locust trees should not be planted in the royal residence, suggesting that planting these trees within a home would invite misfortune. Yet, we often use the term sangzi to refer to one's homeland. This evidently presents a contradiction. How do you interpret this, Brother Gu? The avoidance of mulberry trees stems from the homophonic association with loss, rendering it inauspicious. However, this is merely superstition, not genuine feng shui. Mulberry trees do not possess any ability to attract misfortune. This feng shui text appears to be a fabrication based on popular folklore. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange of questions and answers, swiftly resolving numerous perplexing issues. Meanwhile, the surrounding scholars unconsciously paused their tasks, captivated by Gu Su's adept responses to intricate and obscure inquiries, left in awe. What extraordinary intellect resided within this Lord Gu? How is it that he can flawlessly retain such a plethora of chaotic knowledge? The scholars can hardly fathom this, reflecting on their own struggles to memorize the Confucian classics. Even after arduous nights of study, they are compelled to admit the stark differences between individuals. Gu Su possesses an extraordinary ability to commit various forms of knowledge to memory, allowing him to articulate answers effortlessly, without a moment's pause for thought. Consequently, they resolve the majority of the contentious issues present in the current texts in less than an hour. This prompted Chui Tianyu to exclaim in awe, working alongside Gu Su. "A veritable polymath certainly enhances efficiency. There is no need for me to exert my own intellect." He even surmised that the library of the Yishui Yamen might soon become little more than a decorative feature. When confronted with questions beyond his understanding, it would be far more expedient to inquire directly with Gu Su than to sift through books. "By the way, Gu, have you heard about the recent significant announcement from the headquarters of the Demon Exorcism Department?" At this juncture, Chui Tianyu found himself reverting to the familiar habit of middle-aged men discussing state affairs. "What news?" Due to the prolonged unresolved case concerning the Liu family's haunted residence in Changzhou, the head of the department has elevated the task's reward to 5,000 merit points. Furthermore, those who successfully complete the task will receive an additional high-level spell as compensation. Alas, this generous reward is quite tempting, were it not for my insufficient strength. I might have already set off for Qingzhou. Brother Cui, do you know the source of suffering? Gu Su observed Cui Tianyou's furrowed brow and jested. What is it? Desires that do not align with one's capabilities. Afterward, Gu Su took his leave from Cui Tianyou and exited the library. In the narrow corridor, he encountered Shi Shaohan, who was lost in thought while perched on the railing. The young woman, with her head bowed and flowing black hair resembling a dark cloud, focused her bright apricot eyes intently on the tiled floor, her delicate embroidered shoes peeking from beneath her long black robe, revealing her fair and slender ankles. Upon hearing Gu Su's footsteps, she lifted her head, slightly furrowing her brows. Gu Su, why have you lingered in the library for so long? I am nearly starving. As if to punctuate her statement, her stomach emitted a conspicuous growl. I apologize for making you wait. Gu Su approached her, wearing an apologetic smile. Humph. Don't think a mere casual apology can compensate this heroine for the time lost. Shi Shaohan crossed her arms defiantly, turning away. Gu Su, well acquainted with her temperament, knew she was not genuinely upset. So, esteemed heroine, how might I atone for this lapse? If you could prepare a sufficiently delectable nourishing lunch as promised, I shall willingly forget this incident. Shi Shaohan stated with utmost seriousness. That is simple. Gu Su had anticipated that her request would pertain to food. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, Gu Su led Shi Shaohan to his modest courtyard, ready to begin his culinary endeavors. His lunch menu was exceedingly simple. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dish of minced meat with tofu, 2 bowls of coarse grain rice, and 2 servings of mung bean soup. Although Gu Su's culinary skills could hardly be described as exquisite, falling short of the prowess exhibited by chefs in upscale restaurants, he was more than capable of preparing straightforward home-cooked dishes. Additionally, beside him was Shi Shaohan, a theoretical gastronomist, who incessantly gestured and advised him on the precise cooking times and seasoning combinations required to achieve the most delectable results. Consequently, when the dishes were served, both indulged heartily in the meal. Shi Shaohan even felt that these simple, unpretentious dishes were more satisfying than the lavish offerings at the fragrant pavilion, for they had been crafted together with Gu Su. After the meal, Gu Su summoned the young scholar depicted on the screen to wash the dishes while he retrieved the ginseng gifted by Changsheng, intending to prepare a nourishing soup. This morning, during his battle with the tree demon, he had employed the meteoric steps technique only twice, yet already felt fatigued, with a dull ache in his heart. This prompted him to recognize the necessity of recuperating swiftly. Although he could presently rely on talismans and spells to successfully complete his ghost hunting tasks, he was acutely aware that, with his rising cultivation level, he would inevitably encounter more formidable and unpredictable apparitions in the future. While he could forego mastering swordplay or staff techniques, he must certainly acquire a method of swift escape. Otherwise, should he encounter a spirit capable of instant proximity, he would be left to await his demise. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Su opened the box presented by Changsheng. However, upon discerning its contents, he furrowed his brow slightly. Shi Shaohan, come over and take a look. Is this truly ginseng? Shi Shaohan promptly leaned in closer. In the center of the box rested an object that indeed resembled ginseng. Yet, its color was as white as snow, appearing translucent and radiating a hazy glow, akin to a piece of immaculate jade. I have heard my father mention this before. It is not ginseng, but snow ginseng, which is rarer and more precious than the former. It is said to cure a multitude of ailments and can, to some extent, enhance the aptitude of cultivators. Shi Shaohan contemplated for a moment before responding. Legend has it that it only grows atop Mount E. You must know that Mount E is the territory of the evil deity-level spirit, the Snow Maiden. Anyone attempting to harvest snow ginseng risks being slain by her. In the Great Qi dynasty, snow ginseng could be described as priceless yet unobtainable. Upon hearing her words, Gu Su remained silent for a moment, his expression unchanging as he remarked, "So this item is so rare. No wonder it has never been documented in the herbal compendiums of the library. Gu Su, quickly take it to make the soup. Do not squander Lord Chen's goodwill." Shi Shaohan gently tugged at his sleeve, adding, "I believe that after consuming this snow ginseng, your health will undoubtedly improve." Gu Su nodded stiffly, holding the snow ginseng as he made his way to the kitchen. At this moment, the words spoken by Changsheng earlier that morning echoed in his mind. This ginseng was a gift from the Grand Captain of Qingzhou Prefecture. Gusu understood that Wei Jusi, the Grand Captain of Qingzhou, and Changsheng were merely acquaintances, their relationship not particularly profound. If this snow ginseng were indeed an exceedingly rare and priceless treasure, it would be inconceivable for Wei Jusi to bestow it so readily upon Changsheng as a gift. Surely it would be far more advantageous to retain it for himself or his descendants. It was likely that Changsheng must have paid a significant price to acquire this snow ginseng. Gusu let out a soft sigh. The box in his hands seemed to grow heavier than a mountain. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yishui exorcism office, another gust of biting cold wind crept through the window. Changsheng lifted a handkerchief to his mouth, coughing incessantly. The mottled bloodstains on his white handkerchief were starkly visible, reminiscent of crimson plum blossoms blooming vibrantly in the frigid winter. Changsheng had always been an upright individual, bordering on the rigid. To him, the essence of interpersonal relationships lay in sincerity, and deceit was a poor habit. However, in recent times, he had uttered 3 falsehoods in succession. The first lie was that his rare departure from the Yishui office was not for the purpose of handling official matters, but rather to forage for herbs on Mount E. The second falsehood was that the snow ginseng in the box was not a gift from the Grand Captain of Qingzhou, but rather something he had stealthily harvested from the forbidden zone of Mount E. The third deception was that his sudden cough was not due to consuming spicy food at a restaurant, but rather a consequence of being discovered by the snow spirit's beasts while clandestinely gathering snow ginseng, resulting in injuries that disturbed his internal energy. Had he not achieved a breakthrough to the 4th realm, gaining the ability to fly with a sword in a moment of peril, he might have perished upon that towering snow-capped mountain. Nevertheless, Changsheng was still troubled by a perplexity. He felt that, given the formidable prowess of the snow spirit, if she truly harbored murderous intent, it would be childish play for her to eliminate him, and she would never allow him to escape on his sword. Was it possible that the snow spirit was currently at a critical juncture in her own power advancement, rendering her unable to strike against him? Or perhaps, as the rumors suggested, she was solely interested in handsome young men and looked down upon someone of his advancing years? Changsheng speculated quietly. Yet, he did not dwell on this matter for long. The supernatural beings of such terrifying strength were simply too far beyond his comprehension. Pondering over them would yield no fruitful outcome, and he would leave such concerns to the sages. Changsheng could only hope that this precious snow ginseng would bring some measure of improvement to Gusu's health. Although the young man's injury was rooted in his vital essence, taking the snow ginseng may not necessarily extend his life. He wished for nothing more than to see Gusu become healthier and stronger, no longer appearing so frail and ailing. In that case, his journey would not have been in vain. Changsheng understood well that despite Gusu's ever-present, carefree smile, which suggested a lack of concern for worldly matters, he was, in essence, a youth of profound self-esteem and tenacity. Although Gusu might outwardly accept kindness with a gracious demeanor, inwardly he would meticulously catalog such debts in his heart. Should the weight of such kindness become excessive, it could transform into an unbearable burden for him. For instance, if a father treats his son to a sumptuous meal at a restaurant on a day off, and the son delights in the feast, only to later learn that the meal's extravagant cost was earned through a month of arduous labor at the docks, enduring both sun and rain and suffering multiple injuries, the joy of the meal would turn into pain and guilt for the son. Analogously, if Gusu were to discover that someone risked their life to gather snow ginseng to heal him, his inherently sensitive nature would undoubtedly invoke a profound sense of remorse. Changsheng wished to protect Gusu from any psychological burden, especially from worrying about his injuries. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and uttered the aforementioned 3 trivial lies. Regrettably, Changsheng's meticulous planning overlooked one crucial aspect. Gusu, having traversed 2 lifetimes, possessed a maturity far beyond what Changsheng could conceive. While these fabrications might deceive an ordinary 17-year-old, they could not obscure the truth from Gusu. At that very moment, Gusu was in his kitchen, diligently simmering snow ginseng into broth. He was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He understood that the most fitting way to repay such kindness was to gratefully consume the ginseng, striving to grow stronger and extend his life, thus enabling him to alleviate Qin de Ren's burdens in the future. An hour later, the snow ginseng began to dissolve in the pot, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the room, invigorating the senses. Gusu lifted the lid, ladled himself a bowl of ginseng soup, and settled at the dining table, savoring each spoonful slowly. The broth bore a slightly bitter taste, accompanied by a faint earthy flavor, hardly qualifying as delicious. Yet, to Gusu, it was the most exquisite meal he had ever tasted. "How do you feel?" asked Sir Shaohan, sitting across from him, her chin resting on her hands, curiosity evident in her eyes. Gusu smiled and replied, "Very well." "How well?" "It feels as though I am on the verge of ascending to immortality." As he spoke, Gusu could distinctly sense the medicinal properties of the ginseng coursing through his veins, spreading throughout his body like the pure, refreshing meltwater of early spring, nourishing every parched inch of land along its path. His heart initially raced, but gradually returned to a steady and tranquil rhythm. As the pallor of his face gradually revealed a faint flush, he slowly rose to his feet. In that moment, to Sir Shaohan's eyes, Gusu appeared to radiate vitality. He embodied an elegance that was both spirited and refined, with a natural grace reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes. Although a single bowl of ginseng soup could not fundamentally transform Gusu's lean physique, nor could it instantly convert him into a muscular titan, it significantly enhanced his vigor and spirit. At the very least, to the casual observer, he would no longer be perceived as a frail and ailing youth. And he would not be accosted by street hawkers peddling remedies while earnestly admonishing, "Young men, do not indulge excessively. Why not try out the new movements you've learned?" Sir Shaohan suggested, her curiosity piqued by Gusu's lightning-fast agility that had left a profound impression on her that morning. "Sure," Gusu replied eagerly. With that, he executed the meteoric steps, vanishing from the room. Sir Shaohan looked around, yet she could not catch sight of Gusu anywhere within the confines of the estate. Moments later, Gusu reappeared before her, a vibrant red camellia blossom now in his hand. "I just picked this on the hills of Ishue," he said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it beautiful?" "Absolutely," Sir Shaohan responded without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Gusu chuckled softly and placed the camellia into a vase on the table. At that moment, his breath was slightly hurried, yet his heartbeat remained remarkably steady. The meteoric steps had not induced any discomfort. Unconsciously, the sound of Changsheng's cough echoed in his mind, prompting him to sigh softly. After lunch, Sir Shaohan departed from Gusu's dwelling, leaving the small room shrouded in silence once more. "I wonder if this invaluable snow ginseng can extend my lifespan," Gusu mused, gazing at the empty bowl before him. As this thought crossed his mind, he retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, casting it gently into the air while silently invoking the divine, hoping to glean answers through divination. In an instant, the coin clattered onto the table, landing with its reverse side facing up. This evidently indicated that the snow ginseng could only marginally improve his health. Yet it would not prolong his life. If he did not attain the seventh realm and reshape his body before the age of 30, he would inevitably meet an untimely demise. Perhaps the astrological texts were correct, he pondered quietly. His short lifespan was destined by fate. His frail and ailing body was merely a consequence. Yet the dilemma remained. If I truly possess the auspicious Z-wave fate of immense wealth and power, why am I still ensnared in such poverty? Gazing at his humble, narrow abode, the antiquated and modest furnishings, and the scant few elixirs at hand, he could not help but shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, Gusu, as was his custom, settled cross-legged upon the bamboo mat, ingested a luminous pill, and closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation of the crimson flame true art, thus entering a state of cultivation. The ominous energy of the world coalesced into a vortex, surging into his being, and under his relentless refinement, transformed into a searing true essence akin to molten lava, roaring through his meridians. An hour passed. When the effects of the luminous pill waned, he methodically succeeded in advancing to the second realm of Huangquan. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that the power of the true essence within him had become even more formidable and profound than before. That afternoon, Gusu engaged in 3 pursuits at home, elevating his realm, practicing the meteoric moonstep technique, and refining the 3rd generation of the supreme North Polar demon-slaying talisman. In addition, he entertained 2 guests. The first was Changsheng, a maidservant of Sir Shaohan, a young lady with delicate features and faint freckles. Originally, Changsheng had been Zhao Chan-yi, the grandmother of Sir Shaohan's personal maid, then known as Nian Shui. After Sir Shaohan came of age, Zhao Chan-yi gifted this maid to her. Sir Shaohan found the name Nian Shui overly gentle and refined, not befitting her bold and untamed demeanor. Thus, she renamed her Changsheng, symbolizing the frost-like brilliance of sword light. In the Daqi dynasty, the phrase purple lightning and frost often referred to treasured swords. Later, Shi Shaohan deemed the name Qing Shuang too severe and renamed her once more to Qin Shi, meaning the brightness of the morning. Upon learning these details, Gu Su felt a profound sympathy for the maid. Having undergone 2 name changes within a year must have been quite challenging. Esteemed Sir Gu, this is a gift from my lady, the maid Qin Shi said, kneeling in reverence as she respectfully presented 3 porcelain vials containing luminous pills into Gu Su's hands. Please accept it graciously. Kindly convey my gratitude to your lady. Gu Su accepted the vials, smiling sincerely. At that moment, he could scarcely count how many pills he owed Shi Shaohan. When I attain strength and wealth in the future, I shall repay her slowly, he thought with a sense of resignation. The second guest was Ma Qin, a newly appointed 9th-grade investigator from the Yishui Demon Exorcism Office. Upon entering Gu Su's courtyard, Ma Qin clasped his hands in salute and bowed deeply. Brother Ma, there is no need for such formalities. Let us converse openly about matters at hand, Gu Su exclaimed, swiftly stepping forward to assist Ma Qin to his feet. I have come to express my heartfelt gratitude to Sir Gu for saving my life, Ma Qin said earnestly. Lifting his gaze, saving your life? Gu Su furrowed his brow. Since participating in the promotion assessment within the One Gu Hu illusion, he had never undertaken any missions alongside Ma Qin, nor did he recall when he might have saved his life. It was you who drew the ghost-slaying talisman, esteemed Gu. Ma Qin swiftly resolved Gu Su's perplexity. Yesterday, I received a task requiring me to eliminate a malevolent entity known as Zhenong in the woods of Yishui's outskirts. This creature possessed far greater vitality than I had anticipated. I exhausted all my true essence and left it severely wounded, yet I failed to vanquish it, as it possessed remarkable self-recovery abilities. Had it not been for the 5 ghost-slaying talismans I exchanged in the storeroom that you had drawn, I might not have returned alive. Brother Ma, you earned those ghost-slaying talismans through your own merit. There is no need for gratitude, Gu Su replied, waving his hand dismissively. No. Ma Qin immediately shook his head in protest. Esteemed Gu, it is because your ghost-slaying talismans are unparalleled and extraordinarily powerful. Had they been crafted by another, I doubt they would have sufficed to extricate me from peril. What was the effect of the ghost-slaying talisman on the Zhenong? As a practitioner passionate about researching and improving talismans, Gu Su could not help but inquire. Quite remarkable, Ma Qin responded without hesitation. Before I even realized what was happening, that Zhenong was reduced to ashes. Now, esteemed Gu, your ghost-slaying talismans are exceedingly sought after in our office. This month's talismans have all been redeemed, and even next month's quota has been reserved in advance. Alas, I lament my lack of talent in talisman crafting. Otherwise, I would surely wish to take you as my master and learn the art of drawing ghost-slaying talismans from you. Once Ma Qin departed, Gu Su returned to his bamboo mat, preparing to commence his training in the solar eclipse spell to further strengthen his divine consciousness. However, at that moment, the divine machine token on his desk began to emit a brilliant glow once more. Is there a new task from the divine machine camp? He rose, approached his desk, and picked up the token. Instantly, several lines of text materialized before his eyes. The Liu family's haunted residence in Qingzhou has long been plagued by malevolent spirits. The exorcism department has sent personnel to investigate multiple times, yet to no avail. Please, those who accept this task. I refuse. Upon reading this, Gu Su promptly returned the divine machine token to its place, disregarding it thereafter. What nonsense is this? The case of the haunting at the Liu residence is one that even the 4th realm cultivator, Chu Finga, could not resolve. To send me, a feeble and helpless 2nd realm cultivator, to tackle it? That is tantamount to wishing for my demise. Recently, the Liu family's haunted residence has been a hot topic among the officials of the exorcism department. This is due to its perilous nature, the generous task rewards, and its historical sensitivity. After all, its former owner, the previous Prime Minister Liu Huan, was executed along with his entire clan for treason. Prior to that, the Liu family in Qizhou was one of the 4 prominent families of immense power and renown. However, that illustrious family has now been utterly reduced to nothingness. The once grand and bustling residence has transformed into a desolate and eerie ghost house, feared by all. In the tumultuous Liu residence, could the malevolent spirit be the vengeful soul of the former Minister Liu? In an inconspicuous corner of the exorcism bureau in Yishui, A group of clerks gathered during their lunch break to engage in hushed discussions. How could that be possible? The former minister Lu had secretly colluded with the barbarian tribes of the Northwest, plotting rebellion, with irrefutable evidence against him. It is said that this traitorous scoundrel attempted to resist, but His Majesty, the Emperor himself, intervened to capture him. His Majesty is indeed the closest to a celestial being among the practitioners of our great Qi. With his intervention, that rebel's soul would surely be annihilated, making it nearly impossible for him to transform into a ghost. Lu Huan undoubtedly deserved 1,000 deaths. Yet, within the vast Lu family, there must be numerous innocent individuals affected, such as his wife, children, maidservants, and servants, not to mention the elderly and the toddlers, all of whom perished without exception. Surely, these individuals would not have conspired alongside Lu Huan in his rebellion, would they? If you genuinely think so, you are rather naive. Consider this. Had Lu Huan succeeded in his uprising, his wife would have become the empress, and his children would have been princes and princesses. Even his steward could have risen to the position of chief steward of the palace, if he desired. This would indeed be a case of one achieving success while elevating those around him. Hush, keep your voice down. If outsiders were to overhear this, it could lead to trouble. To speak candidly, I actually feel quite sympathetic towards the Lu family. I have heard my elders mention that the Lu clan of Changsheng, as descendants of celestial beings, boast young ladies of unparalleled beauty, each possessing unique grace, not only stunning in appearance, but also exceptionally talented in poetry and painting. Alas, it is regrettable that they have all been implicated by that traitor Lu Huan. How wonderful it would be to have one as my wife. You dream on. Even if they were alive, they would only seek a match with someone of equal standing among the 4 prominent families, far beyond the reach of someone like you. A lowly clerk earning merely 2 taels of silver a month, unable even to afford a home. By the way, my friend, I recall reading in a previous official report that a young lady from the Lu family, renowned for her extraordinary beauty, was spared execution, but her cultivation was stripped, and she was sent to the Bureau of Music in Luojing. Are you referring to the talented Lu Shiyao, known as the first beauty of Jiaodong, who excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, surpassing all the youthful talents of the nation? Precisely, that is her. You must not have read the reports carefully. Lu Shiyao, who referred to herself as the Snowy Fairy, was known for her aloof and proud demeanor. Someone of her stature would never willingly become a plaything for the high officials and nobles of the capital. She had already leaped from a cliff to her death on her way to the capital. Alas, if only she were still alive. I am quite curious who, between the former Jiaodong first beauty Lu Shiyao and the current first beauty of Luojing, Princess Zhao Ning, possesses greater beauty. Regardless, the merit rewards for the Lu family's haunted residence case, along with those high-grade spells, truly tempt me. Young man, do not think too much. With your meager level of cultivation, should you venture into that haunted residence, you would likely become mere sustenance for the malevolent spirits. At that moment, Gu Su happened to pass through the corridor of the exorcism bureau, overhearing the discussions of the clerks. He couldn't help but lament that politics and women would eternally remain the favorite topics of conversation among men. However, despite the entire world discussing the notorious Lu residence and the bounty for the case being raised to 10,000 merits, Gu Su would resolutely refuse to undertake this task. After all, self-awareness is a virtue. Today was unlike any other day. Gu Su visited the Yamen not to undertake a mission, but to apply for reimbursement of expenses. In recent days, he had adhered to his original plan of renovating his ancestral home. In truth, ever since successfully passing the promotion examination, he had long wished to embark on this endeavor. Yet, due to financial constraints, he had continually postponed it, delaying action until recently when Cui Tianyu informed him that officials of the Great Qi dynasty could apply for reimbursements for such renovations. Brother Cui, why did you not inform me of this delightful news sooner? Gu Su expressed with incredulity. My dear brother Gu, I noticed you were so engrossed in your training and tasks that I dared not disturb you. Cui Tianyu replied. In the Great Qi dynasty, there are stringent regulations governing the construction of residential doorways. For instance, the door frame, known as the Mensi, is the transverse beam above the main entrance. Permitted only for the residences of court officials, commoners are prohibited from displaying such adornments. Furthermore, the Mensi is categorized according to numbers. 2 doorposts signify officials of the 5th rank and below, for denote 4th rank and above, while 12 doorposts are exclusively reserved for princes and higher ranks. Moreover, Officials of the Great Qi take pride in having their doors elevated above the road, necessitating steps leading to the entrance. However, these steps are also regulated. Officials of the 6th rank and below may not have steps exceeding 2 levels, while those of the 5th rank may have steps up to 3 levels. A 9-step elevation symbolizes the pinnacle, reserved solely for the emperor. Consequently, terms such as illuminated door frame and steps to advancement are commonly employed to describe the elevation of one's status. Due to the existence of extraordinary forces in this world, the pace of the renovations exceeded Gu Su's expectations. Within a mere few days, the peeling earthen walls vanished, replaced by pristine white walls and dark tiles. The creaking old wooden door was transformed into a solemn and imposing black door with iron rings. The stone steps at the entrance rose significantly higher than those of neighboring houses, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Brother Gu, I truly believe that as an 8th rank official, residing in a modest place like Pingan Alley is rather beneath your stature. You are more than deserving of a better location, a larger estate, and perhaps a few attendants to assist you. Chui Tianyu could not help but suggest to Gu Su. Is it eligible for reimbursement? Gu Su interjected. Well, that would not qualify for reimbursement. However, if you budget carefully, you could manage it without excessive expenditure. Chui Tianyu began. Then let it be. Gu Su shook his head, discontinuing the discussion. Even if he had the means, he would prefer to invest in his cultivation rather than squander it on such superficial endeavors. After securing the funds, Gu Su returned home. Gazing at the rejuvenated surroundings, he felt an undeniable sense of joy. Fetch me paper and pen, he commanded the young scholar depicted on the screen. With a flourish, he inscribed the 3 characters for eternal life in elegant, flowing strokes. And with a flick of his wrist, he magically framed them, hanging the artwork in his chamber. Scholars often bestow their abodes for studies with names of profound significance, as a means of expressing their sentiments and aspirations. Yet, Gu Su had always considered himself an ordinary person devoid of lofty ambitions. His lifelong pursuit was but the essence of longevity. Chui Tianyu had repeatedly urged Gu Su, my dear brother, you are now a court official in the Grand Qi dynasty, a promising young talent with a boundless future. How can you continue to live alone, as you once did? It is simply unbecoming. He added, if I were you, I would scrimp and save to hire a few guards, employ some housemaids, and take a couple of young, graceful concubines for comfort and ease. Each time Gu Su heard these words from Chui Tianyu, he could only chuckle noncommittally. In his eyes, while Chui was admirable in many respects, he had an unfortunate penchant for daydreaming. Chui brother, does your wife know of your desire for concubines? Gu Su teased. Upon hearing the word wife, Chui Tianyu's brow furrowed in distress as he lamented, how could I ever tell her? If that tigress finds out, she would surely unleash her wrath and have me dismembered. By then, you might only see my portrait in a mourning hall. Gu Su lightly patted his shoulder, fully aware that, despite Chui's boastful demeanor among colleagues about taking multiple concubines and reveling in the delights of the capital's entertainment districts, he was, in fact, quite submissive to his wife. A classic case of a man with thieving intentions, yet lacking the courage. Thus, my brother, we must not only gaze at the heavens, but also remain grounded. Avoiding unattainable dreams, Gu Su advised earnestly. Chui Tianyu sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. Alas, you speak the truth. In truth, ever since renovating his residence and changing its entrance, Gu Su felt a pressing need to enhance his home security. However, as a practitioner, he believed he could devise a more cost-effective solution than hiring guards of lesser strength than his own. For instance, he could set up defensive formations. As the saying goes, formations are grand talismans, while talismans are small formations. The principles of talismans and formations are fundamentally interconnected. Well-versed in the art of talismans, Gu Su possessed a profound understanding of formations as well. Thus, he pondered, should I set up an illusionary formation or a lethal one? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to employ both. For those unwelcome guests harboring ill intentions, he would first utilize the illusionary formation to psychologically deter them. Should they remain obstinate, the lethal formation would serve to physically expel them. In addition, he meticulously crafted a unique defensive formation on his desk. For within his drawers lay numerous vital notes and documents that he wished to keep hidden from prying eyes. Should anyone attempt to forcibly open his drawer and uncover his secrets, these notes would instantaneously ignite in a blaze, reducing themselves to irretrievable ashes. Thus, Gu Su dedicated 2 hours to establish a protective array around his abode. During this endeavor, his talisman of the divine mechanism flickered repeatedly, attempting to issue him tasks. However, Gusu resolutely declined each one. The divine mechanism had sought his assistance in addressing the ominous case of the Liu family mansion. To be frank, Gusu found it perplexing that the tasks from the divine mechanism had recently become so unreliable. He recalled Su Xin once mentioning that the divine mechanism would only assign tasks commensurate with a cultivator's abilities. Yet, even the fourth-tier cultivator, Changsheng, had been unable to resolve the mysteries surrounding the Liu family's estate. Previously, several third- and fourth-tier cultivators from the Qingzhou Demon Exorcism Division had mysteriously vanished within the old Liu mansion and had yet to return. Gusu genuinely doubted his own capacity to tackle such a perilous case. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, under the lure of substantial rewards, brave souls will emerge. Recently, several cultivators from across the nation, enticed by the promise of generous merit rewards and rare high-grade spells, had volunteered to venture into the Liu family mansion in hopes of confronting the lurking specters. While the case had made little progress, new rumors began to circulate within the circles of the Demon Exorcism Division. Some claimed that the Liu family of Qingzhou were descendants of ascended immortals. And within that eerie manner, one might chance upon the remnants of immortal techniques if fortune favored them. Others whispered that the Liu family's treasured artifact, the Jinghong brush, still resided within the mansion, quietly awaiting the arrival of a worthy heir in some hidden corner. It is noteworthy that this Jinghong brush was once heralded as one of the 12 legendary artifacts of the Great Wilderness. Comparable to the Tai sword of the Great Qi Emperor, the god-summoning drum of the Northwest tribes, and the holy word book of the Qin family in Xiangyang. Such artifacts, once acquired, would undoubtedly elevate a cultivator's prowess to new heights and significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Consequently, upon hearing these tales, many were willing to take risks. Yet Gusu harbored doubts, for he believed that following the treasonous acts of the former prime minister, Liu Huan, the Liu family had likely been stripped of their possessions. If any treasures truly lay hidden within the mansion, they would have been thoroughly plundered during the confiscation. Thus, he dismissed the tasks from the divine mechanism. After arranging the formation, he donned his casual attire and departed from his home, setting forth to the vegetable market on Kaisher Street in Yishui County. For him, the pursuit of sustenance was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, shortly after Gusu left his home, a strikingly handsome young man, with refined features, arrived in the skies above Yishui County, riding on a flying sword. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the multitude, his voice resonating with fervor. The sword's brilliance eclipses the sun, its spirit akin to a rainbow. I laugh as I point towards the celestial palace in the clouds. Heaven has not birthed another like me, Changsheng, for a millennium. The great Qi has known no heroes. This man was none other than Changsheng, a fifth-rank official of the Demon Exorcism Bureau, a trusted confidant of the bureau chief. The verses he recited were undoubtedly composed by his subordinates. Today, he had once more arrived in Yishui County, carrying out the bureau chief's orders to persuade Gusu to handle the case of the Liu family's haunted residence in Qingzhou. To speak frankly, Changsheng could hardly fathom why the bureau chief held Gusu in such high regard. Nor could he understand the insistence on sending Gusu to the Liu family estate. The explanation provided by bureau chief Luo Chuan was that, for others, this case posed a calamity, yet for Gusu, it represented an opportunity. The Liu family's ascendant ancestor had once traversed the realms through poetry and painting, earning the titles of poet immortal and saint of painting. As a practitioner of talismanic arts, Gusu would find immense benefit from the spells left behind by the Liu ancestor, as well as from the stunning brush. Yet, Changsheng remained furrowed in thought. Do you not understand why I am so invested in Gusu? Luo Chuan easily discerned Changsheng's inner turmoil. Changsheng nodded. In the presence of the bureau chief, reputed for his ability to perceive the threads of fate, he did not expect to conceal his thoughts. With a light chuckle, Luo Chuan replied, "You should know that I can glimpse into the future. Perhaps in the near future, Gusu shall become a figure so exalted that even I must look up to him." Changsheng was taken aback. Given that every official of the Demon Exorcism Bureau had their residence duly recorded, he effortlessly located Gusu's dwelling. At this moment, however, Gusu was not at home. The heavy black door was tightly locked, seemingly unwelcoming to the unexpected visitor. Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. As one of the rare geniuses of the Great Qi dynasty and a favored individual by Bureau Chief Liu, he was typically the center of attention wherever he went. Met with warm hospitality, It was rare for him to encounter such a cold reception. This left him feeling somewhat perturbed. However, recalling the bureau chief's words, that Gusu would become a being even I must revere, he resolved to quell his irritation and maintain the decorum befitting a practitioner of the Demon Exorcism Bureau. He ascended the steps, grasped the iron ring, and knocked thrice upon the black door. No response came. Is anyone there? He inquired, knocking thrice more. A cold, emotionless voice emerged from within. May I inquire the esteemed name of the guest? I am Chu Funga, an official of the Demon Exorcism Bureau, he replied, raising his chin with a tone of pride. Do not delay in opening the door. I have matters to discuss with Gusu. However, the individual within the door seemed indifferent to Chu Funga's requests, continuing in a calm and measured tone, currently verifying the identity of the guest. Please, esteemed guest, tilt your head slightly to the left. Now, please tilt your head slightly to the right. Kindly blink your eyes. Apologies, but I could not locate any reservation under Chu Funga with our young master, who is presently engaged with matters of importance. Might I inquire if the esteemed guest is willing to wait a moment? Enough with the pleasantries. Do not waste my time. Open the door at once. Chu Funga's voice finally brimmed with anger. At that moment, he perceived the doorkeeper at Gusu's residence to be utterly unreasonable. As a dignified official of the 5th rank in Dachi, having traveled a great distance from the capital to Ishui, he found himself left waiting outside, treated like a mere jester. I sincerely apologize, but without the young master's permission, I am unable to comply. The voice from within remained unperturbed. Gusu, since you refuse to show me respect, I shall not hold back. Chu Funga thought indignantly. He resolved to forcefully open the door and enter. With this determination, he concentrated his true essence into his legs and delivered a powerful kick to the ebony door. Bang! The metallic lock shattered abruptly, and the dark door swung open wide. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Funga strode confidently inside. Before a genius such as himself, there had never been an insurmountable barrier. He held his head high, speaking to himself with an air of nonchalance. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly discovered another ebony door before him. Was Gusu truly of unsound mind? Such a small courtyard, yet 2 grand doors were installed? Did he not find this cumbersome with his daily comings and goings? He couldn't help but voice his thoughts internally. He raised his leg once more to kick the door open. Yet, ahead of him appeared yet another identical ebony door. After having forcefully opened 3 doors in succession, Chu Funga finally sensed something amiss. It dawned upon him that this entire scenario was a mirage orchestrated by Gusu. He stroked his chin, taking a deep breath. How careless he had been. Nevertheless, Chu Funga was renowned as a prodigy within the Dachi dynasty. While he could be somewhat absent-minded at times, he possessed the cultivation and spiritual awareness necessary to dismantle this illusion if he applied himself. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them, and the surrounding phantoms dissipated instantly. At that moment, he found himself still standing in the bustling Pingan alley. The ebony door before him remained tightly locked and intact. Chu Funga seldom admired others. Yet, Gusu, despite being of considerably lower cultivation, had managed to momentarily deceive his perception with an illusion. This was undoubtedly a remarkable feat, alas. Why must one exist in the shadow of another? Chu Funga sighed deeply. He felt that the path towards becoming the world's foremost was becoming increasingly arduous and convoluted. Meanwhile, Gusu had just returned from the market, carrying a selection of vegetables including cabbage, tomatoes, tofu, and pork, back to Pingan Alley. Upon seeing Chu Funga standing outside his front door, Gusu was momentarily taken aback. Lord Chu, did we not agree to meet in the capital next year? What brings you to my doorstep so unexpectedly? Have you perhaps missed me? Gusu felt a sense of confusion. Nevertheless, he approached, placing the basket of vegetables on the ground, and bowed slightly to Chu Funga, saying, I was unaware of your long journey, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Chu Funga did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying Gusu from head to toe. He noted that compared to their last encounter, Gusu radiated a fundamentally transformed vitality and spirit. Previously, Gusu had appeared emaciated and pallid, resembling a patient afflicted by a terminal illness. However, he now exhibited a healthy complexion and an invigorated demeanor. Brother Gu, the illusion array you have arranged in this house displays considerable skill, Chu Funga remarked after a moment's hesitation, opting for the more intimate and respectful address of Brother Gu instead of directly calling his name. I humbly acknowledge my lack of expertise, and I apologize for any amusement I may have caused Lord Chu, Gusu replied modestly. At this moment, he had evidently realized that Chu Funga had attempted to breach his residence, only to find himself ensnared in the illusion array, perilously close to triggering a lethal trap, unwittingly becoming a test subject for the array's efficacy. Moreover, Brother Gu, it appears that the servant responsible for guarding your door is rather dim-witted. I suggest you consider dismissing him promptly. Chu Funga continued, his tone indifferent. With his lack of intellect, I fear he may cause you trouble in the future. Gu Su smiled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Earlier that day, he had employed a technique of imbuing life into the symbols within the eyes of the little scholar depicted on a folding screen, enhancing its capability for facial recognition. However, the spell remained imperfect, leading to a subpar user experience for his guests. One could say it still resembled a rather foolish artificial intelligence. After a brief interlude, he led Chu Funga into the courtyard, where they seated themselves in the main house, instructing the little scholar to serve them both cups of hot tea. As soon as Chu Funga settled into his seat, he stated directly, Brother Gu, I have come to Yishui County at the behest of the chief envoy to persuade you to investigate the haunting incidents at the Liu family's sinister residence. Hearing the name of the Liu family's haunted house once more elicited a headache for Gu Su. Surely, the chief envoy holds me in too high regard. Indeed, the chief envoy does regard you highly. Chu Funga lifted his teacup and took a sip of the steaming tea, his eyes unmistakably revealing a tinge of jealousy. He believes you will be the pivotal figure in resolving the case of the Liu family's haunted residence. You must understand that the chief envoy, as a revered sage, rarely bestows such unequivocal praise upon anyone. However, Lord Chu, many individuals of far greater cultivation than I have failed to unravel this case, Gu Su replied. Lowering his head in a humble demeanor, I truly do not comprehend why the chief envoy places such significance upon me. Chu Funga spoke in a tone that was somewhat indifferent. According to the current intelligence, we know that this case cannot be solved merely through brute force. In that eerie mansion, intellect holds far greater significance than might. Upon hearing this, Gu Su couldn't help but internally scoff. So it turns out that the Liu family's haunted house is a puzzle to be unraveled. No wonder this exceptionally gifted Lord Chu was unable to navigate it successfully. He certainly does not appear to be the sharpest tool in the shed. However, this simplistic reasoning clearly failed to convince Gu Su. The Liu family's mansion had left numerous cultivators at a loss, undoubtedly housing malevolent spirits of a formidable caliber, most likely more than one. Gu Su continued, given my current level of cultivation, should they suddenly attack, I would be utterly defenseless. I am still young and do not wish to perish in vain within those walls. Chu Funga chuckled lightly. Lord Sisho has long anticipated your sentiments. In terms of ensuring your safety, he has made ample preparations on your behalf. First, I shall accompany you into that haunted house as your assistant and bodyguard, dealing with any malevolent entities that may seek to harm you. Should anything unfortunate befall you within, I, too, shall face the repercussions from Lord Sisho. Chu Funga's words carried a hint of sarcasm, revealing his reluctance for the task at hand. Gu Su raised his gaze to meet Chu Funga's eyes. Feeling a lingering sense of insecurity, he found this bodyguard to be rather unreliable. Secondly, after a brief pause, Chu Funga retrieved a lustrous, transparent orb from his pocket and placed it into Gu Su's hands, stating, This orb, known as the Void-Breaking Pearl, has been specially prepared for you by Lord Sisho. A priceless talisman for your protection. In moments of life-threatening danger, simply shatter it, and you shall instantaneously traverse the void, escaping to any location within 1,000 miles that you desire, even if ensnared within an enemy's formation or if the enemy employs spells to seal the space. The Void-Breaking Pearl will still function. Chu Funga had previously escaped the Liu family mansion with the aid of such a pearl, though he preferred not to mention this embarrassing incident in front of Gu Su. As Gu Su accepted the orb, he felt a flicker of confidence igniting within him. Lord Chu, please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Sisho, he said earnestly. Then, shifting back to a tone of concern, he continued, However, I remain apprehensive. In my past missions, I have encountered spirits wielding controlling abilities. Some can induce instant dizziness, others can immobilize one completely, and some can even turn individuals into puppets, compelling them to act according to their whims. I dread the thought that, should I face such an entity, I might not even have the opportunity to crush the Void-Breaking Pearl, merely awaiting my demise in silence. Chu Funga had previously heard Lord Sisho remark on Gu Su's meticulous nature. He would never act without absolute certainty. Yet, he He did not expect Gusu to be so consumed by such intricate details. Lord Sisho had long anticipated this, Chufinga remarked, as she retrieved a bracelet crafted from black jade from her pocket and presented it to Gusu. This bracelet, known as the substitute bracelet, possesses the remarkable ability to shield its owner from a single lethal external attack, while simultaneously dispelling any negative effects or control afflicting them. As long as this talisman is in your possession, you shall certainly have the opportunity to shatter the void-breaking pearl and escape. What a splendid artifact! Gusu mused internally as he accepted the substitute bracelet. Moreover, Chufinga continued, Lord Sisho would employ the art of heavenly mechanisms to monitor your condition at all times through your divine token. Should these talismans fail to protect you, he would personally rush from Luojing to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Gusu paused for a brief moment, momentarily questioning whether he might be an illegitimate child abandoned by Lord Sisho. Lord Sisho, his consideration is remarkably thorough, he reflected with genuine astonishment. It is truly unexpected that a cultivator of my modest abilities could receive such favor from him. Lord Sisho has stated that you possess the potential of a sage, Chufinga said with an impassive expression. His assistance to you now is merely an investment. He hopes you will mature swiftly and alleviate his burdens in the future. As a cultivator of the Exorcism Division, it is my duty to share in the responsibilities of Lord Sisho. Though the scales of my heart waver slightly, Gusu remained in a state of hesitation. Furthermore, Lord Sisho mentioned that while the Lu family's haunted residence may pose a calamity to others, it represents an opportunity for you, Chufinga elaborated. The ancestors of the Lu family ascended to immortality through poetry and painting, part of their legacy. Including the family treasure Jinghong brush, still lies within that abandoned estate, awaiting a fated individual. Given your extensive reading, you ought to be aware that the Jinghong brush possesses the ability to manifest the imagery of poetry and painting as a means of combat. Utilizing it for talisman drawing would significantly enhance the potency of your seals. However, Chu Darren, I recall that the texts mentioned the Lu family's assets were confiscated by the state after the Qingzhou Lu family was purged, Gusu interjected. That pertains merely to mundane possessions, Chufinga interrupted. The Jinghong brush, as one of the 12 notable artifacts, possesses its own spirit and can autonomously select its master. Even members of the Qingzhou Lu family must earn its recognition to wield its power. If it chooses not to be found, it will conceal itself, eluding all seekers. Its previous owner was the renowned snowy fairy, Miss Lu Shiyao of the Lu family. After her demise, it vanished without a trace. Lord Sisho believes you might try your luck. Hearing this, Gusu sighed softly, still enveloped in silence. At this very moment, he was swiftly calculating the gains and losses in his mind, assessing the cost-benefit ratio of his involvement in this case. Investments. 1. A considerable amount of time, if dedicated to cultivation. Perhaps I could transcend to the third movement of the netherworld, or even the fourth movement. 2. A certain degree of risk. 3. Given the historical sensitivity surrounding Lu Huan's treason, my participation in this case carries a substantial probability of entangling me in the power vortex of the great Qi dynasty, which contradicts my plan for cautious development. Rewards. 1. A significant amount of merit. 2. A high-grade spell. 3. The favor of Master Sisho. 4. The possibility of becoming the master of the stunning brush, albeit with a minuscule probability. Seeing his reluctance to make a decision, Chufinga furrowed his brows. In fact, Master Sisho had mentioned a reason that could alleviate all your concerns, compelling you to willingly undertake this task. What reason? Gusu raised his head to look at him. The demon exorcising officer Changsheng had previously trespassed into the forbidden zone of Yishan and unfortunately fell victim to the Snow Woman's frost corrosion curse, Chufinga stated in an unperturbed tone. This curse would continuously exert its effects on his meridians, gradually solidifying his true essence over time, leading to stagnation in his cultivation or even regression. It would also have a significantly detrimental impact on his health, subjecting him to prolonged physical and mental torment, ultimately diminishing his lifespan. Master Sisho said that the technique to dispel the frost corrosion curse, known as frost melting, is concealed within that Lu family mansion. Chu Darren, why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Gusu suddenly sprang to his feet, interrupting him. Let us set out at once and not waste any more time. Departing now? Where to? Witnessing Gusu's abrupt 180-degree change in attitude, Chufinga's mind momentarily blanked. To the Lu family mansion. Gu Su had long surmised that Changsheng had paid a considerable price to procure the precious snow ginseng for him, although Changsheng consistently feigned indifference in his presence, occasionally even emitting the aura of a fourth-tier practitioner to convey a message of strength, implying that there was no need for concern. His intermittent coughs inadvertently revealed the truth. Gu Su felt a deep-seated anxiety regarding this matter. In recent days, he had perused numerous texts in an attempt to ascertain the nature of Changsheng's injuries or ailments. However, due to Changsheng's deliberate concealment, he had yet to uncover any conclusive results until today. Chu Fengge informed him that Changsheng had fallen victim to the frost erosion curse cast by the Snow Woman. This revelation weighed heavily upon Gu Su's heart, as he realized that the sacrifices Changsheng had made for the snow ginseng were far greater than he had previously imagined. In that moment, Gu Su resolutely decided to venture to the Liu family's haunted residence. He ceased to calculate the cost against the potential gains. After all, Changsheng had once braved life-threatening dangers to enter the territory of the Snow Woman on Yishan Mountain to harvest the invaluable snow ginseng. A misstep could have resulted in losing his life on that treacherous mountain, never to return. Now, equipped with precious life-saving artifacts such as the void-breaking pearl and the substitute bracelet, along with the protection of Chu Fengge and even Luo Chuan, the head of the exorcism bureau, Gu Su felt that the malevolent spirits within the haunted house would find it no easier to take his life than to confront a sage from the present age. Under such circumstances, if he continued to evade responsibility, he would be no different from a cold-blooded creature. Rest assured, Lord Chun, Gu Su silently vowed, I will find a way to uncover the means to break the frost erosion curse within that haunted house. In the following period, Gu Su hastily gathered his belongings, which included a thick stack of various talismans, such as the Supreme North Polar Demon-Slaying Talisman, Purification Talisman, and Binding Talisman. Chu Fengge stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing as Gu Su organized his items. He had witnessed the power of these talismans in the realm of the Wang Gu Hu, and he could scarcely imagine the dazzling spectacle that would ensue if their powers were unleashed simultaneously. Subsequently, Gu Su made adjustments to the inscriptions on the screen, modifying the greeting of the young attendant to state that his young master was currently out on business and to leave a message if necessary. Having completed these preparations, Gu Su and Chu Fengge stepped out of the door together. The golden sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating his visage. At that moment, Gu Su habitually reached for 3 copper coins, intending to use the 6 lines divination method to predict the outcome of this mission. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he returned the coins to his pocket, since he had resolutely decided to resolve this case. The outcome of the divination, whether it heralded great fortune or dire misfortune, would hold no significance and could not alter his determination. In this world, certain events are predestined, while others must be earnestly pursued. This time, Gu Su resolved to seize his own fate. Gu Shindi, do you have a fear of heights? After a moment, Chu Fengge stood in Ping An Alley, inquiring of Gu Su beside him. Not particularly, Gu Su replied with a slight shake of his head. Lord Chu, are we to soar to Qingzhou Prefecture today? Aren't you in a hurry? Chu Fengge responded coolly. Yishui County lies over 200 miles from Qingzhou Prefecture. Flying with the sword is the swiftest means to reach our destination. Having spoken, Chu Fengge tilted his head skyward and called out loudly, Sword, come. A beautifully crafted long sword materialized beside him, hovering in midair. Gu Su understood that this sword was Chu Fengge's fateful weapon, typically residing within his dantian. With a mere thought, the sword could manifest at will. With keen observation, Gu Su noticed 2 powerful characters, Tian Kuei, inscribed on the hilt of the sword. Tian Kuei is the foremost star of the Big Dipper. As the heir of the sea show Luo Chuan, Chu Fengge practiced the Liexing Ju, mastering various astrological spells. His ambition to become the greatest naturally led him to name his sword Tian Kuei. Gu Su recalled that in astrological texts, Tian Kuei, along with Wenchang, Wenxiu, Zhuofu, Yubi, Tianyue, and Luzuan, were all subordinates to the Ziwei star. Among them, Tian Kuei is known as the Star of Nobility, often referred to as the Heavenly Benefactor, embodying a noble spirit, eager to assist the weak and uphold justice, while also being generous and paving the way for others. However, observing Chu Fengge's flamboyant and narcissistic demeanor, Gu Su felt a dissonance between this description and the man before him. With a graceful leap, Chu Fengge landed on the Tian Kuei sword, firmly establishing his stance upon its blade. Come on up, he beckoned to Gu Su. Gazing at the narrow blade, Gu Su felt a pang of anxiety. doubting it could support 2 individuals. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a wind control talisman from his pocket and affixed it to himself. This charm would allow him to influence the surrounding air currents, providing a cushion should he fall from great heights. Only then did he confidently step onto the Tian Kuei's sword, positioning himself behind Chu Fengge. At that moment, he realized his worries were unfounded. Even as they both stood on the slender blade, he felt remarkably stable, as if anchored to solid ground, convinced he could not fall. "Gu Su, do you lack confidence in my sword-flying skills?" Chu Fengge asked, brow furrowed. "Of course not," Gu Su replied with a smile, denying the insinuation. "That's good," Chu Fengge remarked nonchalantly. "Hold on to my robes. We are about to take off." Gu Su quickly grasped his garment tightly. Due to Gu Su's firm grip, Chu Fengge felt as though his robe might be torn away at any moment by the force of this fellow's hold. Soon, with a flicker of thought, Chu Fengge and Gu Su ascended into the heavens on their flying sword. Although Gu Su had mentally prepared himself, the astonishing speed at the moment of takeoff still sent his adrenaline soaring, providing him with an exhilarating thrill. Within mere seconds, they soared to several hundred meters above the ground. The landscape below rapidly diminished in size, revealing an ever-expanding vista. The houses in the county town resembled matchboxes. The pedestrians appeared as insignificant ants, the narrow paths in the fields resembled winding threads, and the broad rivers transformed into elongated bands of white jade. "Are you nervous?" Chu Fengge inquired after a moment. "A little," Gu Su admitted honestly. "After all, this is my first experience soaring through the skies." Chu Fengge fell silent for a few seconds, her expression unchanging as she replied, "Actually, I am quite nervous as well. This is my first time bringing someone into the sky." The Qingzhou prefecture is situated to the north of Yishui County, separated by over 200 miles, and the towering, treacherous Yimontan. Due to the dense malevolent aura surrounding Yimontan, coupled with the notorious reputation of the Snow Maiden, Chu Fengge deliberately avoided the area during their flight and took a wide detour to the east. Gu Su stood upon the flying sword, listening to the wind howling around them. The ethereal clouds rushed past them, while majestic eagles flew alongside. At the horizon, the grand mountain range of Yimontan and its glistening white snow came into view. At this moment, much of Yimontan's peak was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, as if a demonic army was passing through, instilling a sense of dread. "The Snow Maiden must have grown stronger," Chu Fengge remarked softly, glancing towards Yimontan. "Master Chu, entities like the Snow Maiden, classified as malevolent deities, undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the safety of the populace. Have the sages ever considered intervening personally to eliminate them?" This had long been a question of curiosity for Gu Su. If the Grand Qi's national master could effortlessly seal the 9-infant serpent demon with his profound talismanic arts, why had the sages and the emperor not acted personally to eradicate these terrifying malevolent deities once and for all? "You do not understand," Chu Fengge replied calmly. "The sages have numerous concealed apprehensions when dealing with these entities. Furthermore, even among malevolent deities, there exists a vast disparity in strength. Some malevolent spirits can be quite troublesome for the sages to contend with." Gu Su nodded in understanding. It seemed the 9-infant serpent demon must be among the weaker tier of malevolent deities. Despite their deliberate detour, they arrived at their destination in under 15 minutes. The two descended outside Qingzhou City, several hundred meters from the city gates. "There is a restriction against flying within Qingzhou Prefecture, so I cannot enter directly," Chu Fengge explained. Gu Su smiled knowingly. He could easily surmise that if there were no such restriction, Chu Fengge would have undoubtedly chosen to make a grand entrance, allowing the entire city to admire his splendor. He then turned his gaze forward. Before them stood an imposing black city wall, rising abruptly into view. It stretched across the horizon, extending endlessly to either side until it vanished into the distance. This colossal fortress seemed immeasurable in its vastness, resembling a dark cloud that defiantly intercepted the sun's radiant beams. This was Gu Su's first visit to Qingzhou Prefecture since his arrival in this realm. Although Shi Shaohan and Ma Qin had often regaled him with descriptions of the city's grandeur, witnessing it firsthand today left Gu Su profoundly awestruck. Could this truly be a metropolis forged by the might of cultivators? He mused. He recalled reading that within the very bricks and stones of the Qingzhou city wall lay the power of the blazing sun, capable of dispelling malevolent energies. Furthermore, within the confines of Qingzhou Prefecture, thousands of luminous lanterns, ignited by the true essence of cultivators, illuminated the night, rendering it almost impossible for malevolent spirits to approach. Thus, Qingzhou was often referred to as the City of 1,000 Lanterns, the city that never sleeps, a bastion of safety for its citizens in the Jiaodong region. Unfortunately, you have yet to behold Luojing City, Chu Fengge remarked, shaking her head gently, pride evident in her voice. Now that is the true epitome of a magnificent city. In comparison, Qingzhou is nothing. As a native of the capital, Chu Fengge relished the sense of superiority she found in the presence of Gu Su, a mere country bumpkin. The two then proceeded towards the city gate. Despite Qingzhou boasting 4 gates, east, south, west, and north, only the eastern gate was open today, while the others remained firmly shut. A long line of citizens formed on the official road, clogging the gate with their numbers. However, clad in the ceremonial attire of the Exorcism Bureau, with a gold belt denoting his 5th rank, Chu Fengge naturally possessed the privilege to bypass the queue. As she passed through, the townsfolk respectfully parted to make way for her. In contrast, Gu Su, having hastily donned a simple light blue outfit and bearing a youthful visage, was mistakenly regarded as Chu Fengge's attendant by those around him. They soon reached the entrance, where several officials from the Exorcism Bureau stood, each wielding a metallic rod. As each citizen entered, they would be subjected to a few taps with the rods. What is the purpose of this? Chu Fengge inquired as she approached them. Reporting to you, my lord, one of the officials replied respectfully, due to the recent outbreak of sinister energies in the Yishan region. The nearby populace is at risk of contamination, potentially transforming into monsters that threaten the safety of those within the city. Therefore, we must utilize these artifacts to measure the sinister energy levels of every incoming resident. Should the concentration exceed safe limits, the rod will turn black. In such cases, they will need to be sent to the Exorcism Bureau for further observation. Chu Fengge nodded in understanding and then turned to Gu Su, saying, "Let us first visit the Exorcism Bureau in Qingzhou to seek out Wei Qianhu. The notorious Lu residence has been sealed off by the authorities of Qingzhou, and without their permission, we cannot gain entry." As these words fell, Chu Fengge executed his technique and vanished from sight. Gu Su observed the fleeting silhouette of Chu Fengge. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he understood well that Chu Fengge sought to showcase his meteoric steps before the public, reveling in the thrill of being in the spotlight. "Do you think you are the only one capable of meteoric steps?" A playful smile crept across Gu Su's face. He then employed the same technique and pursued after him. Witnessing this scene, the young gatekeeper felt an overwhelming shock. It was within reason for a 5th-rank official from the Exorcism Department to display such ghostly agility. However, he never anticipated that the excessively youthful attendant clad in a pale blue cotton shirt would also possess such profound martial skills. Is it now a standard for attendants to meet such lofty expectations? The young clerk sighed deeply, his anxiety growing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Su and Chu Fengge arrived at the heart of Qingzhou. This area mirrored the layout of Yishui County, serving as the authority of both the mundane and extraordinary realms. The governor's office and the exorcism department faced each other across the main thoroughfare. Yet, compared to Yishui, the architecture of Qingzhou was evidently more grandiose. Chu Fengge ascended the steps between 2 stone-lined sculptures and strode directly through the grand entrance of the Qingzhou exorcism department. "I am Chu Fengge, the exorcist officer," he declared to the gatekeeper, Summon Wei Jusi, the 1,000 households of Qingzhou, to meet me. The position of 1,000 households held a 5th-rank title, serving as the highest authority of the exorcism department in a region, typically occupied by cultivators of the 4th level or above. Wei Jusi, who governed Qingzhou, was a practitioner of the 5th level. After all, Qingzhou was the largest city in the Jiaodong region, boasting the highest population, and was a strategic stronghold of the Deqi dynasty. Moreover, its proximity to Mount E and the sealed 9-infant serpent demon beneath necessitated a cultivator of formidable strength to oversee the area. Wei Jusi hailed from a prestigious lineage and, owing to his exceptional abilities and efficient conduct, earned the trust of the emperor and his superiors. He was also known for his frugality, generosity, and willingness to lead from the front in battle, earning the respect and affection of his subordinates. Consequently, the officials of the Qingzhou exorcism department often quoted the virtues of emulating Wei Jusi in their conduct. To them, he embodied the ideal of self-cultivation, family governance, and statecraft. "Summon Wei Jusi, the 1,000 households of Qingzhou, to meet me." At this moment, Chu Fengge stood at the entrance of the Qingzhou exorcism department, hands on his hips, casually instructing the gatekeeper. Although he and Wei Jusi were both fifth-rank officials and theoretically of equal standing, Chu Fengge, relying on his status as an official from the capital and the trusted confidant of the head of the department, exhibited an air of arrogance, as if he were the true master of this establishment. Due to Chu Fengge's recent visit to Qingzhou Prefecture, coupled with his exceptionally striking visage that is hard to forget, the gatekeeper swiftly recognized his identity. "My apologies, Lord Chu," the gatekeeper said, bowing deeply. "Lord Wei is currently occupied in the second hall of the Yamen, attending to an esteemed guest, and is unable to meet you at this moment. Please wait here with your companions." "An esteemed guest? One greater than I?" Chu Fengge furrowed his brow slightly. As a prodigy of the great Qi dynasty, he despised the feeling of being left on the sidelines. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose the identity of that esteemed guest." The gatekeeper sincerely apologized once more. Hearing this, Chu Fengge felt a surge of displeasure. However, despite his arrogant disposition and occasional naivety, he was not truly foolish. He understood that within the great Qi dynasty, there were indeed prominent figures he could not afford to offend. Thus, he coldly remarked, "Please convey to Wei Jusi that I have urgent matters to discuss and wish to see him at once." "As you command, Lord Chu." The gatekeeper respectfully retreated. Meanwhile, Gu Su stood before the polished surface of a bronze mirror at the entrance of the Yamen, silently adjusting his attire. He tidied his wind-tousled hair and collar, readjusting his headscarf. Then he removed the wind talisman affixed to his chest and carelessly tossed it into a nearby wastebasket. Changsheng often spoke highly of Wei Jusi, the Qianhu of Qingzhou Prefecture, regarding him with utmost respect as a paragon of virtue and a capable official. "One of the individuals I admire most in the great Qi dynasty is Lord Wei of Qingzhou," Changsheng once remarked. "You should be aware that between the 8th and 11th years of Tianqing, Qingzhou endured a severe drought. Yet, Lord Wei took personal charge of the relief efforts, living and eating alongside the common folk, even contributing his own funds to aid the starving victims. Without Lord Wei's efforts, the casualties would have been far more grievous." Gu Su was not well acquainted with Wei Jusi. However, as the unofficial disciple of Changsheng, he did not wish to disgrace his mentor in Wei Jusi's presence. Moments later, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. The youthful figure in the bronze mirror was handsome and well-dressed. Although clad in a simple azure robe, he appeared even more ethereal, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. Wei Jusi did not keep the two waiting long. Within 5 minutes, he hurriedly arrived. "My apologies, Lord Chu, for the delay," he said, performing a respectful bow. "You mentioned you had pressing matters to discuss with me." Despite both Wei Jusi and Chu Fengge being fifth-rank officials of the exorcism department, Wei Jusi adopted a lowly posture, exuding humility and respect. He understood well that Chu Fengge, as a renowned prodigy of the great Qi and a favored individual beside the head of the department, was destined for high office, possibly even to become the next head. Thus, it was prudent to display a measure of deference toward such a person. "It was not that I had urgent matters to attend to." Chu Fengge shook her head and stepped aside, simultaneously pointing at Gu Su, stating that he had important business to discuss with you. "I am merely his bodyguard." The emphasis she placed on the term bodyguard was laced with a hint of sarcasm. However, Wei Jusi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Just like the official before, upon seeing Gu Su's youthful visage and his simple azure robe, he had dismissed Gu Su as merely Chu Fengge's attendant, not considering him worthy of attention. Little did he expect that this unassuming youth was, in fact, the principal figure, while Chu Fengge referred to herself as his protector. What manner of identity did this young man possess to warrant the demon exorcism department dispatching a prodigy like Chu Fengge to safeguard him? Surely, not even the scions of the 3 great clans enjoyed such privilege. Wei Jusi took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He approached Gu Su and bowed respectfully, inquiring, "May I ask this esteemed young gentleman's name?" "I am Gu Su, an envoy from the Yishui Demon Exorcism Department, and I have come to meet Lord Wei." Gu Su immediately returned the gesture. "Gu Su." Wei Jusi silently echoed the name. As he frequently perused the court's official reports, he quickly recalled that this name belonged to a talented youth from Yishui County, one whose cultivation prowess rivaled that of Chu Fengge, and who had garnered the attention of the head of the department during the promotion assessment, receiving an exceptional elevation in rank. Yet, even if Gu Su were indeed a rare talent in cultivation, it seemed implausible that Chu Fengge would serve as his bodyguard. Did he perhaps harbor some concealed identity? For instance, could he be a royal bastard? or the illegitimate son of the head of the department. As a seasoned bureaucrat, Wei Juxi's thought process was naturally more intricate than that of the average person, and a multitude of speculations began to swirl in his mind. Just as he fell into contemplative silence, Gu Su spoke again. Lord Wei, I have come to Qingzhou under the command of the head of the department to address the case of the Liu family's haunted residence. Upon hearing the mention of the Liu family's haunted residence, Wei Juxi felt a renewed sense of astonishment. In his perception, Gu Su was merely a practitioner of the second realm. Prior to this, numerous practitioners of the third and fourth realms had been drawn here by the promise of merit rewards, attempting to resolve this significant case, yet all had ultimately failed. What audacity did Gu Su possess to confront such a daunting challenge with only his second realm cultivation? Did he truly have some undisclosed trump card? Wei Juxi found himself utterly perplexed. Lord Wei, please lead us to the Liu family's haunted residence. We wish not to delay any longer. At this moment, Chu Fenggu interjected once more, her expression revealing impatience with Wei Juxi's indecisiveness. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qingzhou Demon Exorcism Department, a young man in his 30s and an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair made their way down the corridor, rounding the screen wall to arrive at the entrance. Despite their humble clothing, devoid of gold or silver embellishments, they both exuded a vigorous spirit and an extraordinary presence. Uncle Fan, let us set off for Mount E tomorrow to confront the Snow Maiden, remarked the young man with a slight smile, addressing the elder beside him. Your Highness, there is no need to rush, the elder advised respectfully, his brow furrowed. It is better to take the initiative, the youth said firmly, gripping the sword at his waist. Furthermore, in the presence of others, refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. I prefer to keep my identity concealed for now. Understood, young master. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, individuals often categorize magical artifacts into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Inferior and middle-grade artifacts typically possess at least one special effect or attribute, enhancing the combat prowess of practitioners to varying degrees. Superior artifacts not only exhibit unique capabilities, but also frequently encompass the essence of the Great Tao, greatly aiding cultivators in their daily practices and insights. Beyond these, there exist legendary artifacts, 12 in total across the wilderness. According to legend, each was a fateful possession left behind by ascended immortals, nurtured and refined over centuries. They have developed their own consciousness and immense power, each possessing the potential to influence the dynamics of the wilderness significantly. Among these is the Tai sword, a legacy of the great Qi's founding emperor. It not only wields the power to instill awe, but can also harness the fortune of the entire nation for its wielder. The great Qi dynasty established a rule regarding the succession of the throne centered around the Tai sword. Among the princes and princesses, whoever earns the sword's recognition shall ascend as the next emperor. While this may seem somewhat simplistic, it is easy to comprehend. After all, the Tai sword was once the personal artifact of the founding emperor, and its spirit serves as a manifestation of his essence left in the mortal realm. The criteria for the sword's selection of a master are equally straightforward. It chooses the strongest individual. Here, strength encompasses more than mere cultivation. It includes courage, wisdom, military achievements, and the loyalty of followers. Consequently, every prince and princess of the great Qi dynasty fervently engages in cultivation and demon slaying, all driven by the desire to become the next master of the Tai sword. Only the talentless princess, Zhao Ning, has taken on the role of the current steward of the secular affairs. The youth, known as Your Highness outside the Demon Suppression Office in Qingzhou, is named Xiao Shangyuan, the true heir to the throne of the great Qi dynasty. The elder, referred to as Uncle Fan, is the royal family's venerable advisor, named Fansheng. Their journey to Qingzhou is to confront the Snow Maiden of Mount E. According to the intelligence they have received, the Snow Maiden possesses strength equivalent to that of a peak 6th realm cultivator, still some distance away from the 7th realm of saints. Fansheng is a genuine 6th realm practitioner. Although Xiao Shangyuan had only attained the 5th level of cultivation, his training in the royal family's ancestral technique, the Heavenly Dragon Heart Sutra, endowed him with the remarkable ability to engage in battles beyond his rank. He held his own even against cultivators of the 6th level. It was precisely this prowess that instilled in them the courage to venture into the forbidden zone of Yishan. Uncle Fan, he inquired of the elder beside him, if I were to successfully eliminate the Yishan Snow Maiden and rid the people of Jiaodong of this bane, Would it not be exceedingly difficult for my younger siblings to surpass my achievements in battle? At that moment, Xiao Shangyuan could not help but seek the counsel of the elder Fan Cheng. Perhaps, the white-haired elder pondered for a moment before responding. However, young master, I must speak candidly. Your current lead over them is, to a significant extent, due to your earlier birth and longer years of cultivation. Should you ever show signs of complacency, they may well surpass you at any moment. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Shangyuan smiled slightly and replied earnestly, I understand. He was aware that Uncle Fan was known for his forthrightness. Yet, compared to the sycophants in the palace who constantly flattered without uttering a word of truth, he preferred engaging in discourse with someone like Uncle Fan, as it required no mental strain and no excessive effort to decipher the underlying meanings of each statement. It was undoubtedly a relief. Just then, Xiao Shangyuan sensed an unusual fluctuation of true essence nearby. This level of energy was nearly imperceptible, even to 6th-level cultivators. However, having undergone specialized training to counter assassination attempts, he was far more attuned to even the slightest disturbances in true essence than the average person. Could there be others in the vicinity? He immediately narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the refuse basket at the entrance of the yamen. He distinctly felt that this basket was the source of the true essence fluctuations. How peculiar, he mused inwardly. With this thought, he gently waved his hand toward the wastebasket. A crumpled yellow paper flew out and landed steadily in his palm. It was, astonishingly, a used talisman. What is this, young master? Fancheng inquired. Let me see. This appears to be a previously used wind travel talisman, though it seems somewhat different from the usual ones, Xiao Shangyuan remarked, frowning slightly as he handed the talisman to Fancheng. Accepting the talisman, Fancheng examined it closely. Although he was not a talisman master, as a 6th-level cultivator, his insight was exceptional. Coupled with his close ties to the national master of the Great Qi, he possessed a certain understanding of talisman techniques. Before him lay a genuine wind travel talisman, yet its inscriptions were more intricate than any he had encountered previously, imbued with a more formidable power. Each stroke appeared fluid and graceful, devoid of any stiffness or hesitation. It was evident that the talisman master had crafted it with great confidence, for only with a clear vision could one produce such a flowing and effortless brushwork. In this effortless demeanor, Fancheng had once observed a similar attitude in the Grand Master of the Deqi Kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Fancheng spoke. Indeed, this is a wind-running talisman. However, it has been modified, resulting in a more prolonged efficacy than before. Modified? Xiao Shangyuan expressed his astonishment. In his understanding, the enhancement of talismans was a feat only achievable by a master of talismanic arts. Could it be that a talismanic master lurked within the demon exorcism office of Qingzhou? Are there any practitioners of talismanic arts within this Qingzhou government office? His tone grew slightly urgent. To my knowledge, there does appear to be a guest elder surnamed Tao, who specializes in talismanic arts, Fancheng reflected, but due to his modest reputation, I am unaware of the true extent of his mastery. He continued, yet, if this talisman was indeed crafted by him, it undoubtedly indicates that his abilities have been underestimated by the outside world. Uncle Fan, once we return from Ishan, we must find a way to meet this Mr. Tao. Xiao Shangyuan's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. You must understand. A master of talismanic arts would be an invaluable ally in my pursuit of succession rights. As he spoke, he snatched the discarded talisman paper from Fancheng's hands, gripping it tightly in his palm. Young master, your idea is commendable, yet you must also recognize that the Deqi dynasty offers considerable benefits to talisman's masters, allowing them to practice in peace without engaging in such disputes. I will endeavor to offer him satisfactory conditions. Xiao Shangyuan inhaled deeply, his tone resolute. Meanwhile, within the office, Lord Wei, please take us to the Liu family's haunted residence at once. We cannot afford to delay any longer. No? Not even a brief respite? Indeed, right now. Chu Fengge urged impatiently. Wei Jusi nodded, about to comply. Wait. At that moment, Gu Su interjected, addressing Wei Jusi, Lord Wei. Could you share with us any information you possess regarding the Liu family's haunted residence? Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Gu Su had always believed that a thorough understanding of adversaries was essential for remaining invincible during ghost hunting missions. Thus, he had diligently perused nearly all the tomes in the library during his leisure, committing the characteristics and weaknesses of various specters to memory. This preparation allowed him to maintain composure and success in every encounter with supernatural beings. Yet, this time was different. Everything concerning the Liu family's haunted residence was shrouded in an enigmatic fog for him. The levels, numbers, and capabilities of the spirits inside were all unknown. A lack of information inevitably placed him in a passive position, which Gusu loathed. Consequently, he sought to seize this opportunity to glean as much intelligence as possible from Wei Jusi about the Liu family's haunted residence, thus ensuring he retained control of the situation. Upon hearing Gusu's request, Wei Jusi pondered for a moment before responding. As for the circumstances within that haunted residence, I am not very well acquainted either. However, I can provide you with some information regarding the Liu family of Qingzhou and the treason case involving Liu Huan. Although Gu Shuming merely presents himself as an inconspicuous 8th-rank official, Wei Jusi dares not treat him with the slightest negligence. After all, even the proud genius Chu Fungo willingly serves as Gu Su's bodyguard, utterly devoted to him. It is evident that Gu Su possesses a remarkably distinguished hidden identity. Consequently, Wei Jusi promptly instructed a clerk in the yamen to deliver a stack of documents to Gu Su. The Liu family of Qingzhou is indeed a remarkable lineage. As Wei Jusi perused the records, he began to enlighten Gu Su about their ancestor, Liu Ziwan, who was venerated as the immortal poet and saint of painting. Having attained enlightenment through poetry and art, he ascended to immortality. Under his influence, his descendants shunned the practice of any magical arts or martial skills. Instead, they wielded their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and song, as their means of confrontation. Many years ago, members of the Liu family would often gather in their courtyard, engaging in the elegant tradition of flowing wine along the meandering stream, composing poetry, and inviting guests to partake. At that time, Qingzhou Prefecture could be regarded as the most culturally vibrant city in all of Deqi. Upon hearing Wei Jusi's description, Gu Su could not help but envision a scene. A celestial figure clad in flowing white robes standing upon a cliff, brandishing a brush and exclaiming, "The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens." Thus, torrents of floodwaters would cascade down, overwhelming countless specters. He felt that the Liu family's approach to conflict was imbued with such romanticism that it seemed somewhat out of place in this world teeming with malevolent spirits and lurking dangers. After a brief pause, Wei Jusi continued, "Over 20 years ago, the Liu family of Qingzhou reached the zenith of its glory. Head of the family, Liu Huan, ascended to the position of first assistant to the cabinet, and the long unclaimed Jinghong brush suddenly found a new master. Liu Shiyao, initially merely the illegitimate daughter of a concubine, possessed decent talent for cultivation, yet she was somewhat overlooked among the descendants of the Liu family. However, upon the recognition of the Jinghong brush, she instantaneously became the focus of attention, achieving fame overnight. People not only recognized her beauty, but also her remarkable talents, earning her the titles of the talented woman of the Liu family and the most beautiful woman of Jiaodong. Gu Su nodded silently, well aware that such titles as the most beautiful woman are largely tied to the individual's status and standing. For instance, the 4 great beauties of Ur would not have their names immortalized without the legendary tales that altered the course of history. Similarly, if the current most beautiful woman of Luojing, Princess Zhao Ning, were merely an ordinary vegetable vendor on the streets instead of a princess wielding authority, no matter her beauty, she would likely become merely the concubine of a wealthy merchant, rather than enjoying the renown she possesses today. However, Wei Jusi suddenly shifted the conversation, continuing, "In the 8th year of Tianxing, someone unexpectedly discovered that Liu Huan was secretly communicating with the northwestern barbarians, conspiring to rebel. Their clandestine correspondence was intercepted and presented before the emperor, inciting his great wrath. Subsequently, numerous lethal artifacts and a considerable stockpile of standardized weapons were discovered within the Liu residence. Astonishingly, a bright yellow robe was even found beneath Liu Huan's bed. Armed with this irrefutable evidence, the emperor immediately issued a decree to apprehend Liu Huan and annihilate his entire lineage. Not only did the emperor personally take action against Liu Huan, but he also dispatched a demon-suppressing official named Tang Hui to Qingzhou to confiscate the Liu family's assets and arrest Liu Huan's relatives. Tang Hui, a former student of Liu Huan, was exceptionally talented and highly trusted by him. Yet, in a bid to preserve his life and avoid being labeled as an accomplice, Tang Hui felt compelled to obey the emperor's orders and choose familial betrayal for the greater good. At this moment, Gu Su suddenly spoke. Recalling from his readings that during the raid, the esteemed Tang Hui fell victim to an assassination by rebel forces and tragically lost his life. Indeed, Wei Jusi signed an agreement, stating that not only did the esteemed Tang perish, but all his accompanying guards also met their unfortunate demise during the raid. Alas, one must understand that Tang was not only exceptionally gifted but also renowned for his gentlemanly conduct, having shared fruit with his peers in his youth and providing warmth to his parents' bedding during the cold winters. The loss of such a person amidst turmoil is indeed a grave misfortune for our great Qi dynasty. In the ensuing period, Gu Su swiftly perused the materials handed to him by Wei Jusi, memorizing every detail about the Lu family members, including their portraits, birth and death dates, statuses, and cultivation levels. Even the maids and servants were not overlooked. Chu Fengge, with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observed Gu Su's every move, neither participating nor intervening. True to his character, which often favored direct confrontation over meticulous preparation, Chu Fengge would typically charge in wielding his sword rather than engage in such thorough groundwork. Perhaps this is why the chief minister held this young man in such high regard, he mused inwardly. With all preparations complete, Gu Su and Chu Fengge boarded the carriage specially arranged for them by Wei Jusi, proceeding along the cobbled streets towards the outskirts of the city. The day was marked by brilliant sunshine and a clear azure sky. Passers-by along the roadside exchanged laughter and pleasantries, creating a cheerful atmosphere. However, as the carriage drew nearer to the ominous residence, a grayish-white mist began to envelop the surroundings, resembling a diaphanous veil that obscured their vision. For reasons unknown, a wave of oppressive emotion surged within Gu Su, not fear of the unknown nor panic at the specter of malevolence, but an inescapable sorrow, a lingering melancholy. As the sun began to set, the foreboding Lu residence finally came into view. The ancestral home of the Lu family was situated on the outskirts of Qingzhou, sprawling over more than 50 acres, divided into central, eastern, and western courtyards, each comprising 5 entrances and 4 traditional quadrangles, with over 200 rooms of varying sizes. According to the descriptions in the texts, Gu Su knew this had once been the most opulent location in the entire Jiaodong province. Grand pavilions every 5 steps and corridors that meandered gracefully, with eaves that soared high and bright. The countless maids and servants once bustling about have now vanished, leaving a continuous stream of guests a distant memory. This residence, once a celestial abode adorned with golden doors and jade gates, akin to the splendid palaces of noble consorts, has succumbed to desolation. The once vibrant crimson entrance has faded, and the metal door rings are now corroded and rusted. Surrounding the estate are the dreary gray sands, the ghostly white of withered trees, hollow window apertures, and the crumbling walls that further contribute to the somber and oppressive atmosphere. Gu Su and Chu Fengge alighted from their carriage and approached the grand entrance of the Lu residence, one following the other. Above the entrance hung a dilapidated plaque, askew and worn, inscribed with the bold characters of scholarly family. Gu Su recognized these 4 characters as having been penned by the late emperor himself decades ago, during a time when the Lu family's prestige flourished like a resplendent bloom, vibrant and thriving. Who could have foreseen that decades later, this once mighty lineage would crumble? Overshadowed by the passage of time, Gu Su remained silent for a few moments, donning the substitute bracelet gifted by Luo Si on his wrist, tightly clutching the talisman and the void pearl, before turning to Chu Fengge and saying, "Lord Chu, let us proceed inside." Chu Fengge inhaled deeply, though his expression remained composed. Gu Su noticed the hairs on the back of his neck bristling with unease. "Are you afraid, Lord Chu?" Gu Su inquired with concern. "You are the one who should be afraid," Chu Fengge retorted coldly. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode through the entrance of the Lu residence with a proud demeanor. Gu Su smiled and followed suit. Upon entering the Lu residence, the first sight that greeted them was a towering screen wall, majestically obstructing their view. Adorning this wall was a vividly colored mural. If Gu Su was not mistaken, it depicted a gathering of dignitaries reveling in a garden. He recalled reading in feng shui texts that the malevolent energy of spirits typically approaches directly, and constructing a screen wall within the courtyard could, to some extent, ward off external spirits. Unfortunately, it seemed that the malevolence they faced resided within the estate itself, rendering the screen wall ineffective. Gu Su mused silently. The two then circumnavigated the screen wall and entered the flower-laden door. Flanking them were meandering corridors, with a central hallway connecting the front and back courtyards. In this hallway lay a dusty, toppled screen, now tattered and worn by the ravages of time. Hanging from the pillars of the hallway was a succinct couplet: bamboo rain, pine wind, phoenix moon, tea smoke, zither tones, the sound of books. Truly, a testament to the literary heritage of this renowned family. Seeing the couplet, Gusu couldn't help but marvel internally at its artistic flair, yet his heart grew heavier with trepidation. If he were to encapsulate the aura of this dilapidated estate in 2 words, they would be eerily quiet and strangely mundane. As they traversed through 2 courtyards, they encountered no sign of any spirits, nor any trace of the missing exorcist from the exorcism bureau. Not to mention any trace related to the stunning brushwork or the frostbite curse. All that was visible were the gray walls, darkened corners, withered trees, broken screens, shattered porcelain, and the fuzzy moss clinging beneath the eaves. The only sounds permeating this courtyard were the soft whispers of their breaths and the gentle patter of their footsteps. Lord Chu, did you uncover any clues during your last visit here? Gusu inquired, meticulously scanning the surroundings while addressing Chu Funga. However, Chu Funga remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, his lips quivering slightly, and his handsome visage devoid of color. Gusu had never witnessed Chu Funga in such a discomposed state. What horrifying sight had Lord Chu encountered during his last visit to this haunted residence that left such a profound psychological scar? Gusu pondered silently, his brow furrowing as he tightened his grip on the talisman tucked within his pocket, preparing to proceed into the hall in search of clues regarding the frostmelt spell. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. In the desolate courtyard, the mournful and haunting sound of a bamboo flute suddenly filled the air. The melody wailed, echoing sorrow and yearning, evoking tears of nostalgia and regret. Instantly, Gusu recalled a passage from the records. Besides poetry, the illegitimate daughter of the Lu family, Lu Shiyao, was also proficient in music, particularly in playing the bamboo flute. At a banquet, her performance of Burial of Snow left the audience weeping, their garments soaked with tears. Could it be that the spirit of Lu Shiyao is at play within this grand residence? Gusu speculated silently. As the flute's mournful notes lingered, the surroundings morphed in a terrifying manner. The sun's radiance was abruptly snuffed out, plunging their vision into shadowy obscurity. The walls, windows, columns, and eaves around them decayed like rotting clay, resembling sheets of paper violently torn apart, rapidly deteriorating before their eyes. Soon, these once familiar sights transformed into ice sculptures and pillars, the ground blanketed in snow, scattered with frozen remains. An intense chill surged through Gusu's bones. Logically, as a practitioner, he should be able to withstand the cold with his true essence. Even in the harshest winters, he felt no chill. Yet, the frigid air within the Lu residence compelled him to shiver uncontrollably, his ears aching, his lips turning a deep shade of blue, and his fingers grew painfully stiff, nearly numb. Gusu, look at that couplet ahead. Chu Funga exclaimed, pointing forward, his voice trembling from the cold. It has changed. Gusu immediately directed his gaze toward the indicated direction. The previous couplet, rich with poetic imagery of bamboo rain and pine winds, tea smoke and musical notes, had vanished without a trace. In its stead stood a hastily scrawled couplet inscribed in blood-red ink. Upper line, the sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. Lower line, hell has no door, do not bring calamity upon yourself. The words hell has no door sent a shiver down Gusu's spine, causing him to turn his head. In his perception, the grand entrance of the Lu residence had already vanished from sight. In the gloom of eternal night, a chilling cold permeates the very bones. This was a phrase Gusu had encountered in an ancient tome. It depicted the mythological realm of the ice hell, situated within the second Yama Hall, designated for the confinement of those who harm the living, engage in thievery and murder, oppress the weak, betray kindness, and exhibit cold-blooded cruelty. It is said that souls subjected to the icy torment develop blisters that eventually burst, oozing pus and blood, contorting their bodies into grotesque shapes, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers. Thus, this infernal domain is also known as the Hell of Blisters and the Hell of Green Lotuses. While the existence of ice hell may not be absolute, at this very moment, as Gusu stood within the dilapidated Lu residence, feeling the bone-chilling air and witnessing the deformed corpses scattered upon the ground, he could not help but recall this dreadful abyss. So cold, he murmured, his teeth chattering. Additionally, delicate flakes of snow drifted down from the dim sky, as pure and weightless as swan feathers. Yet, upon touching the ground, They transformed abruptly into vivid crimson blood, vanishing without a trace. Just then, he heard Chufinga beside him sneeze and say, "According to my previous experience, when the couplet hell has no door appears shortly thereafter, a mysterious girl, neither human nor ghost, will emerge from the corridor ahead. She will drop an inexplicable note before swiftly fleeing. I once attempted to pursue her, traversing dozens of rooms. Yet her shadow eluded me. A quarter of an hour later, a terrifying event transpired. Several large, ghostly figures resembling enforcers approached, seeking to bind me with chains and affix me to an ice column, shrouded in mist. Their faces were obscured from view. At that moment, my internal essence felt as though it was sealed by the ice, rendering me utterly powerless. Had it not been for the void-breaking pearl I possessed, Chufinga did not continue, for the embarrassment was too great to bear. A dignified fifth-rank official of the Great Qi, unable to discern the appearance of a ghost, ended up bruised and battered. If this were to become known, how could he ever hold his head high again? Gusu listened intently, lost in contemplation. In truth, ever since he heard Chufinga's assertion that intellect far surpasses brute strength in that eerie residence, he had begun to perceive the mansion as a puzzle to be unraveled. Otherwise, the esteemed Lord C, with his profound insights, would never have entrusted this case to him, a mere second-tier fighter of little merit. To him, the most crucial information in Chufinga's words revolved around the enigmatic girl and the mysterious note, likely pointing towards vital clues hidden within the haunted abode. Meanwhile, Chufinga, as a rather brutish character, seemed solely fixated on slaying ghosts. If one were to draw an analogy with the game, the little girl would likely be a narrative NPC. Yet she was pursued by Chufinga as if she were a monster, leading to an inevitable game over. Just as Gusu contemplated this, a slight figure indeed emerged from the corridor ahead. It was a girl, approximately 6 or 7 years of age, clad in a simple garment, her pallid complexion striking. Her tousled black hair obscured much of her face, rendering her features indistinct. Barefoot, she trod upon the snow-covered ground with a buoyant step, seemingly oblivious to the chill. It was her, Chufinga exclaimed, pointing at the girl. True to Chufinga's description, the little girl casually discarded a note before gracefully turning away, vanishing from their sight like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. Gusu bent down to retrieve the note from the ground, discovering it to be a delicately crafted flower card. The front bore illustrations of blooming flowers, accompanied by elegantly penned characters, a formal invitation from the 100 Flowers Poetry Society. On the reverse side, a 7-character poem was inscribed, reading as follows: Night rain falls on the desolate grave by the south window. The courtyard is solemn, the grass and trees dense. In shadows, old friends are but illusions. On the wall, the colors depict this life. I have always detested this pretentious, cryptic style of literary folk, Chufinga remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the flower card. Clearly an invitation, yet devoid of time or location. How are we to attend? Gusu hesitated before responding. He recalled that historical records mentioned the Qingzhou Lu family indeed hosted a 100 Flowers Poetry Society, presided over by Lady Lu, the matriarch of the family. Participants included not only members of the Lu household, but also guests from other prominent families. However, the society was short-lived, as the Lu family met with a tragic end shortly thereafter. Yet at this moment, Gusu and Chufinga had received an invitation from the 100 Flowers Poetry Society. It was evident that the organizers could not possibly be the living, for one could not compose such a sorrowful poem on an invitation otherwise. To be honest, I too am not fond of riddlers, Gusu chuckled in response. But perhaps the Lu family believe that those who cannot comprehend the meaning of this poem are unworthy of attending their society. Gusu boldly speculated that the 100 Flowers Poetry Society might represent a glimmer of hope left by the Lu family's haunted abode for intruders. If he could successfully garner the favor of the Lu family's restless spirits at this poetry gathering, he might uncover clues regarding the frostbite curse and the Jinghong brush. However, if they failed to reach the venue within a quarter of an hour, they would, as Chufinga warned, fall prey to the malevolent entities. Can you comprehend this? Chufinga inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Gusu. Gusu smiled faintly and replied, "My lord, the answer is quite simple. You should have noticed a mural on the shadow wall as you entered the gate." Chufinga hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Do you recall the content of the mural? Chufinga pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He had always been rather careless, seldom paying heed to such details. It depicted a scene of dignitaries reveling in a garden. Gu Su continued, referencing the line from the poem, The Colors on the Wall, suggesting that the mural illustrated the 100 Flowers Poetry Society. This seemed somewhat far-fetched. Chu Funga frowned, asserting that, according to your interpretation, the location of this poetry society could very well be by the southern window or beside a grave. No, it is not far-fetched at all, Gu Su replied. You may not have noticed that the poem inscribed on the flower paper is, in fact, an acrostic. The address of the poetry society is plainly revealed before us. An acrostic is a form of mixed poetry where the first character of each line, when read together, conveys a specific message. The southern gate's shadow wall is the hidden riddle within this poem. Furthermore, a competent acrostic must not merely consist of embedded characters. The verses themselves should possess their own significance. Thus, the reader becomes captivated by the poem's meaning, inadvertently overlooking the embedded characters. For instance, the Ming Dynasty literati Su Wei, upon witnessing the splendid view of the autumn moon over the tranquil lake, penned a poem, a vast expanse of autumn at the tranquil lake, where shimmering waters flow endlessly. The full moon is rare in this world, and the moon shines brightest in autumn. Even disregarding its embedded characters, it remains an exquisite piece of descriptive poetry. I truly detest these pretentious literati. Once Chu Funga comprehended this, he couldn't help but curse. He would rather wield his sword and engage in a fierce battle against 100 malevolent spirits than partake in this wretched wordplay. Gu Su chuckled. Now that we have discerned the address, let us hasten there. If we fail to reach the southern gate's shadow wall within a quarter of an hour, those dreadful monsters may very well appear. Let us proceed. Chu Funga nodded. The phantoms from the haunted house had left him with profound psychological scars, and he was loath to encounter them again. Thus, the two retraced their steps, passing through the drooping flower gate, and returned to the shadow wall. At that moment, the front gate of the Liu residence had vanished without a trace. The courtyard walls had transformed into ice sculptures, glimmering with a chilling radiance. In the corner, Gu Su discovered two frozen corpses, their faces contorted in despair, indicating they had previously attempted to escape over the wall but had failed. Gu Su then turned his gaze back to the southern gate's shadow wall. Before him, the mural depicted a group of elegantly dressed nobles gathered around a long table in the garden, raising their goblets in mirthful toast, appearing to revel in jovial camaraderie. Gu Su recognized some of the individuals depicted in the mural. Seated in the center was a voluptuous and elegantly adorned woman, pregnant, who was none other than Madame Liu, the matriarch of the Liu family and the president of the 100 Flowers Poetry Society. Beside her sat a modestly dressed young lady with ruby lips and pearly teeth, whose gentle smile belonged to Miss Chunanji, hailing from the prestigious Chen family of Xiangyang. Despite her unassuming appearance in this portrayal, she was, in fact, the empress of the Deqi dynasty and the mother of the fourth prince and princess Zhaoning. However, the most striking figure was Liu Shiyao, positioned at the edge of the long table. Her hair, as dark as ink, cascaded down her shoulders, and her attire was as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. She appeared as if she were painted in ink and wash, standing in stark contrast to the vibrant hues of the mural. Her aloof gaze, an expression devoid of a smile, imparted an aura of distance, as if repelling all who dared to approach. As Gu Su pondered how to enter the realm of the mural, a sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you also here to attend the 100 Flowers Poetry Gathering? He turned to see a middle-aged gentleman clad in a brocade robe, sporting a short beard with a hint of gray at the temples. His elegant demeanor and handsome features were accompanied by a warm smile that naturally elicited goodwill. Upon recognizing the man's face, Gu Su narrowed his eyes in disbelief. According to the records, this man should have perished 15 years ago during a raid. Yet here he stood, not only alive, but radiating a palpable aura of true essence. Moreover, he exhibited no peculiar reaction to Gu Su's spirit-calling physique. Was this man alive or a ghost? Gu Su discreetly withdrew a coin, attempting a divination. When he opened his palm, the coin lay heads up, clearly indicating that this middle-aged man was indeed human, not a specter. How strange, Gu Su mused silently. Who would have imagined that after 15 years, this man still thrived within the Liu family's sinister abode? Who are you? Inquired Chu Funga, breaking the silence. I am Tang Hui, the pacification officer of the Deqi Demon Exorcism Bureau. The middle-aged man replied with a slight nod, his tone polite. You two must also be cultivators of our Deqi Demon Exorcism Bureau? He had evidently noticed the 7 luminaries robe worn by Chu Fengge. Tang Hui, weren't you supposed to have died during the raid? Chu Fengge furrowed her brow in skepticism. With a faint smile, the man who identified himself as Tang Hui replied, "Indeed, I was on the brink of death. Fortunately, I possessed the imperial edict token bestowed by the emperor, which allowed me to narrowly escape with my life. Regrettably, I have been trapped in this malevolent residence ever since." Chu Fengge remained unconvinced. After a brief pause, Tang Hui continued, "If I am not mistaken, you must have just entered this haunted manor. I have spent over a decade here and have garnered considerable knowledge about it. Perhaps I can offer you some useful information." While Chu Fengge remained silent, Gu Su stepped forward, smiling as he said, "We would be most grateful for your assistance, Lord Tang." He understood that Tang Hui's information might not be entirely truthful. Indeed, the person before him may not even be the authentic Tang Hui. Yet even if the information were false, it could still harbor genuine clues, certainly preferable to their current blind fumbling in the dark. Thus, Tang Hui cleared her throat and began to elucidate. "You should be aware that the Liu family's heirloom, the Jinghong pen, possesses the ability to manifest the essence of poetry and painting. The true Liu residence was destroyed in a conflagration 15 years ago. What we currently inhabit is, in fact, a representation of the Jinghong pen's artwork. The front of this piece depicts a beautiful scene of the Liu family members enjoying themselves years ago. However, if you were to venture to the back of the shadow wall, you would encounter a horrifying and cruel depiction known as Ice Hell, whenever the sound of the bamboo flute resonates. The contents of these 2 paintings interchange, altering the entire atmosphere of the Liu residence." Upon hearing her words, Gu Su moved behind the shadow wall and was indeed met with the terrifying image of Ice Hell as described by Tang Hui. The painting portrayed towering ice mountains, blanketed in white snow. The figures within were naked, their beards frosted, lips pale and trembling, huddled together with knees drawn up, their muscles and bones contracting from the cold. Beside them loomed several malevolent figures, wielding chains and whips. At that moment, Gu Su recalled a statement made by Chun Jixing to Chu Fengge during the promotion examination last month. "This haunted house is uninhabited, yet it emits strange sounds, melodies of silken bamboo during the day, and wails of ghosts at night." No wonder, Gu Su thought to himself. He then inquired of Tang Hui, "Master Tang, why has the Jinghong pen left such a painting here?" Tang Hui replied, "Because it has become a masterless object following the death of its previous owner, Lu Shuriao. It has set these 2 paintings as trials to seek a new master. You should know that legendary artifacts have their own criteria for choosing their masters. For instance, the Tai sword seeks the strongest among royal members, while the Jinghong pen identifies the most talented individuals through a series of challenges. You must have seen a young girl in white earlier. That is the spirit of the Jinghong pen, when she presented you with the invitation to the Poetry Society. It signified that the trials had commenced. The Baihua Poetry Society is the first challenge you shall face. If you successfully navigate the Baihua Poetry Society, you will receive clues regarding the subsequent trial. Should you fail the challenge, you will be eternally trapped in Ice Hell, enduring torment." "That sounds truly dreadful," Gu Su remarked. "The spirit of the Jinghong pen harbors quite a malevolent aura." He finally understood where the missing cultivators from the Liu residence had vanished to, presumably trapped in Ice Hell for failing to pass those trials. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hui let out a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, the principal reason lies in the tragic demise of its former master, which has instilled within it a sense of vengeful desire. You must understand that among the 12 remarkable artifacts, the Jinghong brush is the most fastidious. It would rather remain unclaimed and neglected for an extended period than casually choose another master. However, once it acknowledges a master, it remains unwaveringly loyal and devoted. Should its master fall victim to harm, it will go to great lengths to avenge them. It appears to have succumbed to darkness," Gu Su concluded, casting a glance at the chilling and terrifying mural depicting an ice-cold hell. "Nevertheless, you need not worry excessively." Tang Hui continued, "With the imperial edict token bestowed upon me by His Majesty, I have established a sanctuary in the northwest corner of this haunted residence, impervious to both the cold and malevolent spirits. Many monks who have previously failed their challenges have sought refuge there. Should you falter in your endeavors, you may also find solace there. While I cannot escort you out of the haunted house, I can at least ensure your safety. Then I shall trouble you, Master Tang." Gu Su replied politely, adding, "I would also like to inquire how we might partake in this 100 Flowers Poetry Society." Tang Hui responded, "It is quite simple. Gently touch this wall with your flower paper. Gusu complied. Although the words of this individual claiming to be Tang Hui might not be entirely truthful, he was acutely aware that participating in the 100 Flowers Poetry Society was his only option at this juncture. At that moment, the mournful sound of a flute once again filled the air, and the environment within the Lu residence underwent yet another transformation. As the flower paper made contact with the wall, the mural erupted in resplendent light. Accompanied by the melodious and ethereal flute, the radiance swiftly spread outward, enveloping the entire estate. The frost within the courtyard melted away, and the scattered corpses vanished. The carved railings and elegant pavilions regained their original splendor, and compared to its previous dilapidated state, the Lu residence now appeared rejuvenated. With azure tiles and flying eaves, jade steps leading to crimson courtyards, it radiated opulence and vibrancy, as if yesterday had been reborn. We have now entered the realm depicted within the mural, Tang Hui remarked as he gestured. No sooner had he spoken than two maids clad in lotus-colored skirts appeared beside them, respectfully inquiring, "May we ask if esteemed guests possess an invitation to the 100 Flowers Poetry Society?" Gusu presented the flower paper in his hand to them. In his perception, these two maids were neither living beings nor malevolent spirits. Rather, they resembled ethereal projections. This marvel of the Jinghong brush left him in awe. "Please, esteemed guests, follow us," the two maids said, bowing deeply to Gusu. Subsequently, Gusu, Chufinga, and Tang Hui followed the two maids through countless rooms, courtyards, and corridors until they arrived at the back garden of the Lu residence. At that moment, the garden was already teeming with people, just as depicted in the mural. A long table was set in the center of the waterside pavilion, with Madame Lu, the president of the Poetry Society, seated prominently in the middle. The other ladies and gentlemen eagerly took their seats beside her, clearly eager to showcase their talents before the assembly. "Madam, these are the new guests," reported two maidservants, bowing to Madame Lu. Instantly, the gaze of everyone present shifted to Gusu and his companions. To their eyes, Gusu and the others bore unfamiliar faces, uncertain of the extent of their talents and whether they could secure a place within this poetic society, the 100 Flowers Poetry Society. In truth, Gusu felt a twinge of anxiety within. He understood that if he wished to make a mark in the 100 Flowers Poetry Society and earn the recognition of the Lu family, the excellent poetic works from his past life would serve as his trump card. However, being a mere literary copyist would not suffice. In such gatherings of literati engaged in poetry, it was highly probable that he would not be afforded the freedom to express himself, but rather would be tasked with composing poetry based on given themes. At times, they might even engage in word games akin to couplets, character analysis, and the intricate flying flower decree, crafting acrostic poems, palindromes, or other cerebral compositions. A literary copyist devoid of genuine talent would undoubtedly reveal their shortcomings. Gusu silently hoped that the challenges would not be too daunting. At that moment, Madame Lu lifted her head and spoke with a smile. "Do our esteemed guests have any literary aliases?" "Literary alias? What is that?" inquired Chufinga. "Since we have formed a poetry society, we are all cultured individuals and should refer to each other by our elegant aliases, which is far more refined," Madame Lu patiently elucidated. "For instance, my alias is the recluse of far fragrance, while Nji's is the consort of Shangyang, and Shi Yao's is the fairy of pure snow." Gusu recalled from the information he had read that every member participating in the 100 Flowers Poetry Society had whimsically chosen a literary alias for themselves. Lu Shiyao resided in the courtyard named Pure Snow Garden, thus her alias, while Madame Lu lived in the Far Fragrance Pavilion and privately practiced Buddhism, hence her alias. As for the young lady Chun and Ji from the Xiangyang Qin family, her family had once planned to send her into the imperial palace to become a consort, and the imperial residence of Deqi was known as Shangyang Palace, leading to her alias. "My alias is the talented scholar of the Jade Forest," Tang Hui declared first. Many years ago, prior to joining the exorcism division, Tang Hui had passed the imperial examination, and the Jade Forest banquet was a feast held by the emperor for the newly titled scholars after the palace examination. Thus, she chose this as her alias. "Please, take a seat," Madame Lu said in a gentle tone. "Thank you, madam." With that, Tang Hui gracefully occupied the third empty seat to Madame Lu's right. "Well then, I shall be known as the young master of eternal life," Gusu replied with a slight smile. "Eternal Life Studio is the name of my study. Don't look at me. I'm merely his attendant," Chufinga exclaimed, pointing at Gusu, a hint of panic in his voice. despite Chufing's appearance being more delicate than that of many women. He was, in truth, a rugged warrior, loathing the act of composing poetry above all else. All of his poetic aliases were crafted by his subordinates. In a bid to avoid composing poetry, he willingly set aside his pride, masquerading as Gu Su's attendant. After a round of pleasantries, Madame Lu summoned someone to bring forth a bamboo carved, filled with ivory sticks. She gave it a gentle shake and placed it at the center of the long table. Alongside she also produced a dice. These ivory sticks bore the names of flowers. As Madame Lu explained, shortly, I shall roll the dice. And the person it lands on must draw a stick from thee and compose a poem based on the flower's name inscribed upon it. Should one fail to do so, they must drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. Upon hearing this, Gu Su felt a wave of relief. The challenge posed by the flower names was not overly daunting. It was akin to writing poetry on a specified flower. Drawing upon his past life's literary reservoir, he believed he could manage it. As the president of the society, I shall begin with a piece to inspire others. Madame Lu chuckled, being the first to draw a stick from the crowd gathered around to observe, revealing a stick adorned with a pomegranate blossom and inscribed with the words flame-red skirt, accompanied by a line of verse, like a fiery pomegranate reflecting the hills. Chun Anji, the elegant and lovely daughter of the Chun family by her side, immediately raised her cup and remarked, "The pomegranate signifies fertility and blessings. I toast to you, madam." Gu Su regarded the refined and graceful Miss Chun Anji, pondering, truly, she is the esteemed daughter of a noble family, destined to be the future empress. Her emotional intelligence is extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation upon seeing the inscription, Madame Lu recited, "A crimson cloud reflects the evening glow. Thousands of azure leaves adorn the scarlet door. Though many praise the blessing of many offspring, in the end, all are buried in dust and turn to ash." As her voice faded, applause erupted from those around her, praising the poem. Yet, Gu Su found himself captivated by the line about being buried in dust and turning to ash. The melancholic imagery starkly contrasted with the pomegranate's symbolism of abundance and fortune. He silently mused. If this were merely an illusion conjured by a remarkable quill, might it not serve to commemorate its deceased master, to reminisce about the vanishing Lu family? After finishing her verse, Madame Lu gently tossed the dice upon the table. It rolled several times before settling on one. Counting from herself, it landed perfectly on Chun Anji. "Anji, it is your turn," she said with a warm smile. "Then I shall present my humble attempt." Chun Anji replied with a graceful smile, rising elegantly. As a lady of noble lineage, her every movement was poised and impeccable, leaving no room for critique. She then reached out to draw a stick. This stick featured a peony, inscribed with the phrase "the Queen of Flowers," along with a poetic line, "Even the heartless are moved." The peony, a flower of great wealth and fortune, Madame Lu teased. "Anji, it suits you well as you aspire to enter the palace as a consort." "Madam, please do not jest," Chun Anji replied, lowering her gaze and smiling without revealing her teeth. After pondering for a moment, she began to recite, "When the last red petals fall, fragrance begins to rise." Its renowned title is the flower among the elite. In the depths of the imperial palace, embroidered quilts are piled high, while the joyful bridal carriage wraps the new bride in a veil of crimson. The water lily, blooming upon the lake, lacks charm, and the autumn chrysanthemum brings forth sorrow. Only the peony, a true gem of the realm, blossoms magnificently, stirring the palace with its presence. As her words fell, the assembly momentarily froze, before erupting into applause. Chun Anji's 7-character verse exhibited commendable rhetoric, and its parallelism and structure were quite acceptable. Yet, within the lines, the latent ambition hidden beneath Chun Anji's tranquil demeanor became evident. Gu Su could not help but speculate. Did each poem from the 100 Flowers Poetry Society symbolize the future of its members? Madame Lu drew the pomegranate of abundance, yet penned verses about being buried in dust, an undeniable reflection of her fate from years past when she perished while with child. Chun Anji drew the peony, the flower of opulence, and inscribed words like embroidered chamber, joyous carriage, and palace, evidently aligning with her current status as the Empress of Dachi. The game of casting dice continued. This time, the number was 3, leading to Tang Hui, the Jade Grove Talented Scholar, a title that immediately suggests a person of great talent. Madame Lu gazed at Tang Hui with anticipation, remarking that he would surely craft a poem that would astound all present. Tang Hui smiled and replied, "Madam, you overestimate me." He then reached for the drawing lots. The slip he drew depicted an orchid, accompanied by the inscription Gentleman of the Quiet Valley, alongside the verse in the mountains. At the hermit's abode, the orchid, one of the 4 gentlemen of flowers, prompted Madame Lu to suggest with a smile that once someone draws the remaining plum blossom, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, they should all share a drink together. However, Tang Hui stared at the slip, frowning in silence. He felt his mind was blank, his creativity drained, unable to conjure suitable phrases. "I apologize for my lack of talent," he said, "and shall refrain from embarrassing myself before the esteemed ladies." With a momentary smile of regret, he downed his cup of fine wine. The game of drawing lots and composing poetry continued. Gu Su sensed that the Lu family of Qingzhou was indeed a renowned literary lineage, as each individual present seemed capable of eloquence at a moment's notice. Although these verses paled in comparison to the masterpieces of his previous life, they maintained a rigorous structure, each with its own commendable aspect. Meanwhile, the attendees appeared to forget their usual social standings, immersing themselves in discussions of the poetic creations. When someone penned a remarkable line, they applauded enthusiastically. Yet, should anyone, like Tang Hui, fail to produce a poem, they would jovially tease him, pouring wine into his cup with laughter. Amidst this jubilant assembly, however, there existed an anomaly Sushiwe fairy. Lu Shiyao, seated at the corner of the long table, clad in garments whiter than snow, her skin as frosty as the winter air. Her demeanor mirrored the chill of ice and snow. When others recited their verses, she would join in the applause but rarely expressed her thoughts. More often, her gaze wandered, seemingly lost in her own world. The vibrant clamor surrounding her seemed utterly unrelated to her existence. What an arrogant individual, Gu Su mused inwardly. However, as the former master of the surprising phoenix brush and a recognized literary genius of the entire Deqi dynasty, she possessed the merit to be so proud. The dice rolled across the table, coming to a halt at 2 points. This time, the one to be counted was a maid named Xu Yan. Dressed plainly and of unremarkable appearance, she sat beside the long table, seldom drawing anyone's attention. How could even a maid be deemed worthy to participate in this 100 Flowers Poetry Society? Some whispered behind their hands, evidently displeased. After all, the custom of separating masters and servants was a long-standing rule among the noble families of the Deqi dynasty. Suddenly, Xu Yan stood up, her demeanor particularly awkward, as if she hesitated over whether she should draw a lot. At that moment, Lu Shiyao, seated at one corner of the long table, finally spoke in a dispassionate tone. I invited her to participate. Upon hearing Lu Shiyao's words, the crowd fell silent. Xu Yan cast a grateful glance at Lu Shiyao, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Lu Shiyao merely inclined her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her pale lips. Witnessing this scene, Gu Su recalled a description from the records. Lu Shiyao and her personal maid Xu Yan shared a close bond, resembling sisters rather than a mere master-servant relationship. Then, Xu Yan cautiously reached out to extract a slip from the lot. The slip depicted a branch of osmanthus, inscribed with the words heavenly fragrance beyond the clouds and a line proclaiming, each has its own fragrance, both man and flower. After pondering for a moment, Xu Yan recited, still remembering the osmanthus of my hometown, blooming along the sunlit path. Unseen by the warm and beautiful, the cool fragrance enters my dreams. Following a brief silence, scattered applause erupted from the gathering. Clearly, they had not anticipated that an unassuming little maid possessed such poetic talent. Once again, the dice rolled, ultimately settling on 3 points. At last, it was Lu Shiyao's turn. Everyone straightened in their seats, collectively turning their gaze towards the ethereal beauty, their expressions filled with anticipation. It was widely acknowledged that the chosen masters of the surprising phoenix brush were all individuals of exceptional talent. This piqued the curiosity of the assembly, wondering if Lu Shiyao's forthcoming poem would soar above the rest, claiming the top honors. Lu Shiyao gracefully rose, reaching for a slip. Her tall figure and long, slender, fair fingers resembled exquisite ice carved by the hand of an artisan. The slip she drew illustrated a hibiscus, accompanied by the phrase wind and dew, clear sorrow. Along with the line, do not blame the east wind, rather lament oneself. Ah, the hibiscus. She breathed a soft sigh, lifting her gaze not towards the audience, but rather towards the distant horizon. Then, she gently intoned, born untouched by dust and mire, what does it matter if names abound in the world? In a lifetime of warmth and chill, the glory and decline of seasons are left to the waves. Aware that my roots are pure as jade, People claim my beauty shines upon brocade. Bathed in the morning light, fragrant for 10 miles, I shall row for you, calling forth the fisherman's song. As she began to recite her poem, the audience held their breath, seemingly enraptured by the profound essence of her words. Although Lu Shiyao's poem does not deliberately employ ornate language like others, it vividly portrays the essence of the lotus that emerges unsullied from the mud. This quality resonates with the melancholic beauty depicted in the poem, creating a sense of natural harmony that captivates all who behold it. Undoubtedly, it is a work imbued with a unique spirit. In its presence, the creations of others appear somewhat laborious and lackluster, diminished by comparison. It is no wonder that she has been chosen by the surprising swan pen. The audience expresses their heartfelt admiration as she recites her verses. A pure white lotus swiftly blooms in the pond by the waterside, completing its life cycle from blossom to withering in an instant before gradually fading and ultimately sinking into the depths. The imagery of the poem transforms into reality. This is the remarkable power of the surprising swan pen. Yet, only exceptional poetry can trigger such a phenomenon. Thus far, Lu Shiya remains the sole recipient of its recognition. The dice continue to roll. At this moment, the audience finds themselves somewhat distracted, as Lu Shiyao's brilliant work has inadvertently elevated their aesthetic standards. Consequently, the subsequent poems, while composed with acceptable diction, seem rather mundane and lack the striking impact that would captivate the listeners. Eventually, the dice land on 6, and the count reaches Gusu. "Young Master Changsheng, it is your turn," Lady Lu cheerfully announces. The audience remains preoccupied, perceiving that, in comparison to the likes of the snowy fairy or the fragrant scholar, the moniker Young Master Changsheng appears somewhat pedestrian. How could an ordinary person craft verses that are elegant and transcendental? Gusu, unfazed by their gazes, rises with poise and reaches for the draw. The slip reveals a plum blossom, inscribed with the words pride in snow and frost, accompanied by a line of poetry. From deep winter blooms the brilliant sun. Upon seeing his draw, Gusu feels a sense of relief. The plum blossom, one of the 4 gentlemen of flowers, has historically garnered the admiration of poets across dynasties, yielding countless timeless masterpieces. He can readily recall many from the canon of classical poetry that students are required to memorize. Had he drawn a less common flower like peony or poppy, he would have faced considerable difficulty, as his previous life as a STEM student left him with limited exposure to classic poetry outside of textbooks. However, in this context, even a poem about the plum blossom cannot be improvised. It must resonate with the theme of standing proud amidst frost and snow. Notable works such as the shadows of the plum blossom across the shallow water and the evocative by the broken bridge outside the post station cannot be employed here. Furthermore, Gusu surmises that if this is indeed a test set forth by the surprising swan pen, he must compose a poem that dazzles the audience to succeed within this floral poetry society, at the very least. It should not pale in comparison to Lu Shiyao's ode to the lotus. After a moment of contemplation, an idea begins to take shape in his mind. "My lady, do you have any ink and brushes?" he inquires, turning to Lady Lu. The 100 Flowers Poetry Society did not mandate that guests recite poetry aloud. The verses that had just been recited were recorded by servants standing nearby. However, Gusu was the first to propose that he personally take up the brush to compose poetry. Was this young man seeking to engage in something distinctly different to attract attention? Some privately speculated. Yet, in truth, Gusu's intentions were rather simple. He merely believed that his inaugural foray into cultural dissemination in this otherworldly realm warranted a degree of solemnity. "Of course," Lady Lu replied with a smile. Before instructing a servant to present pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to Gusu, as he lifted the brush, he unleashed a flurry of ink upon the paper. His calligraphy was both elegant and vigorous, with strokes that displayed a harmonious interplay of density and sparseness, the white spaces masterfully arranged. It bore a freshness akin to his painted symbols, exuding an ethereal beauty. In a moment, the poem was completed. Gusu handed the Xian paper to a servant, who then displayed the written verses before the assembly. Upon the paper were inscribed, in the corner, a few branches of plum, blooming alone in the cold. "I know from afar it is not snow, for a subtle fragrance does arrive." As the audience beheld this poem, their expressions froze in astonishment, and the prior doubts concerning Gusu dissipated without a trace, replaced by glimmers of admiration. The poem's language was simple and natural, devoid of ornate embellishments or signs of excessive refinement. Yet it possessed a vivid imagery that effortlessly conjured the image of solitary white plums blossoming in a corner. "My lady, what do you think?" Shenanji inquired softly. Lady Lu pondered for a moment before responding. This young man is indeed a person of genuine talent. In terms of poetic mastery, he has transcended the stage of mere rhetorical flourishes and borrowed wisdom, achieving a state of returning to simplicity and self-sufficiency. Chun Anji nodded in agreement. While she had meticulously crafted her own poem, Peony, striving for metrical precision and deliberately employing numerous metaphors and contrasts, it now appeared overly contrived when compared to Gu Su's work, which shone with a natural grace, reminiscent of an elaborately adorned courtesan encountering an unadorned celestial maiden. At the edge of the long table, Lu Shiyao subtly nodded, her indifferent gaze revealing a hint of appreciation. In her eyes, Gu Su's poem, though seemingly simple and casual, contained an intricate arrangement and an exceptional command of language. For instance, corner and blooming alone in the cold reflected the plum's solitude and resilience against adversity, while the latter lines depicted both the plum's color and, through I know from afar and subtle fragrance, conveyed the delicately penetrating nature of its scent. "Well written," Tang Hui exclaimed with a smile of admiration, leading the applause for Gu Su. As for Chufinga, he found himself at a loss on how to assess the quality of a poem. He merely felt that this poem flowed melodiously and was far more comprehensible and pleasant than those of the others present. At that moment, unbeknownst to the gathering, in the corner of the wall, a plum tree swiftly took root and sprouted leaves, poised to bloom. The discerning brush of the talented poet, Gu Su, seemingly found an unspoken resonance with his own verses. Upon completing his first poem, Gu Su did not cease his writing. Instead, he continued fervently inscribing upon the rice paper. His servant, initially inclined to intervene, was halted by Madame Lu's gesture as she caught sight of the text. Let him continue. Soon, Gu Su finished his second poem. In the icy snow-laden forest, I stand alone, unlike the peach and plum, mingling in the fragrant dust. Suddenly, a night of pure fragrance arises, scattering into the spring that spans the vast universe. This young man truly possesses a nimble intellect. Observing this scene, everyone could not help but inhale deeply. To compose two outstanding poems on the theme of plum blossoms in such a short span is no ordinary feat. This endeavor requires not only inspiration and talent, but also a profound cultural foundation and poetic heritage. If the first poem reflected the solitude of a few plum blossoms blooming in a secluded corner, unafraid of the gaze of others, then this second poem illustrated the collective bloom of white plums, exuding a fragrance that permeates the clear expanse of the heavens. One poem stands resilient amidst the cold, steadfast in its identity. The other diverges from the mundane, embracing the world at large. Madame Lu sincerely admired. It seems this young man harbors great ambitions. Chenanzi, beside her, was equally in awe of Gu Su. Many present had their poetry constrained within the confines of their gardens and homes, laboring to express sorrow, which rendered the atmosphere laden with an affected melancholy. Few, like Gu Su, could articulate a vision as expansive as scattering into the spring that spans the vast universe. At this moment, the white plums in the corner bloomed entirely, resembling a blanket of pristine snow upon the branches. The fragrance wafted in abundance, soothing the soul. Gu Su continued to write. Moments later, he inscribed another verse upon the rice paper. Wind and rain usher spring's return, flying snow greets spring's arrival. Though cliffs are steep with ice, the blossoms still display their elegance. Not vying for spring, they merely herald its coming. When the mountain flowers bloom in splendor, she smiles amidst the throng. Though this was a lyric and did not adhere to the regulations of the 100 Flowers Poetry Society, the content on the paper captivated all, leaving them in humble admiration. Today, Gu Su, in a fleeting moment, composed 3 exquisite poems on plum blossoms, each building upon the emotional resonance, increasingly bold and passionate. Unbeknownst to them, within this poem, the delicate and fragile blossoms revealed a steadfast spirit and an elevated presence. Clearly, in today's 100 Flowers Poetry Society, this individual would claim the foremost position. They collectively thought. As Gu Su completed the final stroke, he set his brush down upon the table. At that moment, snow began to fall profusely, resembling willow catkins drifting across bridges and pear blossoms blanketing houses. In an instant, it accumulated, transforming into a layer of white. The world was enveloped in a silvery shroud. The pond by the water pavilion instantly froze. Against the backdrop of snow, the view became shrouded in an ethereal haze. Yet, the plum tree in the corner thrived rapidly, growing more lush. Some blossoms were white, others red. The white ones were elegant, while the red ones were vibrant. The crowd at the long table evidently took note of this enchanting spectacle. Chun-Anji lowered her head, enveloped in silence. Although she typically exuded a demeanor of grace and modesty, as the legitimate daughter of the Chun family in Xianyang, she inherently possessed a sense of superiority, rarely finding true admiration for others. Yet today, upon encountering the poetry penned by Gu Su, her heart was a tumult of emotions. While most poets, when inspired by flowers, extol their vibrant bloom and lament their inevitable decay, few have ever articulated sentiments akin to laughing amidst the thicket. What an optimistic and expansive spirit. Though this youth sat among us, he was fundamentally of a different ilk. Lady Lu sighed quietly, reflecting sincerely that our own compositions brimmed with pretentious sorrow and ornate yet hollow phrases. In contrast, this young man's verses resonated with ideals and aspirations. Chun-Anji nodded in agreement with her observation. Lu Shiyao, however, remained impassive, her complexion pale as frost, betraying no emotion. Yet deep within, a ripple of intrigue stirred. Despite being recognized throughout the Grand Qi dynasty as a talented poetess, her own works often dwelled in themes of wind and rain, evoking profound melancholy. Critics remarked that her poetry was consistently steeped in an atmosphere of desolation, fraught with inexpressible sorrow. Yet now, Gu Su's poetry invigorated her senses. She sensed that this self-proclaimed son of longevity harbored an unwavering optimism towards the world, believing that even in the frigid embrace of winter, the vibrant blooms of spring would inevitably arrive. However, in this indifferent world, would such a day truly come to pass? Tang Hui sat in her chair, leading the applause for Gu Su, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. As for Chu Fengge, he remained steadfast in place, lacking a profound understanding of poetry and unable to discern the merit of Gu Su's verses. Yet the surrounding landscape, adorned with snow and blossoming plum trees, clearly attested to the excellence of these poetic works. If only I could compose poetry, sighed Chu Fengge. In that moment, Gu Su commanded the attention of everyone present, leaving Chu Fengge envious of his brilliance. Subsequently, Lady Lu extended the dice on the table to Gu Su, preparing to call the next person to draw lots for poetry. However, at that moment, everyone in attendance shook their heads in unison, expressing that with the son of longevity having set the bar, it would be unwise for them to risk embarrassment. They all believed that even if they poured their lifelong learning into crafting words, they could not surpass Gu Su's poetic prowess. Thus, why compose merely to invite ridicule? In summary, they had succumbed to their insecurities. Lady Lu nodded, acknowledging their collective decision. Very well, she said softly. However, as we gather to compose poetry today, we must designate a leader. Does anyone have a candidate in mind? The son of longevity should take the first place. Tang Hui proposed without hesitation as soon as her words fell. Chun-Anji pondered for a moment before remarking. The poetic works of the young master Changsheng deviate from the ordinary, expressing aspirations through the plum blossom, discussing grandeur, vision, and scope, all of which far surpass our own. I am inclined to declare him the foremost of the 100 Flowers Poetry Society today. Others echoed. The young master Changsheng can compose 3 exceptionally fine poems in an instant. Such talent transcends the mundane. Today's poetic leader must be none other than him. I concurred. Chu Fengge pointed at Gu Su, expressionless, and agreed. Does Miss Su Shui have any dissenting opinions? Madame Lu inquired, turning toward the ever-silent Lu Shiyao. At that moment, Lu Shiyao was lost in contemplation, gazing at the plum blossoms in the garden, seemingly distant from the discussion. Upon hearing Madame Lu's words, she paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "What dissent?" The assembly unanimously believed that the young master Changsheng's poems deserved the top honor. Do you have any objections? Madame Lu reiterated. Lu Shiyao softly replied, "I have no objections." Then the title of today's champion shall be awarded to the young master Changsheng, Madame Lu declared. Gu Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could surmise that he had successfully passed the first test set by the Jinhong brush. In this challenge, failure was not an option. Thus, he swiftly penned the poems that came to mind, which indeed resonated with the essence of the Jinhong brush. Moreover, the blooming of the plum blossoms lingered longer than Lu Shiyao's lotus. Hence, he silently expressed gratitude to the cultural treasures bequeathed by his ancestors, aiding him in navigating this trial. After the champion was announced, the 100 Flowers Poetry Society concluded for the day. Guests began to depart, and the opulent scenery surrounding Gusu gradually faded, resembling a fleeting dream. The cold, desolate scene, akin to a hellish realm, re-emerged before his eyes. At this moment, Lu Shiyao, seated at the corner of the long table, suddenly rose. She stood still, watching the gradually vanishing figures of Gusu and the others, her words hanging unspoken. When the past illusions completely dissipated, Gusu once again beheld the disheveled little girl. Clad in white, her bare feet stood upon the snow, gazing up at Gusu. If Tang Hui was correct, this 6- or 7-year-old girl must be the spirit of the Jinhong brush. Congratulations on passing the first trial, she said, handing Gusu a new sheet of flower paper, her voice cold and ethereal. May I inquire how many trials there are in total? Gusu accepted the paper and politely asked. The little girl held up 3 fingers. Such a pity you could not live in the same era as the young lady. She sighed, adding, before turning to leave, swiftly disappearing behind the tall shadow wall. Your poetic talent is truly admirable. After the little girl departed, Tang Hui turned to Gusu, smiling in appreciation. Gusu shook his head. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Tang. I merely read extensively, drawing upon the wisdom of the ancients. Meanwhile, he lowered his gaze to the flowered note in his hand, noticing that the front depicted several lanterns, accompanied by elegantly pinned characters stating, an invitation to the Lantern Festival. The reverse bore the following inscription, a small round city, where water is present but no people are seen. Day after day, it reflects the human visage, yet fish and shrimp do not thrive. What else is inscribed on this paper? As Chufenga inquired. He leaned closer. However, upon discerning the contents of the note, he immediately furrowed his brow. How tiresome it is to encounter such cryptic nonsense, devoid of any clarity. He muttered his displeasure and then turned to Gusu, asking, do you comprehend the meaning behind these lines? Gusu pondered for a moment before responding. Given the mention of the Lantern Festival, it is likely a riddle. Its solution probably points to a specific location within this residence. Can you deduce its answer? Chufenga continued to inquire. With Gusu by his side, Chufenga felt no inclination to exert his mental faculties. The answer is quite simple, Gusu replied. Circular, with water, devoid of fish and shrimp, and frequently traversed by people. Clearly, it must be a well. After all, this world lacks a water supply system. Residents must draw water from wells for their daily needs. Hence, it reflects the human visage day after day. Oh, Chufenga nodded, feigning an air of having anticipated it all along. Subsequently, Gusu turned his attention to Tang Hui. Master Tang, do you know the location of the well within this estate? Tang Hui replied, I recall there is one in the courtyard at the northeast corner. He paused for a moment before adding, however, my young friends, I cannot accompany you this time. I failed the first trial, and it is likely that malevolent spirits will soon pursue me. To preserve my life, I must hasten to my refuge. No worries, Master Tang, Gusu smiled, saying, the information you have provided us is already an immense assistance. We are still contemplating how we might express our gratitude. You are too courteous, young brother. Tang Hui began to chuckle, saying polite remarks. My assistance is merely a small act of self-interest. For nearly 2 decades, the surprising brush has remained concealed within this estate. Yet no one has witnessed its true form. With my limited intellect, it is evident that I cannot surmount the numerous trials it presents. Thus, I must rely on others, hoping that someone can aid me in witnessing the day the surprising brush reveals itself once more. Young brother, you must help me fulfill this aspiration. Since Master Tang harbors such hopes, I shall certainly do my utmost. Gusu replied earnestly. As the words hung in the air, the two exchanged a smile, appearing quite harmonious. However, how many truths and how many fabrications lay within their dialogue, perhaps only they themselves could discern. They then parted ways. Tang Hui headed northwest towards the corner tower, while Gusu and Chufenga proceeded to the northeast in search of the well mentioned in the riddle. At this moment, the ancestral residence of the Lu family had once again become dim and chilly. Gusu was compelled to exert every ounce of his internal energy to fend off the biting cold, striving to prevent his body from becoming entirely frozen. They traversed the winding corridor, navigating through various rooms and courtyards, until they finally arrived at an inconspicuous small courtyard in the northeast corner of the estate. Gusu quickly recognized this as the dwelling place of the servants. The well mentioned in the riddle was situated in the corner of this courtyard. It was circular in shape, with a low rim constructed from gray marble, its surface uneven and marked by faint traces of moss. Beside the well stood a tall elm tree, its leaves long since fallen. A delicate layer of white frost clung to its branches. At the crown of the tree, a blood-stained white silk hung, fluttering gently in the cold breeze, adding an air of grimness to the somber surroundings. The Lantern Festival is to be held here? Chu Fenga exclaimed, surveying the area with incredulity. Surely that Tang fellow isn't deceiving us? Gusu refrained from answering immediately. He concentrated his energy at his fingertips, conjuring a dazzling orb of light. With this illumination, he peered into the depths of the well, only to discover that it had become a dry pit. Beneath it lay a heap of white bones. Could it be that when the Liu family met their tragic end, the bodies of their kin and servants were cast into this very well? He pondered silently. Tentatively, he placed the flower paper he held upon the rim of the well. In an instant, an orange glow flared nearby, accompanied by the clamor of shouting and the clash of swords. Moments later, several figures emerged before them. At the forefront stood a young woman clad in the garb of a servant. Gusu quickly recognized her as Shuyan, the personal maid of Liu Shiyao from years past. However, her current appearance was utterly disheartening. Her clothing was tattered, her steps unsteady, shackles binding her hands, her skin marred with bruises, and remnants of tears stained her face. Each footprint she left was marked with crimson blood. In her eyes, Gusu perceived a profound anger and a sense of helpless despair. Behind her, several men resembling soldiers loomed, yet they were disheveled, their faces adorned with lewd grins. Was this a memory of the events that transpired back then? Gusu felt as if he had become air, capable of passing through these individuals without making contact. The women of the Liu family seemed worlds apart from the fallen flowers and wilted willows outside. One soldier chuckled lewdly, his gaze roaming unabashedly over the maid Shuyan. It would be a pity to execute her now. Just a maid. She's had her fun. Nothing to mourn, his companion remarked, slowly drawing his dagger from his waist. Once we enter the inner chambers and behold those esteemed ladies, that will be truly exhilarating. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall remain etched in my heart. At this moment, Shuyan spoke with an unruffled demeanor, declaring that even in death, as a vengeful spirit, she would not forget. How dare the servants of a treasonous family threaten us? A soldier grasped her chin with a menacing grip, uttering, with the treasonous crimes committed by your master. Even if I were to humiliate you 1,000-fold, it would not warrant any sympathy. Lord Liu could never commit treason, Shuyan replied indifferently. He has been wronged. Wronged. The treason of the Liu family is substantiated by irrefutable evidence, personally adjudicated by His Majesty. Do you still dare to claim it as a miscarriage of justice? Lord Liu is innocent, Shuyan reiterated, her gaze devoid of any spark. Could it be that your brutish actions have rendered this girl dazed? The soldier mocked his companions with a derisive chuckle. Disregarding their taunts, Shuyan continued, if the Liu family is indeed wronged, then when my head falls, may not a single drop of my blood stain the ground. If the Liu family is indeed wronged, may the heavens bestow upon us 3 feet of snow during the scorching summer months. If the Liu family is indeed wronged, may this land of Qingzhou suffer a drought for 3 years hence. The soldier paid her no mind. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his dagger, continuing his crude jest as he swung the blade towards Shuyan's neck.